Chapter 1. Arrival in the World of Detective Conan. Alas, this marked the 368th sigh that Sanguxi had heaved today. She simply could not fathom why such a fashionable occurrence as traveling through time and space had befallen her. Although she had lamented the pressures of societal competition and dreamt of escaping such a life, she had never anticipated achieving that through a fantastical journey. The current predicament was that she had indeed escaped, yet finding herself in the world of Detective Conan was bewildering. In a realm brimming with mysteries and where death lurked around every corner, how could she possibly enjoy her leisurely life? Moreover, she had yet to encounter a single individual who had traversed into a literary or animated universe and managed to dissociate from the main characters. After another sigh, Sanguxi resolved to accept her situation with grace. After all, as a former devoted fan of Detective Conan, witnessing the narrative unfold in reality could be considered a form of fortunate escapism. She decided to treat this as a blessing in disguise. Of course, if there were any chance to rectify her past regrets from following the series, that would be splendid as well. The reason she referred to herself as a former fan was that the infamous author, Oyamagasho, had regrettably let the story deteriorate in its later stages. Sanguxi mischievously thought that if time permitted, she would rectify all those irksome plot lines. After all, in this journey, she found herself devoid of any narrative constraints or book traveling systems. Yet, as much as she pondered, the immediate priority was to stabilize her current situation. The first rule of traversing worlds: ascertain one's identity. The second rule: enhance self-defense capabilities and acquire wealth. The third rule: cherish life and steer clear of any nefarious organizations. In the world of Detective Conan, the latter two were paramount. Sanguxi had already discerned her current identity. She shared the same name as the original character, but now bore the surname Sangu. Furthermore, she had inexplicably regressed from 21 to 12 years of age, inhabiting a body that, like her own, was that of an orphan. Her father was the president of a trading company, while her mother was a renowned painter. The three of them had perished in an unfortunate accident during a family trip. By the time Sanguxi arrived, the original soul had already departed, leaving her clinging to life in a severely injured state until the ambulance arrived. However, this fortuitously provided her with the opportunity to feign amnesia. It was entirely plausible for a child to lose their memory due to the trauma of such an event. This Boda's parents had left her a substantial inheritance, ensuring her comfort for life. Thus, she had also successfully acquired the capital for a leisurely existence. Yet, when Sanguxi first arrived, she had no inkling that she was in the world of Detective Conan. It wasn't until she returned home today, after her discharge from the hospital, that she noticed the nameplate of her neighbor hanging outside their door. Upon inquiring with the butler, she was astounded to learn that the illustrious Suzuki family resided nearby. As a devoted fan, Sanguxi could immediately confirm her suspicions. Fortunately, her new life commenced on a promising note, alleviating her worries about financial stability. Now, the only task remaining was to bolster her self-defense skills. Sanguxi believed it was imperative to regain her former abilities. Before her journey, the Sang family was one of the ancient families of supernatural beings in Huahua. Her parents had perished at the hands of an organization hunting supernatural beings, and to protect herself, she had honed her martial skills from a young age. However, to conceal her identity, she had been forced to masquerade as an ordinary office worker, never expecting such skills would come in handy in the world of Detective Conan. I wonder where the timeline of Conan stands now. Sanguxi mused, furrowing her brow. She longed to witness those iconic moments, uncertain if she could catch up. She recalled that the Muri Detective Agency was located at 39 5 Chome, Mihawk Town, Tokyo. Perhaps she should see if Conan had made an appearance yet? Without hesitation, she set off. Sanguxi's home was quite a distance from the Muri Detective Agency. However, it was still early in the evening, and she should have ample time to return before dinner. Thus, she swiftly rose, rummaged through her wardrobe for a considerable time, and finally selected a charming green plaid dress, complemented by a small red backpack. In her words, red and green made the most beautiful pairing. After changing, she gazed into the mirror. The reflection revealed a delightful little girl with striking green eyes shaped like crescent moons, her wavy white hair cascading gently to her shoulders. Oh my, what a charming little sprite. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Sanguxi slipped on her shoes and ventured outside. Perhaps it was the transformation into a child, but she found herself feeling rather childish as well. Before leaving, she made sure to inform the butler that she was off to Mihua Town to visit a friend. Declining the butler's offer to send her in a car, she skipped out the door. Hailing a taxi by the roadside, she relayed her destination to the driver, and soon enough, she arrived at her destination. Gazing at the Muri Detective Agency, just within reach, she clenched her tiny fists in excitement. She was about to meet the bumbling detective Muri Kagoro and the angelic Ran. As a fan of Detective Conan, who wouldn't feel exhilarated? Taking a few deep breaths to calm her nerves, she pondered what reasons she could offer to gain entry. Then, she casually noticed the Poro CAF on the first floor of the detective agency. Suddenly, it struck her that this was also a significant location in the world of Detective Conan. The working emperor seemed to be employed here. She wondered if he had shown up yet. She decided to step inside for a quick look. If he wasn't there, it wouldn't matter, as her goal was to catch a glimpse of Ran today. With a skip in her step, Sanguxi entered the Poro CAF, ordered a strawberry milk and a slice of chocolate cake, and upon inquiry, discovered that the current owner was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. Neither the lovely Inomoto Azusa nor the suave Amuro Turu were present. Though she felt a tinge of disappointment, this also indicated that the timeline was likely earlier. Conan had probably not made an appearance yet, given that Inomoto Azusa had yet to show up. Sanguxi reflected that this might actually be a blessing in disguise. She could experience the storyline anew, and perhaps rectify many of her past regrets. According to the original plotline, the earliest regret involved the police academy group. The simplest way to ascertain the timeline was to gauge Ran's current age. Sanguxi recalled that when Kudo Shinichi was 17, he transformed into Conan. Amuro Turu was 29 at that time, 12 years older than Kudo Shinichi, who was the same age as Ran. Thus, by discerning Ran's age, she could infer Amuro Turu's age, hoping to prevent the tragic fate of the police academy group. That was the greatest regret in the original Conan narrative. No more 540 nonsense. The order of deaths among the police academy 5 was as follows. 7 years before the story commenced, Hajiwara Kenji sacrificed himself at the age of 22. 5 years prior, Juku Kageakura and Gru Zero infiltrated the organization. 3 years ago, Matsuda Jinpei fell at the age of 26. Also 3 years ago, Juku Kageakura met his end shortly after Matsuda. 1 year ago, Date Wataru sacrificed himself at the age of 28. In summary, when Kudo Shinichi was 10, Hajiwara Kenji graduated from the police academy and perished at 12. Zero and Kageakura went undercover at 14. Matsuda fell, followed by Kageakura, and at 16, the team leader perished. As Sanguxi pondered the plot, she unwittingly finished her cake, downed the remaining strawberry milk, and decided to take the initiative. First, she would ascend to the Muri Detective Agency to ascertain Ran's age. Sanguxi contemplated the feasibility of her plan, ultimately deciding to give it a try. After settling her bill, she dashed to the detective agency's entrance. Standing at the door, she took a few deep breaths, vigorously rubbed her cheeks to flush them red, and squeezed out a few tears. Feeling ready, Sanguxi boldly knocked on the door of the Muri Detective Agency. After a moment, the door swung open, revealing a girl of similar age to herself. Sanguxi stared at the girl for a moment, then realized with delight that this was indeed the young Ran. The young Ran, upon seeing the tear-streaked face of Sanguxi, asked sweetly, "Hello, is there something I can help you with?" Sanguxi, momentarily stunned by the sight of young Ran, was caught off guard. The cuteness of little Ran was simply overwhelming. As Sanguxi was lost in thought, Muri Ran waved her hand in front of her face, prompting her to snap back to reality. Remembering that she was still crying, she wiped her eyes and said pitifully, "I have a favor to ask of Detective Muri." Ran hesitated at the door. "What is it? Are you in a hurry?" "My dad isn't home today." Sanguxi paused, her tear wiping momentarily before shaking her head. "It's all right. I'm not in a rush. I can come back another day." Before departing, Sanguxi casually inquired, "By the way, you seem to be about my age. May I ask how old you are this year?" Though puzzled, Ran replied, "I'm 10 years old this year." Having received her answer, she felt satisfied with her task for the day. She swiftly composed herself, smiled brightly, and said, "I was just curious, no need to mind me. I'll come back another day. Goodbye." With that, she turned and dashed away before Ran could respond. After leaving the detective agency, Sanguxi exclaimed in excitement and hailed a taxi home. After enjoying dinner, she scampered upstairs and nestled into her room. She felt it was imperative to devise a well-thought-out plan for the upcoming events. Xiaolan was now also 10 years old, which indicated that the police academy group had reached the age of 22. The first to depart was Hajiwara Kenji, who tragically passed away at the age of 22, a victim of that bomb perpetrator, on November 7th. The passage of time prior to Conan's appearance should still adhere to a normal pace. It is currently July 17th, leaving approximately 4 months until November 7th. Sanguxi had nearly forgotten the details regarding the bomb perpetrator and needed to conjure a solution within these months. Ideally, it would be best to eliminate the bomb perpetrator altogether, ensuring Matsuda Jinpai's safety as well. There was still ample time before the plot involving Zhu Fujingguang and Captain Ida, so there was no rush. At present, the most crucial task was to address the bomb perpetrator. Sanguxi felt an immense sense of relief. Although she had shrunk in size, her psychic abilities had accompanied her. Her power was of the psychic variety while it had regressed to a rudimentary level due to her transition. It was of no consequence, as she could hone it back to its former glory in due time. Furthermore, a basic level was quite sufficient. At this elementary tier, her psychic powers allowed her to perceive the mental activities of others. In simpler terms, regardless of how well others masked their true feelings, Sanguxi could sense their genuine emotions. Coupled with her self-taught knowledge of psychology, it would not be an exaggeration to say she could read minds. However, she must exercise discretion in her use of such abilities. Although this is a world steeped in Conan's lore, there exist individuals like Kagoro Muri, and one cannot dismiss the possibility of other psychics or organizations targeting psychics. Should her abilities be exposed, her current fragile form would be ill-equipped to withstand assassination, necessitating a prudent and cautious approach. With several months remaining until November 7th, she needed to prioritize her study plan. Sanguxi could already envision that her future life would undoubtedly be bustling. Yet, there was no alternative after all. She had traversed into a world she deeply adored. Despite the elevated risk, it was impossible to refrain from engaging in thrilling endeavors. Even if the challenges were daunting, the excitement was simply irresistible. She welcomed it wholeheartedly. Chapter 2. Childhood versions of Shinichi and Xiaolan. After acclimating to the life of a child, Sanguxi found that being an elementary school student was truly delightful. Moreover, it was summer vacation, so there was no need to attend school. The summer had only just begun, granting her ample time. To avoid suspicion when her skills were eventually revealed, she had specifically requested her butler to enroll her in a karate class. She had already commenced her training, and due to her foundational skills, even her coach praised her innate talent. In addition to her existing art and piano classes, Sanguxi's days were now filled with a sense of fulfillment. Unlike her previous monotonous work routine, which involved tiresome overtime at a job she loathed, she now engaged in passions that brought her joy and pursued knowledge that fascinated her, leaving her exuberantly happy each day. Sanguxi had always cherished piano and painting, but had regrettably set them aside for the rigorous college entrance examinations in her homeland. Now, with an opportunity to revive those interests, she seized it eagerly. In July, the summer sky was a brilliant blue, with the sun hanging like a fiery orb, the clouds seemingly on the verge of melting. To escape the sweltering heat, Sanguxi structured her days with morning karate practice, afternoon art classes, and evening piano sessions. Of course, she also made time to secretly study firearms knowledge, ensuring each day was meticulously planned. Embracing the philosophy of creating more value than the time spent within a second, Sanguxi thrived during her summer break. Additionally, she gained a notable friend, she met Mao Lilan at the karate class. The incident at the Muri Detective Agency was cleverly brushed aside by Sanguxi. Now, the two talented little girls in karate had become friends. Xiaolan, a true angel akin to Vermouth, was undeniably adorable in her youth, and through Xiaolan, Sanguxi also became acquainted with Suzuki Sonoko. As they were now neighbors, the friendship among the three blossomed rapidly during the summer. It was only 2 days before the start of school that, upon being informed by her butler, Sanguxi suddenly remembered she had an important task yet to accomplish. "Butler, I made 2 good friends at the karate class. Their names are Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko, and they're truly wonderful people. However, they attend Titan Elementary School. May I transfer there to study alongside them?" Sanguxi gazed at her butler with hopeful eyes, her emerald feline-like irises sparkling. Faced with the adorably pleading Sanguxi, her butler could not refuse and swiftly arranged her transfer. Coincidentally, the original Sanguxi had seemingly spent a few years abroad, so although she was 12 years old, she was in the same grade as Xiaolan due to starting school late. However, Sanguxi had no intention of revealing her transfer to Xiaolan, and Sonoko, she planned to surprise Xiaolan once school commenced. September 1st, the day of the new school year at Titan Elementary, arrived in the blink of an eye. Upon entering Class 4B of Titan Elementary, Sanguxi not only received surprise glances from Mao Lilan and Suzuki Sonoko, but also laid eyes on Kudo Shinichi for the very first time. "I previously heard from Xiaolan that Kudo Shinichi travels to Hawaii with his father every summer vacation and does not stay at home." Sanguxi then realized that she had been attending every summer. While watching the show, she remembered Conan mentioning all the skills he had acquired in Hawaii. She had thought that Shinichi Kudo truly embodied the charm of a protagonist, but it turned out he diligently pursued learning each year. As soon as the class ended, Xiaolan and Yuanzi approached Sanguxi's seat. Yuanzi, with an excited tone, exclaimed, "Xiaoxi, when did you transfer? Why didn't you inform us in advance?" Marilan, equally delighted, chimed in, "Yes. I was genuinely astonished to see you in class today. If you had told us beforehand, we could have prepared a gift for you." Sanguxi, with a playful glint in her eyes, smiled and explained, "I wanted to surprise you by keeping it a secret. From now on, I can attend school with you." Mao Lilan and Yuanzi nodded in delight, especially Yuanzi. This was significant for her, as her home was not in close proximity to Lilan's, and they used to part ways midway. While Lilan had Kudo Shinichi by her side, Yuanzi had to return home alone. However, with Sanguxi now accompanying her, she would no longer be solitary on her journey. To Sanguxi's surprise, Kudo Shinichi took the initiative to speak to her, saying, "So, you are the new friend Lilan mentioned on the phone. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kudo Shinichi." Though Sanguxi was taken aback, she responded with a composed demeanor, "I have also heard about you from Xiaolan. My name is Sanguxi, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Yuanzi, observing this scene, looked at Kudo Shinichi with curiosity in her eyes, remarking, "I never imagined you would take the initiative to greet someone. Aren't you only interested in homes?" Upon hearing this, Sanguxi felt a hint of amusement. The garden was indeed a close confidant of Xiaolan, having been a fervent critic of Kudo Shinichi since childhood. Kudo Shinichi had grown accustomed to the garden's demeanor. He gestured towards Sanguxi's drawer, explaining, "That is because Sanguxi is also an admirer of Sherlock Holmes. I noticed the collection of Holmes case files on her desk." At this moment, Sanguxi recalled that she had indeed brought along a volume of Sherlock Holmes stories, which she had only just begun to peruse. Her primary motivation was to enhance her deductive skills in a world rife with mysteries, just in case the need arose. At this moment, Sanguxi suddenly comprehended why Kudo Shinichi had taken the initiative to greet her. The Holmes Gate, abbreviated as the Holmes Door. Kudo Shinichi is undoubtedly a true member of this esteemed circle. Fans of Holmes are devoid of malice. This embodies Kudo Shinichi's moral perspective. At merely 10 years of age, Kudo Shinichi had yet to encounter the shadowy organization and was not as vigilant as the storyline suggested. He swiftly welcomed this new friend who shared his fondness for Holmes. Upon discovering that she was in the same grade as Xiaolan by a twist of fate, Sanguxi resolved to draw closer to the protagonist's circle. By basking in a modicum of their brilliance, she sought to enhance her own sense of security. Hence, she did not shy away from admitting her admiration for Sherlock Holmes. After all, a new fan is still a fan. Surprisingly, Xiaolan expressed astonishment at Sanguxi's shared interest in Holmes, remarking, "Oh, Gushi, I had no idea you were also intrigued by deduction. This is the first time I've heard of it." Indeed, Gushi. It seems you share a hobby with this mystery enthusiast, YKO chimed in, equally taken aback. Sanguxi nodded with a smile and earnestly remarked, I believe that reasoning is akin to decoding. It involves uncovering the truth through minute details, and that sensation is truly captivating. Kudo Shinichi wholeheartedly concurred, affirming that this is precisely the allure of deduction. At long last, he had encountered someone of refined taste akin to his own. It must be said, however, that young Kudo Shinichi was quite naive in his youth. Upon discovering that Sanguxi shared his passion and had just begun to delve into the works of Sherlock Holmes, he enthusiastically extolled the virtues of Holmes to her. After enlightening Sanguxi with a wealth of Holmes' sagacity, the 10-year-old Kudo Shinichi excitedly declared, I shall undoubtedly become a great detective like Sherlock Holmes in the future. Yanzuko had grown accustomed to such declarations, and Xiaolan wore a calm smile. It seemed they were both well-versed in Kudo Shinichi's exuberance whenever matters of deduction arose. Sanguxi remained remarkably composed, for she was aware that Kudo Shinichi would indeed become Tokyo's most renowned high school detective. We believe in you. Given the overly tranquil expressions of the trio, Kudo Shinichi briefly suspected they were merely indulging him. Subsequently, Sanguxi attended school alongside Kudo Shinichi, Ran, and Sonoko. On weekends, she practiced karate with Ran, thereby strengthening the bonds of friendship among the four. Furthermore, Sanguxi was the only peer of Kudo Shinichi who harbored a passion for deduction, frequently engaging him in discussions about detective novels and analyzing their plots. Thus, Sanguxi seamlessly attained the distinction of being Kudo Shinichi's confidant, a title she welcomed with enthusiasm. After all, being a confidant of the future Death God elementary student, while also being a close friend of Ran and Sonoko, indicated that her narrative would likely not lead to an untimely demise. As November swiftly approached, with the 7th drawing ever closer, Sanguxi began to feel a sense of anxiety. The fate of Hajiwara Kinji rested upon this pivotal moment. Chapter 3, The Rescue of Hajiwara Kinji, November 5th, after school. Sanguxi informed Xiaolan that she had prior commitments and could not return home with her and the others. The three did not harbor any suspicions. After parting ways with Xiaolan at the school gate, Sanguxi took a taxi to the police headquarters. Coincidentally, upon arriving at the police headquarters, she encountered Kinji Hajiwara, who was just leaving after his shift. Sanguxi did not approach with familiarity. Instead, he merely unleashed his extraordinary ability, marking Kinji Hajiwara. Thus, wherever Hajiwara may be, he can swiftly sense his location amidst the crowd. November 7th happened to fall on a Saturday. Early in the morning, Sanguxi stationed herself near the police headquarters. After all, the original text did not specify a precise location, and she was unaware of where the bomb had been planted. Thus, Sanguxi had no choice but to resort to the most rudimentary method, which was to keep a vigilant watch on Kinji Hajiwara. At 10:28 in the morning, after waiting for over 2 hours at the entrance of the Metropolitan Police Department, Sanguxi finally saw Kinji Hajiwara emerge. She swiftly hailed a taxi and, guided by the mental imprint she had left on Hajiwara, followed him to his destination. The bomb was installed on the 20th floor of a residential building, where all the residents had been evacuated. True to the original narrative, Hajiwara entered the scene to defuse the bomb without donning protective gear. Sanguxi is but a child, utterly untrained in the art of bomb disposal, and thus she cannot breach the perimeter established by the police. Nevertheless, entering was never her intention. Her focus is solely on the perpetrator of the bombing. Outside the cordon, a throng of onlookers remains, the majority drawn by mere curiosity. Sanguxi was certain that the bomber was here, observing the police's every move. The bomb on the 20th floor was a trap specifically designed for the authorities. Even if Kinji Hajiwara successfully defused it, the perpetrator could detonate it remotely. In her quest to uncover the identity of this criminal, Sanguxi concealed herself within the crowd and began to unleash her extraordinary abilities. The complex emotions of the surrounding populace flooded her mind, overwhelming her senses momentarily. But then, she found it. Amidst a sea of curiosity and concern, a dark emotion brimming with intense malice and excitement stood out conspicuously. Sanguxi quietly moved beside the man, a gaunt figure with a scruffy beard and a rather ominous demeanor. Despite the hat he wore, Sanguxi's upward gaze allowed him to easily perceive the malice flickering in the man's eyes. Upon sensing Sanguxi's scrutiny, the bomber glanced down, and upon realizing he was merely confronted by a child, he scowled menacingly and spat. "You brat, what are you staring at? Get lost." Sanguxi feigned fright, shivering slightly and displaying a visage of terror before she turned and fled in tears. Yet, in truth, She did not genuinely depart. Instead, she circled around and, concealed by the throng of people, stealthily returned to the rear of the bomber. At that moment, the onlookers were all gazing upwards, fixated on the commotion above. And the bomber was no exception. In the serene village of Sanguxi, there resided a diminutive child whose stature rendered her nearly invisible to those around her. Quietly, she extracted a syringe filled with anesthesia from her pocket, an item procured from an unlicensed veterinary shop, acquired through her endearing charm. She had deceived the proprietor by claiming it was intended for her father, for the family's pig. The owner had boasted that the anesthetic could easily incapacitate a bull. Sanguxi, fearing an insufficient dosage, took the precaution of purchasing a double quantity of the substance intended for the remote detonation of the bomb. Furthermore, as this was a veterinary anesthetic, its application was quite straightforward. Merely administering it to the pig would yield immediate effects. Nonetheless, Sanguxi remained uneasy. After retrieving the anesthetic, she furtively produced a stun gun, acquired from a dark web vendor who had labeled it for self-defense purposes. Due to its crude manufacturing, the device boasted considerable power, although the seller assured that it would not be fatal. At most, it might singe a few strands of hair. Given the gravity of the situation, Sanguxi exercised utmost caution. After all, any delay in incapacitating the bomber could endanger Kinji Hajiwara. Moreover, this could be deemed a pivotal moment in the narrative. Whether she could alter the course of events hinged on this very act. With her tools at the ready, Sanguxi positioned herself behind the man. As he reached for his pocket, she swiftly struck with dual force. The assailant, taken completely by surprise, managed only a fleeting glance at Sanguxi before his hair began to smolder, and he collapsed, motionless. She had succeeded. As Sanguxi exhaled in relief, a wave of exhilaration surged within her. In the very moment the assailant collapsed, she deftly concealed the instrument of her crime. Remarkably, none of the onlookers bothered to cast a glance in her direction. Naturally, this was also attributed to Sanguxi's subtle mental manipulation. The commotion caused by the bomb perpetrator's fall was considerable, inevitably capturing the attention of the surrounding crowd. However, Sanguxi had meticulously devised a comprehensive strategy. Taking a gamble, she transformed her solitary bicycle into a roaring motorcycle. Thus, she commenced her performance. With exaggerated flair, Sanguxi knelt beside the fallen assailant, wailing heart-rendingly. "Uncle, uncle, please wake up. You mustn't die." Her piercing cries quickly drew a crowd, even enticing the police officers stationed beyond the cordon. Upon witnessing the arrival of the police, Sanguxi wept even more fervently, her tears streaming as she exclaimed, "Officer, it was not me. I truly did not intend for this to happen. Please, do not apprehend me. I did not commit murder." The officer, upon hearing her words, felt a pang of alarm as he glanced at the fallen figure, hastening over to crouch down and assess the situation. However, observing the man convulsing on the ground, his hair standing on end, the officer, not lacking in discernment, quickly deduced that this was not a medical episode but rather a consequence of electrocution. "Young one, what exactly transpired here?" Sanguxi poured her entire acting prowess into this moment, sobbing uncontrollably. "Woo-woo, he just touched me. I'm so scared. I didn't mean to kill him. Please don't arrest me, woo-woo." Upon hearing these words, the police officer furrowed his brow deeply. After all, molesting a child is a crime, and this situation was utterly outrageous. The onlookers began to condemn the man on the ground, while also attempting to console the visibly terrified Sanguxi. The crowd grew increasingly larger, prompting the officer to report to his superiors. His superior was none other than Officer Muro, who, at that moment, had just received the news of Kinji Hajiwara's successful bomb disposal. Relieved to have resolved a critical concern, he promptly made his way to the scene. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that no matter how he inquired, the little girl remained silent, consumed by tears, likely traumatized. Meanwhile, the other individual lay on the ground, unconscious. Officer Muro felt a twinge of frustration as he prepared to escort the tearful Sanguxi and the incapacitated man back to the station when Kinji Hajiwara descended from above. Upon his arrival, he found Officer Muro at a loss, facing a sobbing little girl. Curiously, Hajiwara approached them. "Officer Muro, what has transpired?" Muro gestured towards the man, who was being examined by a doctor, and explained, "According to my subordinate's report, that man took advantage of the crowded surroundings to molest the child." The Sanguxi gazed at the vivid presence of Kinji Hajiwara before her. With a gentle motion, she wiped away her crocodile tears and, in a quivering voice, inquired, "Is that true?" Kinji Hajiwara nodded with a smile, reassuring her, "Of course it is. How could the police deceive you?" Subsequently, as Sanguxi forgot her guardian's phone number, Officer Magyar had no choice but to escort her and the individual who had collapsed back to the police station. On their journey to the precinct, Sanguxi found herself seated in the same vehicle as Kinji Hajiwara. Inside the car, he observed the young girl beside him, whose emotions had begun to stabilize, and spoke in a gentle tone. "Little girl, what is your name?" Sanguxi presented herself with remarkable charm, her voice imbued with youthful innocence. "I am Sanguxi. May I call you Little Stream?" Sanguxi nodded slightly, although Hajiwara Kinji wore a gentle smile. It appeared utterly untrustworthy in the discerning eyes of Sanguxi. She felt a profound sense of vigilance. The conversation was about to commence, and he was poised to extract information. Indeed, Hajiwara Kinji maintained his calm demeanor as he inquired, "What about the device that incapacitated that nefarious individual? Might I have the privilege of observing it?" Sanguxi offered no resistance as she produced a generic high-powered stun gun purchased online and obediently handed it over. "Here you go." Upon receiving it, Keiichi Hajiwara glanced at the device, his lips twitching slightly. "Xiaoxi, where did you acquire this? Such a high voltage is prohibited from circulation in the market, isn't it? How did this little girl manage to obtain it? This power could easily incapacitate a bull." Sanguxi's expression resembled that of a child who had misbehaved. She lowered her head, fidgeting with her fingers, and said, "I secretly purchased this online, Little Stream. This item is quite perilous, so may I ask if you could confiscate it, uncle?" Sanguxi had never intended to return. She merely nodded in silence to convey her agreement. Subsequently, Ruji Hajiwara posed several other questions to Sanguxi, yet she skillfully evaded each one with remarkable finesse. Observing the despondent expression on Sanguxi's face, Ruji, being considerate, refrained from pressing her further, and the atmosphere within the vehicle fell back into a serene silence. It was not until they were nearing the police station that Sanguxi, who had remained quiet until then, suddenly spoke up. "Uncle, I must confess that I have been dishonest." Taken aback by her unexpected revelation, Ruji Hajiwara responded with a hint of confusion. "What do you mean?" Sanguxi lowered her head, her tone tinged with conflict. "That uncle did not touch me, yet he is truly a wicked man. I witnessed the malevolence in his gaze as he watched the uncle dismantle the explosives in that building, and he even revealed this." As Sanguxi spoke, her voice trembled with a hint of tears, as if fearing disbelief from others. She revealed the detonator she had retrieved from the bomber's pocket earlier, stating, "I have seen this. The movies call it a bomb remote control. However, I feared you would not believe me, which is why I lied." Hajiwara Kinji stood momentarily stunned as Sanguxi produced the detonator. Though merely a 10-year-old child, he found himself inexplicably inclined to trust her words. After taking the device from Sanguxi's hand, he examined it closely, quickly concluding that it was indeed a specially designed detonator. As a police officer, Hajiwara Kinji possessed keen intuition. From her brief remarks, he swiftly pieced together the sequence of events. Yet, it was difficult for him to fathom that a child had managed to capture a bomber filled with malice toward the police. The truth would soon emerge once the perpetrator regained consciousness. Observing the timid expression on Sanguxi's face, he realized her fear of his disbelief. Therefore, he gently reassured her, "Cici, I believe you." Upon hearing these words, Sanguxi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Is it true?" "I truly did not lie," she replied earnestly. "Indeed." Kawahara Kinji chuckled, gently ruffling the little girl's hair. After arriving at the Metropolitan Police Department, Kawahara Kinji promptly reported the matter to his superiors, who chose to temporarily place their trust in Sanguxi. After all, the perpetrator had already been apprehended, and the authenticity of her claims could be verified once the individual regained consciousness. Considering that Sanguxi was merely a child and had likely played a pivotal role in the resolution of the case, they did not impose any undue pressure upon her. Having voluntarily confessed, Sanguxi provided the butler's contact information, and she was swiftly taken away by him. Upon returning home after leaving the police headquarters, night had already fallen. After finishing her dinner, Sanguxi lay on her bed and let out a deep sigh of relief. What an exhausting day it had been. In order to ensure the success of her plan, she had discreetly employed her mental prowess to interfere with those around her, from the onlookers to the police. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge for the authorities to readily believe the words of a mere child. Fortunately, at the age of 12, even the most outlandish claims would not seem entirely implausible. However, the consequence of overexerting her mental abilities was a slight headache, and as she massaged her temples, she sighed. Realizing she was still too weak, she needed to swiftly hone her supernatural skills. Nevertheless, with this matter resolved, she should be able to enjoy a few years of well-deserved relaxation. Completely at ease, Sanguxi slumbered until noon the following day, only to be awakened by the butler, who informed her that the Metropolitan Police Department required her to return a telephone call. Although Sanguxi was perplexed, he decided to make the call. The voice on the other end belonged to Officer Mumu, who spoke with an air of resignation. Sanguxi, aside from the stun gun, did you employ any other means yesterday? The perpetrator should have regained consciousness by now, yet he remains in a state of unconsciousness. It was only after an overnight full-body examination that they discovered a significant presence of veterinary anesthetics in his blood. It is evident who is responsible for this. Nevertheless, adhering to a principle of caution, I felt it necessary to reach out and inquire. Upon hearing this, Sanguxi suddenly recalled that she had neglected to mention this matter. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she spoke up. Yes, I used the anesthetic purchased from the veterinary store. Officer Mumu, unfazed, sighed and replied, could you kindly provide the address? We need to verify it. Certainly. After reporting the address, Sanguxi tentatively inquired, Officer, has the villain regained consciousness? Officer Mugur, without concealing the truth, replied, after treatment, he has stabilized and awakened an hour ago. Moreover, he has a criminal record and has confessed. We owe a great deal to you, Sanguxi. Thank you immensely. The diligent student Sanguxi humbly remarked, this is merely the duty of a citizen. Once the call ended, Sanguxi finally felt a sense of relief. Now, Hagiwara Kinji and Matsuda Jinpei were undoubtedly safe. She knew that Akira Furuya ought to express his gratitude to her, having inadvertently safeguarded two of his close friends. However, adhering to the cherished tradition of doing good deeds anonymously, he need not be aware of her involvement. The thrill of being the unseen orchestrator filled Sanguxi with excitement. How exhilarating! Chapter 4. Hagiwara Kinji's invitation to dinner. With Hagiwara Kinji's matter resolved, Sanguxi felt a significant weight lifted from her shoulders. Furthermore, her actions stemmed solely from her own volition. She never anticipated any form of gratitude from others. Thus, when she received a call from Hagiwara Kinji, expressing his desire to treat her to dinner as a token of appreciation, Sanguxi was taken aback. Sanguxi had not initially intended to attend, she was merely a devoted fan, content to serve in the shadows without anticipating any recompense. However, the sudden realization that she needed to assist both Xu Fujingwang and Ida Hang prompted her to reconsider. Thus, fostering a cordial relationship with Hagiwara Kinji seemed quite essential. Consequently, Sanguxi ultimately acquiesced to Hagiwara Kinji's invitation to dine together. After all, while Ida Hang's accident could be managed, the situation concerning Xu Fujingwang was decidedly more complex, particularly given its ties to the distillery. A long-term strategy was indeed warranted. Upon arriving at the designated restaurant with her small backpack, Sanguxi was taken aback to encounter Matsuda Jinpei. Yet, considering their childhood bond, it was both unexpected and entirely reasonable. Good day, officer. Sanguxi played the role of an amiable child, sweetly greeting the two individuals. At merely 22 years of age, I find it rather disheartening to be addressed as uncle. With a resigned smile, Hagiwara Kinji reached out to touzle Sanguxi's small, curly hair and continued. My name is Hagiwara Kinji. You may call me Hagiwara Onaikan or Kinji Onaikan. Hagiwara Onaikan, Sanguxi readily obliged. Hagiwara Kinji responded with a gentle squeeze of Sanguxi's cheek, exclaiming, how adorable you are. He then introduced his friend. This is my good friend. You may refer to him as Matsuda Onaikan. Hello, Matsuda Onaikan. In the verdant gaze of Sanguxi, shaped like a crescent moon, she resolved to be the most obedient and endearing child today. Her sweet, mellifluous voice, combined with her adorable appearance, even softened the typically aloof Matsuda Zenpei, who couldn't resist playfully pinching her chubby cheeks. Accompanied by Sanguxi, Hagiwara Kinji led her into the reserved restaurant. His tone gentle as he inquired, is there anything you wish to eat? You are my savior, and today I wish to express my gratitude. Anything is fine. I am not picky. Sanguxi replied cheerfully. Matsuda Zenpei, now donning his usual cool demeanor, suddenly seemed to recall something amusing, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. After interrogating the suspect, Officer Muro learned that the individual had initially intended to detonate a bomb to kill the bomb disposal officer, but was rendered unconscious by her actions during the explosion. The mere thought of Officer Muro mentioning the anesthetic used by this little girl made Matsuda Zenpei chuckle softly. Thus, he had specially come today to meet this intuitively sensitive yet uniquely spirited girl. It could only be said that the charming exterior of Sanguxi sharply contrasted with her fierce actions. Upon hearing that Sanguxi was not picky with her food, Hajawara Kenji praised. Wonderful. He then summoned the waiter to order a plethora of dishes favored by children. As they dined, Sanguxi found herself nestled between two handsome young men. Her curious eyes darting back and forth, struggling to take in both at once. Little stream, what captures your attention? Sanguxi was utterly captivated by beauty. Her lips moving before her mind could catch up. Look at that handsome guy, she exclaimed. Pooh. Hearing this, Kenji Hajawara couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Junpei Matsuda was momentarily taken aback, clearing his throat awkwardly a few times. Realizing her slip, Sanguxi's cheeks flushed crimson. Oh no, her true nature had been exposed. And she wished to find a hole to hide in. However, the words had already escaped her lips and had been heard by the very person she was speaking about. Sanguxi suddenly realized that she was merely a child and thus unlikely to be perceived as a deviant. Instantly, her mindset shifted. She decided to embrace her innocence and speak candidly, abandoning all pretense. Seeing Sanguxi's flushed face, Hajawara Kenji found her utterly adorable. Truly a testament to the enchanting filter of youthful innocence. Matsuda Junpei, on a whim, decided to tease her. Clearing his throat, he inquired, between Hajawara and myself, who do you think is more handsome? Sanguxi glanced around, feeling somewhat troubled. How was she to choose? These two individuals possessed distinctly different styles of handsomeness. Both were her type, after all, with countless men in the world, all handsome in their own right. Sanguxi furrowed her small forehead in a tangled expression. Lowering her head as she muttered, only children make choices. Of course, I want both. Both individuals, keenly perceptive, naturally overheard her words. Matsuda Junpei, taken aback by her statement, soon regained his composure and teasingly remarked, I never would have guessed that at such a tender age, you possess such ambition. Sanguxi, with a serious demeanor, defended herself, asserting that appreciating beauty is an intrinsic human nature. When beautiful things present themselves, I cannot help but gaze upon them. Observing the flush that crept to Sanguxi's ears, Hajawara Kenji refrained from letting Matsuda tease her further. He nodded in agreement, saying, I find Sanguxi's perspective quite reasonable. Matsuda Junpei, recalling Hajawara's usual demeanor, could not help but exclaim, Hagi, in some respects, you two are remarkably alike. Both have an affinity for the aesthetically pleasing, a love for beauty. The meal concluded perfectly in a relaxed atmosphere. Subsequently, the two accompanied Sanguxi to the amusement park for an enjoyable outing. In the evening, after Hajawara and Matsuda saw Sanguxi home, she was fortunate enough to receive their contact information and a delightful rabbit plushie from Hajawara. As she bid farewell to Hajawara and Matsuda, Sanguxi watched them depart, her thoughts drifting to when she might next encounter Zhu Fujingguang. At that moment, he and Ryugamin Rei were likely undergoing training at the Public Security Bureau, not yet infiltrating the organization as undercover agents. In the original narrative, it was not until 2 years post-graduation that they managed to infiltrate the organization through its periphery. As it stands, Zhu Fujingguang's demise is projected to occur 4 years hence. Sanguxi has yet to devise a means to rescue Zhu Fujingguang. After all, Jingguang's demise is intertwined with the organization, and she is merely a child. In 4 years, she will only be 16, still a minor. Sanguxi could only place her hopes in her own extraordinary abilities. If she were to exert herself, 4 years should suffice to restore her to approximately 70 to 80% of her former prowess. This might be enough for her to rescue Zhu Fujingguang from the organization as clutches. However, there lay a prerequisite. She must first encounter Zhu Fujingguang and establish a mental marker upon him. This would enable her to pinpoint his location. After all, the original narrative did not specify the exact address of the rooftop that fateful night, nor did it provide a precise time. She needed to remain vigilant. Now, while he had yet to infiltrate, Sanguxi's sole opportunity to meet Zhu Fujingguang lay in forging a connection through Hajawara and Matsuda. She needed to swiftly cultivate a rapport with the two of them. Sanguxi thought to herself that there were still 2 years left, so she could take her time. The delightful weekend passed, and Sanguxi returned to the routine of attending school daily. Good morning, Yuanzi. Good morning, Xiaoxi. The two encountered each other outside the villa and, midway, met up with Xiao Lan and Conan Adagawa, proceeding to school together as a quartet. Though the life of an elementary school student was leisurely, it was undeniably tedious. Sanguxi's sole delight each day was secretly indulging in novels. After all, the knowledge taught in elementary school was exceedingly simplistic, and one characteristic of a psychic was the ability to remember everything at a glance. Thus, even without attending classes, Sanguxi could achieve perfect scores. With Conan, an avid mystery enthusiast, constantly whispering in her ear, she found herself somewhat enchanted by Sherlock Holmes. To read novels during lessons without being discovered, she had to engage in a battle of wits with her teachers daily. Her homeroom teacher, exasperated yet indulgent, turned a blind eye to this student who excelled in every subject yet harbored a peculiar hobby. As long as she remained undetected by the subject teachers, it sufficed. Yuanzi could only watch her retreating figure with envy, exclaiming, "I'm so envious of Xiaoxi. She can score full marks even without attending class." Xiaolan nodded in agreement. "Indeed. I wonder how Xiaoxi manages that." Suddenly, Yuanzi recalled something, her expression shifting to one of realization. Could it be because she is 2 years older than us? Perhaps so, for it was her first time encountering someone even smarter than Shinichi. She seemed proficient in everything. Xiaolan gazed at Sanguxi, who sat engrossed in her novel, and sighed in resignation. Not only was she talented in playing the piano and drawing, but she also exhibited remarkable skill in karate. Moreover, Sanguxi not only excelled academically but was also strikingly beautiful. Even Conan, faced with this formidable rival who threatened to usurp his position as the top student, felt a sense of helplessness. In his 10 years of smooth sailing, he suddenly found himself confronted by his greatest competitor. However, determined to become a detective as great as Sherlock Holmes, the 10-year-old Conan ignited with newfound ambition. Time flew by swiftly, and soon the new year arrived. This was Sanguxi's first new year since her arrival in this world. Xiaolan learned from Yuanzi that Sanguxi had lost her family in the first half of the year. Thus, the trio of Xiaolan, Yuanzi, and Conan decided to celebrate the new year with Sanguxi. On New Year's Eve, bright and early, the three knocked on the door of Sanguxi's home. Sanguxi was immersed in a delightful dream when she was abruptly awakened by the piercing intensity of 3 gazes. As she opened her eyes, she was met with the enlarged faces of 3 individuals. Sanguxi had just awakened, her expression one of bewilderment. "What are you doing here?" she inquired. Yuanzi, with a cheerful smile, playfully pinched her cheek and explained, "We have come to celebrate the new year with you. We have already informed our families that we will be spending the night here to usher in the new year together and to be the first to wish you a happy new year." Confronted with 3 pairs of honest eyes, Sanguxi momentarily froze, her heart swelling with emotion. Family, she could no longer contain herself. Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. She yearned to forge a lifelong friendship with them. Chapter 5. New Year. Given the New Year festivities, Sanguxi had granted leave to the family cook and driver several days in advance, while the butler, having no relatives, remained. During these days, Sanguxi relied entirely on the butler for her meals. However, upon the arrival of Xiaolan and the others, the 4 children, brimming with excitement, decided to prepare lunch themselves. And Sanguxi was eager to join in. Yet, their culinary skills varied significantly. Xiaolan was the most adept, already capable of preparing simple dishes. Yuanzi ranked second, having taken baking classes, which equipped her to create various desserts and cookies. Kudo Shinichi came third, though his practical skills were somewhat lacking, his theoretical knowledge was extensive. The butler refrained from cooking, instead focusing on preparing the ingredients for them. Sanguxi, with an audacious demeanor, aspired to secure the 4th position. However, her lack of culinary prowess rendered her unworthy of such a ranking, and she was promptly ousted from the kitchen by 3 individuals. Through the kitchen door, Yuanzi erupted in raucous laughter, exclaiming, "At long last, I have discovered a facet in which Xiaoxi falters." Xiaolan, observing Sanguxi's creation of strawberry stir-fried potatoes on the stove, stifled her laughter behind her hand. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi peeked from the kitchen, presenting Sanguxi with her creation and teasingly remarked, "Sanguxi, kindly take your strawberry stir-fried potatoes far away from the kitchen." Sanguxi, her face etched with resentment, clutched the plate tightly, her gaze lingering with a sense of melancholy upon the kitchen. "Ah, those 3. Have they conspired to ostracize her? She can distinguish between sugar and salt. She knows the difference between soy sauce and vinegar. The dishes she prepares are visually appealing. Why should she be barred from entering? Is there any issue with strawberries and potatoes together? Humph. A person's worth can be reevaluated after merely 3 days apart. Just wait." She is determined to secretly learn the art of cooking and then astonish everyone. Sanguxi approached the dining table, cradling a plate in her hands. Gazing at her meticulously arranged creation, she pouted in dismay. Surely, they lacked discernment. How could such delectable ingredients as strawberries and potatoes possibly result in an unpalatable dish? With this thought in mind, Sanguxi, defying her doubts, stealthily took a bite, only to be met with an overwhelming sense of nausea. No way. How could this happen? Sanguxi wore a vacant expression, akin to a salted fish struck by lightning. How to articulate this flavor? The sweet and sour essence of strawberries, the soft and glutinous texture of potatoes, the salinity of salt, and the nuances of various seasonings melded together in perfect harmony. There was a bizarre sensation, as if indifferent to the fate of others. Fearing ridicule from the trio, Sanguxi forcefully swallowed the peculiar morsel, quenching the odd taste with copious amounts of water. Then, after casting a furtive glance around, she feigned nonchalance, carrying her plate to the restroom. As for her purpose, it was understood amongst them without the need for further elaboration. Ultimately, by the time the three in the kitchen emerged with their culinary creations, that particular dish had vanished from the dining table. Xiaolan and her companions exchanged knowing glances, followed by a shared, silent laughter. After lunch, snow began to fall outside. The four decided to indulge in a brief afternoon nap before venturing out to play. The butler had prepared the guest rooms. Yet Xiaolan and Yuanzi opted to share a bed with Sanguxi. Fortunately, Sanguxi's bed was spacious enough that the three girls could lie together without feeling cramped. When they awoke, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, and the courtyard was blanketed in thick snow. The three girls expressed a desire to build a snowman, yet Kudo Shinichi had the audacity to declare them childish. Sanguxi silently muttered to herself, at such a tender age, they already pretend to be adults. It's no wonder they still feign childhood in adulthood. This is poetic justice. What she did not anticipate was that not long after, the very person who claimed disinterest began to secretly envy the joy radiating from the group as they played halfway through their activities. Hesitant to join yet unable to suppress his desire, Sanguxi noticed the glimmer of envy in his eyes but chose to ignore it, holding a grudge. Ultimately, Kudo Shinichi could no longer contain himself and approached them, his ears flushed. I could help you find the snowman's eyes, nose, and mouth. After being teased by Yuanzi, he decided to embrace his plight and defiantly declared, I'm just a child. What's wrong with being a bit childish? As the group grew weary from their play, twilight began to settle in, and they dashed back indoors, leaving behind 4 snowmen adorned with scarves of blue, pink, red, and green, standing in a row. After enjoying the dinner prepared by the butler, Yuanzi suggested a game of Monopoly, with Ayoko, the luckiest of them all. It was predictable how devastatingly the others would fare. When the clock struck midnight, heralding the new year, despite their exhaustion, the group jolted to alertness upon hearing the chimes. Cici, Happy New Year. Cici, Happy New Year. Sanguxi, Happy New Year. Yuanzi, Ayoko, and Kudo Shinichi exclaimed in unison. Sanguxi's eyes glistened with a hint of emotion as she wished everyone a Happy New Year. Late into the night, fatigue enveloped the group, and soon they succumbed to the embrace of slumber. Xiaolan and Yuanzu remained nestled beside Sanguxi, and just before drifting off, they whispered to her, Xiaoxi, let us celebrate the new year together again next year. All right. On the first day of the new year, at 3:40 in the morning, the occupants of the villa were ensconced in a deep sleep, oblivious to the fleeting shadow that flitted through the kitchen. At 4 o'clock, Kudo Shinichi was jolted awake by a cloud of thick smoke. For a brief moment, he was disoriented, but then clarity dawned upon him. Disaster had struck. He rushed to the adjacent room where the 3 girls slept, yet despite his frantic attempts to rouse them, they remained unresponsive, lost in the depths of their dreams. After much effort, only Sanguxi stirred, awakening from her slumber. As Sanguxi opened her eyes and grasped the situation, she immediately reacted with a composed expression. Kudo, you carry Ran, and I shall bear Sonoko. Let us depart swiftly. Kudo Shinichi nodded, and together they hastily fled the flames, each bearing a sleeping Ran and Sonoko upon their backs. Upon emerging into the snowy expanse, they finally allowed themselves to relax. A biting gust of wind swept through, causing the scantily clad figures to involuntarily shudder. After such a tumultuous ordeal, Ran and Sonoko began to awaken in confusion. As Ran opened her eyes, the first sight that met her was the towering inferno, and she gasped in alarm. What is happening? Is this a fire? It was only then that Sonoko realized she had been resting on Sanguxi's back, prompting her to hastily leap down. Sanguxi gazed at the flickering flames and suddenly smacked her forehead in realization. Uncle Butler has not yet emerged. Without waiting for the others to respond, she continued, Kudo, I shall return to summon help. You quickly contact the fire department. Yuanzi, it is too cold outside. You should take Xiaolan to your home. Sanguxi reflected on the care her steward uncle had bestowed upon her over the past 6 months, and without hesitation, she resolutely dashed into the inferno. No. Xiaoxi, it's too dangerous. Sanguxi, don't go. The flames are too fierce. The three voiced their disapproval, but Kudo Shinichi, reacting the quickest, attempted to restrain her. However, Sanguxi possessed an extraordinary strength, and he could not hold her back. He could only watch helplessly as her figure vanished into the blazing abyss. Just before disappearing into the flames, Sanguxi glanced back at Kudo Shinichi. Yet, at that moment, he failed to comprehend the meaning behind her gaze, and by the time he understood, many years had elapsed. As she plunged into the fiery chaos, Sanguxi bent low, struggling to breathe as she made her way toward her steward uncle's room. Upon opening the door, she found him not peacefully slumbering, but standing upright within the doorway. The firelight danced upon his face, revealing a remarkably serene expression. Why did you return? The once fair visage of Sanguxi has transformed into that of a calico cat, her emerald eyes remaining remarkably clear even amidst the flickering flames. With a tone of utmost seriousness, she stated, after that car accident, I remember nothing, save for the fact that Uncle Butler has been caring for me. The butler, a middle-aged man in his 40s, gazed at Sanguxi with a sigh, and suddenly, as if catching her off guard, he drew near with alarming swiftness. A sharp pain shot through her neck, and as consciousness slipped away, her final thought was a disconcerting realization. Would she truly meet her end? The protagonist's halo of Kudo Shinichi had eluded her, yet the grim aura of death seemed to cling to her with unwavering precision. On her very first visit to her home, she found herself on the precipice of demise. Chapter 6. The parting beneath the veil of flames. When Sanguxi regained consciousness, she found herself in a different place. She surveyed her surroundings, unable to determine where she was. It neither resembled a hospital nor a hotel. Aside from a pitch-black bed, there was nothing else in sight. In this unfamiliar environment, Sanguxi gazed at the surveillance camera on the ceiling and ultimately refrained from making any impulsive movements, choosing instead to lie quietly on the bed. Turning over and closing her eyes once more, reflecting on the events preceding her unconsciousness, she let out a sigh. Just as one wave subsides, another arises. It was when she was roused by Kudo Shinichi that she began to grasp the unfolding of events. Sanguxi considers herself not to be a heavy sleeper. With Kudo Shinichi already awake, it is inconceivable for her, a psychic with mental abilities, to remain oblivious amidst such a roaring fire. Furthermore, even Ran and Sonoko are sleeping so soundly. The only explanation that Sanguxi could conceive was the glass of milk delivered by the butler before bedtime. However, lacking the memories of this body, she could not fathom the butler's intentions. When she called for the butler back at the fire scene, she unleashed her abilities but sensed no murderous intent emanating from him. Thus, she allowed herself to be lulled into unconsciousness. After some time, she found herself carried into a vehicle, and eventually, overwhelmed by fatigue, she succumbed to sleep. Sanguxi could not fathom what could possibly be gained from a 12-year-old girl who had lost both her parents. Surely, it could not be for the substantial inheritance left behind by her deceased guardians. In the serene ambience of Sanguxi, the door to the room swung open abruptly. She stirred slightly, her ears twitching, yet her eyes remained closed. Following this, a series of footsteps echoed, the sound of polished shoes resonating heavily, indicating the arrival of a seasoned individual. Since she was awake, there was no need for pretense. It was the voice of an unfamiliar man, deep and frigid, devoid of any emotion. Sanguxi remained silent, striving to embody the essence of a genuine child. Her frail frame trembled slightly, and she instinctively huddled beneath the covers, concealing her head. Goodness, could this steward be contemplating selling her? Is this individual a human trafficker? Darn it. Just wait. She would undoubtedly uproot this den of thieves sooner or later. TSK. A visitor, growing impatient, clicked their tongue before advancing toward the bedside. In the next moment, Sanguxi's blanket was yanked away, leaving her fully exposed to the air. Sanguxi's acting skills came into full play as she curled herself into a tight ball, clutching her own body, trembling uncontrollably, yet still refusing to open her eyes. She feared that if she were to glimpse the face of her captor, it would provide them with even greater justification for silencing her forever. Suddenly, the mattress beside her sank, and a painful grip seized her chin. Open your eyes. It is said that what is meant to be will come to pass, whether it be fortune or misfortune. Sanguxi silently sighed within, slowly opening his eyes, only to meet a pair of icy emerald green eyes. In that fleeting moment of connection, both individuals were momentarily stunned. Sanguxi let out a long, anguished cry within her heart. Jin. Why Jin? Who can elucidate what transpired in between? The butler, with his extensive connections, must have orchestrated her entry into the organization. Neither of them uttered a word, and a heavy silence enveloped the space between them. The person's white hair, mirroring Sanguxi's own, brushed against her face, eliciting a ticklish sensation. Sanguxi attempted to shift her face to evade the strands of hair. But the grip of the large hand clasping her chin was simply too forceful, rendering her immobile. Suddenly, Jinjiu released his hold on Sanguxi's chin. Had there been a mirror, she would have noticed the bruised hue that had settled upon it. Observing the darkening mark, Jinjiu silently smirked, uttering a mocking, "So weak." Yet, one must remember that she bore half of his blood. Could he not display a modicum of gentleness? A commanding voice resonated from the doorway, and upon turning her head, Sanguxi instantly recognized the newcomer, Belmode. However, at that moment, her mind was consumed by Belmode's earlier words to Jinjiu. "She carries half of your blood." Sanguxi's pupils trembled in shock. What had she just heard? Could it be a mistake? Did vermouth imply that Jin was her? That word father was something Sanguxi could not utter, nor dare to contemplate. However, before she could recover from her astonishment, vermouth dropped another bombshell. Observing Sanguxi's white hair and emerald green eyes, vermouth raised an eyebrow and remarked, "TSK. Clearly a combination of our genes, yet it resembles you so closely." It was over. Completely over. The worldview of Sanguxi shattered into countless fragments in an instant. So, she is the daughter of Jinjiu and Birmod? When was she born? How could she be unaware of this? Furthermore, judging by the organization's strenuous efforts to capture her, it seems she can never return to her previous home. Sanguxi began to brainstorm, confident that the organization would not err in its assessments. Thus, she must indeed be the daughter of these two individuals. However, observing the gaze of the couple, it did not appear to reflect a reverence for blood ties. The organization valued no familial bonds, and she now had to create advantageous conditions for herself. Such thoughts flickered through her mind in an instant. Sanguxi's countenance was marked by fear as she huddled in the innermost corner of the bed. Leaning against the wall, her gaze filled with vigilance directed at the two individuals before her. "Who are you? Why have you captured me? I do not recognize either of you." Neither of the two paid heed to Sanguxi's words. Jin, observing the girl's wary demeanor, let out a derisive laugh, realizing that she had indeed lost her memory, to the extent of forgetting her very own home. Vermouth, regarding Sanguxi's expression of distrust, felt a deeper amusement in her eyes. "I am Vermouth, the absinthe, and I shall be your new guardian from now on. Come with me." Upon hearing these words, Sanguxi felt a heaviness in her heart. It was neither Sharon Winard nor Chris Winard. It was Absinthe. She was referring to her codename within the organization in front of an innocent child. The daughter of Absinthe is markedly different from that of a movie star. Indeed, the next words from Jinjiu were, "The organization has no need for worthless waste. She shall be sent to the training camp tomorrow." Belmod glanced at Jinjiu, raising an eyebrow, thinking how ruthless Jinjiu was. Jinjiu let out a cold laugh, casting a frigid glance at the trembling Sanguxi on the bed, speaking in a chilling tone. "Ha! Emotions are the most useless things. If she cannot pass the training, then she shall return to where she belongs." Where is that? Certainly not back home. However, judging by the tone, it seemed she would not be taking her life. Perhaps a test was in order? "I do not wish to train. I want to go home." Sanguxi sprang from the bed, feigning an escape. As expected, she was swiftly yanked back by Jinjiu, who grasped her collar. Sanguxi, clad in her previous thin nightgown, stood barefoot on the chilly floor, unable to suppress a shiver, before the towering figure of Jinjiu, who stood at an imposing height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches. The 12-year-old Sanguxi resembled a diminutive quail. "You are a villain," the young girl exclaimed, her voice tinged with a hint of tears, lacking in conviction. The words of Sanguxi were utterly inconsequential to Jinjiu. With a cold smirk, he crouched down. Jinjiu fixed his gaze upon Sanguxi. The icy muzzle of the Beretta pressed against her forehead, his tone a blend of menace and caution, laced with a hint of lethal intent, subtle yet sufficient to instill fear in a 12-year-old child. "If you attempt to flee again, this bullet shall pierce your heart." He pointed at her forehead while threatening to strike her heart, employing a clever ruse to mislead. Sanguxi silently lamented within her heart. Yet outwardly she maintained a faade of composure. She stood rigidly in place, paralyzed by fear, her clear green eyes brimming with tears, striving to suppress the flood of emotions threatening to spill forth. Sanguxi appeared utterly terrified, her voice tinged with a sob. At the moment she nodded. Tears flowed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The little girl wiped her tears incessantly with her small hands, biting her lip to stifle any sound of sorrow. She looked pitiful beyond measure. Perhaps sensing a flicker of compassion for her, Belmode bent down and embraced Sanguxi, feeling the small frame trembling in her arms. Belmo gently patted Sanguxi's back, soothingly whispering, "It's all right, darling, do not cry. I will take you to our new home." On the first day of the new year, in Mihua town, stood the charred villa of Sanguxi's family. Conan, Ran, and Sonoko, all dressed in black and holding white chrysanthemums, stood in solemn silence before the ruins. After Sanguxi plunged into the blazing inferno, she never emerged again. At that moment, Xiaolan struggled to rush in to find her. But she was restrained by the rationality of Kudo Shinichi and the inconsolable tears of Yuenzi. Eventually, the firefighters arrived belatedly. By the time they extinguished the flames, the entire house had been reduced to ashes, leaving behind only 2 charred remains that barely resembled human forms. Xiaolan knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with guilt, her hands covering her face as tears cascaded uncontrollably. "If only we had stopped Sanguxi then, she wouldn't have Yuenzi, too," sobbed uncontrollably, her body shaking with grief. Kudo Shinichi remained silent, his downcast eyes reflecting an inescapable remorse. An intense sorrow enveloped them, mere children of merely 10 years. On that fateful New Year's Day fire, they lost a cherished friend, and the name Sanguxi would forever remain an indelible pain and an unspeakable burden in their hearts. Chapter 7. Where Gold Cannot Shine. Sanguxi spent 2 years in the shadowy confines of the training camp. Few within the organization were aware of her connection to Qinjiu and Buyer Mode, and she received no special treatment during her time there. Sanguxi trained alongside those enigmatic children, being the youngest among them. The camp's instructor was a ruthless brute, whose sole aim was to weed out the weak and cultivate these children into cold-blooded assassins, rendering them into the organization's sharpest blades. Indeed, he succeeded. Initially, Sanguxi managed to forge friendships among these children. However, as time progressed, while she grew increasingly formidable, she also faced betrayal from those she once considered friends. The harrowing lesson from that severe injury instilled in Sanguxi a crucial understanding. She needed to temper her compassion. These children, once perhaps innocent, would ultimately transform into executioners with bloodied hands. In this dark abyss, no one could retain their original innocence unscathed. Amid the relentless struggles in the shadowy days of the training camp, the guiding light that once sustained their spirits had long been extinguished, bit by bit. Sanguxi felt fortunate that she was no longer a child, endowed with formidable mental strength. Otherwise, she could not guarantee her immunity to external influences. Upon the conclusion of today's training, the instructor approached her. "Number 001, the top rank in the training camp. You have maintained this position for a year. Congratulations. You are no longer required to attend." 001 was both her code name and her ranking. Prior to their time in the training camp, everyone was devoid of names. "Thank you, instructor." Indeed, her brilliance shone brightly, regardless of the circumstances. As she walked the path back from the training camp, Sanguxi exhaled a long sigh of relief. At last, she was liberated from this wretched place. Upon returning to her residence, she was surprised to find Belmode unexpectedly present. This was Belmode's designated dormitory within the organization. Although termed a dormitory, it was essentially a spacious 3-bedroom apartment. Notably, Jin resided on the floor below. Their relationship mirrored that of the original narrative, marked by animosity, with each harboring a mutual disdain. Consequently, Belmode seldom returned to stay. After entering the residence, Sanguxi returned more frequently, though essentially only once a month, and rarely stayed overnight. A year ago, she first emerged as the top contender in the training camp, and since then, Jin has imposed stricter expectations upon her. Perhaps her displayed talent in the training camp caught the attention of those in higher echelons, as Sanguxi also received special training from her instructors. Over the past 2 years, as Sanguxi matured, she has consciously sought to ease her relationship with Jin. At the very least, the two no longer exhibit the same level of antagonism as before. Occasionally, Jin even reveals a glimmer of appreciation towards her, akin to observing a somewhat satisfying creation. As for Vermouth, she has always maintained a demeanor full of warmth towards Sanguxi. Though a master of disguise, she remains equally cautious with everyone, concealing any genuine emotion. Thus, Sanguxi's relationship with her is quite amicable, and even Vermouth, noticing her interest in disguise, imparted some rudimentary techniques to her. At this moment, Vermouth was seated in the living room, a glass of red wine in hand. Upon seeing Sanguxi, she smiled and said, "Honey, I heard you graduated from the training camp today?" The question was posed with a tone of certainty. "Yes, I graduated first in my class," Sanguxi replied with a proud nod. Such trivial matters, an elite of the intelligence department like Vermouth likely knew even before Sanguxi herself. Impressive. Vermouth offered her generous praise, adding, "Honey, you are the youngest student to graduate from the training camp." Sanguxi offered a shy smile and inquired, "What should I do from now on? Should I undertake missions like Jin?" Although these two were her biological parents, she had always referred to them by their code names, a practice they tacitly accepted. Vermouth regarded the young girl before her, who shared her bloodline, and chuckled gently, "Honey, you are merely 14 and still too young. Without a code name, you are not permitted to embark on missions. Jin meant that your marksmanship in the training camp is commendable, and next, he will have Kiani instruct you in the art of sniping." "Oh, very well," Sanguxi replied, a hint of disappointment evident as she nodded. "I shall return to my room." Vermouth nodded in acknowledgement, allowing her to leave. Upon reclining on the plush bed, Sanguxi exhaled deeply. Over the past 2 years, she had not neglected the cultivation of her supernatural abilities within the training camp. She had now progressed to an intermediate level. Her mental powers could extend outward for several dozen meters, reminiscent of the divine perception found in fantastical novels. However, the capabilities of mental abilities extend far beyond this. For instance, she could effortlessly hypnotize an ordinary individual. Had she possessed her current strength 2 years prior, she could have hypnotized that bomber to compel him to surrender or employed a mental attack to render him instantly unconscious. Yet, this was not the pinnacle of her powers. When her mental abilities reached their utmost potential, they could solidify into a tangible form. In the presence of defenses, it would not be an exaggeration to claim invulnerability to blades and bullets. This was indeed one of Sanguxi's motivations for her relentless training, to fortify her survival options. Vermouth had just mentioned her commendable marksmanship, which could be considered an additional talent of a mental ability user, akin to her photographic memory. Jin's suggestion for her to practice sniping aligned with her area of expertise. However, this did not imply that her physical prowess was lacking. While she could not yet rival Jin's skills, it was merely a temporary limitation. After all, her age imposed restrictions. At 14, her physique had yet to fully develop. With time, as her body matured, she was determined to evolve into the most formidable hexagonal warrior. Sanguxi brimmed with confidence. Shortly thereafter, the sound of the door opening and closing echoed from outside. Utilizing her mental prowess, she discerned that it was Belmode departing. Despite having shared 2 years together, Sanguxi remained utterly incapable of accepting the notion that Belmode and Jin were akin to her parents. After all, it was inconceivable to imagine Belmode as the type who would bear a child. At this juncture, a thought struck Sanguxi. Her mental abilities had reached an intermediate level, and she realized she could potentially stimulate the hippocampus, the brain's memory storage region, thereby forcibly recovering memories. Although these memories belonged to her former self, a mind is still a singular entity. Previously, from Jin's remarks, it seemed that her former self had spent time within the organization during childhood, which might yield some recollections. Without further ado, she resolved to act. Sanguxi reclined immediately, commencing a mental journey to explore her memory storage. After a brief period, she began to roll on the bed, clutching her head. The pain in her mind was excruciating. It was time to acquire knowledge. This was the final thought that flickered through Sanguxi's consciousness before she lost consciousness. The following day, when Sanguxi opened her eyes, she found herself at a loss for words to describe this bewildering world. Yesterday, she had successfully accessed her memories. How to articulate it? The origins of her former self were indeed convoluted and extraordinary, far surpassing anything a tale could convey. To make a long story short, the essence of the memories she had lost can be summarized in several key points. Kirishima and Vermouth were indeed her biological parents. However, the individuals responsible for her creation were Akihiko Miyano and Elena Miyano. They extracted genes from Kirishima and Vermouth and employed artificial methods to create her. Both Kirishima and Vermouth had previously been subjects of experimentation by the Miyano couple. Although they did not achieve immortality, they produced a few successful specimens. Thus, the organization's leader ordered the Miyano couple to extract the genes from both Kirishima and Vermouth to explore potential technological breakthroughs. After her birth, Sanguxi remained confined to the laboratory sickbed until she turned 3. Later, perhaps influenced by the birth of Shiho Miyano, the Miyano couple took their own lives, along with incinerating the entire laboratory. However, they arranged for her to be secretly sent away. The individual entrusted with this task was none other than Chikage Kuroba, who was investigating the truth behind her husband Kaido Kuroba's death but became entangled with the organization. As a renowned phantom thief of the Showa era and the wife of the previous phantom thief kid, she was formidable and successfully took Sanguxi away. Yet, As Chikage Kuroba needed to continue her investigation into her husband's demise, she entrusted Sanguxi to her sister, who was already married and childless, thereby becoming Sanguxi's adoptive parents. The Sanguxi couple. The Sangu couple treated the original owner with great affection, allowing her to grow up enveloped in love. However, everything changed with that fateful car accident, which claimed the lives of her entire family, leading Sanguxi to traverse into another realm. In other words, Sanguxi is not only the biological daughter of Chinjio and Belmode, but also the legal cousin of Kaido Kuroba. Goodness, this is quite intriguing. Chapter 8. In the Crevice of Red and Black. Sanguxi, with a dawning realization, discovers that her identity appears to possess considerable significance. The Red faction is allied with Kudo Shinichi, while the Black faction is connected by blood to Vermouth and Jin. Furthermore, there exists a neutral party represented by her cousin, Kaido Kuroba. How intriguing. However, despite the advantages this identity affords Sanguxi, granting her a foothold in both the Red and Black factions, there remains an underlying complexity. Sanguxi feels an unsettling familiarity with her predicament. It is akin to being caught between the Floral Nation and the combatant tribes of Mongolia. As long as her parents refrain from quarreling, she remains the safest of offspring. Here, her parents refer to the factions of Red and Black. However, Sanguxi's situation is even more dire than that of Mongolia. She must cultivate harmonious relations with both sides. Should she falter in her connections with either faction, her fate would be sealed. In this context, her parents represent Chinjio and Belmode. Moreover, when external threats are absent, her father emerges as her greatest peril. Sanguxi found herself in a rather distressing predicament, caught in a web of awkwardness regarding her identity. Though her heart was aligned with the Red faction, her allegiance lay with the Black side. Moreover, both Jin and Vermouth treated her with a certain degree of kindness. Vermouth had consistently looked after her, and although Jin possessed a rather dark disposition, he had never inflicted harm upon her. In fact, upon regaining her memories, Sanguxi realized that it was Jin who had afforded her the opportunity to choose her own path. Had he not sent her to the training camp, she would have inevitably returned to that bleak and oppressive laboratory. Although the training camp was not devoid of its own shortcomings, it at least offered her a semblance of freedom compared to the laboratory. Furthermore, being a sniper was regarded as one of the safest positions within the organization's ranks, as it allowed her to operate from a distance, minimizing the risks of injury or capture. Perhaps Jin's actions were unintentional, yet they undeniably proved beneficial to her. Sanguxi possesses a singular flaw. Regardless of whether an individual is virtuous or malevolent, as long as they have not caused her harm and treated her kindly, she is incapable of betrayal. Sanguxi is aware that both Chinjio and Belmode are stained with blood, yet she finds herself unable to entirely disregard the kindness they have shown her. Sanguxi is not fond of herself in this manner, however. Before the harm inflicted by Chinjio and Belmode, she truly could not bring herself to betray them. Nevertheless, this sentiment is limited to the two of them and does not extend to the organization behind them. The Raven organization shall eventually meet its demise. Sanguxi let out a deep sigh once more, realizing that trouble awaited her in the future. She needed to redefine her position. Even if she wished to assist the Red faction, it must be done discreetly, without involving Chinyu and Belmode. Furthermore, she had to maintain a delicate balance between the Red and Black factions, ensuring that, at least on the surface, she did not align herself too closely with either side. Reflecting on her prior relationships with Kudo Shinichi, Xiaolan, and Yuanzi before being captured by the organization, she surmised that her connections had likely been scrutinized. The main narrative revolved around Conan, and it seemed inevitable that she would encounter them again, yet she must ensure their safety from any peril. What a troublesome predicament. Oh, perhaps the world should simply come to an end. Suddenly, the alarm clock by her bedside rang, jolting Sanguxi from her reverie as she lay sprawled across her bed. She promptly silenced the alarm. Never mind, she would deal with the future when it arrived. Today, she still needed to attend the shooting range for training. When Sanguxi arrived at the sniper training ground, Chianti had already been there. Noticing Sanguxi's entrance, Chianti, with a sniper rifle slung over her shoulder, spoke with a hint of defiance. Though Jin asked me to teach you, not just anyone can be my disciple. As she spoke, the red butterfly tattoo at the corner of her eye seemed to come alive with her facial expressions. Now, let me see your skills. With that, Chianti tossed a rifle towards Sanguxi. Wow, cool. Sanguxi exclaimed as she caught the rifle and examined it, instinctively whistling in admiration. Chianti, observing Sanguxi's childlike enthusiasm, couldn't help but smirk. Do you recognize it? Of course. This rifle is the American-made Barrett M82, a long-range sniper rifle. It is primarily used for the remote destruction of sensitive enemy equipment, such as aircraft, radar systems, and trucks, and can also be employed to eliminate explosive munitions from a distance. Its formidable power makes it equally effective for sniping enemies. The Barrett M82 utilizes the powerful 12.7x99mm cartridge, originally designed for heavy machine guns, which speaks volumes about its destructive capability. It can be equipped with night vision devices and a 10x magnification scope, boasting an impressive range of up to 1,500 meters, complemented by a unique recoil reduction system for minimal kickback. In the realm of 12.7mm sniper rifles, the Barrett M82 holds a dominant position, truly capable of delivering a fatal shot from 1,000 miles away. As a fellow gun enthusiast, Kiani's appreciation for Sanguxi's knowledge heightened her regard for her. Her tone softened. Jin specifically prepared this weapon for you. I hope you can live up to it. Rest assured, I certainly will. Sanguxi lifted his chin, his tone imbued with youthful bravado. A target 200 meters ahead? Shall we give it a try? 200 meters? Such a trivial challenge for her. This firearm was far too extravagant for such a distance. Sanguxi skillfully loaded the bullet, a confident smirk gracing his lips as he steadied his breath. With a precise alignment of 3 points, he aimed and fired. In less than 10 seconds, the bullet struck the bullseye. Gianti was momentarily taken aback by Sanguxi's adept movements and accuracy, before an exhilarating excitement surged within her. Only a prodigy of such caliber deserved to be her apprentice. 300 meters. Fire. Sanguxi maintained an impassive expression as the muzzle of her gun subtly shifted, aligning her aim before firing. The bullet struck the bullseye with precision. At this moment, Kianti was completely captivated by Sanguxi, eager to test the limits of her abilities. For 100 meters. Kiani's emotions were utterly transparent in the presence of this extraordinary individual. She was acutely aware of Kiani's innermost thoughts. Moreover, she had no intention of concealing her prowess. After all, her identity rendered her departure from the organization impossible. Thus, only by excelling could she secure her position within it. Sanguxi fixed his gaze upon the target, his eyes sharp and focused. He took aim and squeezed the trigger. Once again, the result mirrored that of the previous 2 attempts, directly hitting the bullseye. Gianni's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this your first time handling a sniper rifle? No. I have had experience in the training camp, albeit with a different model. Nonetheless, the sensation is quite similar. Sanguxi admitted that she had intentionally feigned a bit. It is well understood that a marksman must develop a feel for an unfamiliar weapon. And the fact that Sanguxi achieved such remarkable results on her very first encounter with this firearm left her utterly astounded. Sanguxi, you are truly a genius. Gianti exclaimed with palpable excitement. She firmly believed that with training, Sanguxi would soon reach her own level, or even surpass it. The prospect of being a mentor to such a prodigy was undoubtedly a source of pride for her. Gianni recognized that she would be nurturing the organization's future. The most formidable sniper. This realization thrilled her. Can you shoot from a greater distance? Gianni inquired, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she gazed at Sanguxi. I can certainly give it a try. Sanguxi truly lacks confidence. She did not lie, as this is indeed her first time handling this firearm. For 150 meters. Bang. A 9-ring. Sanguxi felt a tinge of disappointment, yet she truly exerted herself. However, Chindi was brimming with excitement as she continued. 500 meters. Dangerously close. 9 rings. Chindi did not call for a halt, and by the time they reached 600 meters, Sanguxi could barely graze the boundary between the 6th and 7th rings. The influence of her intermediate psychic abilities allowed her to perceive the trajectory of each bullet within her mental reach. For long-range shots beyond 100 meters, her precision depended on the additional talents bestowed by her psychic powers, enabling her to concentrate her mental energy and enhance her shooting accuracy. It was not until they reached 800 meters that Sanguxi's bullets completely strayed from the target, at which point Chindi finally called for a stop. Her expression was one of sheer exhilaration, the butterfly at the corner of her eye fluttering gently. Sang, you are destined to become the most formidable sniper in the history of our organization. Indeed, at this moment, Sanguxi resembled a child receiving praise, her clear emerald green eyes brimming with joy. Chindi was thoroughly pleased with her disciple, dedicating herself earnestly to teaching, while Sanguxi approached her studies with utmost seriousness. For a time, their master-disciple relationship flourished harmoniously. During a break in their training, the two engaged in casual conversation. Sanguxi exhibited a demeanor of casual ease as she gazed at Chindi, her face alight with envy as she inquired, "Teacher Chin D, when do you think I will receive my code?" This query bore no semblance of confidentiality, and Chin D, feeling no need for caution with a mere 14-year-old girl, assumed Sanguxi was simply envious of her own early achievement. Thus, she responded with utmost sincerity, "Sangu, rest assured. For you, it is merely a matter of time. At most, within a year, you will undoubtedly possess a code that belongs to you." Is that true? Have any newcomers recently received their codes? I thought it was said that obtaining a code is quite challenging. Sanguxi's expression displayed a hint of surprise. The inquiries posed seemed devoid of flaws. Jiandi, harboring no doubts, exhibited a rare patience as she turned to Sanguxi, articulating, "Though no new individuals have recently acquired code names, you need not fret. It is indeed a formidable challenge, particularly for those lacking strength, yet you possess remarkable talent. Indeed, I shall devote myself to training more diligently and strive to earn my code name at the earliest opportunity." Upon receiving the information she sought, a smile deepened at the corners of Sanguxi's lips. To Jiandi, this reaction resembled that of a child elated by their teacher's approval. After a day's training, Sanguxi returned to her luxurious apartment. Once she had departed, Jiandi reported Sanguxi's training achievements to Chinjio, expressing her excitement. "Chinjio, you have truly unearthed a treasure this time. Sanguxi's prowess in marksmanship exceeds my expectations. Did you know? During her first encounter with that firearm, she managed to hit the 9-ring target from 500 meters. Given a year, she will undoubtedly surpass both me and Conan, becoming the organization's most formidable sniper." Initially, Chinjio listened to Jianti's report with an impassive demeanor. However, upon hearing Jianti's unreserved praise for Sanguxi, a vision of the girl, related to him by blood, surfaced in his mind. He recalled the striking clarity of her emerald-like eyes, which had left a profound impression upon their first meeting. Despite sharing half of his blood and possessing similarly green eyes, hers radiated an unparalleled purity and transparency. Meeting her gaze instilled within him a sense of inadequacy. A rare smile flickered in Chinjio's eyes, yet it lacked warmth. His dark green irises remained as cold and tranquil as ever. "Teach her well. I expect to witness results in a year," he commanded, as the brilliance of a burgeoning sniper emerged. Chapter 9. The First Encounter with Mingmei. Upon returning to her dormitory, Sanguxi took a refreshing shower and changed into a new outfit before stepping out once more. Aside from the restriction of not being able to leave the base, Jin did not impose any limitations on her activities, and today, she intended to venture out in hopes of fortuitous encounters. According to the intelligence she had gleaned from Chianti, no new members had recently been assigned code names within the organization, indicating that the Whiskey Undercover Trio had yet to arrive. The original narrative did not elucidate how Zero and Shibuki entered the organization, a mystery to Sanguxi as well. However, she was well aware of how Akai Shuichi had managed to infiltrate. Speaking of which, Akemi could be considered a half-sister of the original self. Prior to the age of 3, the original self had never left the laboratory of the Mayano couple. Only 7-year-old Mayano Akemi would occasionally visit, bringing treats, teaching her to speak, and playing with her. It could be said that Mayano Akemi was the sole beacon of light in the original self's childhood within the organization. The Sangha stream flows here, borrowing the essence of others' beings. Having benefited from the grace of those who came before, it naturally seeks to continue their sentiments. Sanguxi contemplated that had Akemi Mayano not been ensnared in this tragic fate, following Shikuro Akai's defection from the organization, she would likely have evaded suspicion and thus avoided abandonment. Furthermore, with her sister Shiho Mayano, a scientist highly valued by the organization, Akemi could have safely remained a peripheral figure, free from imminent peril. Even in the event of the organization facing retribution from the Red faction, Akemi could have preserved her own safety. Of course, this is merely Sanguxi's personal reflection. Each individual possesses their own choices and convictions, and Sanguxi would never impose her decisions under the guise of benevolence. Moreover, without Akemi Mayano's demise, the emergence of AI Hybera would be rendered impossible. Such alterations to the narrative would undoubtedly invoke significant changes, necessitating at least a feigned death to propel the storyline forward. While the specific approach remains open to debate, Sanguxi still yearned to present Akemi Mayano with an additional option. However, before any of this could unfold, she must first meet Akemi Mayano. Sanguxi aimlessly wandered through the vast expanse of the base, her expression tinged with a sense of helplessness. With the base's considerable size, where could she possibly find anyone? Having spent 2 years at the base, Sanguxi had essentially explored every corner. This place was not the headquarters. It consisted merely of the training grounds, the research institute, and the dormitory area. Sanguxi was unable to enter the research institute and could only wander outside. If she did not encounter anyone today, she resolved to return daily, convinced that fate would eventually bring her face to face with someone. For Mayano Akemi would surely visit Mayano Shiho. However, just as Sanguxi was on the verge of surrendering her hopes, a gentle voice tinged with disbelief suddenly reached her ears from behind. Akiri? Upon hearing the sound, Sanguxi was momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since she had heard that name. Mayano Akari. This name was bestowed upon her by Mayano Akemi, who claimed that it would instantly reveal their sisterly bond to anyone who heard it. Now, the only individuals who knew this name were herself and Mayano Akemi. Sanguxi suddenly turned around to glance behind her, where Akemi Mayano stood not far away, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. However, the amnesiac Sanguxi should not have recognized Akemi. At least not at this moment when her memories remained elusive. Thus, Sanguxi merely surveyed her surroundings with a look of confusion before pointing to herself, asking, "Are you calling me?" When Akemi's gaze met Sanguxi's clear green eyes, she realized she had not mistaken her identity. Everything matched: the hair, the eye color, the age, and even the resemblance to her childhood self. "Akemi, it truly is you," Akemi Mayano exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Sanguxi, her emotions momentarily overwhelming her. Following the devastating fire in the laboratory, Akemi had lost all trace of her. The inferno had consumed the laboratory entirely, leaving behind nothing but ashes of the two adults, leading no one to suspect that a mere 3-year-old child could have survived. Yet, Akemi knew in her heart that her sister must be alive. For she had once overheard Elena Mayano conversing with a woman about sending Akemi away. Akemi had resigned herself to the thought that she would never see her sister again. Yet, astonishingly, 11 years later, they had reunited within the organization. "Sister, you must be mistaken," Sanguxi said. The sound of the Sangu Creek stirred Akemi Mayano from her reverie. She gazed at the now grown-up Akira before her and suddenly realized that Akira likely no longer recognized her. Thus, she gently released the girl from her embrace and clarified, "You have not mistaken me. It is merely that you were too young back then and may not remember me." Sanguxi gazed at Mayano Akemi with a mix of skepticism and curiosity. Having recently been in an accident, her memories of the past were shrouded in fog. "Did we know each other before?" she inquired. "Though we share no blood ties, you are indeed my sister," replied Mayano Akemi, uncertain how Akari had returned to this place. She resolved to protect her this time around. With this thought, Mayano Akemi smiled gently at Sanguxi and introduced herself anew. "My name is Mayano Akemi. The name I once bestowed upon you is Mayano Akari, but you may call me Akemi Wani-chan." "Akemi? Wani-chan?" Sanguxi looked at Mayano Akemi, her expression frozen in a daze, as if struggling to comprehend. "Yes," Mayano Akemi responded softly. "What do you go by now?" "Sanguxi. May I call you Xiaoxi?" "Yes." Sanguxi nodded in affirmation. Then, "Xiaoxi, are you currently residing in the organization?" "Yes." Sanguxi nodded obediently once more. Mayano Akemi continued, "Are you all alone, Xiaoxi?" Sanguxi initially nodded, then shook her head. "I reside in Bell Mode, yet she seldom returns." This revelation surprised Gongya Mingmei, who paused momentarily before continuing her inquiry. "When did you return?" 2 years ago. Observing Sanguxi's candidness, Gongya Mingmei could not help but feel a sense of curiosity. "Cici, why do you place such trust in me? Are you not afraid that I might be a villain?" Sanguxi shook his head with genuine sincerity. "Upon seeing Sister Mingmei, I felt an immediate sense of closeness. Thus, she surely could not be a villain." Upon hearing these words, Gongya Mingmei could not help but gently stroke Sanguxi's soft white hair, reminiscent of her childhood. Her smile tender and warm. Subsequently, the two engaged in a delightful exchange, one asking questions while the other responded. Sanguxi concealed her blood relation with gin and vermouth, merely offering a vague outline of the circumstances. After a thorough understanding, Mayano Akemi managed to piece together the sequence of events. It seemed that Jin had discovered that Xiaoxi was still alive, prompting him to orchestrate a devastating fire to recapture her. Furthermore, Jin now intended to train Xiaoxi as a ruthless assassin for the organization. Contemplating this, a look of disdain for the organization flickered in Mayano Akemi's eyes. Her younger sister was being used as leverage by the organization, having lost her childhood far too soon, and now forced to toil like a puppet in the development of illicit drugs. Meanwhile, her other sister, who had painstakingly escaped the organization's clutches, was once again captured and was to be molded into a killer. How could Mayano Akemi not harbor hatred for the organization? Yet, despite her loathing, she found herself powerless to act. Sister Akemi, do you live here? May I come to visit you often? Sanguxi's words roused Mayano Akemi from her emotional turmoil, dispelling the despondent feelings that clouded her mind. With a smile, Mayano Akemi turned to Sanguxi and explained, I do not reside here. I have come today to seek someone. Upon hearing this, Sanguxi's eyes visibly dimmed with disappointment. Observing Sanguxi's forlorn expression, Mayano Akemi felt a pang of sympathy and added, though I may not visit the base frequently. You can come to find me outside. I will take you out to have some fun. Upon hearing this, Sanga Valley's eyes brightened momentarily, only to quickly dim again. His expression laden with despair, however, Jin will not allow me to leave the base. Mayano Akemi, taken aback by his words, soon came to a realization. Indeed. How could Jin possibly permit Sangu to venture out? Just like Shiho, her two younger sisters were regarded as the organization's private property. Unable to suppress her frustration, Mayano Akemi clenched her fists tightly, only to release them in resignation. As she lingered in her thoughts, Sangu Valley suddenly spoke again. Akemi's sister, I will strive diligently in my training, hoping to see you soon. After saying this, Sanguxi waved goodbye to Gongya Mingmei and hurriedly turned to leave. It seemed she had to seize the moment and swiftly acquire the right to come and go freely. Otherwise, she truly feared missing the initial encounter between Gongya Mingmei and Zhu Xingda, orchestrated by Akai Shuichi. Moreover, even if it were not for Mingmei, Sanguxi herself could hardly endure any longer. Having spent 2 years in this desolate base devoid of even a supermarket, she was reaching her breaking point. Oh, dear fried chicken, hamburgers, snacks, milk tea, and little cakes. It had been 2 long years since she last laid eyes upon them. And tears of longing involuntarily streamed from the corners of her mouth. Gongya Mingmei gazed in the direction of Sanguxi's departure, remaining lost in thought until Sanguxi's figure vanished from her sight. On her way out of the base, Gongya Mingmei suddenly felt a surge of excitement as she took out her phone and dialed a number. Jiho, guess who I just met? It's Akemi. But she is calling herself Coxie now. On the other end of the line, 13-year-old Gongya Jiho appeared remarkably mature. Upon hearing her sister's words, she couldn't help but drift into memories of what her sister had once shared about Akemi. Akemi, the girl born in her parents' laboratory. Jiho was unaware of the origins of the girl's genes, nor was Gongya Mingmei. All Jiho knew was that Akemi was a creation of her parents within that lab. Her sister had named the girl Akemi, declaring her the 3rd child of the Gongya family. Later, due to her own birth, their parents developed a sense of pity for the girl, who was 2 years older than herself, ultimately sending her away just before the deliberately orchestrated fire. However, Jiho found it peculiar that after all these years, the girl had returned. Jiho, could you promise me something? If they designate Akemi as a test subject again, could you fabricate some of her physical data to prevent her from returning to that dark place? If that proves too difficult, I hope you can at least alleviate her suffering in the lab. This is what we owe her. As Gongya Mingmei spoke, she couldn't help but remember the harrowing scenes she had witnessed in her parents' laboratory. Akemi, just a few months old, was covered in tubes, submerged in a glass container filled with an unknown liquid. At 1 year old, she lay bloodied on an examination table. At 2, she was subjected to daily injections of various colored, mysterious drugs, sometimes convulsing in agony, and other times bruised all over. Those images remained etched in her memory. Gongya Jiho was not surprised by her sister's request. As a researcher, she understood the experiments far better than Gongya Mingmei. Thus, she readily agreed. All right. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have done so. Chapter 10. Finally free to step outside with a newfound purpose, Sanguxi trained exceptionally hard the following day, bringing great satisfaction to her instructor, Jianti. Sanguxi currently lacks not in theory, but in experience. After all, there is a saying that snipers are nurtured by bullets, and bullets are bought with money. However, Sanguxi is unburdened by financial concerns, as the expenditures come from the organization. Having spent 2 years here without salary, without a mobile phone, and without freedom, what does it matter if she spends a little more of the organization's funds? Sanguxi stands with unwavering confidence. She has set herself a modest goal of achieving a perfect score within a distance of 500 meters and no less than a 9-ring score at 600 meters. Attaining such proficiency would place her on par with the organization's most formidable snipers, Kiani and Conan. Thus, Sanguxi would have ample justification to negotiate for some freedom to venture outside with Bell Mode or Jin. Sanguxi's starting point is elevated, and her current proficiency is not far from the goals she has set for herself. However, even a slight deviation can lead to significant consequences, as precision is paramount for a marksman. Due to her rigorous training, she often finds herself dreaming of wielding a sniper rifle in the dead of night. Nevertheless, it took her an entire month to finally reach her established objectives. As the month elapsed without any news of Zhu Xingde from the organization, she felt a sense of relief. Although she remains uncertain whether Gong Yiming may has already become acquainted with Zhu Xingde outside, a glimmer of hope still lingers within her. Thus, after her training session, she took the initiative to contact Belmod, utilizing the household landline, which is only capable of reaching a select few individuals. Sanguxi believed that buyer mode would be more approachable than Jinjiu, so she reached out to her first. When the call connected, the person on the other end expressed some surprise. This was because Sanguxi had always been obedient and diligent in her training within the organization, never once taking the initiative to contact her. "Honey, is there something you need?" Sanguxi adjusted her emotions, her tone imbued not only with joy but also an inexplicable hope. "Today, Teacher Qiani praised me. She said my current level is nearly on par with hers. Is that true?" "Oh, darling, you are truly remarkable," Beer Mode responded, a hint of surprise in his voice, his compliment genuine. I wish." Sanguxi's voice trembled slightly, revealing her nervousness. Beer Mode raised an eyebrow, intrigued by what the girl might say next. "I want to go outside the base for a stroll, may I? It has been such a long time since I last ventured out." As she concluded, a palpable sense of disappointment tinged her words. Upon hearing this, Beer Mode paused, the image of her dim green eyes surfacing in his mind as she spoke. After a moment of silence, he finally asked, "Darling, what has prompted this sudden desire to go out?" For the past 2 years, the girl had been obedient, never expressing a wish to explore the outside world. Beer Mode was curious about the origins of her newfound yearning. "A month ago, I chanced upon someone named Akemi Mayano. She made me feel an unusual closeness, and I wished to visit her." Sangu Valley Creek is aware of the animosity between Belmod and the Mayano family, and consequently, she likely holds no affection for Akemi Mayano either. However, the organization is rife with surveillance, making it unnecessary to conceal such matters. A simple inquiry would reveal the truth. Indeed, upon hearing this, the amusement in Belmod's tone diminished. "Honey, I can't make that decision. You ought to consult Jin." As for the girl's expressed sense of familiarity, Belmod had never encountered the young Sangu Valley Creek, yet she considered that the girl had spent considerable time in the Mayano couple's laboratory. Thus, it was not surprising that she had previously known Akemi Mayano and developed a sense of closeness after her amnesia. "I understand," Sangu Valley Creek said, disappointment lacing her voice as she ended the call. Hearing the girl's despondent tone, Belmod found herself unconsciously furrowing her brow. Nevertheless, she was reluctant to allow the girl to engage with the Mayano family and did not wish to assume the role of the villain. So she decided to shift the responsibility entirely onto Jin. Sanguxi is not particularly surprised by this outcome. She believes that if it weren't for Akemi Mayano today, Vermouth might have actually agreed. It seems that the situation ultimately hinges on Jinjiu. Sanguxi let out a long sigh before rising to descend the stairs. As a model worker at the distillery, Jin typically devoted his time to self-training at the base, except when performing tasks, and at this hour, he should be at home. After knocking on the door of Jin's dormitory, Sanguxi anxiously clenched her fingers. The door soon swung open, revealing Vodka, who, upon seeing Sanguxi outside, called out towards the living room, "Big brother, it's Miss Xiaoxi. Let her in." Jin's voice betrayed no hint of emotion. Vodka stepped aside, allowing Sanguxi to enter, and she did not forget to greet him sweetly before crossing the threshold. "Hello, Uncle Vodka." Sanguxi's voice was melodious, prompting a hearty smile from Vodka. Over the past 2 years, Sanguxi had interacted with Vodka quite frequently. Compared to others in the organization, Vodka was not burdened by convoluted thoughts. Thus, after 2 years of fostering goodwill, Vodka now regarded her through a lens of affection. In his eyes, Miss Xiaoxi was indeed the child of the boss. Beautiful, gentle in nature, and exceptionally talented. Each time they met, she would greet him with a charming smile, making her simply delightful beyond measure. Upon entering the residence, Sanguxi beheld Jinjiu seated in the living room, clad in his customary black attire. Unchanged over the decade, he lacked his usual trench coat, which rendered his figure somewhat elongated. This was Sanguxi's immediate impression, his long hair, elongated arms, and legs that seemed to stretch beyond her very existence. Indeed, he was draped in a black turtleneck, black trousers, and black slippers, surrounded by a black sofa and a black floor. Had it not been for his striking white hair, she might have struggled to discern his presence. At that moment, Qinzhou's emotionless dark green gaze fixated on Sanguxi. Though he remained silent, she comprehended his unspoken query. What brings you here? Sanguxi began her performance anew. I wish to leave the base. Belmod mentioned that. It requires your approval. Observing Qinzhou's impassive countenance, she feared rejection, prompting her voice to quaver with urgency and unease. Qiani stated that I've made significant progress, now comparable to her. Hence, I seek a reward. Just this once, I promise to train even harder in the future. Beside her, Vodka, witnessing Sanguxi's earnestness, felt a twinge of compassion and tentatively addressed Qinzhou. Brother, please grant her request. She hasn't left the base in 2 years, and she's just a child. Yet, before Vodka could finish his plea, he was abruptly interrupted by Qinzhou. Sanguxi understood that Jin's inquiry pertained to the necessity of venturing outside. Thus she replicated the eloquent argument she had previously employed with Belmod. With Akemi Mayano's younger sister still in the organization's grasp, she reassured him that no harm would come to her. Dear brother, please acquiesce. It was evident that Vodka was earnestly advocating on Sanguxi's behalf. Perhaps Vodka's words bore influence. Jin, with an impassive countenance, regarded the petite figure before him and her stubborn yet anxious gaze, ultimately relenting. Just this once. Tomorrow morning, I shall have her come to the base to fetch you. Thank you, Jin. The girl, upon hearing her request granted, was momentarily overcome with excitement and couldn't resist embracing the white-haired man seated on the sofa. The contrasting white hair of the young girl and the elder man intertwined, creating a surprisingly heartwarming tableau. However, in comparison, the girl's stature seemed rather diminutive beside Jin. Standing and sitting, they were nearly of equal height. Even as he was embraced, Jin could detect the fragrance of shampoo wafting from Sanguxi. Nonetheless, his focus was rather peculiar. After a brief moment of surprise, he gently pushed the girl away. His expression unchanged as he remarked, "Not bad. You've shown improvement." The speed with which she had approached had caught even him off guard. Yet, was he truly unprepared? Perhaps Jin himself was unaware that, in the presence of the girl, he exhibited less vigilance than with outsiders. Of course, he might also believe that Sanguxi's abilities posed no threat to him. Regardless of Jin's musings, Sanguxi had successfully achieved her objective. Her embrace of him held no ulterior motive. She simply relished the challenge of confronting such a hardened individual. She was eager to witness when Jin's perennial icy demeanor might soften. When one requires assistance, one faces forward. When one does not, one turns away, aptly describes Sanguxi. Well, there is nothing more to discuss. I shall take my leave. After Sanguxi finished speaking, she politely smiled at the two and then swiftly took her leave. As she vanished from sight, Qinzhou, with a stoic expression, instructed Vodka, please inform Gongye Akemi. And remember to remind her not to engage in any unnecessary actions. Understood, brother. Vodka nodded and added, should I follow Miss Yaosi tomorrow for her protection? Though it is termed protection, one cannot deny the element of surveillance involved. No need for any superfluous actions. We have other tasks tomorrow. Gongye Akemi values her sister immensely and wouldn't dare to act recklessly. The following day, Sanguxi arose early, perusing her wardrobe. Belmod had prepared an ample selection of garments for her. However, over the past 2 years of rigorous training, she had seldom had the opportunity to wear them. Ultimately, Sanguxi settled on a delicate, pastel-hued floral dress. Her once shoulder-length, wavy locks had grown longer, and she adorned herself with 2 charming little hair buns. Sanguxi, now 14, has grown taller, reaching approximately 1 meter and 50 centimeters. Yet, who decrees that one can only be adorable at the tender age of 4? Today, Sanguxi is embracing a charming aesthetic. Before stepping out, she does not forget to sling her little green backpack over her shoulder. Although she possesses neither money nor a mobile phone, does that preclude her from carrying some napkins? After changing into her attire and ensuring everything is in order, Sanguxi glances at the clock, noting it is just past 7. However, since Qinzhou has not specified the exact time for Mayano Akemi to pick her up, Sanguxi decides to head out after her preparations. At the entrance of the base, Sanguxi waited for a brief moment before the car of Gong Yimingmei appeared. Gong Yimingmei opened the door and cheerfully greeted Sanguxi. Xiaoxi, over here. Sister Mingmei. Sanguxi joyfully dashed into Gong Yimingmei's embrace. Have you been waiting long? No, not at all. I just arrived. Sanguxi replied with a smile, shaking her head. Their first destination was the amusement park. Although it seemed a tad childish, Sanguxi found herself thoroughly enjoying the experience. After their time at the amusement park, it was already noon. The two planned to have lunch at a nearby restaurant before heading to their next stop. During the meal, Sanguxi, having not indulged in outside food for quite some time, ate a bit hastily. Gong Yiming may notice the remnants of food on Sanguxi's face adorned with a playful cat design and affectionately wiped it away with a smile. Gong Yiming may felt fortunate that her sister retained her innocence, kindness, and liveliness, untouched by the organization's indoctrination. Watching Sanguxi, she couldn't help but think of Sherbo. Although Sherbo was a year younger than Sanguxi, the pressures from the organization forced her to mature prematurely, leaving little trace of childhood in her demeanor. While Gong Yiming may felt a pang of sympathy for her sister, she also experienced a sense of disappointment in her own role as an elder sister, feeling somewhat inadequate. In contrast, Sanguxi's vibrant personality was a refreshing presence. Moreover, due to the constraints imposed by the organization, Gong Yiming may could only see Gong Yi Sherbo a few times a year, and even then, only within the confines of the organization. Perhaps as a form of transference, Sanguxi's presence seemed to fill certain voids in Gong Yiming Mei's life. Chapter 11. Oh my, the plot has taken a familiar turn. After finishing lunch, Sanguxi and Mayano Akemi had initially planned to go shopping. Mayano Akemi wished to buy clothes and shoes for Sanguxi, but her offer was declined by Sanguxi. Sanguxi was reluctant to let Mayano Akemi spend excessively, especially since she trained daily and many of her clothes no longer fit. Ultimately, at Sanguxi's suggestion, Mayano Akemi decided to exchange clothing purchases for snacks, yogurt, chips, ice cream, dried fruit, gummies, and chocolate. Just thinking about it made Sanguxi's mouth water. On their way to the mall, Mayano Akemi drove, while Sanguxi sat in the passenger seat, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and excitement. At that moment, any delay in acquiring snacks would surely ignite her ire, rivaling that of a wronged spirit. However, fate had other plans. From a distance, Sanguxi spotted a long-haired man wearing a beanie by the roadside. No way. Could it be? Had the storyline collided with reality? Should she allow Mayano Akemi to follow the original plot and send Akai Shuichi to the hospital? Or should she caution her to steer clear of the narrative and head to the mall for snacks? It was quite a dilemma. Meanwhile, Mayano Akemi, observing Sanguxi's animated expression, found herself momentarily distracted. She thought how wonderful it would be if she could take Shiho and Sanguxi away from the organization. Sanguxi's vivacity might even influence Shiho. She yearned for her sister to enjoy a better childhood rather than languish in the laboratory day in and day out. Just as she lost her focus, the original plot unfolded. Sister, brake. Hearing Sanguxi's urgent voice, Mayano Akemi instinctively slammed on the brakes. Glancing ahead, she narrowly avoided colliding with a man who was less than a meter from her car, her heart racing. She quickly pulled over, instructing Sanguxi to remain in the vehicle while she stepped out to apologize. I'm terribly sorry, I was a bit distracted. Sir, are you all right? I'm fine, 50-50, replied the man in the black beanie, who was none other than Akai Shuichi. He cast a discreet glance at the girl in the passenger seat before continuing. I also share some responsibility. I wasn't paying attention to the road either. Moreover, there are no traffic lights here, but according to the principle of yielding to pedestrians, Mayano Akemi bears a bit more responsibility. Fortunately, we didn't actually collide. Sanguxi gazed intently at the two individuals conversing outside the vehicle, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize the expression of Mayano Akemi. Fortunately, her eyes merely reflected a sense of guilt, devoid of any cliché, love at first sight melodrama. As Sanguxi exhaled a sigh of relief, she gazed out of the car window at Akai Shuichi, feeling a twinge of schadenfreude. After all, he had taken advantage of her sister, Aki, hadn't he? Let us see how he manages to infiltrate the organization now. However, just as a smirk began to form at the corner of her mouth, she suddenly halted. Wait a minute, she was right outside for an entire day. What if that scheming boy orchestrates another chance encounter in the future? How she longed to be glued to her sister Aki for 24 hours. She couldn't bear the thought of her sister being manipulated. Although she had admired Akai Shuichi's charm while watching anime at this moment, Sanguxi found him increasingly irksome. Thus, she stepped out of the car and approached Aki, interrupting their conversation. Sister, are you all right? Sanguxi stood protectively before Mayano Akemi, vigilantly observing Akai Shuichi. Mayano Akemi gazed affectionately at Sanguxi, unable to resist ruffling her white hair. It's all right. She addressed Akai Shuichi. Since you are fine, shall we take our leave? Noticing Sanguxi's wary glance, As if fearing that he might claim her for himself, Akai Shuichi raised an eyebrow. Maintaining an air of composure, Mayano Akemi was merely one of many avenues into the organization. Having failed with her, he could simply pursue another approach. Yet, at that moment, encountering this girl, who was neither mentioned in the intelligence nor resembled Mayano Akemi's scientist sister, prompted Akai Shuichi to reconsider his intention to allow them to depart. If it would not trouble you two, he proposed, might I request a ride? I am on my way to visit a friend at the Mihua hospital. And in my haste, I neglected to pay attention to the road. However, given the scarcity of vehicles in this area, I fear I might be unable to secure a ride. Would you be so kind as to assist me? Sanguxi was undoubtedly reluctant. Yet the gentle nature of Mayano Akemi rendered her unable to refuse. Unsurprisingly, despite her hesitation, Mayano Akemi acquiesced. As the trip to the hospital coincided conveniently with their journey to the mall. In the car, Sanguxi remained vigilant regarding the unfolding narrative. In the original plot, they were indeed heading to the hospital. Why, then, were they going there when everyone was seemingly well? However, throughout the journey, Akai Shuichi exhibited remarkable composure. Devoid of any suspicious actions, his demeanor even hinting at a touch of anxiety, as if he were genuinely visiting a friend. It was only upon their arrival at Mihua Hospital that Akai Shuichi expressed his gratitude to Mayano Akemi, saying, I truly appreciate your kindness. Afterward, he turned to the still wary Sanguxi and smiled. This must be your sister. She is quite adorable. As he spoke, he reached out to touzle Sanguxi's white hair. Following Akai Shuichi's departure, Sanguxi's expression remained somewhat melancholic. She could not fathom the significance of Akai Shuichi insisting that Mayano Akemi accompany him to the hospital. Mayano Akemi had long sensed Sanguxi's wariness towards the gentleman they had just met and asked with curiosity, Cici, do you not like that man? I do not. Handsome men are all bad. I fear that once you have a boyfriend, you might no longer care for me. Sanguxi's childlike words elicited a faint smile from Mayano Akemi. How could that be? Regardless of whether she had a boyfriend, her sister would always harbor affection for Sanguxi. Furthermore, her encounter with that person was merely a chance meeting. She didn't even know his name, so how could she possibly have feelings for him? Moreover, she was in no frame of mind to entertain the notion of romance. Burdened by the quagmire of her organization, how could she dare to involve others in her plight? Observing the gradually bitter smile on Mayano Akemi's face, Sanguxi comprehended the unspoken sentiments behind her words, yet felt utterly powerless. Sanguxi could not comprehend how such a gentle soul could meet with such a bitter fate. Therefore, this time, she was determined to liberate Gongya Mingmei from the shadows of the organization. From an angle hidden from Gongya Mingmei, Sanguxi's gaze grew somber. Upon regaining her senses, Gongya Mingmei sensed the heavy atmosphere and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing to see Sanguxi, despite her small stature, furrowing her brows with such intensity. Xiaoxi, let us go. Sister will take you to buy some snacks. You can buy as many as you wish. Upon hearing the mention of snacks, Sanguxi momentarily cast aside her tangled thoughts, her eyes sparkling once again. However, in the end, she did not purchase many, as it was Gongya Mingmei who footed the bill throughout the day, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Sister Mingmei, I will surely work hard in the future to earn money to buy you gifts. Yes, I believe in you, Xiaoxi. Gongya Mingmei replied with a gentle and affable smile. Alas, joyous moments are fleeting. Sanguxi's rare day off swiftly approached its conclusion. In the evening, Gongya Mingmei drove Sanguxi back to the base. Sanguxi, with a forlorn expression, clutched her small face, feeling a profound sense of reluctance. Sister Mingmei, I cannot bear to part with you. Sister Mingmei, too, felt a tinge of sadness, for their meetings were indeed rare, and the next encounter was shrouded in uncertainty. Yet, in order to alleviate Sanguxi's sorrow, Mingmei smiled and reassured her. Sister also finds it hard to say goodbye to you, dear, but I must return to school tomorrow, having only taken today off. However, rest assured, I shall visit you at the very first opportunity during my next break. Upon hearing this, Sanguxi recalled that Mingmei was only 20 years old this year. Undoubtedly a university student. Really? How could you ever deceive me, sister? I shall await your visit. Meanwhile, Akai Shuichi, after parting from the two, had spent an entire afternoon listening to their seemingly trivial conversation. This led him to question whether placing the listening device on the little girl had been a futile endeavor. However, in the next moment, he heard something that took him by surprise. The base has arrived, little Cici, please go inside, sister will watch you leave. Akai Shuichi raised an eyebrow. The term base could only refer to the organization's headquarters when uttered by Mingmei. Yet, what reason would a child have to go there? Intelligence indicated that the girl had suddenly appeared beside Meme today. Akai Shuichi suddenly felt an instinctive notion that the girl's identity might be far from ordinary. Sister. Farewell. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Mayano Akemi, Eskyuki walked towards the base's entrance, glancing back 3 times. It was not until Eskyuki's figure vanished from sight that Mayano Akemi turned to leave. Within the towering gates of the base, which loomed like a formidable wall, Sanguxi gazed at the door and sighed, murmuring to herself, I wonder when I will be able to go out again. Since Sanguxi usually did not keep her abilities activated, and with Akai Shuichi being quite skilled, she remained oblivious to the fact that a listening device had been placed on her. After a delightful outing today, Sanguxi was in high spirits, carrying snacks and humming a tune as she made her way back to Vermouth's spacious apartment. However, to her surprise, Vermouth was present as well. And before Sanguxi could retract the smile from her face, she was caught in the act. Honey, it seems you had quite an enjoyable day today. Sanguxi's expression stiffened momentarily. Her response was neither a yes nor a no. Buyer Mode observed the girl's instantly withdrawn smile and her anxious demeanor, letting out a sigh. Well, if she wishes to maintain her connections, so be it. My dear, you need not worry. I harbor no intention of obstructing your interactions. However, when the time comes for her to confront the Gongye sisters, it is inevitable that she will endure a period of sorrow. Upon hearing Belmode's words, Sanguxi's face instantly blossomed with a smile. Belmode surveyed her with a grin and remarked, The dress you are wearing today must be the one I prepared for you, correct? It looks splendid. My dear, you should wear more of the clothes I have chosen for you, rather than dressing like a boy every day. Sanguxi nervously pinched the hem of her skirt, her voice tinged with shyness. I am just afraid of tearing it during training. No worries. I shall purchase a new one for you. Buyer Mode replied nonchalantly, his gaze shifting from Sanguxi's attire to the transparent bag in her hand. So, my dear, you enjoy these treats. When I return next time, I shall bring some for you. Sanguxi's complexion flushed slightly, as if feeling a bit embarrassed. Yet she did not vocalize a refusal. Instead, she softly expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Today, as was customary, Belmode did not remain here for the night. And after his departure, Sanguxi quietly exhaled in relief. She truly felt that the Oscar for Best Actress should be awarded to her. Each day was a tremendous test of her acting prowess. Chapter 12. The trio of whiskey. As the trio gathered, Akai Shuichi had long been following the Black Organization, and Belmode's voice was not unfamiliar to him. Upon hearing her voice, his expression grew serious. The conversation between the girl and Belmode astonished him. Although it contained little information regarding the Black Organization, the dialogue reinforced his prior suspicions. That girl's identity was indeed remarkable. She maintained a surprisingly close relationship with Belmode. Furthermore, within their exchange, the girl referred to training. What kind of training could wear out clothes? Could it possibly be assassin training? Given her residence at the organization's base and the difficulty of venturing out, assassin training seemed plausible. However, it appeared unlikely that ordinary children from the organization's assassin training camps would be permitted to wander freely. Moreover, the girl possessed a purity of demeanor that was far removed from what one would expect of a child from such a training camp. Clearly, once he infiltrated the organization, he should pay closer attention to this girl of intriguing identity. Organization base. As Sanguxi changed her attire and prepared for a bath, she inadvertently discovered a listening device hidden beneath the ruffled collar of the dress she was wearing today. Gazing at the device in her hand, her brow furrowed in surprise. She had thoroughly checked before leaving and had found nothing of the sort. The only possibility remaining was Akai Shuichi. How infuriating. She had sensed that this scoundrel harbored ulterior motives. Sanguxi was initially perplexed as to why this young man insisted on going to the hospital today, deeming it an unnecessary action. It turns out that his intention was not to seek out Mayano Akemi, but rather her. Sanguxi began to reflect on whether she had uttered anything inappropriate today. After a thorough contemplation, she concluded that she had not. The crux of the matter was that she remained oblivious to any secrets the organization might harbor. This realization brought her a sense of relief. Although her allegiances slightly leaned towards the Red faction, she recognized that the Black faction offered greater safety. After all, the Red faction would not target a mere child, whereas the Black faction might. After much deliberation, Sanguxi ultimately decided against destroying the listening device, choosing instead to conceal it beneath her lotus leaf collar. Firstly, as a child, it was somewhat unrealistic for her to discover the device. Secondly, should she come across it and fail to report it, it would arouse suspicion from Akai Shuichi. Furthermore, If she did report it, given her numerous interactions today, the organization might not immediately suspect Akai Shuichi. However, once Zhu Xingda infiltrated the organization, Jin would undoubtedly sense something amiss. Thus, considering various angles, it seemed prudent to leave the listening device undisturbed. Nevertheless, she resolved never to wear that garment again. In the end, despite Akai Shuichi being of the Red faction and a good person, Sanguxi couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Cunning boy. Using tricks on a child. And remember, if you employ your schemes on me, you cannot do so with Sister Mingmei." In the base, Sanguxi was unable to contact Mayano Akemi, and she found herself somewhat concerned about the possibility of encountering Akai Shuichi again. However, the truth is that Sangu was overthinking. An encounter once could be deemed coincidental, but twice would seem overly deliberate. Akai Shuichi had made extensive preparations for his undercover mission, allowing for no margin of error. Moreover, after much contemplation, he felt that exploiting a woman was somewhat beneath him, especially when other alternatives existed. Though Mayano Akemi represented a shortcut, forgoing it merely required more effort, which was not an insurmountable challenge. Sanguxi's life has returned to the monotonous routine of training grounds and dormitory, yet there is one delightful improvement. Belmode truly sent her snacks. Who can comprehend this, dear family? It is akin to a boarding school child encountering a day student. The only sentiment felt is one of deep gratitude. Time seems to slip by as if it were a summer vacation. In the blink of an eye, several months have passed. This time, Akai Shuichi did not exploit Mayano Akemi, and Sanguxi remains unaware of how he managed to secure his entry. Nonetheless, he has successfully infiltrated. Moreover, just as in the original narrative, he has triumphantly acquired the codename Rye Whiskey. This tidbit reached Sanguxi during her training breaks, straight from the lips of Kiani. Kiani's exact words were that 2 snipers, even more formidable than herself, have joined the organization and already received their codenames, urging Sanguxi to train diligently to surpass them. Naturally, Sanguxi expressed curiosity at the opportune moment, and soon learned that Shujo Dazai's entry was due to a vendetta with a lower-tier member whose formidable strength caught the organization's attention, leading to an invitation after a thorough background check. Besides Shujo Dazai, Sanguxi has also occasionally heard the names Amuro Toru and Midori Kawahikaru, who are reputed to be outstanding among this year's newcomers and have likewise received codenames. However, it seems that Jin intends for Sanguxi to steer clear of these newly inducted members, as she has yet to encounter any of the 3. Sanguxi was not in a hurry to meet them. After all, they were all part of the same organization and would inevitably cross paths sooner or later. Several months passed in this manner. Sanguxi had been training in marksmanship under the tutelage of Qian Ti for nearly 7 or 8 months since January. She was unprepared for the sudden encounter with the undercover trio. On that day, as usual, Sanguxi was honing her skills at the shooting range. However, Qian Ti appeared to have a mission, leaving her alone at the training ground. Bang! Bang! The sound of 2 gunshots reverberated through the air. The electronic scoreboard displayed her results for those shots. The first shot, at a distance of 800 meters, grazed the danger zone, scoring a 9. The second shot, also at 800 meters, struck the target directly, yet still scored a 9. Sanguxi furrowed her brow, perceiving 800 meters as a pivotal threshold. She had been ensnared in this phase for an entire month, aspiring to become a flawless hexagonal warrior. This young maiden had long set her sights on the unparalleled marksmanship of Akai Shuichi from the original narrative. She vividly recalled a particular film where Akai's authentic prowess allowed him to hit targets from a distance of 1,000 meters. However, within the organization, he seemed to shroud his abilities, claiming a maximum range of only 800 meters. The stagnation in her progress left Sanguxi somewhat vexed. When Zhu Xingda, Amuro Toru, and Midori Kawahikaru entered, they were greeted by the sight of the white-haired girl, radiating an imposing aura as she aligned her shot with precision, her movements fluid and unhesitant. 800 meters, 9 rings. Zhu Xingda instantly recognized the girl, astonished by her remarkable achievement. Amuro Toru and Midori Kawahikaru, unfamiliar with Sanguxi, shared the same astonishment. This girl surpassed even the organization's most formidable snipers, Kiani and Conan. What was more astonishing was her tender age of merely 14. Her talent was undeniably extraordinary. Yet, why had her name never echoed within the organization? Since joining, Zhu Xingda had not sought to inquire about her, and this was his first encounter with her since their serendipitous meeting outside. The girl remained oblivious to their presence, her gaze fixated on the bullseye, seemingly dissatisfied with her performance. A hint of frustration shadowing her features. Suddenly, the silencer in her ear was removed. Your technique is flawless. The reason you missed the bullseye lies in the oversized diameter of this bullet. Your mentor must have taught you the aiming corrections based on the 7.62 sniper rifle. Correct? Startled by the unexpected voice behind her, Sanguxi turned to find Akai Shuichi, along with Amuro Toru and Midori Kawahikaru. It was indeed Akai Shuichi who had spoken. Or rather, Zhu Xingda now. Upon hearing his words, Sanguxi's eyes sparkled. Were these not two seasoned sniper experts at her disposal? If Zhu Xingda and Midori Kawahikaru were to instruct her, the endeavor would surely yield remarkable results. Yet, despite her thoughts, the performance must go on. Sangu Valley's gaze swept over the three individuals before finally resting upon the imposing figure of Zhu Xing. She furrowed her brow, perplexed, and inquired, "Why are you here?" "Ray." "That is my code name," came the response. To the side, Amuro Toru raised an eyebrow upon hearing this exchange, intrigued by the identity of the girl and the nature of her acquaintance with the enigmatic Ray. However, he deemed it inappropriate to directly inquire about the matter. Thus, he simply introduced himself, saying, "Greetings, I am Bourbon, and this is Scotland." Sanguxi appeared somewhat dejected, as if touched upon a sensitive topic. "I have no code name. And you need not know my name." Zhu Xing's expression softened with nostalgia. "Shaoxi, I recall that your sister used to call you that, didn't she?" Sanguxi resembled a cat whose fur had been ruffled, her expression fierce. "You mustn't call me that." Zhu Xingda, with a smile that was more of a smirk, shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know your name. My name is..." Sanguxi paused mid-sentence, as if realizing something. "I won't tell you." Afterward, she tentatively added, "However, from what you just said, you understand firearms." Upon hearing this, Zhu Xingda raised an eyebrow, took the gun from Sanguxi's hands, and complimented her. "Your gun is impressive." With that, he raised his hand and fired a shot at 800 meters, a perfect 10. The electronic screen displayed the results of that shot, leaving Sanguxi wide-eyed in astonishment. "Incredible!" Perhaps recalling her earlier demeanor, her ears turned slightly red as she said, Could you teach me?" Akai Shuichi looked at Sanguxi, remembering her previous guarded expression, and suddenly smiled. "If you want to tell me your name, why should I teach you?" Amuro Toru, eager to uncover the girl's identity, seized the moment to interject. "If it's marksmanship you seek, Scotland can teach you. His skills are quite remarkable as well." "Really?" Sanguxi's eyes sparkled at the mention of Scotland. Upon meeting her clear gaze, Scotland paused, struggling to reconcile the notion that this girl could possibly belong to their organization. He couldn't help but wonder, if he taught her, would her gun one day be aimed at his comrades? Yet, Yukikawa Hikaru ultimately nodded. How could he harbor such suspicions about a child? Still, he felt curious. "You are already quite skilled. Why do you wish to learn more?" This time it was Sanguxi who fell silent, a flicker of confusion crossing her clear green eyes before she lowered her head in disappointment. "Perhaps it is to become a useful person." Jin said the organization does not support idleness. The three who heard her words each pondered with varying thoughts. Yet they likely converged on a similar notion. If such a formidable sniper were loyal to the organization, they would gain a formidable adversary. But if she were to ally with them, she would be a great asset. Simultaneously, they were aware that she was merely a girl in her teens, and they hesitated to draw her into this perilous vortex. Thus, they resolved to observe her further, hoping she could remain untouched by the organization's darkness. Sanguxi could likely discern their thoughts, yet was now the appropriate moment for such reflections? Thus, "Scotland, could you impart your wisdom upon me?" Sanguxi's sudden interjection disrupted the trio's contemplation. Hikaru Mitakawa smiled and nodded. "Very well. Thank you, Scotland." Sanguxi exclaimed with sparkling eyes, brimming with excitement. After expressing her gratitude, she shot a glare at Zhu Xingdai, exclaiming, "You're so stingy." "Humph." Zhu Xingdai was amused by the child's contrasting expressions and retorted teasingly, "Such a novice." Sanguxi, undeterred, retorted, quarreling with the child, "How childish of you. Just wait. I will surpass you sooner or later." Caught off guard by a child's audacity, Akai Shuichi found himself at a loss, unsure whether to be vexed or amused. "Very well. I shall await that day." Chapter 13. Sanglua Wine. 2 months passed swiftly. After that fateful day when Scotland instructed Sanguxi on her marksmanship, she felt as though she had unlocked the flow of her vital energy, resulting in remarkable improvement in her shooting skills. However, since that day, she had not encountered the trio of counterfeit whiskey again. Rumor had it that news of their previous encounter had reached Jin's ears, and as the three had only recently joined the organization, Jin harbored reservations about them. Consequently, Jin forbade their return to the base, and discussions regarding missions were conducted solely in bars operated under the organization's name. On this particular day, Kiani informed Sanguxi that there was little left for her to learn. In terms of marksmanship, Kiani could no longer match Sanguxi's prowess. Thus, Sanguxi sought out Jin once more. Jin, is there anything else I need to learn? Why do I still lack a codename? Jin fell silent for a moment, gazing into Sanguxi's eyes, which reflected a depth of meaning that she failed to comprehend. Do you truly desire a codename? Yes, Sanguxi affirmed with unwavering determination. A peculiar smile graced Jin's lips, sending a shiver down Sanguxi's spine. Come with me. Sanguxi was unaware of where Qingjiao intended to take her, yet she had no choice but to follow. Eventually, Qingjiao led her to a dimly lit basement. Sanguxi beheld a figure confined within, presumably a male, whose features were utterly indiscernible. He was bound to an apparatus resembling an electric chair, his body marred by a multitude of wounds, drenched in blood. From the moment she laid eyes on the basement, Sanguxi surmised the sinister intentions of Qingjiao. Yet, she found herself compelled to gamble on fate. At that moment, her complexion drained of color as she gazed at the man, her voice quivering with trepidation. Who is he? What has happened to him? He is merely a rat within the organization. You need not concern yourself with his identity, Qingjiao replied, observing the trembling girl before him. He retrieved a knife from his pocket, seized her quaking hand, and pressed the hilt into her palm, guiding her grip to tighten. Leaning closer, he whispered in her ear like a demon, if you desire a code name, take action and end his life. Let me witness your loyalty to the organization. Sanguxi could not control her trembling hands, and the knife fell to the ground as she incessantly retreated. No, it cannot be. I cannot do it. He is a living being, not an animal. Qingjiao seized the retreating girl, retrieved the knife, and placed it back in her trembling hands, gripping her chin to force her gaze upon him. Qingjiao stared deeply into her fearful green eyes, his voice laced with a hint of seduction. Listen, you can do this. Kill him. Only then will you obtain your code name. No, I do not want to kill. I do not wish for this. The girl was compelled to meet Qingjiao's gaze, her eyes filled with desperation. Qingjiao's expression remained icy, devoid of any sympathy. If you cannot do this, you shall meet the same fate as him. I do not want the code name anymore. Let us leave, shall we? This time, Qingjiao remained silent, pushing the girl's trembling hands holding the knife, urging her step by step towards the man. Sanguxi yearned to retreat, yet Qingjiao stood behind her, urging her forward. She found herself compelled to advance, despite her desperate pleas of no. 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 Sanguxi was merely a few steps away from that person. And with a gentle push from Qingjiao, she swiftly arrived before him. He steadied the girl's hand that gripped the knife and aimed it towards the man's heart. Sanguxi struggled vehemently against the grip of the Jin that held her hand captive. At that moment, the man seated in the electric chair stirred slightly. His voice raspy as he implored, just kill me. I beg you, grant me this release. His lips, parched and cracked from prolonged deprivation of food and water, bore testament to his frail state, and as he spoke, several vivid crimson wounds split open upon his lips. I cannot take a life. Please hold on. Sanguxi shook her head vigorously, her entire being resisting the compulsion of Qingjiao, who was forcing her hand to plunge the knife downwards. Yet, no amount of struggle proved fruitful. Qingjiao's strength was overwhelming, and the individual was relentlessly hurling themselves onto the blade's tip. Blood gushed forth, splattering Sanguxi's face, and her hands, gripping the knife, became drenched in crimson, her clothing stained a vivid red. The girl could no longer contain herself, gazing at her blood-soaked hands. Her eyes widened in horror, and she collapsed in despair, kneeling on the ground as she wept uncontrollably. Qingjiao, expressionless, stepped back, observing the girl, who resembled a rag doll, weeping profusely on the ground. A flicker of emotion stirred within his usually tranquil gaze, only to settle back into stillness in the end. When Sanguxi awakened once more, she could not ascertain how much time had elapsed. Lying in bed, she opened her eyes to gaze at the white ceiling above, her expression vacant and devoid of life. Beside her, Belmont exhaled a sigh of relief upon noticing her consciousness had returned. Ever since that fateful day when Jin had carried the unconscious girl from the dungeon, she had remained in slumber for several days. The doctor had indicated that the girl had suffered severe psychological trauma, reluctant to confront reality, which was why she lingered in her state of unconsciousness. Thus, Belmont refrained from mentioning that day's events, instead choosing to convey her concern. Darling, you have finally awakened. You have no idea how many days you have been asleep. I was terribly worried. The truth of her words was known only to Belmont herself. Sanguxi remained silent, her gaze blankly fixed upon the ceiling. Belmont, seemingly endowed with great patience, lifted the girl from the hospital bed and continued, My dear, Would you care for a meal? The doctor has advised against greasy food. So I have brought you some kanji. Sanguxi was propped up, yet remained oblivious to Belmode's words. Those once vibrant green eyes were now dim, as if they would never radiate light again. Belmode did not press the girl for a response. Instead, she continued, "Honey, do you know that Jin has chosen a code name for you? Would you like to know what it is?" This time, the green eyes finally flickered with a hint of emotion, but only to utter, "I don't want it. I don't want a code name." Belmode had witnessed the entire ordeal from the monitor that day, and she had long anticipated that the girl would face this trial. After all, such pure eyes were ill-suited for this place. Observing the girl in her current state did not surprise Belmode. Perhaps she had already foreseen today's outcome. Nevertheless, she chose to remain a bystander, allowing events to unfold as they would. In the end, Belmode merely sighed and offered comfort. "Honey, that matter is behind you. Forget those unhappy moments. You will be free to come and go from the base in the future." Sanguxi gazed at her hands, her eyes heavy with contemplation, murmuring to herself, "Yet I cannot forget, I have taken a life. My hands are stained with so much blood." A flicker of emotion passed through Belmode's eyes, and suddenly, she posed a question. "My dear, do you still wish to return to your former companions?" Sanguxi was momentarily taken aback, her previously serene expression now replaced by turmoil. Sitting on the hospital bed, she curled her legs and embraced her knees, burying her face in her arms, unable to contain her tears any longer. "I long for it. I dream of it. Yet I have taken a life. I cannot return. I can never go back. Apart from this place, I have nowhere else to turn." Belmode observed the girl finally succumbing to her sorrow and quietly exited the room, leaving her in solitude. Once outside, Belmode leaned against the wall and made a phone call. When the line connected, she spoke to the other party. That child has no recollection of her childhood. She has always believed herself to be the daughter of Jin and me. Now that she has committed murder, her psychological defenses have crumbled, and she has come to see the organization as her only refuge. The voice on the other end, altered to conceal its gender and age, sounded pleased, almost amused. "Excellent. That child possesses great potential. She must be nurtured carefully." In the hospital room, upon hearing these conversations, Sanguxi's spiritual energy flickered, and she finally breathed a sigh of relief within. Her efforts in feigning sleep for so many days were not in vain. On that fateful day, she had enveloped the blade's tip with her mental force, while simultaneously safeguarding the individual's vital arteries. Moreover, she had hypnotized the depths of that person's mind, inducing an automatic shutdown of bodily functions, allowing for a state of suspended animation lasting up to 3 days. This was a plan she had meticulously crafted, albeit with a flaw concerning the organization's method of disposing of bodies. She inscribed a spiritual mark upon that person, harboring the hope that they might escape calamity and that they would meet again one day. In that moment of desperation, this was the utmost she could do. If that individual were to perish, Sanguxi could not claim to be entirely guiltless, yet she truly had exerted herself. Months later, as the new year dawned, Sanguxi had been captured by the organization for 3 years. Ever since the day she took a life, she had isolated herself for a month. Upon her reemergence, her once radiant smile had become a rare occurrence. However, it would be erroneous to overthink this. Her mental state was quite healthy, as this was merely a facade for others. One day, she suddenly sensed that her spiritual mark had not vanished, signifying that the individual still lived. On the very first day of the new year, Sanguxi acquired her own code name, Samlo, or Sang Luogio. This was a name she had chosen for herself. The organization had initially prepared a different name for her, Marguerite, a type of martini, which is a cocktail made from gin and vermouth. The implications of that code name were quite clear, yet Sanguxi was not fond of it. Instead, she opted for an ancient spirit of her homeland, Sang Luogio, which also bore the name Crane's Morning. However, to the outside world, she merely stated that Sang Luogio sounded more melodious, sharing the character Sang with her own name. Sanguxi reminds herself through this code name, a life exchanged for a mere moniker. Although that individual remains alive, it is solely due to fortune, and it does not exonerate her from the act of murder. Is it only considered murder when a life is extinguished? Certainly not. At the very moment the perpetrator decides to strike, she has already committed the act in her heart. The fact that the person still breathes merely provides her with an additional justification for self-comfort. But should one inquire whether Sanguxi harbors any regrets, her unequivocal response would be, no regrets. Given the opportunity to choose anew, she would make the same decision once more. Chapter 14. Studying Abroad. Although Sanguxi has received a code name, her life remains largely unchanged. When there are missions, June never calls upon her. In the organization, she feels like an invisible presence. Furthermore, ever since that incident, perhaps foreseeing a future where she would wield a gun to take a life, the girl has resolutely refused to pick up the sniper rifle and has not returned to the training grounds. Yet, Gio has said nothing about it. Nor has he compelled her in any way. Sanguxi sequestered herself in her bedroom each day, despite having received permission to leave the base. Finally, one day, Belmont knocked on her door. Observing the girl who had been gloomy since that incident, Belmont felt a twinge of helplessness. "Honey, would you like to accompany me to America? Is that possible?" A glimmer of hope sparked in the girl's eyes. Of course, Belmont smiled, understanding the longing reflected in Sanguxi's gaze. After all, it was only natural to desire an escape after having taken a life. Yet, the girl likely understood that she could never return to a semblance of normalcy, which was why she confined herself within these walls. Now, presented with the opportunity to leave with Belmont, her agreement was inevitable. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her expression dimmed once more. "But will Jin agree?" Belmont patted Sanguxi's shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, honey. You pack your things, and I will speak with him." After Belmont departed, Sanguxi set aside her increasingly refined acting skills and began to gather her belongings. She understood that since Belmont had made such a declaration, she must have the means to persuade Jin. Indeed, this was the case. In Jin's residence downstairs, he regarded the uninvited Belmont with evident displeasure, unfazed by his cold demeanor. Belmont spoke with calm assurance. "I intend to take her to America." Both were well aware of whom she referred to. Jin's icy gaze fixed on Belmont as he remained non-committal to her request. "Provide me with a reasonable justification." With a casual shrug, Belmont replied, "Consider it a chance for me to unwind in America. Besides, with Scotland and Rye in the organization, we have no need for a mere child." She recognized that she could never return to her previous life after committing murder. She merely needed time to come to terms with it. Furthermore, she could assist me with intelligence work while in America. Jin recalled the girl's dull, lifeless green eyes from their recent encounters, and he furrowed his brow. Refraining from outright rejecting Belmont's request, he simply added, "If she is required here, she must return promptly." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly 6 months had passed since Sanguxi and Belmont arrived in America. With an exceptional memory, she had successfully gained admission to Columbia University in New York through self-study. However, she chose to pursue a major in psychology. Belmont supported this decision, recognizing that such a field could aid in intelligence work and assist Sanguxi in overcoming her psychological trauma. The distinction between a psychologist and a criminal often lies in a single thought. Indeed, many adept criminals possess a deep understanding of psychology. Sanguxi's choice of psychology stemmed from her prior self-study and experience in her previous life. Moreover, with over a year remaining before the timeline of Jufuka's sacrifice, she deemed it prudent to distance herself from the organization. After all, what if Jin suddenly remembered her and commanded her to kill again? This concern was the fundamental reason for Sanguxi's decision to accompany Belmont to America. School life proved to be quite mundane and tedious. She was merely 15 upon enrollment. Young and often solitary, lacking in friendships. One of Belmont's identities was that of a superstar, frequently occupied with filming. Even in her intelligence work, there were few instances where Sanguxi was called upon. After spending an extended period at school, Sanguxi found herself enveloped in the illusion that she was merely an ordinary student. The time that was otherwise unoccupied was diligently devoted to her studies. Possessing a solid foundation coupled with an extraordinary memory, she could complete a year's worth of coursework in just a single semester. With only 2 years to achieve her goals, she meticulously structured her curriculum to be exceedingly rigorous. Her ambition was to graduate within this 2-year time frame. As the new year approached, Sanguxi celebrated her 16th birthday. The previous new year had found her still within the organization, having recently received her code name. With a residence in New York, where Belmont owned a property, Sanguxi did not stay in the dormitories. One day, after concluding her classes, she was making her way home when she unexpectedly encountered an individual, Judy Stein, an investigator from the FBI. "Miss Sang, may we have a word?" Sanguxi was aware of what she might say, yet she did not refuse, for it was also an opportunity to express her stance. Moreover, Belmont was currently occupied with filming and was not in New York. The fact that Judy could come to find her indicated that the surrounding environment was secure. Thus, Sanguxi nodded and followed Judy to the car she had parked in a nearby concealed parking lot. "Miss Sang, I am an investigator with the FBI, Judy Stein." Judy revealed her identity as soon as she got in. Upon hearing her introduction, Sanguxi's expression shifted to one of slight apprehension. "Is there something you need from me?" she inquired. Judy observed the young woman before her, handed her a bottle of water, and reassured her, "Miss Sang, please don't be anxious. I merely wish to ask you a few questions." Sanguxi received the water, but did not open it. She merely held it in her hand and nodded. "May I inquire about your relationship with the renowned star Sharon Wynyard?" Upon hearing this, Sanguxi was momentarily taken aback. Initially believing that Judy was aware of her affiliation with the organization and was attempting to recruit her. However, upon reflecting on the question, she quickly realized that Judy was likely investigating the truth behind the case of her parents' murder by Belmode over a decade ago. At this juncture, it seemed Judy had conducted a substantial amount of inquiry. Thus Sanguxi concluded that she merely needed to respond truthfully, with her thoughts swiftly returning to focus. Sanguxi lowered her gaze, avoiding Judy's eyes, and calmly replied, "It is an adoption relationship. I had been residing in Japan until last year when I returned to the United States. All of this information can be verified through official registry documents, rendering any deception unnecessary. The organization would never err in such matters. Otherwise, it would not have remained concealed for so many years without detection." Judy nodded solemnly and continued, "Then, are you acquainted with her other daughter, your sister, Ms. Chris Wynyard?" "I am," Sanguxi gently affirmed, adding with a hint of irony, "My sister is also my mother. Have you ever seen them both together?" At the moment Judy posed this question, a fleeting glimmer of anxiety flickered in her eyes. Sanguxi displayed no hint of dawn in her expression, her face reflecting a shade of reminiscence. Ultimately, she shook her head and replied, "No, their relationship is strained. It has been severed, and it appears they both intentionally avoid one another." Judy then proceeded to inquire further about Sharon, to which Sanguxi responded with impeccable eloquence. Every response from Miss Sanguxi aligned perfectly with the clues Judy had previously investigated, thereby solidifying her conviction regarding her suspicions. Before concluding the inquiry, Judy posed her final question. "Miss Sanguxi, may I ask if you have ever heard of the name Belmond?" Sanguxi pondered over these words, ultimately shaking her head calmly in denial. A flicker of disappointment crossed Judy's eyes, yet she held no suspicion that Sanguxi was being untruthful. After all, according to her investigations, all of Sanguxi's academic records from her childhood in Japan were readily accessible. Furthermore, since arriving in America, she had spent the majority of her time within the confines of the school. At just 16 years of age, it appeared that Belmond had indeed taken great care to protect his adopted daughter. Sakura Kishi does not seem to have any connections with the Black organization. Most importantly, according to the information relayed by the undercover agent, Akai Shuichi, there is no relationship between Sakura Kishi and the organization. Thus, although Judy was perplexed as to why the enigmatic Vermouth would adopt a daughter without any apparent reason, she did not wish to burden an innocent child. In the end, Judy graciously bid farewell to Sakura Kishi. After walking a considerable distance and realizing she was not being followed, Sakura Kishi let out a sigh of relief. However, she found herself puzzled by Judy's seemingly normal emotional fluctuations during their conversation. Judy expressed a remarkable level of trust in her, appearing unaware of any ties she might have with the organization. What could this mean? Had Akai Shuichi failed to convey her information back to the FBI? Upon careful contemplation, Sakura Kishi grasped the underlying reason. There were few individuals within the organization who had encountered her. If her information were to reach the FBI, they would likely take a keen interest in her. Consequently, with Vermouth being so vigilant, she would undoubtedly catch on to this situation. Ultimately, under the organization's intense scrutiny, Jin would surely uncover some clues. This could severely hinder the undercover operations of the agency. It could be described as a serendipitous miscommunication, resulting from the disparity in knowledge between both parties. Nevertheless, this situation posed no detriment to Sakura Kishi, at least during her time in the United States. She need not contend with daily surveillance by the FBI. Although she had committed no wrongdoing, constant monitoring felt quite restrictive. At this moment, Sakura Kishi was acutely aware of her surroundings, grateful for her inherent caution. Otherwise, should Judy discover her blood relation to Vermouth, it would be utterly overwhelming. Sanguxi harbored aspirations of deftly navigating both the red and black factions, believing that it would be more advantageous for the red side to remain oblivious for as long as possible. After all, should they discover her intentions? What if they doubted her benevolence? Moreover, she had been anticipating Judy's efforts to win her over, only to subsequently decline. In the end, she intended to convey that she would keep her diplomatic overtures to herself. maintaining a neutral stance without favoring the red side. However, to her dismay, Sanguxi had overestimated her significance. The truth was that they were not there to court her at all, which left her feeling quite disheartened. Sanguxi, with unwavering ambition, declared, "Today you disregard me, yet tomorrow I shall become someone you cannot reach." As long as she ascends higher and acquires greater knowledge, it is only a matter of time before the elite seek to entice her. When that moment arrives, she vows to reject them fiercely, only to eventually acquiesce. Chapter 15. Returned to Japan after meeting Judy that day, Sanguxi resumed her monotonous existence, shuttling between home and school. Yet, the home was devoid of family, and the school lacked companionship. Although Sanguxi was not particularly dependent on friends, she began to feel a twinge of nostalgia for Xiaolan and the others. She wondered when they would reunite and whether they would still remember her. I do not despise the sensation of waiting, for the longer the wait, the sweeter the joy of reunion. It was only at this moment that Sanguxi truly comprehended Xiaolan's words. In the early spring, the tulips along the roadside were in full bloom. After enduring such a mundane existence for an extended period, Sanguxi found herself oddly yearning for the life within the organization. It was now March, and in 9 months, the fateful date of Zhufu Jingguang's demise would arrive. Sanguxi recalls that the official announcement regarding the sacrifice of Jingguang was made on December 7th. There is still quite some time left. What excuse will she concoct to return to Japan by then? As for Jinjiu, he ought to exert some pressure and hasten her return for her mission. Must she truly remain in the United States in such unrestrained freedom? The double standards are so evidently manipulated by Sanguxi. It was she who initially sought to escape the organization and evade her duties. Yet now she yearns to return and stir up trouble, all while expressing discontent that Jinjiu has not summoned her for a task. The truth is, she finds her prolonged stay in America exceedingly dull. She has too much leisure time. As the foremost member of the intelligence team, Belmont finds intelligence missions to be rather effortless, rendering her presence unnecessary. Even when her involvement is called for, her assignments often consist merely of surveillance in the vicinity. Sangu Valley seemed reminiscent of Vermouth, a human-shaped surveillance device, for no one would suspect a mere teenager. Today, upon returning home, Sangu Valley discovered that Vermouth had also arrived. As she passed by Vermouth, a faint metallic scent of blood reached her nostrils. Her gaze fixated on Vermouth's shoulder, which was slightly oozing blood from an injury, prompting her to involuntarily furrow her brow. "Are you hurt?" Sangu Valley inquired. Vermouth did not conceal the truth from her. Instead, she replied candidly, "Yes. I dealt with an overzealous little faction leader. It's just a minor wound." This marked the first occasion in several years that she had mentioned taking a life in front of the girl. Upon hearing these words, Sanguxi was momentarily stunned, then clenched her fingers and lowered her gaze, her tone tinged with discontent. "Why didn't you ask me for help?" Belmont noticed the girl's subtle actions, realizing she might have recalled the incident in the basement. Thus, she smiled and said, "Honey, you've never been fond of killing, have you? However, I equally do not wish for you to come to harm." The girl responded decisively this time. Belmont paused for a moment and queried, "Why?" "Because you are my family," the girl replied. Upon hearing her utter the word family, Belmont felt a mixture of confusion and amusement. "But I have killed many." She had never believed that those like her and Jin, who thrived in darkness, could possess a family. At that moment, Belmont shed her pretenses. Sanguxi gazed into her azure eyes and earnestly said, "But you have never harmed me." Belmont, captivated by the girl's earnest and clear eyes, fell into silence. After a long pause, she suddenly laughed. In truth, she had always regarded this girl, who shared her blood yet was entirely unexpected, as a stranger. She had never truly cared for the girl, otherwise she would not have hastily reported the clues indicating the girl's survival. Nor would she have allowed Jin to cast her into the training camp without intervention. She remained indifferent when the girl was betrayed and severely injured by friends during training. And she coldly watched as Jin compelled the girl to kill, reducing her to a being like themselves. The concern she had shown was merely due to the girl's remarkable talent and her own habit of donning a mask to feign righteousness. Yet, only now did Belmont realize that beneath the guise of her masked concern, she had inadvertently concealed feelings that she herself had not recognized. She pondered that perhaps the only good deed the Mayano couple had done was to secretly create this girl, who was bound to her by blood. Family. So this is what family means. Belmont self-deprecatingly curled her lips into a smirk, regaining her masked smile. She looked at the girl and asked, "But, honey, do you dare to kill now?" Sanguxi was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a brief pause, she replied with unwavering conviction, "But I can injure him." I can protect you. A sardonic smirk crept onto Beermode's lips upon hearing this, and he continued, Darling, I do not require your protection just yet. What you ought to contemplate now is how you would respond if Jin summoned you back to carry out an assassination task. Furthermore, if Jin were to discover that you have lingered outside for 2 years yet still lack the courage to take a life, how do you suppose he would react? The complexion of Sanguxi suddenly turned pale, and after Belmode uttered these words, he rose and departed. Sanguxi sat alone on the sofa, enveloped in a profound silence. Having acted for so long, she occasionally pondered the significance of her unwavering commitment. Since she found herself entrenched in the shadows, why not embrace the darkness more completely? However, in the end, reason triumphed over emotion. Her steadfastness was not born out of a desire to save anyone, nor was it fueled by an overflowing sense of justice. It was simply because she was Sanguxi, the one who hailed from the flower-planting Sanguxi. Even amidst the darkness, she could not forget her true identity. Most importantly, if she were to succumb to the shadows, would that not play directly into the organization's hands? Without delving into other matters, Sanguxi weighs 90 kilograms and possesses a rebellious spirit that far exceeds that weight. Thus, it is absolutely impossible for her to remain in the shadows. However, ever since the conversation between Sanguxi and Belmode took place, their encounters have become infrequent. Even when matters arise, Belmode only reaches out to her via telephone. Sanguxi believes that Belmode is deliberately avoiding her. What does this signify? It indicates that her recent move was indeed the correct one. It suggests that she has touched Belmode's heart. It signifies that she is on the verge of conquering Belmode. Sanguxi suddenly felt a glimmer of hope. Moreover, if she could win over Sister Bay, she would not be entirely isolated and defenseless in the dark side in the future. Well, those few bottles of counterfeit liquor do not count. Sanguxi, how deeply moving. After so many years, I finally witnessed a different reaction from Sister Bay. However, upon noticing that Sister Bay was avoiding her, Sanguxi refrained from approaching and instead devoted herself once more to the simplicity of her academic life. After all, one must not rush. She possesses an abundance of patience. In the blink of an eye, November arrived. By this time, Sanguxi had completed all her junior year courses. As her senior year approached, it was time for internships and the submission of her thesis. Thus she no longer needed to attend school. With only about a month remaining until December 7th, Sanguxi found herself well prepared, yet lacking only a reason to return to Japan. Unfortunately, Jinju was quite unhelpful, delaying her return indefinitely. Therefore, Sanguxi had to create her own circumstances. For instance, she graduated early due to her exceptionally outstanding thesis. Regardless, she was determined to return this time. As she boarded the flight back to Japan, Sanguxi felt a surge of excitement. Calculating the time, she realized she had spent nearly 2 years in America, during which her transformation was quite evident. She had grown taller and blossomed in many ways. Yet, the most significant change was the return of that radiant smile of Sanguxi. Sanguxi, this time returning home. I shall reclaim all that I have lost. She, Sanguxi Nyohulu, has returned. With a heart full of zeal, the heroic Sanguxi descends upon the clouds to rescue you. Several hours later, the plane lands safely. When she boarded, Sanguxi was brimming with enthusiasm. Upon disembarking, however, she struggled to open her eyes. Curse this wretched jet lag. Furthermore, the absence of anyone from Qingjia to greet her has left Sanguxi feeling quite despondent. Indeed, after 2 years away, she is no longer Qingjia's little treasure. Though, in truth, she never truly was. Sanguxi, single-handedly dragging her suitcase, trudged out of the terminal, then hailed a taxi by the roadside. It is likely that she is the first in history to take a cab to the stronghold of a clandestine organization. However, considering the life of the driver, Sanguxi did not actually instruct him to convey her directly to the base. Instead, she requested to be dropped off in a neighborhood several kilometers away from her destination. After alighting from the vehicle, she pulled her suitcase for approximately 500 meters before coming to a halt. Although it was midday, the chill of winter lingered in the air, rendering the outside quite cold. Sanguxi felt increasingly wronged. Why should others have someone to pick them up from school, while she had to walk home alone? She took out her phone and dialed a number, reaching out to Qingjio. As soon as the call connected, Sanguxi inquired with indignation, Qingjio, why haven't you sent anyone to fetch me? Before Qingjio could respond, her question left him momentarily speechless. He let out a cold chuckle, realizing that after 2 years in America, her audacity had grown. Once terrified of him, she now dared to confront him. With a frigid tone, Qingjio merely replied, address? Upon hearing this, Sanguxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly provided the address. the small convenience store located 5 kilometers away from the organization's base. Then, she listened to the emotionless voice of Chinjio reply, "Oh, just walk back yourself." Sanguxi widened her eyes in disbelief, and her temper flared instantly. She plopped herself down onto the suitcase, resolutely refusing to leave. She was determined to wait until nightfall, insisting that Chinjio come to fetch her. "No, you must come for me today. Otherwise." Sanguxi longed to assert her determination with a declaration, vowing not to return until she had done so. Yet, reality permitted her but a single utterance. Otherwise, she mused, she would return tomorrow. Let him wait. On the other end of the line. Chinjio scoffed before abruptly ending the call. However, Sanguxi found herself waiting in vain, as Chinjio's associates did not arrive. Gazing at the dimming sky, she let out a resigned sigh. Indeed, the tactic of refusing meals that had once worked on her mother was now ineffective against anyone else. Despite knowing the outcome, she stubbornly lingered, a foolishness she could not escape. In her melancholic solitude, Sanguxi completely forgot that she had spent her afternoon indulging in snacks at the corner store run by an elderly lady, and later, nearly losing track of time while engrossed in video games at a nearby internet CAF. Just as she prepared to stage yet another melodramatic performance of a wronged child weeping her way home, a sleek black Porsche 356A suddenly halted before her. In the next moment, she heard the cold, callous voice of her ungrateful father commanding, "Get in." Sanguxi instantly donned a smile. Splendid. Chapter 16. The Rooftop. As soon as she got into the car, Sanguxi was met with the biting sarcasm of Chinjio. "After walking 5 kilometers all afternoon, I thought you must have broken your leg while disembarking from the plane." Sanguxi, in a good mood, decided not to hold a grudge against him. She responded, "Ah, yes, indeed. When I was skydiving, my parachute deployed late, and I sprained my ankle." The vodka, who was playing the role of the driver, couldn't suppress a laugh upon hearing this, only to receive a sharp glare from Jin. Jin, with an expressionless face, glanced at Sanguxi. After 2 years apart, the girl had visibly grown taller, and her emerald eyes had regained their vitality. However, as he observed the vibrant girl, a wicked thought crossed his mind. Gazing at her beaming smile, he remarked, "Having been away for 2 years, I trust you have made some progress?" "Just in time, as there is a rat in the organization that needs to be found and dealt with." The smile on Sanguxi's face froze at that moment. Yet upon witnessing the mocking expression of Chinjio, she feigned bravado and declared, "If you want to search, then search. I certainly won't be frightened to tears like before." Chinjio observed the girl, clearly putting on a brave front, and a subtle smirk played on his lips. That would be for the best. As they traveled onward, Chinjio appeared to be in good spirits, resting his eyes, while Vodka remained focused on driving, leaving Sanguxi in contemplative silence. Upon returning to the organization, Sanguxi continued to reside in Belmod's spacious apartment. This time, she returned alone, as Belmod had chosen to remain in America. The only discomfort she felt stemmed from having Chinjio living downstairs. Otherwise, the sensation of having the entire home to herself was quite pleasant. After enjoying a rejuvenating slumber, Sanguxi adjusted to the time difference. Glancing at the clock, she noted it was only 9 in the morning. After a brief tidy-up, she set out, feeling a twinge of longing for her dear sister Mingmei. Although they had maintained correspondence through emails during her time in America, they had not seen each other since that singular meeting several years ago. Sanguxi approached the entrance of the base with exuberance, only to confront a harsh reality. Although she was now free to come and go as she pleased, there were no taxis available at the gate, and being underage, she was unable to drive. Just as she was mulling over her predicament, she suddenly heard Vodka's voice. "Miss Yaosi, do you wish to go out? Would you like me to give you a ride?" As Sanguxi glanced back, she noticed Vodka driving Jin's vintage car not far behind her. Moreover, she did not see Jin in the passenger seat. What an opportunity! Sanguxi nodded vigorously, a radiant smile illuminating her face. "Yes, indeed. Thank you, Uncle Vodka." "Miss Yaosi, where are you headed?" "I am going to the home of my sister, Mingmei." Before Sanguxi could finish speaking, the rear window descended, revealing Chinjio's expressionless face. Sanguxi chuckled a couple of times and quickly waved her hand, insisting, "No need, no need. You all continue with your tasks. I can manage on my own." Chinjio, perched in the vehicle, cast a condescending glance her way and remarked, "Do not forget what you promised me yesterday." Sanguxi glanced around, smirking slightly, and murmured to himself, "I simply won't go. However, you must provide me with some hints. After all, I hardly know anyone in the organization. At the very least, grant me a range." Chinjio paused for a moment, as he had never truly intended for the girl to undertake this task. Nevertheless, the words had already escaped his lips, so he eventually spoke again. Scotland, rye, bourbon. Among the three of them lies the mouse. After a brief pause, he added, if you wish to meet all three, then come up. Sanguxi followed Chinjio and soon arrived at the location for their mission that day. There, she encountered the trio of counterfeiters. Sanguxi suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with this place. She extended her mental energy to probe outward. To her astonishment, she discovered that the shadows nearby were teeming with members of the organization. Sanguxi found herself momentarily stunned. Could it be that today's task was a trap devised by Chinjio, intended to lure out Scotland under the guise of a helper? Fearing that Scotland might contact the authorities, she recalled that in the original narrative, this event was not supposed to unfold today. How could her return to Japan trigger such a butterfly effect? Fortunately, she had prepared her props in advance. During her previous readings of the original work, Sanguxi had always been profoundly affected by the narrative surrounding the death of Zhufu Jingguang. This plotline stood out as one of her greatest regrets. After all, on that fateful night, there was not a single villain on the rooftop. Did Zhufu Jingguang truly fail to recognize the footsteps of his childhood friend? Perhaps he simply believed that Amuro Toru would undoubtedly rescue him, not wishing to implicate Amuro in his plight. However, with her presence this time, she was determined to ensure that Jingguang would survive. Sanguxi clenched her fist, offering herself a gesture of encouragement. Indeed, it was apparent that Chinjio had been teasing her yesterday. How could he genuinely be unaware of the identity of the undercover agent? He had long harbored specific suspicions, merely refraining from making them explicit to Sanguxi. Yet, what Sanguxi had never anticipated, despite his countless calculations, was that after cornering Zhufu Jingguang onto the rooftop, this time, it was not Akai Shuichi who would take action. Instead, Akai Shuichi was assigned to supervise, compelling Sanguxi to resolve the matter with Zhufu Jingguang himself. The December weather was biting, the chill seeping into one's very bones on the rooftop, while Jinju lingered nearby, awaiting the outcome. Sanguxi held the gun, her hands trembling. The Scottish man, caught in her aim, could hardly fathom that 2 years had passed since their last encounter. And now she was pointing the weapon at him for the first time. He noticed her hands shaking so violently that it seemed she might drop the firearm at any moment, while Lai stood nearby. Zhufu Jingguang felt a wave of despair wash over him. Perhaps dying at the hands of this girl was preferable to meeting his end at the hands of Chinjio. He offered no resistance, appearing to await the arrival of death with quiet resignation. Meanwhile, Akai Shuichi, dressed in a woolen hat and a black trench coat, stood with his hands in his pockets. Observing the girl's quaking hands, he furrowed his brow and suggested, if you cannot bring yourself to pull the trigger, perhaps it would be better to leave it to me. Upon hearing these words, the girl seemed to be stirred, her expression tightening with anxiety as she exclaimed, no. I must. Akai Shuichi was perplexed. Despite her evident fear, she remained stubbornly resolute. He chose not to speak further, simply watching intently. He could discern, with certainty, that he was wagering on the girl not having the courage to fire. However, the unexpected was yet to unfold. Sanguxi suddenly turned to look at Akai Shuichi, forcing a cold expression as she said, you wait for me below. Upon hearing this, Akai Shuichi realized he had indeed wagered correctly. The girl was distancing herself out of fear that he might be associated with Jin. He raised an eyebrow, putting on an act that seemed quite convincing, however. Jin instructed me to keep an eye on you and take action. Sanguxi feigned impatience and remarked, he is merely doing this to ascertain the veracity of the man's demise. In any case, I shall present you with a corpse shortly. Are you truly so twisted as to derive pleasure from witnessing the act of murder? Akai Shuichi, intrigued by the girl's intentions, chose not to persist and acquiesced. I have no such interest. However, since you insist, I shall wait for you below. After Akai Shuichi departed, Shufukage Mitsumitsu observed the girl visibly relax. Then, to his astonishment, he witnessed her swiftly pull the trigger. Yet, with a resounding bang, the bullet shattered the mobile phone nestled in his pocket. Simultaneously, the projectile penetrated his chest, striking a cleverly chosen position that was perilously close to the heart, while cleverly avoiding all major blood vessels. To an outsider, it would appear as though he had been struck in the heart. Shufukage Mitsumitsu understood this not only due to his expertise as a marksman and knowledge of human anatomy, but also because, prior to joining the organization, he had contemplated the possibility of encountering a similar scenario with Zero, prompting him to familiarize himself with such matters. Nevertheless, at that moment, he was left perplexed as to why the girl would resort to such an action. Sanguxi gazed at the horrifying sight of Zhufu, drenched in blood, and recited the lines she had long prepared. Discarding the gun from her hand, she spoke in a panic, expressing her apologies. I am so sorry. I did not mean to do this. This is a rare drug I obtained, capable of inducing a state of suspended animation for 3 days. As Sanguxi spoke, she retrieved the prepared candies from her pocket, her voice nearly pleading. You must survive. I do not wish to become a murderer. I do not want to kill. Gazing into the girl's imploring eyes, Zhufu Jingguang, who had once contemplated ending his own life, hesitated. He understood all too well the turmoil she was experiencing. When he first joined the organization, every shot he fired, in a desperate bid for trust, had relentlessly tormented him. He did not wish for this 16-year-old girl to bear such a haunting shadow for the rest of her life. Furthermore, the girl had been astute enough to destroy her phone. Yet, Zhufu Jingguang had never anticipated that events would unfold in this manner. As he remained silent, a sense of confusion washed over him. Then why do you choose to stay in the organization? You could also use this method to escape. Sanguxi's in her thoughts, of course. It is because she would be pursued by the organization as soon as she takes a step forward. However, on the surface, Sanguxi did not express this so bluntly. She merely shook her head and offered a bitter smile. I have my own reasons for being compelled to remain here. After Sanguxi finished speaking, she forcefully administered the medicine to Zhufu Jingguang's mouth. In his astonishment, the pill dissolved instantly and was gone. Soon, he began to feel dizzy. And amidst his hazy consciousness, the last words he heard were the girl's choked voice, pleading, Please, don't give up. You must survive. I truly do not wish to become a reaper. One could only say that Sanguxi, with her background in psychology, had adeptly grasped Zhufu Jingguang's very essence. Meanwhile, downstairs, Akai Shuichi listened intently to the trembling voice and desperate words of the girl through the listening device. While he felt a sense of relief, his heart softened a bit as well. Yet, he shared the same question as Zhufu Jingguang. Why? Despite her evident fear of taking a life, did she choose to remain in the organization? Chapter 17. Playing with psychology, hearts are corrupted. As for Akai Shuichi's repeated eavesdropping, Sanguxi had long been aware, yet this time she paid it no mind. She intended for him to overhear, engaging in a psychological battle. Those trained in psychology often have murky hearts. She aimed to let Akai Shuichi perceive her as a good person, one who remained in the organization out of inexplicable necessity. Thus, when he returned to the FB in the future, neither side would target her, allowing her to benefit from the bullets that narrowly missed her. Next, it was time for the dramatic moment to unfold. Indeed, with the sound of a gunshot, not only did it draw Akai Shuichi from downstairs, but it also attracted Jin, who was nearby, ensuring that Scotland was truly dead. Oh, I almost forgot to mention that Jin had also placed a listening device on Sanguxi. However, from the moment the gunshot rang out, all he heard was Sanguxi's voice, tinged with a breakdown, saying, I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. Beyond that, Jin heard nothing else. Indeed, Sanguxi had employed her abilities to shield her actions. The medicine she had given Jingguang was merely an ordinary sugar pill from Huagua. It all relied on her external aids and acting prowess. After all, why not utilize such advantages? She was no fool. Observing today's performance, her image was instantly established. In the eyes of the black side, she was the obedient girl who, despite her fear of breaking down, would follow orders to kill. In the eyes of the red side, she was the kind-hearted girl with burdens, yet had committed no wrongdoing. It was a dual strategy, winning the trust of both factions. This was Sanguxi's survival tactic in the black side. She aimed to be the safest player when the red and black factions went to war. Haha. Truly, she was a clever little sprite. Sanguxi maliciously curled her lips. But upon hearing footsteps behind her, she instantaneously fell into a state of performance. Thus, when Jin and Akai Shuichi arrived on the rooftop, they were met with a poignant scene. The winds howled fiercely as the girl knelt beside the lifeless body of Sugo. Her cascading white curls danced in the gusts. And with her head bowed, her expression remained concealed, yet the aura of helplessness and despair radiating from her was palpable. Tears streamed down Sanguxi's cheeks, splattering onto the ground as she raised her gaze to the approaching Jin and Akai. Her clear green eyes, now glistening with tears, conveyed profound sorrow and confusion. In a voice choked with anguish, she lamented, I have killed again. Vodka, standing behind Jin, could not bear to meet her gaze and instead stepped forward to examine the corpse. Brother, the heart has been pierced. He is dead. The moment Amuro Tura rushed in from below, these chilling words echoed in his ears. His fists clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress the overwhelming urge to rush forward upon witnessing the fallen figure. At that moment, both Jin and Akai stood at the entrance, and it was evident that the girl was the perpetrator. This revelation was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Amuro observed the girl's nearly shattered demeanor and suspected that perhaps she had been coerced into committing the act. However, the death of his dear friend struck a deeper chord within him. Even if the girl were innocent, he could not quell the burgeoning resentment towards her. Yet, his hatred was ultimately directed at the sordid and corrupt organization behind it all. With a steely gaze and clenched fists, Amuro resolved to dismantle this vile establishment sooner or later. The cold night breeze made the girl shudder as she stared at the lifeless body before her. Numbly, she rose from the ground and took hesitant steps towards Jin, observing her pale and dazed countenance. Jin was reminded of the girl's first kill 2 years prior, the haunting lifelessness in her green eyes. His expression shifted slightly, but he merely lowered his gaze and finally uttered a chilling affirmation, "Well done." Upon hearing this, Sanguxi seemed to wilt, resting her head against Jin's chest, murmuring, "Take me away. I want to go home." This plea appeared to exhaust her entirely. Jin remained silent, neither speaking nor rejecting her request. He lifted the girl into his arms and turned to leave, Vodka following closely behind. As they descended, Jin turned back to Akai Shuichi and Amuro Turu. His voice icy as he declared, "Kuroba, Bourbon, the body of that rat is yours to dispose of." With that, Jin departed, cradling the girl and flanked by the hidden operatives around them. Once Jin had left, only Akai Shuichi and Amuro Turu remained on the rooftop. Not to mention the figure on the ground, playing the role of a corpse, Jingguang. Amuro yearned to rush forward, yet the presence of Kuroba nearby held him back. Akai, perceiving the turmoil in Amuro's expression, casually placed his hands in his pockets and chuckled lightly, "I'll leave him to you. Don't squander the effort that girl has invested." Amuro's gaze darkened as he fixated on Kuroba, his voice low and intense. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much, merely a suggestion. Just don't be hasty in incinerating him. Take him to the hospital." Promptly, Akai responded, turning away without a backward glance. Amuro stood stunned for a moment. Then, as realization struck, he glanced at the sprawled Jingguang, his pupils dilating and heart racing. After Akai departed, he quietly watched Jin's Porsche 356A recede into the distance. Reflecting on the scene where Jin had cradled the girl, he narrowed his eyes. From the recent events, it appeared that Jin's demeanor towards the girl was rather unusual. Moreover, the girl seemed to harbor an inexplicable trust and reliance on Jin. Raising an eyebrow, Akai emitted a soft chuckle. Things were becoming increasingly intriguing. Today's occurrences had only deepened his curiosity regarding the girl's true identity. After boarding the vehicle driven by Qinjiu near Sanguxi, she kept her head bowed, her gaze vacant. Qinjiu remained silent, while Vodka was at a loss for words. Although Vodka himself had taken many lives and was far from virtuous, there was an inherent bias when it came to the girl he had watched grow up. Had it been anyone else, he might have deemed them utterly worthless. However, for Sanguxi, he could only sigh in sorrow. The essence of humanity is inherently hypocritical, and Vodka saw nothing amiss in his sentiments. The oppressive silence lingered until they arrived at the door of Qinjiu's dormitory. Sanguxi resided on the upper floor, her footsteps unwavering, akin to a machine, as she ascended the stairs. Just before entering, Qinjiu suddenly inquired, "Will you still be seeking Mayano Akemi tomorrow? I can have Vodka escort you." The footsteps of Sanguxi paused momentarily as she simply shook her head numbly, her voice hoarse. "I won't go. Sister Mingmei doesn't like it when I kill." Qinjiu gazed at the lifeless girl, his eyes seemingly flickering with a transient emotion. It had vanished almost instantaneously. Upon a closer look, he resumed his usual impassive demeanor, letting out a cold sneer, his voice unwavering. "Ha! You aren't planning to flee to America again, are you?" The girl fell silent, hesitating to respond to the inquiry. Recalling that she had previously vanished for 2 years, Qinjiu furrowed his brow. His tone icy. "Avoidance is the most futile display. You shall remain in Japan from now on." The girl stiffened momentarily, but offered no resistance. Merely lowering her gaze and silently nodding, "All right." Qinjiu appeared taken aback by her acquiescence. For staying could mean being compelled to commit acts of murder like today on a frequent basis. He did not assume she was unaware of this. Yet a flicker of surprise crossed his dark green eyes. Qinjiu said nothing further, simply turning and entering the house. Sanguxi continued her ascent to the dormitory. 3 days later, on November 16th, the files of the Public Security Bureau's Zhufu Jingguang were marked with the words "died in the line of duty." However, within the ranks of the organization, a newcomer was added to the clerical team. The death of Shufu Jingguang did not stir any ripples within the organization. After Sanguxi remained, although Jin did not assign her any assassination missions, he brought her along on every operation without fail. Yet, he refrained from allowing Sanguxi to take action, instead instructing her to obediently follow alongside Qiani as an aide. Jin's exact words were for her to accompany Qiani until she mastered the art of shooting and killing. Behold, the organization possesses myriad methods to assimilate an individual. By having Sanguxi witness the targets of their missions fall to gunfire time and again, gradually, she would become desensitized to the sight of corpses. And once one becomes numb, they inevitably transform into a being akin to them. This tactic may prove effective on an ordinary girl, but for Sanguxi, who studied psychology, psychological warfare was her least concern. When relegated to the role of an observer, she became a silent monitor. Accompanying her on every mission allowed her to meticulously document the organization's transgressions. How ironic. It has long been said that those who play with psychology possess tainted hearts. Perhaps Jin's actions were motivated by a desire to protect Sanguxi, wishing to shield her hands from further bloodshed. Yet, this motive did not conflict with his loyalty to the organization, nor did it hinder the organization's aim to assimilate Sanguxi. Even in the event that Sanguxi acted against the organization's interests, Jin would not hesitate to eliminate her without remorse. When personal emotions clash with organizational interests, it is invariably the personal emotions that are sacrificed. Moreover, Jin had never learned the art of love. He was utterly oblivious to how one ought to love. And such is the nature of most individuals within the organization. Sanguxi is acutely aware of this, yet she revels in the thrill of challenges. If Kuruma Rinya seeks to assimilate her, let him witness who truly assimilates whom. What significance does it hold to reform counterfeit spirits? Is it not far more intriguing for the genuine to turn against the false? Sanguxi expressed her anticipation when she plunges her own blade, wielded by Kuruma Rinya, into his heart. What expression will he reveal? Shooting someone is trivial. Only those who can truly manipulate the human heart possess the sharpest of blades. Chapter 18, The Insightful One. Nearly 2 months have elapsed since the demise of Kaburaji Kiyomitsu. Sanguxi has welcomed her 4th new year within the organization, marking exactly 4 years since her return. After the festivities, she will turn 17. In recent years, Eskyuki has never celebrated her birthday, for no one knows when it is. The only individual who remembers her special day is Akemi Mayano, yet it is hardly a date worthy of commemoration. After all of Eskyuki's suffering commenced the very moment she entered this world. However, as an external member, Akemi is unaware of Eskyuki's involvement in the organization's darker deeds. Meanwhile, Shiho Mayano spends the majority of her time in the research institute, largely indifferent to worldly affairs. Throughout her years within the organization, Eskyuki has never encountered Shiho. For Shiho, the absence of Eskyuki is preferable. She wishes that Eskyuki never graces the research institute with her presence. Occasionally, Akemi might mention Eskyuki in front of Shiho, but she refrains from bringing up Shiho in Eskyuki's presence, as she struggles to articulate that Shiho has inherited the research of the Mayano couple. As Eskyuki matures, the opportunities for their encounters diminish increasingly. Sanguxi consistently concocts excuses about being busy with training, and Gonya Mingmei has never harbored any doubts. In her heart, Gonya Mingmei perceives her beloved Sanguxi as the same innocent and lively girl she once knew, untouched by the world's corruption. In truth, Sanguxi has gradually distanced herself from Gonya Mingmei solely to safeguard her. This is because both Jin Jiao and Bei Ermada harbor disdain for the members of the Gonya family. Although Gonya Mingmei remains oblivious to Zhu Xingda and is unlikely to be influenced by him, Sanguxi cannot ascertain whether Jin Jiao will, as in the original narrative, target Gonya Mingmei simply to provoke the Gonya family. Thus, she feels compelled to minimize her interactions with Gonya Mingmei, ensuring that she fades from Jin Jiao's awareness. In Japan, Sanguxi often found herself accompanying Jin on various missions. Although it was mainly Jin or others who executed the tasks, her role was primarily that of an observer. Vermouth had remained in the United States, yet Sanguxi's thoughts were never far from her. After each mission, she would pen short letters to Vermouth, treating her as a confidant. For instance, on January 6th, she wrote, "Today, Jin took me on another mission. The target met a gruesome fate, and I could hardly bear to watch, yet Jin insisted I do so." On January 14th, she shared, "The weather is splendid today. I had hoped to go out and enjoy myself, but Jin insisted on my training, claiming my skills were subpar. How could that be? I am quite capable. It is his peculiarities that render me unable to compete." On January 26th, she noted, I measured my height today and found I have grown significantly. I am nearly as tall as you now. Many of the clothes you prepared for me no longer fit. On February 5th, she inquired, how are you in America? Why have you not replied? Do you dislike me? Vermouth never responded to Sanguxi's messages, yet Sanguxi remained undeterred. On February 17th, she reported, today, Jin was injured. It turns out he can be harmed too. On February 23rd, she confessed, I still cannot bring myself to kill, but Jin has not pressured me. Perhaps he does not dislike me as much as I thought. Despite the silence that greeted her messages on March 1st, March 15th, and March 24th. The girl's stubbornness was both admirable and exasperating. She continued to send her messages monthly, albeit at irregular intervals, perhaps out of concern that her frequency might annoy Vermouth. Gradually, Vermouth found herself anticipating the date of the girl's next message, though she remained resolute in her silence. Although Jin frequently tasked Sanguxi with missions, he was not always present. In this instance, Sanguxi was assigned to work with an undercover team of 2. Their target was a notorious crime lord, responsible for countless deaths, whom the police could not apprehend due to lack of evidence. However, the organization effortlessly tracked his movements and dispatched assassins to eliminate him, as he posed an obstruction to their operations. This marked Sanguxi's first collaboration with the undercover team in a long while, and it was also her first encounter with them since the incident involving Jingguang. Having lived at the base, she had little interaction with those who resided outside. There seemed to be an unspoken understanding. From the planning stages onward, the 2 men did not involve Sanguxi in their strategies. En route to the ambush point, the trio shared a vehicle, with the 2 men in the front and Sanguxi in the back. Akai Shuichi even sought Sanguxi's opinion, saying, if you do not wish to go, you may wait for us below. He recalled the last time he had fired his weapon, noting the tremor in her hands and the fear in her eyes. It was evident that her fear of taking a life was genuine. Amuro Tura had no objections. He was already aware of the events that unfolded on the rooftop from Jiufu Jingguang, although he could not comprehend Sanguxi's determination to remain within the organization. Her act of saving Jingguang was sufficient for him to regard her favorably. As an intelligence operative, he was aware that Jin had been consistently involving the girl in missions. While an ordinary person might not grasp Jin's intentions, Amuro was not oblivious. The fact that Sanguxi had saved Jingguang, coupled with her youth, made him willing to assist her without compromising the undercover mission. However, neither man anticipated that the girl would decline their offer. Sanguxi exchanged a forced smile with the 2 individuals, shaking her head gently. No, thank you. I can manage, and it wouldn't be good for Jin to find out. The mention of Jin triggered memories for Toru Amuro, recalling the last instance when Jin had carried the girl away. He had discreetly investigated the relationship between the girl and Jin, yet it appeared that no one within the organization had any clarity on the matter. Nevertheless, he sensed a certain intimacy in their demeanor, harboring a lingering thought that perhaps the girl held knowledge of something more. Amuro suddenly ventured a tentative inquiry, Luo. Do you understand why Jin instructed you to eliminate Scotland during our last encounter on the rooftop? Sagluo wine serves as a code name for the girl, so it's perfectly reasonable for her to be called Luo, isn't it? Upon hearing this remark, a fleeting look of panic crossed her emerald eyes. Yet she swiftly masked it. Sanguxi evaded the gaze of Amuro Toru, her voice trembling as she spoke. Jin Jiao only told me that he is a mole within the organization. I do not know why he said that. He merely instructed me to kill Scotland. Furthermore, Scotland is already dead, so please refrain from mentioning him. The girl's last statement deliberately chilled her tone. Yet in the presence of 2 individuals whose auras were more potent than the finest spirits, she could not help but appear somewhat feeble, her bravado merely a fade. The fleeting panic that had crossed her face did not escape Amuro Turu's keen observation. Upon hearing her reply, he raised an eyebrow. Initially, he had presumed that the girl was aware of Jingguang's identity as an undercover agent, which was why she had intervened. However, her current demeanor suggested she was utterly oblivious, simply unwilling and unable to take a life. Listening intently, Akai Shuichi let out a cryptic chuckle at the girl's words. To act so recklessly without knowledge was akin to a Na'vi calf fearing no tiger. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Akai Shuichi inquired, "What is your relationship with Jinchio? You seem rather close." Amuro Toru, upon hearing this question, shot a glance at Akai Shuichi. Since their previous encounter on the rooftop, there had been an unspoken understanding regarding each other's identities. Moreover, Amuro Toru was also curious about the answer to this question, so he fixed his gaze on the girl, awaiting her response. The girl momentarily held her breath at this question. Under the intense scrutiny of the two in front of her, she nervously fidgeted with her fingers, casting her gaze downward, unwilling to meet their eyes. We have no relationship. We are merely ordinary superior and subordinate. Both men, seasoned as they were, easily discerned the girl's subtle gestures that betrayed her lie. In the presence of these two cunning individuals, her behavior was all too transparent. Within an organization filled with such shrewd minds, the girl's existence resembled that of a lamb lost among wolves. After answering their questions, the girl suddenly raised her voice. We have arrived at the ambush point. Shall we proceed with the mission? Is there anything I can assist with? Observing the girl's transparent attempts to conceal her true feelings, the two men exchanged glances, both amused yet puzzled. How could this girl, so inept at deception, possibly survive within the organization? Nonetheless, they chose not to press her further, exiting the vehicle to commence their prearranged assassination plan. In this operation, Amuro Turu was tasked with luring the target out, while Akai Shuichi was responsible for the kill. As for Sanguxi, she would serve as Akai Shuichi's shadow. With these two by her side, the successful completion of the mission was all but assured. Throughout the entire affair, Sanguxi played the role of a mere mascot. On the journey back to the base, Akai Shuichi turned to the girl and said, "If you're willing, we could propose to Jinjio that the three of us become a fixed team." Amuro Turu concurred, believing that working alongside the girl would not only facilitate the gathering of intelligence but also alleviate the need for vigilance that came with associating with other members of the organization. However, Sanguxi had no desire to be a permanent partner with these two cunning foxes. To put it plainly, merely acting alongside them was exhausting. While they could afford to be unguarded, she, the actress, had to remain on high alert. Yet with Jinjio, she could afford to relax, needing only to feign fear. Moreover, considering the time, it would not be long before Zhu Xing would be exposed. It would be prudent for her to maintain some distance. Although Jinjio would not suspect her betrayal, there was always the risk that Akai, in his zeal to rescue her, might inadvertently take her along as well. Where would she go to weep then? Indeed, this seemed to align perfectly with his character. In the original story, he had sought to take Mei away. And then there was Amuro Turu, with his serious demeanor as an intelligence officer, always attempting to extract information. Interacting with him was utterly exhausting. Chapter 19. Akai Shuichi's defection. Perhaps the gaps were too wide, or perhaps time was too fleeting. Regardless, several months slipped away quietly through the cracks. Sanguxi was unaware of the precise moment when Akai Shuichi defected. She only vaguely recalled that he had orchestrated a scheme to capture Jin, only to be exposed by Ram, who had disguised himself as an elderly man. Naturally, Jin did not attend the meeting, and Akai Shuichi was subsequently abandoned by the organization. In any case, Akai Shuichi was not in any imminent danger, so Sanguxi did not pay much attention to the matter. After all, she was merely a timid girl who lacked the courage to take a life. Being overly concerned with matters related to her assignments could arouse suspicion within the organization. Sanguxi finds herself at the base, alternating between moments of performance and respite. Amidst her busy schedule, she takes a moment to send a text to Belmod, who is far away in America, seeking to establish her presence. After all, she is quite occupied. Yet, it seems that being exceptionally talented has its drawbacks. It makes one easily memorable. On this particular day, while Sanguxi is lounging in her dormitory, a call from Jinjio interrupts her tranquility, summoning her away. Sangluo, arm yourself. Assemble at the base entrance. Sanguxi gazed at the disconnected call, her expression slightly bewildered. With Qinjiao's tone so grave, it seemed something significant was afoot. Unsure of the situation, she decided to join in the commotion. As the sun rose, Sanguxi sprang up from her bed like a carp leaping from the water, shouldering her guitar case before stepping out. Upon reaching the entrance of the base, she found Qinjiao's vintage car waiting for her. With an impassive expression, Qinjiao cast a brief glance in her direction and succinctly stated, "I have just received news from Longmu. Haimai is an undercover agent, and our mission is to eliminate him." At these words, a sense of foreboding washed over the girl. Sanguxu's pupils contracted slightly, her complexion began to pale, and her voice trembled as she asked, "What do you need me to do?" Vodka gazed at the ashen-faced girl, offering what seemed to be words of comfort. "Miss Yaosi, you are the only one in the organization who can contend with him in sniping. We have called you in case of an emergency." The underlying implication of his words was that, depending on the circumstances, her involvement might not be necessary after all. "All right, I understand," the girl replied, forcing herself to appear composed as she nodded. Jin observed the fearful yet obedient girl and felt a moment of relief. He was grateful that it was Sanguxu who dealt with Scotland that day, rather than Rai. After all, Rai was an undercover agent, and there was no assurance he wouldn't resort to underhanded tactics. Sanguxi, however, was different. She was compliant. Ultimately, she had no escape route but the organization itself. As the black Porsche 356A arrived near the warehouse where Akai Shuichi had strategically set a trap for Jin, Akai had yet to depart. However, given that the warehouse was a trap set by the FBI, Jin refrained from acting impulsively. He led his men to a vantage point near the warehouse, awaiting the emergence of their quarry. Time passed slowly. Inside the warehouse, Akai Shuichi observed his concealed comrades, his gaze deepening with contemplation. Ever since the unexpected appearance of the target, he had harbored a foreboding sense that today's capture plan would not succeed. Indeed, it's time to retreat. Jin will not be coming, he concluded with a tinge of regret, yet there was an exhilarating sense of rivalry in his strategizing against the organization. At that moment, Andre Camille also realized that his recent warning to the elder had led them into the enemy's trap. Guilt washed over him. This was a meticulously prepared operation by Akai, now compromised by his actions. "I'm sorry, Akai. It's all my fault," he lamented. Akai Shuichi, maintaining his calm demeanor, replied without anger. "Once a mistake has been made, self-reproach is the least productive response. There will be other opportunities to rectify this." Having said that, Akai turned to prepare for the withdrawal. However, the instant he and his FBI team stepped out of the warehouse, a bullet whizzed by, narrowly missing him as he swiftly dodged. "Conceal positions. We are ambushed." Someone in the FBI suggested retreating through the back door, but Akai shook his head in denial. Jin never acted without preparation. The area was likely surrounded by the organization's snipers. "What shall we do now?" a young agent asked, panic creeping into his voice. Akai Shuichi, unfazed, retrieved a sniper rifle from his bag, a faint smile gracing his lips. In the face of being outnumbered, he felt an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. The organization's snipers were few in number, which meant that besides Kiani, Korn, and Calvados, the girl had also arrived. "The girl? Who is she?" queried the agent. "Our breakthrough." Akai thought of her exceptionally clear green eyes, a smirk forming on his lips. "She has an effective shooting range of up to 800 meters, yet refrains from taking lethal shots. Such a child." The agent was taken aback, unable to believe that such a person existed within the organization. Meanwhile, Sanguxi, tasked with guarding the front entrance, felt a sense of helplessness. The shot she had fired moments ago was her own, but her unwillingness to kill led to an inaccurate aim. However, Jin did not chastise her. Instead, he calmly informed her, "It is not necessary to kill. Simply applying pressure with firepower to force them to retreat in another direction suffices." His words relieved the girl. In the warehouse, Akai Shuichi studied a map of the area, analyzing the potential direction the girl might guard. Eventually, he fixed his gaze on a building approximately 700 meters away, directly opposite the warehouse entrance, and smirked. It was indeed characteristic of Jin's style. After all, it was rare for anyone to choose the front entrance for a breakout. Placing the non-lethal girl there to merely apply pressure was a fitting strategy. "Let us break through the front entrance," Akai Shuichi commanded at last. "Are you certain, Akai?" someone asked. His tone was resolute. "Absolutely." When Sanguxi witnessed Akai Shuichi leading the FBI team through the front entrance, she felt a surge of incredulity. She was certain that he recognized her as the one guarding that direction. However, with Jin right beside her, she dared not let her guard down. Thus, the girl helplessly looked up at Jin, her finger trembling on the trigger. The voice of Sanguxi resonated with helplessness. "Jin, what should we do?" "Shoot." Jin aimed his gun at Sanguxi's forehead, his gaze icy and unyielding. Startled by the frigid muzzle directed at her, the girl flinched. In this moment of hesitation, an opportunity arose for Akai Shuichi. He raised his weapon, took aim at Jin, and without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger. However, in that split second, the instinct of a marksman compelled the girl to fire her weapon. Her bullet collided with Akai's, deflecting the projectile aimed at Jin's chest. The bullet missed its target, and Akai Shuichi chuckled softly to himself. "Not bad," he mused, showing improvement. Though hesitant to attack, she excels in defense. Subsequently, as if to provoke, Akai fired several more shots, each bullet thwarted in midair. The other FB agents, who had largely retreated to distant cover, observed the scene in silence. Indeed, this sniper from the organization was formidable, yet the futility of their ineffective assaults raised questions. Moreover, why had Akai not retreated yet? On the opposite high-rise, the onlooker, Vodka, felt an urge to commend the girl's sharpshooting skills. However, upon casting a cautious glance at Jin's darkening expression, he swallowed his words. Just then, the gunfire seemed to attract the attention of the Japanese police. With one side representing organized crime and the other, American FB agents, both were illegally armed. If they did not withdraw now, when would they? Listening to the cacophony of sirens surrounding them, Jin coldly ordered, "Retreat." Sanguxi has always been obedient. She stowed her firearm into her bag and rose to her feet, preparing to depart. However, in that fleeting moment, Akai Shuichi was not yet ready to concede. Firing another shot at Jin. With her mental fortitude unwavering, Sanguxi made a swift decision, positioning herself protectively in front of Jinjio. A bullet struck the girl as shoulder blade, causing her to bite her lip and emit a muffled cry of anguish. This sudden turn of events left both parties momentarily stunned. Akai Shuichi was equally taken aback by the girl's selfless act to shield Jinjio, a flicker of frustration crossing his gaze. However, the increasingly urgent sound of police sirens urged him to retreat post-haste. In the fleeting moment before he turned away, he glimpsed the frantic vodka on the rooftop and the murderous intent flashing in Jinjio's eyes as he looked in their direction. "Miss Shi!" Vodka exclaimed in alarm, preparing to rush to her aid. Yet, Jinjio was quicker, lifting the girl into his arms and hastily uttering the command to retreat. The tardy Japanese police arrived to find nothing but empty shell casings, failing to capture anything of consequence. Within the organization's medical center, the girl's bleeding had been staunched, and the bullet successfully extracted. Sanguxi lay pale upon the hospital bed, her lips devoid of color, yet her spirit remained vibrant. The girl beamed with joy, exuding an air of seeking praise. "Jinjio, look, I can protect you." Jinjio, meeting the girl's sparkling green gaze, found her anger momentarily stifled. A breath caught in her throat left her in a state of indecision. Ultimately, she resorted to a tone of mockery, her expression laced with disdain as she retorted, "Fool, don't you know to wear a bulletproof vest?" The girl, taken aback by the reprimand, wore a look of grievance, her emerald eyes fixed on Jinjio as she pouted. "You're being mean to me. I won't save you anymore." Upon hearing the girl's childish words, Jinjio let out a derisive laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Huh, who needs your help? Mind your own business." With that, she coldly turned on her heel and departed. After Jinjio exited, Vodka, with an air of mystery, remarked, "Miss Sanguxi, your brother does care about you. He stayed by your side throughout your surgery." His earlier concern was genuine. He didn't mean to be harsh. He simply has a naturally stern demeanor. Unexpectedly, Jinjio reappeared at the threshold of the hospital room. Her gaze, icy and penetrating, fell upon Vodka as she spoke with a dangerous undertone. "Vodka, are you quite idle?" "And no." Vodka stammered, a look of surprise crossing his face as he hastily waved his hands. In the end, he cast a knowing glance at Sanguxi before following Jinjio out. Once the two had departed, Sanguxi chuckled softly to herself. "It's not all bad. Though my place in Jinjio's heart may not yet be significant. At least I'm no longer completely disregarded, am I? Humph. I shall conquer him in due time and make him my devoted servant." As Sanguxi engaged in idle chatter, her mind wandered delightfully into the realm of nearly impossible scenarios. After all, one must harbor dreams, mustn't one? With the effects of the anesthetic waning, she began to feel a dull ache emanating from her shoulder wound. Ouch, that truly stings. This rascal Akai Shuichi must be feeling guilty for quite some time. TSK, the more guilty, the better. However, Sanguxi found herself fortunate in her misfortune. After all, this meant she could enjoy a reprieve from her assignments. Although her role often involved portraying a frightened little girl at the task site, the repetition had grown rather tedious. Chapter 20. Time flows like water. Sanguxi lay languidly upon her hospital bed, boredom creeping in as she reached for her phone to disturb bell mode once more. "Let me tell you, I saved Jinjio today. Fortunately, I shielded him from a bullet. Otherwise, he would have sustained injuries again. And he refuses to take anesthetics when hurt. How excruciating that must be. But I am unafraid of pain. Yet, Jinjio actually scolded me. He called me foolish. How vexing. I no longer like him. However, Uncle Vodka says he genuinely cares about me. Hee. Do you think he is cold on the outside but warm on the inside?" Far away in America, while filming, Belmode initially felt a twinge of concern upon hearing of Sanguxi's injury. Yet, upon reading her last message, she burst into laughter, incredulous. Cold on the outside and warm on the inside? Has she lost her senses? I can't believe she has genuinely taken him for a father figure, bold enough to shield him from bullets. Isn't she afraid of being used until there's nothing left of her? As calm returned, Belmode suddenly realized she had once again been swayed by the girl's emotions. Her expression darkened, and without uttering a word, she tucked her phone away. The injury on Sanguxi's shoulder, while not debilitating, did not hinder her ability to walk. Consequently, after spending 2 days at the medical center, she returned to her dormitory at the base. After all, there is no place like home. Furthermore, given her inherent laziness, she had little desire to venture outside. Thus vodka became her delivery companion. When tasked with missions, she would carry meals from outside, and when at the organization, she would partake in the provisions provided there. Sanguxi has been enjoying a rather delightful life. After lounging at home for several days, she found herself restless and decided to take a stroll. To her surprise, she encountered Amuro Turu at the base. Upon seeing him approach, she instinctively knew that this golden-haired fox was about to engage her in conversation again. How tiresome. In mere moments, Amuro had reached the girl. Long time no see. Luo Luo. I heard you were injured? Amuro smiled, his violet gray eyes sparkling with mirth. His intense gaze held an enchanting allure, causing the girl to feel her ears flush with warmth. Shyly lowering her head to avoid his gaze, she replied. Her voice soft and timid. I'm fine now. And please don't call me Luo Luo. I have a code name. Amuro's smile deepened as he affectionately ruffled her soft hair. It's good to hear you're well. You are truly adorable, Luo Luo. The girl took a couple of steps back, her ears turning even redder. She felt somewhat flustered by his persistent presence. Are you here at the base with nothing to do? She asked, her tone tinged with confusion and a hint of impatience. The golden-haired man, seemingly oblivious, replied with a leisurely demeanor as a member of the intelligence team. I naturally have more free time. The girl paused at these words, her mind racing. Stealing a glance at Amuro, she attempted to sound casual as she asked, doesn't that mean you don't have to kill anyone? Amuro's lips curled into a smirk as he observed her subtle movements. What is this? Does Luo Luo want to join us? No, I was just asking. She quickly waved her hands, shaking her head vigorously. Her denial was painfully obvious. Amuro raised an eyebrow, undeterred, and continued to entice her. If you join us, we could team up. Moreover, the tasks in the intelligence team are quite easy, and most importantly, you won't have to do anything bad. The last statement struck a chord within the girl, causing her to waver momentarily. Yet, she ultimately shook her head, her gaze downcast and her expression forlorn. Jinjiu would never agree to that. Isn't he just concerned about having you be useful to the organization? Being useful doesn't necessarily mean being in the action team. However, this time, the girl seemed to awaken to his persuasion, unwilling to be deceived any longer. Sanguxi glanced up at the golden retriever before her, her expression fierce and somewhat guarded. Do you know? You really resemble a villain who abducts children. Ah, discovered. Amuro Turu feigned surprise, though his voice was laced with amusement. It's a pity that little Luo Luo does not wish to be taken away by me. As he spoke, a look of disappointment and hurt crossed his face. Upon hearing this, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson, as if she had recalled some unintended implication. Please, don't say it in such a misleading manner. Misleading? In what way? Amuro raised an eyebrow, suddenly enlightened by the sight of her blushing countenance. The girl had blossomed into maturity. She was no longer the 14-year-old girl he had first met. He had always regarded her as a child, oblivious to how swiftly she had grown. Amuro felt a bittersweet nostalgia, akin to a parent surprised by their child's sudden growth spurt. Bourbon, what brings you to the base? Jin's voice suddenly cut through the air from behind them. As he approached, his gaze fell upon the blushing girl, and his tone turned icy as he glared at Amuro. Put away your honey traps, do not ensnare her. Otherwise, you shall meet a most unfortunate end. Do you realize what you currently resemble, Jin? Amuro shrugged, seemingly unfazed by the threat. After all, he had committed no transgression against the organization. Jin could not harm him without cause. Noticing Jin's narrowed, dangerous eyes, Amuro smirked and continued, you now bear a striking resemblance to a worried father. Fearful of his child being deceived, he paused, adding with a teasing tone, but considering your age, you hardly appear to be someone with a daughter of such stature. Could it be that Luo Luo is, perchance, your sister? His certainty grew as he observed the striking similarity in their white hair, as if he had stumbled upon irrefutable evidence. You both even share the same hair color. Yet, Jin remained impassive, his expression devoid of any emotion. Amuro's attempt to elicit a reaction fell flat, leaving him somewhat disheartened. He raised his eyebrows in resignation. Acknowledging his miscalculation, Jin shot him a frigid glance. Suppress your futile curiosity and keep your distance from her. With that, he instructed the girl to follow him and turned to leave. Sanguxi hastily followed behind. After walking a short distance, Jinjiao turned back to look at the silent girl. Speaking with a tone of cold firmness, stay away from bourbon in the future. refrained from speaking indiscriminately. The girl, under the impression that he wished to keep their relationship a secret, drooped her head, her voice tinged with profound despondency. I understand. Ever since Akai Shuichi's defection, he had become a thorn in the organization's side. After all, he had been an undercover agent within the organization for many years, having been not only trusted but also possessing formidable skills, which made him a source of considerable unease for them. Recently, the organization received intelligence indicating that Akai Shuichi's true identity was that of an FB agent, and he had been particularly active in the United States. Among the many qualities that the organization feared in Akai, his marksmanship was paramount. Thus, to counter Akai Shuichi, Sanguxi was discreetly dispatched to the United States. While she may not be capable of taking a life, being able to deflect a bullet aimed at Akai was, in itself, a noteworthy skill, was it not? Moreover, the prospect of returning to America filled Sanguxi with delight, as it meant she would once again reunite with her beloved Belmode. How joyous! Upon landing in the United States, it was none other than Belmode who came to greet Sanguxi. The moment the girl spotted Belmode at the arrival's gate, her eyes sparkled with excitement. She dashed forward in a small run, embracing Belmode's waist and playfully exclaiming, "Belmode, I've missed you so much." The girl's sudden approach left Belmode no choice but to receive her embrace. With a sigh, she gently patted Sanguxi's shoulder, signaling her to release her. Observing the instant disappointment in the girl's eyes, Belmode pressed her lips together and comforted her. "Didn't you mention you were injured before? Have you healed?" The girl's heart soared upon realizing that Belmode had indeed read her messages, and she responded with enthusiasm, "Yes, I'm all better now." Settling into Belmode's vehicle on the way back to their residence, Sanguxi sat in the passenger seat, watching the focused driver, and tentatively asked, "Belmode, don't you miss me at all?" Belmode maintained a professional demeanor, her gaze fixed ahead. "Are you still a child? Do you need reassurance?" The girl pouted in displeasure, her lips forming a sulky pout. After a moment of contemplation, Belmode continued, "Why do you feel compelled to shield Qingjiao from harm?" The girl pondered her tone. Curiosity piqued. "Do you not like Qingjiao? Why is that?" Belmode found herself momentarily at a loss for words, and, considering certain factors, she opted not to respond to the inquiry. Sanguxi mused to herself, remarking on his rather pleasing appearance. Pausing briefly, the girl continued, "Yet his hair is excessively long, obscuring his eyes. I wonder why he doesn't consider a trim." Belmode seemed amused by the girl's commentary, chuckling softly before responding, "Oh, darling, are you now singing praises for Jin? When did your relationship become so amicable?" This subject stirred long-buried sentiments of melancholy within the girl, as she felt that Jin harbored little affection for her, leaving her to extend her goodwill unilaterally. Thus, she awkwardly redirected the conversation, asking, "Belmode, are you particularly busy with work?" Belmode raised an eyebrow, opting not to pursue the previous topic, and replied, "It's manageable. Life in America passed swiftly." This was the territory of Akai Shuichi, where he thrived effortlessly, akin to an eel gliding through a muddy swamp. Most of the time, he deliberately led the organization on a merry chase, engaging in direct confrontations only infrequently. Hence, there were few instances where Sanguxi's involvement was necessary. Embracing the notion that whether one sheep is released or two, the outcome remains the same, Sanguxi has once again embarked on the quest for knowledge. With her remarkable aptitude for learning, it would be a travesty not to pursue education. However, this time she has chosen to delve into the realm of biopharmaceuticals rather than psychology. The very name suggests that this benevolent girl with a heart of gold might be plotting something anew. Time flows swiftly, drowning one moment after another. Before long, the new year arrives. After this celebration, lo and behold, Sanguxi will come of age. She is finally turning 18. She will be able to drive legally, no longer forced to navigate the roads without a license. How exhilarating! Yet, there lingers a sentiment that life is passing by as if it holds little value. It feels as though she has scarcely begun her journey, yet she has already spent 5 years in the organization, and soon she will enter her 6th year. Sanguxi counted on her fingers and realized she was 18 years old, while Kudo Shinichi and Xiaolan were 2 years her junior, making them 16. When Kudo Shinichi turned 17, he was destined to be struck with a blunt instrument. This implies that in just over a year, the era of Conan would commence. TSK, TSK, TSK. The emerald eyes of Sanguxi shimmered in and out under the sunlight, leaving one to ponder their thoughts. Chapter 21. A fortuitous reunion on the first day of the new year. Belmode, embodying Sharon, appeared to have no obligations, finding herself comfortably at home. Sanguxi gazed at her with a radiant smile. Belmod, Happy New Year. Although they had been together for many years, this was indeed their first New Year spent side by side. In the past, during the festive season, Belmod was never by her side. It was always Sanguxi who took the initiative to call, wishing her a happy new year over the phone. Upon hearing this blessing, Belmod paused, as if recalling how every new year the girl would utter those words. In earlier times, she had never found such greetings to hold any significance. Yet now, witnessing the girl's brilliant smile, Belmod felt that something had changed. Suppressing the emotions in her gaze, Belmod offered a faint smile. Honey, Happy New Year. Due to the pursuit of Akai Shuichi, Sanguxi found it rare to have her around, spending the majority of her time immersed in the laboratory. Perhaps the mind of a genius truly operates differently from that of an ordinary person. After being cooped up in the lab for several months, the pharmacological research conducted by Sanguxi has achieved a groundbreaking development that is poised to astonish the medical community. She has named this remarkable drug life renewal elixir. This medication has the extraordinary ability to extend the life of those on the brink of death by an entire week, regardless of how hopeless their condition may appear. The drug operates on the principle of fully awakening the latent potential of the body's organs, restoring them to a state of health for a week. However, following this period, the individual's body will rapidly deteriorate, leading to inevitable death. While one cannot categorically deem this drug as benevolent, it has nonetheless attracted substantial interest from numerous parties eager to acquire the patent. With this research achievement, Sanguxi successfully obtained her doctorate in biopharmaceuticals. Upon learning of this news, the organization's leader regarded the invention with considerable seriousness, recognizing its relevance to the organization's ultimate aspirations. Consequently, he urged Sanguxi to expedite her mission in the United States and return to assist in the research of drudgery. Although the leader was somewhat impatient, Akai Shuichi had his own intentions regarding the matter, thus refraining from pressuring Sanguxi too much. After all, drudgery had already made significant strides in ATX's pharmaceutical research, and Sanguxi's involvement was anticipated to be supplementary, especially considering her novice status with ATX. However, upon learning that Sanguxi would participate in Gonya's experiments, Vermouth appeared to be quite irate. She felt an overwhelming urge to reveal to the girl that she was, in fact, a product of that nefarious experiment. Questioning how she could possibly engage in such research, Vermouth believed the girl should harbor the same disdain for that experiment as she did. Yet, in the end, Vermouth remained silent. She understood that revealing the truth could provoke a rebellious sentiment in the girl towards the organization, potentially igniting feelings of animosity, an outcome the leader would never permit. Simultaneously, this realization left Vermouth somewhat disheartened, as she had initially believed the girl to be different. On this particular day, Sanguxi observed Beer Mode donning Sharon's attire in preparation for her departure and promptly followed closely behind her. Sanguxi gazed at her eagerly and inquired, "Where are you heading?" Belmode, captivated by the girl's clear green eyes, felt a moment of disorientation. "I'm meeting a friend. May I accompany you?" the girl asked, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. However, upon witnessing Belmode's hesitant reaction, the sparkle in her gaze dimmed instantaneously. "It's all right. If it's inconvenient, forget it." Belmode contemplated the person she was to meet today, someone not shrouded in secrecy. Moreover, the girl's forlorn expression tugged at her heartstrings. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement. "You may." Upon hearing her consent, the girl's eyes lit up with renewed brilliance. Sanguxi gazed at Belmode with sparkling eyes, her tone infused with excitement. "I shall change my clothes right away." After a brief interval, Sanguxi emerged, having prepared herself. With a light-hearted step, she approached Belmode in the living room, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she inquired, "Does this look good?" Upon hearing the voice, Belmode lifted her gaze and, upon seeing the girl's attire, was momentarily taken aback. Because Sangu Valley donned a golden wig that bore an uncanny resemblance to her current appearance, and it seemed she had also emulated her present makeup style. However, the girl's features still retained a hint of youthful innocence, lacking the maturity of adulthood. In fact, this fresh and clean visage made them appear more like a mother and daughter duo. Belmode raised an eyebrow and complimented, "Not bad." Regarding the girl's subtle intentions, Belmode chose not to expose them. After all, having already promised to take her out, there was no need to dwell on trivial matters. Sanguxi followed Belmode, who had transformed into Sharon Vineyard, to their destination, Broadway. At that moment, she suddenly recalled that this narrative seemed to have appeared in the original work. This was the plot where Belmont became intertwined with Kudo and Ran. It also marked the beginning of Ran's affection for Kudo Shinichi. The two arrived at the backstage of the Phantom Theater on Broadway, where Belmont encountered a fan of Sharon. The individual appeared to be a captain from the New York City Police Department, and it was through his radio that Belmont learned about Kudo Yukiko's reckless driving. "Wait here for me. I need to step out for a moment," she instructed. Following the events in the original story, she assumed the guise of the police captain and resolved the matter concerning Kudo Yukiko and the traffic officer alerted by her speeding. Once the officer departed, Kudo Yukiko turned to the disguised Belmont and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Radishu." Radishu was the name of the police captain. Belmont shook her head, replying, "You should be thanking not him, but me." With that, she tore off her disguise, revealing her true form as Sharon. Kudo Yukiko was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "Sharon, what is going on?" Belmont then elucidated the situation regarding her encounter with the police captain. "I overheard on the radio that a silver Jaguar was speeding this way, and I immediately guessed it was you." Witnessing the entire transformation process were Shinichi and Ran, who now stared at her in disbelief. Kudo Shinichi, with a bewildered expression, exclaimed, "Mom, please tell me, who is this person?" Meanwhile, the starstruck Ran was astonished that Kudo Shinichi did not recognize her, and interjected, "Shinichi, don't you know? She is a major star in America." Yet the question lingered, why could this star so easily disguise herself as another? Kudo Yukiko chuckled at her son's astonishment. "Oh, didn't I mention? She is a dear friend I met while learning the art of disguise. Sharon is just far more skilled than I." Within the confines of the theater, Sanguxi, channeling her mental prowess, could discern the conversations of several individuals outside. Sanguxi gazed at Xiaolan and Kudo Shinichi, a nostalgic expression gracing her features. However, the moment for their recognition had yet to arrive. Just then, she heard Xiaolan exclaim, "How wonderful to encounter such a celebrity, especially on the streets of New York. I must truly thank the heavens." At that moment, the sky unexpectedly began to pour. Vermouth retrieved an umbrella from her pocket, opened it, and regarded Xiaolan with a calm demeanor as she uttered a classic line from the original work. "Is there truly a divine presence in this world? If deities really existed, those of us who strive to live would not encounter misfortune. At the very least, I can affirm that angels would never offer me a sincere smile." Not even once as Vermouth spoke her final words, the image of the girl's clear green eyes flashed through her mind. She had initially believed the girl to be an exception, yet now she could not ascertain how long those innocent eyes could remain untainted. The atmosphere outside grew heavy with unspoken thoughts. At that moment, Sanguxi emerged from the theater, interrupting Vermouth's melancholic reverie. "Mom, are these your friends?" The question stunned everyone present, even leaving Vermouth momentarily speechless. Kudo Yukiko looked at the girl stepping out from Sharon's shadow with surprise, asking, "Who is this?" Once Vermouth regained her composure, she could only shrug, resigned to the truth of the girl's words. "Just as you have heard." Kudo Yukiko raised an eyebrow, genuinely astonished. Although she had heard rumors of Sharon adopting a girl, this was her first encounter with her. However, she found it perplexing that Sharon would suddenly choose to adopt a child, as it was not characteristic of her. Upon closer inspection, the two shared certain facial features, prompting her to question whether this girl could be her biological daughter. Shocked, she thought, family. Her close friend concealed from her that she had a daughter nearly the same age as her son. Nevertheless, after regaining her composure, Yukiko reasoned that it was unlikely. After all, Sharon did not seem like someone who would bear children, nor was there any man who would inspire Sharon to willingly have a child for him. Meanwhile, Kudo Shinichi and Maori Ran, standing behind Yukiko, were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the girl's clear green eyes. They thought, "These eyes, they resemble." "Oh, I forgot to introduce. This is my son, Shinichi," Yukiko said, bringing them back to reality. Xiaolan took the initiative to introduce herself. "Hello, I am Maori Ran. May I ask your name?" This question left Sanguxi momentarily speechless. Connecting it to Vermouth's other name, Chris, she quickly responded, "Alice," perhaps recalling heavy memories. Xiaolan's voice turned somber. "Your eyes are strikingly similar to those of a dear friend of ours." Sanguxi maintained a composed demeanor, her voice tinged with surprise. "Is that so? What an honor it is." Before the girl was taken back to the organization, Belmont had already conducted an investigation into the individuals she had interacted with. Thus, she was well aware of the connections among the three. Observing the three who were so near yet unable to acknowledge one another, and the sorrow reflected in the girl's eyes, Belmont interjected, guiding them into the Broadway theater. She had arranged with Yukiko to show them the backstage. The ensuing events unfolded as in the original narrative. While backstage, Rand saved an actress named Rose from a near-fatal blow from a falling prop. After that, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. Once the backstage tour concluded, Belmont hurriedly departed, opting not to stay for the formal performance, yet she retained Sanguxi. The girl had intended to follow, but Belmont's words halted her. With a smile, she whispered into the girl's ear, "Honey, we may not have another chance to see old friends. So why not stay a little longer with them?" The girl paused at this remark, but did not protest further, obediently remaining behind. Shortly after the performance commenced, a murder transpired within the theater as an actor was killed on stage. Kudo Shinichi went to investigate, accompanied by Yukiko, leaving only Sanguxi and Ran together. Ran, sensing the girl's lingering melancholy, inquired with concern, "Alice, what's the matter? Are you feeling down?" Chapter 22, A Reunion with Akai. Unfamiliar with the name Alice, Sanguxi momentarily hesitated before realizing it was directed at her. She shook her head, explaining, "I'm fine. It's just that encountering a murder always weighs heavily on my heart." "I feel the same," Rand empathized, nodding in agreement, and added, "But whenever we go out together, we seem to encounter murders. We might even stumble upon a case on an airplane." Sanguxi couldn't help but chuckle, her eyes curving with amusement as she inquired, "But surely he must be able to resolve the case each time, right? How can you be so certain?" Xiaolan responded, somewhat taken aback. Sanguxi casually remarked, observing how intrigued he was by the case, much like Sherlock Holmes, wasn't it? Xiaolan recalled that deductive enthusiast and chuckled. "Shinichi is a devoted admirer of Holmes. If he were to hear your praise, he would undoubtedly be elated." The two engaged in light-hearted conversation, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Yet, Sanguxi found herself reminiscing about the tranquil moments spent with them in the past. After a brief interlude, despite a tinge of reluctance, Sanguxi took the initiative to steer the conversation to a close. "Let us proceed to see how the case is unfolding." When the two located Kudo Shinichi, the investigation was nearing its conclusion. The perpetrator turned out to be Ms. Ross, whom Xiaolan had just rescued from backstage. Furthermore, as she was being led away by the police, she malevolently expressed to Xiaolan, "Thank you. You have aided me in executing my murderous scheme." Xiaolan was momentarily taken aback, and the weight of those words began to gnaw at her conscience. Observing Xiaolan's distress, Sanguxi interjected, "Everyone has their own circumstances. It is your inability to restrain the darkness within that led to such heinous actions. This bears no relation to you, Xiaolan." Upon hearing Sanguxi's words, Xiaolan paused, a warm current flowing through her heart. Strangely, in that fleeting moment, the figure of Alice seemed to overlap with Sanguxi in her mind. Shaking her head, she dispelled the chaotic thoughts and smiled. "Thank you, Alice. Rest assured, I will not allow her words to sway me." "Indeed," Sanguxi nodded in agreement. Subsequently, as Kudo Shinichi had deduced the case through the insights of Kudo Yukiko, she accompanied the police to provide her statement. At the entrance of Broadway, only Sanguxi, Xiaolan, and Kudo remained. She took the initiative to bid farewell. "It is getting late, and I must return home. There has been a string of highway murders in New York, reportedly committed by a long-haired Japanese man. You should also head back early." After Sanguxi finished speaking, she waved goodbye to the two and turned to leave. Once she was gone, Xiaolan gazed at her retreating figure and said to Kudo Shinichi beside her, "Do you think she resembles Xiaoxi?" Shinichi, recalling the girl who had vanished in the flames 6 years ago, nodded solemnly. After parting ways with Xiaolan and Kudo Shinichi, Sanguxi sensed the spiritual mark she had left on Vermouth. Not far from there, she hailed a taxi and hurried to her destination. In the original story, it was on this very night that Vermouth, masquerading as a highway killer, was injured while attempting to lure Akai Shuichi and subsequently encountered Xiaolan. Contemplating her strategic plan, Sanguxi felt compelled to intervene. Meanwhile, upon learning that Akai Shuichi was actively searching for the silver-haired killer, Vermouth preemptively located and eliminated the assassin, taking their place. However, despite her killer disguise attracting Akai Shuichi's attention, the organization's assassins proved utterly ineffective, failing to eliminate him, which left her in a precarious situation, desperately fleeing. Not far behind her, Akai Shuichi maintained his timeless appearance, black knitted hat, long black hair, and a black trench coat. As he observed the killer on the verge of escaping his grasp, he narrowed his eyes and drew his handgun from his pocket. His intention was not to kill, but merely to fire a shot aimed at the person's abdomen to halt their flight. Unexpectedly, at that critical moment, A familiar white-haired girl dashed out from a nearby alley, positioning herself in front of the assailant, taking the bullet herself. This unforeseen event stunned not only Vermouth but also Akai Shuichi. The girl, glancing back at him, urgently urged Vermouth, "Split up. Hurry." With a firm push, she jolted Vermouth back to reality. "Why?" Vermouth asked, bewildered. Without hesitation, the girl replied, "Because you are important to me, and I cannot bear to see you harmed." Her tone was resolute, and after speaking, she insisted that Vermouth flee. "Go. I'm fine. We must separate." Vermouth took a deep look at the girl before they both dashed off in different directions. As Akai Shuichi witnessed the girl taking the bullet, he realized that this killer was likely an impersonation of Vermouth. Thus, he abandoned his pursuit of Vermouth and chased after the direction the girl had fled. After Vermouth left, she encountered a search operation by the FBI. With no other option, she sought refuge in an abandoned apartment building nearby. Much to her surprise, she stumbled upon the girl's two friends, whom she remembered as Kudo Shinichi and Xiaolan. The events from the original narrative unfolded as expected. The aging railing gave way, and Vermouth fell from the building. Perhaps she never anticipated being saved twice in a single day. While it may require a reason to take a life, saving someone in a moment of desperation needs none. Upon reflecting on this, Vermouth recalled the girl's unwavering declaration, "Because you are important to me, I do not wish to see you harmed." Watching the retreating figures of Shinichi and Xiaolan, Vermouth unexpectedly chuckled softly and turned to leave. She pondered whether perhaps fate had finally favored her, sending an angel into her life. Sangu Valley has sustained an injury, undoubtedly hindering her speed. Akai Shuichi swiftly followed the trail of blood dripping onto the ground, leading him directly to the girl's hiding place. When Sanguxi encountered the formidable Akai Shuichi blocking her path, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair. No. In the original narrative, this individual was pursuing Sister Bay. Within the organization, it is evident without contemplation who holds greater significance, Bell Mode or herself. Furthermore, Sanguxi believed she should be perceived as a good person in Akai Shuichi's eyes. So why was he pursuing her? Sanguxi contemplated that this individual would certainly pursue Sister Bay, which is why she had hidden nearby. To her astonishment, she was caught red-handed. Akai Shuichi observed the girl huddled in the corner, advancing towards her step by step. The girl appeared somewhat pallid after her injury. As the man drew nearer, she hastily raised her trembling handgun. Her voice strained as she commanded, "Stay back." Unfazed, Akai Shuichi continued until he cornered her against the wall, and the girl, paralyzed by fear, did not dare to pull the trigger. There was a hint of anger in his voice as he queried, "Do you enjoy taking bullets for others so much?" Offended by the unfounded accusation, the girl retorted, "I do not." Akai Shuichi regarded the girl's feeble attempt at intimidation with her gun aimed at him and gently pushed it aside. His gaze fell upon her bloodied abdomen. And with a solemn expression, he stated, "I will take you to the hospital." How could Sanguxi possibly allow Akai Shuichi to take her away? She raised her gun once more, aiming it at Akai's chest, her tone quite intimidating. "I absolutely refuse to go. Let me go. Otherwise, I shall pull the trigger." "Huh? Do you dare?" Akai Shuichi showed no fear. The gun in the girl's hand was less effective than a mere brick. Realizing that he would not release her, the girl shifted her approach. "I was merely passing by, and you shot me for no reason. I haven't even settled the score with you yet." Akai's expression remained unchanged. His dark green eyes fixated on her. "Do you truly believe I would take you at your word?" The girl, now desperate, spoke with a hint of a sob. "This is the second time you've shot me. You cannot detain me. I have never committed any wrongdoing." Hearing the girl's Na'vi words, a fleeting smile crossed Akai's eyes. He certainly understood. However, did that conflict with his intent to capture her? Leaning down to meet her gaze, Akai said, "Little one, do you not realize that harboring someone is also a crime?" Sanguxi perceived the words, and her heart sank. It seemed this young man was resolutely determined to apprehend someone today, was he? How amusing it must be for him to toy with her, right? Very well then. Sanguxi gritted her teeth, struggling to comprehend the situation. Yet she maintained a semblance of respect. Was it not sufficient for her to cooperate? The girl nervously bit her lip, her eyes darting around as if preparing to flee at any moment. However, her intentions were all too transparent, and Akai Shuichi saw right through them. He chuckled softly, disregarding the girl's resistance entirely. With one hand, he retrieved handcuffs from his pocket, securing her wrists before draping her arms over his neck. Without hesitation, he lifted her into his embrace and carried her away. After all, any further delay could result in excessive blood loss. The girl squirmed, protesting, "I won't go with you." I refuse to go to the hospital. You can't take me. Overwhelmed by the multitude of factors at play, Sanguxi struggled to articulate her thoughts. Yet, Akai Shuichi did not relent. He tightened his grip, his tone turning serious. Do not move. The rate of blood loss will increase. Desperation tinged her voice as she pleaded. Then let me go? Akai Shuichi reassured her. Rest assured, I won't detain you. We are merely going to tend to your wounds. It's not a hospital. Navigating through winding roads, he drove at high speed to a small clinic. In this foreign land, where firearms were prohibited, gunshot wounds were not uncommon. And certain clinics were indeed equipped to handle them. Inside, a couple of doctors appeared to have a personal acquaintance with Akai Shuichi. The female doctor skillfully extracted the bullet from Sanguxi and bandaged her wounds, all the while not uttering a single unnecessary word. Once her injuries were treated, Akai Shuichi finally removed the handcuffs from her wrists. The girl cautiously glanced at him, tentatively inquiring, So, can I leave now? Akai Shuichi did not respond directly but instead posed a different question. Do you know how to explain this to your organization? She hesitated for a moment before nodding her head. Her gaze lowered. I understand. I will say I sought out the clinic for treatment on my own. Observing the obedient girl, a faint smile graced Akai Shuichi's features. Very well. You may go. I shall not accompany you. After all, it would not be prudent for others to witness their closeness. It would not bode well for her. Thank you. I will find a way to repay this kindness, she expressed. Akai Shuichi found her words amusing yet curious. Despite knowing the organization was corrupt and not aligning herself with them, why did she not choose to leave with them? The girl remained silent for an extended moment, finally lowering her gaze and murmuring, I cannot leave. I have reasons that bind me here. My home is there. Home? Akai Shuichi was taken aback. This answer had not crossed his mind. I'm sorry, the girl said before she dashed away. This time, Akai Shuichi made no attempt to stop her. He stood rooted in place, watching her retreating figure with a flicker of emotion in his eyes. He had conducted an investigation into the girl. She was captured by the organization. Yet she claimed her home was there. Was it due to her reliance on Vermouth, who had taken her in after her capture? Or was it possible that she was originally from that place? His thoughts drifted back to the two occasions she had shielded someone from gunfire, once for Jin, and once for Vermouth. Moreover, on that day on the rooftop, Jin had taken the initiative to carry her away. It seemed she held a certain fondness for both individuals. Clearly, further investigation was warranted. Chapter 23. Jin's Pretense of Coolness. Upon returning home, Sanguxi found Belmod already safe and waiting for her in the living room. Seeing the girl unharmed, the tension that had gripped Belmod's heart finally dissipated. Honey, why did you come back so late? Let me see your injuries, she inquired. The girl lifted the hem of her clothing, revealing her slender waist, carefully bandaged, and then shook her head with a smile. I'm fine. After evading the pursuit, I found a clinic, and the bullet has been removed. This wound will heal in a few days. As Belmod exhaled in relief, her expression turned serious as she gazed at Sanguxi. Honey, you must not engage in such perilous activities again. The girl seemed taken aback by Belmod's concern, a glimmer of joy illuminating her green eyes. She looked at Belmod with delight, her eyes crescent-shaped with a smile, and said, Then, you must promise me not to get hurt. Belmod raised an eyebrow, refraining from rebuttal, and nodded. Honey, rest assured, such incidents will not occur again. Regardless of whether she could genuinely keep that promise, she resolved to uphold it while the girl could see her. Seeing Belmod's agreement brought joy to Sanguxi. Yet she suddenly appeared lost in thought, her voice hesitant. Is that right? An enemy the organization must eliminate? Belmod was somewhat surprised by the girl's inquiry. Honey, why do you ask such a question all of a sudden? Has something occurred? Although the girl's demeanor was somewhat uncertain, she ultimately confessed. It seemed that when he was chasing me today, he deliberately let me go. Upon hearing this, Belmod felt a wave of surprise, yet with contemplation. She began to understand. In truth, when she realized that Akai had not followed her, she suspected he might have pursued the injured girl instead. Belmod could comprehend why Akai would let her slip away. After all, the girl was a sniper in the organization who lacked the will to kill, a fact that was hardly a secret. The man, Akai Shuichi, would never engage in a losing venture. Rather than chase a non-injured, elusive figure like herself, he would pursue the girl. However, the girl was not privy to much about the organization, and even if captured, she would be of little use. Thus, Akai sought to win her over through such actions. Unfortunately, he miscalculated. Blood ties are unbreakable. As long as the girl remains unaware of her origins from the laboratory and continues to regard herself and Jin as her parents, then as long as she remains within the organization, she would never escape its grasp. Belmad's eyes softened with warmth as she gazed at the girl, imparting her words with seriousness. Honey, you are my one and only treasure in this world. Nothing is more precious to me than your life. Therefore, I too wish to see you unscathed. Promise me you will take care of yourself, all right? The girl seemed taken aback by Belmad's heartfelt declaration, her eyes glistening with emotion as if she had finally received affirmation. With moist eyes, she looked at Belmad and nodded obediently. Okay. Suddenly, the girl leaped into Belmad's embrace, her voice sweet and playful. Belmad, I truly like you the most. This time, Belmad did not push her away. She affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, a smile gracing her features. Honey, be careful of your wound. After news of Sanguxi saving Belmad and Akai Shuichi's leniency in attempting to win over the girl reached the boss, he promptly ordered her return to Japan, stating that she need not involve herself with Akai's affairs. Although Sanguxi was a sharp blade that could not be unsheathed, it would not be allowed to benefit the FB. However, the boss, like Belmad, had never doubted the girl's loyalty. After all, her 2 acts of shielding her superiors made her commitment to Jin and Belmad abundantly clear. With their presence, the girl would not depart from the organization. Moreover, the girl had taken lives, albeit not out of her own volition, yet she was surprisingly obedient. Thus, the boss chose to turn a blind eye to her, recognizing that such a disposition was easy to manage. An overly cold or rebellious character could pose a threat to the organization, but with the girl's affection for others, her compliance, and her vulnerability, she was just right. The wounds of Sanguxi have yet to heal, yet she has already returned to Japan. It is not due to her boss's insistence, but rather a sudden realization that has prompted her. This year, there is a dramatic narrative involving Date K. Although she had secretly followed him before leaving Japan last year, fearing she might not return in time, she had placed a shield of condensed mental energy within him. However, this shield only protects the brain and vital organs. In the event of an accident, while it may not be fatal, disability is certainly a possibility. Thus, witnessing the situation with her own eyes is essential for her peace of mind. The plane once again lands at Tokyo Airport, but this time, Sanguxi is no longer the forlorn figure without anyone to greet her. This time, a representative from Jin has come to receive her. Miss Kuxi, over here. Upon arriving at the airport, Sanguxi spotted a figure clad in black attire, black clothing, black hat, and black sunglasses, resembling a member of the underworld. She hurried over, her face beaming with a bright smile, and greeted, Uncle Vodka. It's been a while. Vodka chuckled, his expression somewhat endearing. Indeed, Miss Kuxi. It seems you've grown taller. Really? The girl responded, her voice tinged with excitement. My goal is to be as tall as Jin. That way, I want to always be at a disadvantage during our sparring. Vodka was amused by her innocent remarks, bursting into hearty laughter, which only added to his charmingly awkward demeanor, completely devoid of any ominous affiliations. Ha ha ha, Miss Kuxi, that would be splendid. If you were like the elder brother, you wouldn't be as adorable as you are now. Vodka couldn't help but imagine the absurdity of such a scenario. If Sanguxi were as tall as Jin, with her unique hair color akin to the elder brother's, she would undoubtedly resemble a female version of Jin. Moreover, she would be a sweet-voiced, vivacious, and delightful rendition of him. The thought was too enchanting to fathom. The girl scanned her surroundings, disappointment creeping into her tone as she remarked, Uncle Vodka, is he not here to pick me up because he has a mission? Vodka, fully aware of whom the girl wished to see, shook his head with a smile and whispered, No, the elder brother is waiting for you in the car. He specifically finished his tasks early to make time for you today. Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with joy, and her steps quickened. She soon spotted the familiar vintage car and the white-haired man within. Through the passenger window, her emerald eyes remained clear and her smile radiant. Jin, you came to pick me up. Her tone was laced with anticipation, as if seeking validation. Jin turned to glance at her, his expression stoic. Get in. I'm merely concerned you might cause a scene like last time. Unfazed by his words, the girl only heard what she wanted to hear. Humph, you're just being stubborn, she retorted before joyfully hopping into the back seat of the car. Throughout the journey back to the base, the girl chattered incessantly about her experiences in America, while Jin remained expressionless, absorbing her lively voice. He couldn't comprehend what was so fascinating about her tales. Despite his silence, she continued to speak with enthusiasm. Yet, he chose not to interrupt, gazing out the window with a cigarette perched between his lips. Whether he was listening or not remained a mystery, but he certainly displayed a masterful poker face. As Sanguxi concluded her thoughts, her lips had grown weary of speaking. Jinjio remained nonchalant, and the girl's mood soured instantaneously. She pouted, her gaze fixated melancholically on the back of Jinzhou's head. Jinzhou, what did I just say? Sensing the girl's forlorn stare, Jinzhou glanced at her through the rearview mirror, his tone devoid of inflection. You mentioned that undercooked steak is quite unpalatable. Upon realizing that Jinzhou had indeed listened to her mutterings, the girl responded with excitement. So you were actually paying attention. I thought you were just trying to act cool. The term acting cool seemed utterly incongruous with Jinzhou's demeanor, eliciting a barely concealed chuckle from vodka. Jinzhou appeared somewhat perturbed, a shadow crossing his face as he coldly retorted. Sagluo, you are exceedingly loud. The girl let his words slip through one ear and out the other, her curiosity piqued. Jinzhou, why have you never referred to me as Xiaoxi? You could call me Luoluo too. In their previous conversations, Jinzhou had never appended any titles or prefixes, always opting for impersonal phrases like you or she. Upon hearing her inquiry, Jinzhou responded with icy indifference. That sounds dreadful. The girl, taken aback by his sharp retort, pouted and huffed. Humph. Black Zay's name is far more melodious than mine. Jinzhou suddenly realized that each time the girl returned from America, her audacity seemed to swell considerably. When she was with him, she resembled a timid quail, yet after spending time with beer mode, she transformed into someone emboldened, as if she had consumed lion's courage. He narrowed his eyes, anticipating her impending chatter, and shot her a warning glance. If you continue to be noisy, I will have you disembark and walk home. The girl widened her eyes, looking at him with a pitiful expression, her large orbs brimming with silent accusations. However, perhaps fearing that he might truly abandon her, she obediently fell silent. Observing her sudden display of compliance, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Jinzhou's eyes. It was good to know she understood the stakes, lest her boldness continue to escalate. Chapter 24, Countdown to the Year of Kushui. Upon her return to the organization, Sanguxi was not assigned any missions by Jinzhou. After all, her presence was deemed largely superfluous. She was merely a decorative appendage, too timid to wield a firearm or take a life. Moreover, following each mission, she found herself evading him for several days, as if he were intent on devouring her. Perhaps she was acutely aware of her own ineffectiveness, recognizing her inadequacies in the realm of missions. Thus, upon her return, she promptly requested Jinzhou to petition the boss on her behalf for a position at the research institute. Fearing the prospect of becoming utterly useless and facing Jinzhou's disdain. Of course, prior to this, Sanguxi had discreetly taken the opportunity to visit Dahang. Upon witnessing that he was not only alive and well, but also on the cusp of marriage, she finally exhaled in relief. It appeared that the harrowing incident she had feared had been navigated safely in her absence. Consequently, all 5 members of the police academy group were thriving. Sanguxi stood on the roadside opposite the Metropolitan Police Department, smiling tenderly like a devoted mother. Toko, do you know? I have secretly cherished you from afar for quite some time. How profoundly moving. If this is not maternal love, then what is? The lunchbox plan has finally reached a flawless conclusion. It seems she can now devote herself wholeheartedly to her own main project. After completing her inner monologue, Sanguxi took a deep breath and, embodying the demeanor of a reclusive sage, turned back to the organization. At that moment, she stood outside the entrance of the research building, having secured the boss's approval for unrestricted access to the institute. However, she found herself in a quandary, uncertain of how to proceed with her next act. Throughout her years in the organization, she had deliberately avoided any interaction with Mayano Shiho. After all, Mayano Shiho was destined to become Shiho Mayano. And the thought of her mentioning Sanguxi to Shinichi Kudo filled her with apprehension regarding her future plans. The crux of her dilemma lay in the fact that Mayano Shiho could not remain within the organization, as that would only bolster the pharmaceutical endeavors of Karasumo Renya. Yet, the key to Mayano Shiho's departure hinged on the safety of Mayano Akemi, a matter that troubled Sanguxi deeply. Previously, she had found herself trapped in this deadlock, which had stifled her actions. But now, clarity dawned upon her. Understanding the original plot was, after all, another form of leverage she possessed, apart from her unique abilities. Why should she shy away from it? Her true objective should be to ensure that the original storyline unfolds without any disruptive butterfly effects, allowing her to maintain control effortlessly. As for Akemi, the incident involving the cat was a prime example of how trivial such matters had become with the advancement of her powers. However, her original plan required some adjustments. She must encounter Mayano Shiho to obtain the complete backup data of a TX. Moreover, it would be essential to employ a touch of hypnosis on Shiho, perhaps to blur her memory of Sanguxi's appearance. Do not question the rationale behind it. It simply aligns with Sanguxi's peculiar whims. She was intent on concealing any indication of her true allegiance to the Red faction, relishing the prospect of playing the role of a behind-the-scenes director. The longer Shinichi Kudo remained oblivious to her identity as a member of the Black faction, the better. She aimed to maintain this charade for as long as possible, addressing the truth only when it became unavoidable. Sanguxi resolutely stepped through the gates of the Research Institute. After a series of identity verifications, including fingerprint and iris recognition, she finally met with Shiho Miyano. Upon seeing the young girl suddenly appear at the door, Miyano was momentarily taken aback. Is this Sang Liaojio? However, Miyano had never encountered Sang Liaojio or Sanguxi before. After all, she seldom paid attention to affairs outside the laboratory. And due to Jin's imposition of a gag order, information regarding Sanguxi and Sang Liaojio was not widely circulated within the organization. Thus, Miyano remained unaware that Sang Liaojio was indeed Sanguxi. Hello, Shirley, I am your new assistant. You may call me Sang Liao, she introduced herself. Hello. I have reviewed your research papers and works. You are indeed quite talented, Miyano replied. Too kind. How may I assist you? Here's the foundational material on a TX. You may familiarize yourself with it, Miyano instructed. Understood. Neither of the two made any effort to build rapport, both maintaining a strictly professional demeanor. Miyano was aware of some rumors surrounding Sang Liaojio, specifically that she had been expelled from the action team, which led her to transition to the Research Institute. However, this was of little consequence to her. By nature, she was rather aloof and disinterested in engaging with others. As the two worked together in the laboratory, they initially coexisted without incident. However, gradually, Miyano began to perceive things differently. She discovered that Sang Liaojio possessed an extraordinary talent for pharmaceutical research. Not only did she have a solid professional foundation, but she also demonstrated remarkable diligence. Within just over half a year, she had completely caught up with the TX's research progress. This prompted Miyano to become wary, as she had no genuine desire for this drug to be developed. Consequently, she concocted an excuse to engage in a minor dispute with Sanguxi. Subsequently, Miyano informed her superior that a TX had entered a critical research phase, and she preferred not to collaborate with Sang Liaojio. On this basis, she persuaded her boss to transfer Sang Liaojio away from the project. Sanguxi never intended to remain in the laboratory for an extended period. Her sole purpose was to make an appearance, ensuring that her boss would take notice of her. This way, once Gongye Zhihui departed, she could rightfully assume the mantle of a TX's successor. Meanwhile, Jin, upon discovering that Sherry had forced Sanguxi out of the laboratory, feigned ignorance. He remarked that it was Sanguxi's own incompetence that led her to readily fall for others' minor schemes. Sanguxi performed a dramatic scene of a wronged child, shedding tears for a considerable time, having evaded him for quite a while. The crux of the matter was that Sanguxi quietly calculated the time. When she returned from America, it was late summer. After spending over half a year in the laboratory, she turned 19 after the new year, while Shinichi Kudo would be 17. 17, a pivotal moment in the genesis of the Conan universe. She had specifically emerged from the laboratory to witness iconic scenes up close. In pursuit of such experiences, Sanguxi proactively sought out Jin. Jin had presumed that the girl would continue to avoid him for a few more days. But to his astonishment, she approached him instead. However, the very next moment, he heard her say, Jin, may I stay outside the base? Before Jin could respond, the girl continued her lament. This desolate place has nothing. The food is terrible. No one likes me, and there is no one to play with. Everyone is so cold. Indeed, it seemed that trouble was never far behind. Jin's expression darkened slightly. This foolish girl could be easily manipulated within the base. How would she fare outside where she might be duped beyond recognition? Just as Jin contemplated refusing her request, the girl suddenly gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, as if her tears could cascade forth should he utter a denial. Jin let out a derisive snort, his face betraying no emotion. It appeared she had finally learned to employ her wits. You may stay outside, but you must participate in future missions. All right. The girl assumed it would be akin to previous arrangements, merely observing without taking action, thus she readily agreed. Jin, noticing her expression, realized she had misunderstood. Yet he chose not to clarify, instead turning to leave. After Jin walked away, Sanguxi leaped up in joy. Hooray! She certainly understood the hidden meaning behind Jin's words, but as the saying goes, the boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge. The future could be dealt with later. What mattered most now was that she could openly meet Xiaolan. Indeed, she, Huhan-san, was set to reunite with the quartet alongside Xiaolan. She had awaited this day for a long time, all in anticipation of Xiaolan's first encounter with Belmode, to present her with a protective talisman. As for Jin, after all these years, Sangu, she had finally managed to lower his guard against her. Moreover, even in the past, he seldom followed her when she went out. After all, in Jin's eyes, she was far too easy to manage. Her childhood friendship with Xiaolan and the others was no secret to him. He had even threatened her with them during her rebellious phase. As long as Sanguxi remained obedient, Jin would not harm Xiaolan and her friends. Thus, long-lost friends, it was time for a reunion. At Titan High School, Xiaolan, have you heard? Yoko exclaimed with excitement. Our school has a super young psychology teacher, only a few years older than us. Yet she is a graduate of Columbia University. Xiaolan glanced curiously at Yoko and asked, Yoko, how did you find out? Yoko smiled and explained. I heard it from someone in the neighboring class. They also mentioned that the psychology teacher is a stunning beauty. The next class was psychology, and the anticipation was palpable. Kudo Shinichi, seated behind Xiaolan, listened to the two girls and couldn't quite understand. It's just a psychology teacher. What's all the fuss about? Yoko retorted. It's not just any teacher. She is a beautiful lady. This psychology teacher was undoubtedly Sanguxi. The principal had initially hesitated to hire her due to her youth, but she had confidently argued. It is precisely because I am young that I can better understand the psychological issues of teenagers. The principal agreed to keep her, albeit with a probationary period. As the bell rang, the classroom fell silent, all eyes eagerly fixed on the door. A light, cheerful rhythm of footsteps approached, and a young woman walked in. The moment the class caught sight of her, silence enveloped the room. With waist-length white hair, exquisite features, and gentle eyes that curved into a warm smile, she appeared as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale. Even in professional attire, her youthfulness shone through, making her seem less like a teacher and more like a fellow student. Upon seeing the girl enter, Xiaolan, Yoko, and Kudo Shinichi were utterly stunned. The resemblance was uncanny. From her eyes to her hair color to her features, it was almost unbelievable. Thus, the three remained in a daze, gazing at the young woman at the podium. Hello everyone. How are you? Does the teacher meet your expectations? As the male students caught sight of her gentle green eyes, they couldn't help but blush and lower their heads. Suddenly, one lively girl exclaimed, Teacher, you are truly beautiful. A wave of cheerful laughter rippled through the classroom. Sanguxi cast a glance at her female classmate, expressing gratitude for the compliment. Allow me to introduce myself briefly, she began, pausing momentarily before continuing. My surname is Sangu, and my given name is simply Shi. You may call me Teacher Shi. Upon hearing this, Xiaolan and Yuanzi could no longer contain their astonishment, exclaiming in unison. How is that possible? Teacher Shi. Upon hearing this, Sanguxi turned to look at Xiaolan and Yuanzi, teasingly remarking, Xiaolan, Yuanzi, are you surprised to see the teacher? Kudo Shinichi had remained silent, but upon hearing these words, his gaze was fixed intently on the girl at the podium. Although Xiaolan and Yuanzi had not introduced themselves, she had accurately called out their names. Therefore, it truly is Sanguxi. Now, let us commence with the lesson. We shall discuss the rest afterwards. Sanguxi winked at the three individuals as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, despite their astonishment, they could only endure in silence. One can only imagine the torment they experienced throughout that class. It was not until the bell rang, signaling the end of the lesson, that Sanguxi casually announced, class dismissed. At that moment, Xiaolan and Yuanji rushed forward, exclaiming, Xiaoxi, it really is you. How could this be? Sanguxi raised an eyebrow and smiled, saying, why this reaction? Shouldn't we embrace first? The three girls held each other tightly, while Kudo Shinichi watched intently, fearing that this might be an illusion. After being released by Ran and Sonoko, Gaku Kiki turned to Kudo Shinichi, who was gazing at her in a daze, and teased, what's wrong? As an old friend whom you haven't seen in years, are you not welcoming me? Kudo Shinichi shook his head in bewilderment, exclaiming, of course not. It's just a bit hard to believe. That is good to hear. It's been so long, and I've truly missed you all. She had waited a long time for this moment under the sun. Chapter 25, The Moment of Reckoning. Once the joy of reunion faded, the group's conversation shifted back to the fire from years ago. What exactly happened back then? Ran inquired. Gakukiki had long prepared a narrative and reminisced. It was the butler who deliberately set the fire. After I returned home, he knocked me unconscious and took me away. When I awoke, I found myself in a human trafficking den. I managed to escape, but due to my injuries, I suffered from amnesia for a time. During that period of forgetfulness, I was taken in by a family and only regained my memories a year later. Unfortunately, we didn't have mobile phones back then, so I had no way to contact you. My studies were also quite demanding, and it wasn't until recently, after graduating, that I came to Tokyo to find you." As she recounted this lengthy tale, Gakakiki spoke with great emotion. Being a psychology student, her sincerity left no room for doubt among her listeners, including Kudo Shinichi. "I had no idea such things transpired, but I'm truly relieved to hear you're safe," Rand remarked, still haunted by memories of that devastating fire. Sanguxi smiled reassuringly, saying, "From now on, we can attend school together again. However, at this moment, I am your teacher." Upon hearing this, Yuanzi expressed a hint of surprise, asking Xiaoxi, "Have you advanced a grade?" Sanguxi revealed a proud expression, lifting her chin and boasting, "Of course, such matters are a mere trifle for a genius like me. Little Creek. Where do you reside now?" Sanguxi smiled apologetically and explained, "I have just returned to Tokyo and have yet to secure a place to stay. So I am temporarily residing in the faculty dormitory." The recently reunited girls seemed to have an abundance of topics to discuss. In the end, they agreed to meet up on the weekend to visit the newly opened tropical paradise. Upon hearing this, Sanguxi immediately sensed that the plot of a surprise attack was imminent. On that weekend, she was in the teacher's dormitory of Teed in high school, changing her clothes in preparation for an outing. Initially, she pondered which concealed location would serve as the best vantage point for observing the unfolding drama. However, in the next moment, her phone chimed with a message from Chinjio, containing an address. "Gather here at 7 in the evening. There is a task at hand." Upon reading the message, Sanguxi could only let out a regretful sigh. It seemed that she would not be able to indulge in the spectacle after all. She was once again called to take the stage for her performance. Sanguxi responded to Jin with a simple understood before stepping out. There was a mission scheduled for the evening. However, the daytime still afforded them the opportunity to enjoy each other's company. Yet, under the ominous shadow cast by Shinichi Kudo, Sanguxi fortuitously encountered Jin ahead of schedule. Indeed, it was the infamous roller coaster incident that had garnered significant attention. As one of the suspects, Sanguxi, along with Jin, Vodka, and the other passengers, was taken aside for questioning. Sanguxi, wary of being scrutinized by Kudo Shinichi, dared not cast even a fleeting glance at Jin, instead discreetly signaling to Vodka. Jin, having no intention of engaging with her, remained aloof, while Vodka, ever the perceptive uncle who had watched her grow, understood Sanguxi's silent cue and also refrained from greeting her. The group thus performed a most familiar charade of strangers. Consequently, even when Kudo Shinichi ultimately solved the case, none discerned the connection among them. However, Xiao Lan and Yuan Zi exchanged astonished glances at Jin, quietly whispering to Sanguxi, "Xiaoxi, look, that person has white hair just like you." Sanguxi portrayed her role with remarkable authenticity. Her expression one of genuine surprise. It was indeed a rarity, as this was the first time she encountered someone with hair as white as her own. Kudo Shinichi overheard the dialogue among a few individuals. However, despite not suspecting any acquaintance between Sanguxi and that person, he remained fixated on the peculiar behavior of Jin. Once the case was resolved, dusk had settled, and Sanguxi glanced at her watch. It was 6:30. There was still ample time, no need for haste. After the group dispersed, she casually retrieved a hairpin from her pocket, elegantly arranging her long hair into an updo. Donning her hat, she skillfully circumvented Kudo Shinichi, who was also making his way back to the tropical paradise, and proceeded to the rendezvous point designated by Jin. The organization was scheduled to engage in a transaction with a group known as Mud, with intelligence indicating they were preparing for an internal conflict. Thus, Jin was there to provide protection. Sanguxi's task bore little peril. She was merely there to lend numbers, responsible for overseeing the area with her rifle from a distance. Indeed, it was not long before Sanguxi spotted Kudo Shinichi tracking Vodka through her sniper scope. Yet, within her line of sight, there was no sign of Jin. Sanguxi is currently with Chianti, narrowing her eyes as she employs her mental prowess to distract Chianti, deliberately diverting her attention and preventing her from noticing Kudo Shinichi. Meanwhile, on the other side, Conan, obstructed in his line of sight, is unable to see the hiding place of Kudo Shinichi. Sanguxi's actions bore no ulterior motives. She merely wished to experiment with the possibility of altering such a pivotal plot. Yet, alas, how could the narrative be so easily reshaped? In the end, Kudo Shinichi was inevitably discovered by Jin. Through the scope, Sanguxi witnessed a scene identical to the original narrative, as Jin struck Kudo Shinichi with a blow that rendered him unconscious. Just as Jin prepared to administer a TX 4869, a panicked voice, laced with tears, echoed through the earpiece. Jin. No. Please. I promise to be obedient from now on. Do not harm him. Jin hesitated momentarily, but soon resumed his actions. As he forced the drug into the mouth of the now unconscious young man, he coldly remarked, "He has witnessed the organization's dealings. Sparing him is out of the question. Moreover, showing restraint by not harming the two girls accompanying him today is already an act of great mercy. You should consider yourself fortunate to be her friend. Otherwise, your demise would be far less merciful." Kudo Shinichi caught only the initial part of Jin's words. The last statement was lost to him as he saw Jin's lips move but heard nothing before succumbing to unconsciousness. Following this, Jin departed, and Sanguxi was compelled to retreat alongside Kiandi. She took one last glance through the scope at the fallen figure before turning away. "Forgive me, Kudo." Such is the script. A few days later, Sanguxi recently moved into a new residence, conveniently located near Xiaolan's home. One morning, as she accompanied Xiaolan to school, she noticed a particular elementary school student who had suddenly appeared beside Xiaolan, igniting a mischievous delight within her. Sanguxi gazed at Conan with a curious tone and said, "Oh, this young fellow, why do I find you so familiar?" Conan, taken aback by her remark, chuckled nervously and replied, "It must be that I have a rather common face." Sanguxi intentionally sought to tease him, and it was evident that she would not let him off easily. Suddenly, she leaned in closer, scrutinizing his face intently, and narrowed her eyes, exclaiming, "No, this isn't right. I must have seen you somewhere before." Conan was drenched in cold sweat, feeling a twinge of panic, while inwardly he muttered to himself, "How is it that Sangu still possesses such keen perception? In our childhood, I could never deceive her, no matter how I tried." At that moment, Xiaolan suddenly intervened to alleviate the tension for Conan. Conan is the child of a distant relative, which might explain why he bears some resemblance to Shinichi in his youth. As she spoke, Marielon averted her gaze from Conan and exchanged a knowing wink with Sanguxi. Sanguxi raised an eyebrow. Indeed, how could childhood friends possibly fail to recognize one another? Sanguxi smiled knowingly, choosing not to tease Conan further, and pretended to believe Xiaolan's explanation. Then, casting a glance behind Xiaolan, she feigned curiosity and inquired, "Speaking of which, where's Kudo? I haven't seen him around lately." Upon realizing that Sanguxi understood her implication, Xiaolan exchanged a knowing smile with her. She took out her phone and displayed a message that Shinichi Kudo had previously sent her, solemnly stating he has encountered a case and may not return for some time. Sanguxi displayed a curious expression, inquiring, "What troublesome case is it? I can certainly lend a hand." Mao Lilan, feigning ignorance, replied, "Shinichi hasn't mentioned it. He probably won't require our assistance. Perhaps he will return in a few days." Indeed, their acting skills and seamless collaboration were so remarkable that the diminished Shinichi Kudo failed to discern any clues. Moreover, he quietly let out a sigh of relief. Sanguxi was taken aback to discover the more cunning side of Xiaolan. Observing Conan's evident sigh of relief, she smiled knowingly. Then, she abruptly shifted the conversation, saying, "Speaking of which, I always believed you two would end up together when we were young. Are you together now?" Xiaolan was quite astonished by this remark, seemingly struggling to comprehend it. She discreetly glanced at the miniature version of a certain individual and retorted, "Who would ever have feelings for that detective enthusiast? We have merely known each other since childhood. Not every childhood companion is destined to be together." Upon hearing this, Sanguxi was utterly bewildered, for she discerned from Xiaolan's reaction that she was not lying. She genuinely harbored no such feelings for Kudo Shinichi. What could this mean? Just as Sanguxi began to question whether she had somehow traversed into a different realm, she heard Xiaolan continue, "Moreover, wasn't that fellow always able to connect with you effortlessly? You shared mutual interests and topics of conversation. After that fire, he remained in a state of melancholy for quite some time. Furthermore, each year during the festive season, he would sneak off to your villa." At this point, Conan was jolted into a fit of coughing, exclaiming, "Cough, cough, why are these two suddenly broaching such a topic? And Xiaolan, why bring up matters from so long ago?" Back then, he sincerely regarded Sanguxi as his sole confidant, which is why he felt such profound sorrow at her passing. Additionally, he bore a sense of guilt, for he had indeed had the opportunity to prevent her fate. Sanguxi gazed at Conan, who was seized by a fit of violent coughing, utterly astonished once more. "What? Is there such a thing?" Suddenly, Xiaolan cast a discreet glance at the coughing Conan, a subtle smile gracing her lips, and continued, "Therefore, I believe Shinichi must have feelings for you, right? Since someone was unwilling to acknowledge their true identity, she decided to feign ignorance. She wondered just how long he could endure this charade. Upon hearing this, Sanguxi nearly spat out her drink, exclaiming in disbelief, "What nonsense is this? Are we really going to dismantle the official pairing and stir up romantic entanglements?" She hurriedly protested. "How could that be? Don't joke around. We are merely ordinary friends. I have known him for such a short time, and Yuanzi has spent far longer with him." Xiaolan, observing Sanguxi's flustered explanations, seemingly conjured up some thoughts in her mind, sporting a knowing smile. "What does the duration of your acquaintance have to do with anything? Have you not noticed that ever since your return, Cindy has frequently been lost in thought while gazing at you?" Sanguxi observed that her increasingly outrageous claims were becoming quite overwhelming. "We were so young at the time. How could we possibly comprehend the nature of love? It's simply impossible." "Xiaolan, you are absolutely overthinking this." Sanguxi has now come to realize that Xiaolan is undoubtedly being intentional, purposefully dancing on someone's nerves. It is quite surprising to discover that the seemingly unromantic Xiaolan possesses such a side. Fearing that Xiaolan might continue her nonsensical ramblings, Sanguxi deftly redirected the conversation towards her. "Let us not talk about me, Xiaolan. What about you? If you don't fancy Kudo, is there someone else you admire?" Muriran shook her head, seemingly lost in thought, then suddenly adopted a serious tone. "Not yet. My current goal is to focus on my studies." After speaking, Xiaolan gazed at Sanguxi, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy as she continued. "We four have known each other since childhood. Now Shinichi has become a renowned detective, and Sonoko is pursuing her family business. Meanwhile, Xiaoxi has already graduated from university. It feels as though I am the only one without any particular talent." Upon hearing these words, Sanguxi gazed into Xiaolan's eyes, her expression grave and her tone earnest. "Xiaolan, how could you think this way? In truth, I have always believed that you are the most radiant among us. You are strong, courageous, sincere in your dealings with others, and possess a remarkable sense of justice. Most importantly, you steadfastly maintain the virtue of kindness. Moreover, your lively and endearing personality is coupled with a gentle demeanor. In my eyes, Xiaolan, you are simply the finest girl in the world. Have a little more confidence. You are the champion of the youngest Kanto women's karate tournament." Muriran listened, momentarily stunned by Sanguxi's words. When their gazes met, those sincere and gentle eyes, her own began to glisten with unshed tears. "Xiaoxi, I truly still like you the most," Muriran exclaimed, suddenly enveloping Sanguxi in a heartfelt embrace. Sanguxi was always like this, akin to a sun veiled in mist, warm and radiant, silently illuminating your spirit without overwhelming you, much like an angel capable of dispelling all shadows. The diminutive Kudo Shinichi watched the two as they expressed their emotions, choosing to remain aloof and granting them the stubbornness of his small back. Humph, how infuriating. These two speak so highly of each other. Yet, when it comes to me, they seem to harbor disdain. Is it a source of shame to be liked by him? Furthermore, he wouldn't have such poor taste as to favor either of them. Chapter 26. The calm before the storm. T in high school and T in elementary school lie on different paths, and Conan quickly parted ways with Sanguxi and the others. Once he had walked far enough away, Sanguxi turned to Xiaolan with curiosity. "Xiaolan, what on earth is going on with Kudo?" Muriran shook her head, her expression one of helplessness. "I don't know. Perhaps he has encountered some perplexing case that has compelled the professor to assist him with that peculiar potion?" Sanguxi lowered her gaze, her long eyelashes concealing the emotions within her eyes. "What do you think, Xiaolan?" Mao Lilan seemed somewhat perplexed by this inquiry and simply replied, "As a friend, I will certainly support him. Recently, it seems he has been solving cases under the guise of my father's name. Am I not familiar with my own father? His disguise is riddled with flaws." Sanguxi gazed at the graceful Morlin, a fleeting smile illuminating her eyes. She believed this was the essence of who Morlin truly ought to be. She should not be shackled by love, confined to a solitary existence. Yet, even for the sake of family and friends' safety, Morlin deserved the right to know more. After all, if the truth of Shinichi Kudo's survival were to be unveiled, it would be Morlin and Uncle Mori who would bear the brunt of the repercussions. Consequently, Sanguxi concealed her smile, resuming her performance. She shook her head, a hint of sorrow flickering in her eyes. "Morlin, it is not as you perceive." "What?" Morlin inquired, her expression tinged with confusion. A flicker of struggle passed through Sanguxi's eyes before she continued. "Xiaolan, in truth, I possess some knowledge regarding Kudo's predicament. The drug in question was not invented by the doctor. Rather, It was uncovered while tracking a clandestine organization involved in illicit transactions, which subsequently retaliated against those who discovered it. Originally, the substance was a poison, and Kudo's condition is merely a 1 in 10,000 chance side effect. What? Xiaolan was utterly taken aback upon hearing this. What on earth is happening? How do you know this, Xiaoxi? Sanguxi's expression was one of remorse as he fabricated an explanation. I apologize, Xiaolan. I have kept this from you. That day, I was hiding behind Kudo, but he was discovered while I remained undetected. Later, I witnessed Kudo awaken, his body shrink, and be taken away by patrolling officers, which is when I departed. In truth, I have been investigating that organization, which is one that would eliminate anyone associated with Kudo should they discover he is still alive. Upon hearing this explanation, Mao Lilan was taken aback for a considerable time. After regaining her composure, she looked at Sanguxi, whose guilt stemmed from his concealment, and suddenly embraced him with a smile of understanding. Xiaoxi, thank you for choosing to share this with me. I believe that Kudo is merely trying to protect his friends by keeping us in the dark. However, I do not wish to be someone who is perpetually shielded by others. I also desire to protect the friends I hold dear. After observing Sanguxi's astonished expression, she continued. Nevertheless, this matter should remain between us. Even Yuanzi must not be informed. Her carefree nature is ill-suited for such grave revelations. Moreover, this is also a means of safeguarding both of you. Perhaps I am not as clever as the two of you, but as a friend, I shall always stand behind you as your steadfast support. You too shall uncover the truth, while I will protect your secrets and safeguard those you cherish, including your family. As for Conan, I will feign complete ignorance. After all, it is only when Kudo Shinichi's friends believe he has vanished that he remains the safest, does he not? Of course, I will also provide cover for Conan in my daily life to facilitate his endeavors. Sanguxi gazed at the petite lawn, remaining silent as he quietly absorbed her words, nodding with a gentle smile. Look, is it truly so wrong to express oneself? This is the very essence of the beloved Mori Ran. She is both empathetic and unwaveringly courageous. She would never complain or assign blame merely due to concealment. Rather, her sorrow stems from the fact that, despite being close friends, she feels excluded. Regarding her friends, as long as matters are clarified, she will always comprehend and offer her unwavering support. She, too, will find her own means to safeguard those she cherishes. Lan, you are truly the finest girl I have ever encountered. Upon hearing Sanguxi's words, Lan smiled bashfully, then shifted her tone, feigning anger as she exclaimed, however, it is quite infuriating that Shinichi, that fellow, remains so oblivious to our feelings, keeping us in the dark. Sanguxi was equally dissatisfied with this matter. Suddenly, a mischievous smile graced her lips as a thought crossed her mind. Since he enjoys playing the part, let us indulge him in this performance. I must admit, that fellow has quite the knack for acting like a child. Occasionally teasing him could be quite entertaining. At this moment, Sanguxi and Mao Lilan exchanged knowing smiles. In that instant, Sanguxi vividly and unmistakably embodied the essence of a troublesome friend. Meanwhile, a certain someone, oblivious to the unfolding scheme, felt a sudden chill run down their spine and could not help but sneeze. The scene returns to the night of the baton strike. After Sanguxi was forcibly taken away by Kiani, she did not return to check on Kudo Shinichi's condition. Upon reuniting with Jin, she entered a state of cold war with him. Torn between a childhood friend and a blood relative, her eyes brimmed with pain and struggle. Why? Why must it be you? He was utterly unaware of the organization's intricate affairs, and in response to her relentless inquiries, Jin remained expressionless and silent. Gazing at the man who had taken her friend's life without a trace of remorse, she experienced a profound desire to never see him again. I despise you. I never wish to see you again. Upon hearing those words, Jin paused momentarily, his usually indifferent, rational green eyes flickering for the first time. Meeting her clear green gaze, he found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of how to respond. In the past, her eyes had reflected fear, helplessness, affection, closeness, excitement, and sadness when facing him. Yet, this time, she revealed her disdain and aversion. After uttering that sentence, she decisively turned and walked away. Vodka attempted to stop her, but Jin raised a hand to halt him. Watching her resolute departure, he returned to his usual indifference and narrowed his eyes, stating, once she calms down and thinks it through, she will return, realizing that the organization is her only true home. However, despite his words, Jin had no intention of targeting Xiaolan and the others any further. Subconsciously, he wished to avoid seeing that look of hatred in her eyes again. After all, those two girls were blissfully unaware so perhaps it would be best to let them be. It must be said that all of Jin's reactions were anticipated by Sanguxi. After distancing herself, she withdrew her psychic surveillance and smiled softly. It seemed she had a period of tranquility ahead, during which Jin would not seek her out. In this rare moment of leisure, she felt it was time to address the matter concerning her sister, Mingmei. Cherishing this fleeting respite, Sanguxi knew that once Hybra made her appearance, she would have to return to the laboratory to resume her duties. Ever since discovering her origins from the laboratory, Sanguxi had resolved to take over the experiment in the future. This decision stemmed from two motives. Firstly, to avert becoming a mere pawn once more, a victim of human experimentation, and secondly, for Vermouth and Jin, who, as former semi-successful subjects, were subjected to periodic examinations by the laboratory. This was also the reason behind the lingering animosity towards the Maiano family, even long after the demise of the Maiano couple. A wise man does not place himself in perilous situations. Given her somewhat lackluster performance within the organization, the possibility of being reduced to a test subject again was not out of the question. Even if the odds of such an occurrence were minimal, she was determined to eliminate that risk entirely. Sanguxi will not allow herself to become the prey on someone else's chopping board, not even for the boss. After she took over this experiment, Karasuma Rinya's aspirations for success are but a vain hope. Under her stewardship, the experiment may continue to progress, drawing ever closer to success. Yet it shall never truly achieve it. Karasuma Rinya, he dares to think himself worthy. Xiaoxi, we've arrived at school. I shall head to the classroom first. Upon hearing Xiaolan's words, Sanguxi emerged from her reverie, redirecting her gaze towards Xiaolan and the nearby Yuanzi. Sanguxi cleared her throat with an air of seriousness and addressed the two, saying, Xiaolan, please refer to me as teacher Xiaoxi from now on. With a proud expression adorning her face, she assumed the demeanor of an educator and confidently stepped through the school gates ahead of them. Yuanzi raised an eyebrow at Sanguxi's playful antics, exclaiming, wow, this person is truly full of herself now. Xiaolan couldn't help but chuckle, replying, Yuanzi, let us proceed as well. Upon arriving at the office, Sanguxi sighed. Another day of work awaited her, and she felt a twinge of resentment. Although the psychology class was a newly introduced elective rather than a core subject, with only one session per week for each class, she was the sole psychology teacher in the entire school. Consequently, she found herself teaching from Monday through Friday, repeating the same material to every class. Sanguxi has finally come to comprehend the psyche of those educators who have been teaching the same lessons for over a decade. Who among us would not feel vexed? The sole consolation lies in the fact that her classes lack any technical complexity, rendering them rather effortless. After a long day of teaching, she has finally endured until the end of the school day. Xiaolan, observing Sanguxi's drained demeanor, inquired with curiosity, Xiaoxi, what has befallen you? Yuanzi, with a mischievous grin, interjected, Xiaolan, are you unaware? Our Xiaoxi is currently the most beloved teacher in the entire school, besieged by students with questions the moment class concludes. Her office is perpetually crowded, but isn't psychology class merely about counseling? Xiaolan questioned, puzzled. Yuanzi winked ambiguously and explained, oh, they are all drawn to the person of teacher Xiaoxi. After a day of dispensing spiritual nourishment, Sanguxi felt her frustrations rivaling those of the king of hell. Now, the mere mention of teacher Xiaoxi brings her a headache. Listening to Yuanzi's banter, she gritted her teeth and warned, Yuanzi, you'd best take turns keeping watch while you sleep tonight. As the weekend finally arrived, Xiaolan mentioned that Mori Kagaro had received a peculiar email from Tsukikage Island and asked Sanguxi if she wished to accompany him to investigate. Sanguxi's response was a resolute decline. She merely desired to relax at home. Each individual possesses their own choices, given that the entire Masashijin family met with untimely demise. By what right could she judge his decisions from a standpoint of righteousness? One should not advise others to be virtuous without having experienced their suffering. There exists a saying that justice may be delayed but never absent. Yet, Sanguxi pondered the significance of justice that arrives late. When justice cannot be enacted in a timely manner, and suffering has already descended and tormented him for years, she felt compelled to respect Masashijin's choices. Perhaps his letter to Mori Kagoro was an appeal for intervention to prevent further violence. But Mori Kagoro had already journeyed to Tsukikage Island. Had he not chosen violence regardless? Had he been willing to provide clues proactively when Mori Kagoro set off, or even to wait for Conan to uncover the truth, the tragedy might have been averted. However, he did nothing. Thus, while Sanguxi empathized with his plight and understood his anguish, She also respected the conclusion he chose for himself. She is no saint. In a world rife with cases, she lacks the leisure to rescue every soul. Yet, she possesses a tough exterior coupled with a tender heart. Ultimately, when Uncle Mori and his companions departed for Tsukikage Island, Sanguxi offered them a word of caution. She recounted her visit to Tsukikage Island years prior, where she had overheard the locals mention that Masashijin Keiji had a son named Masashijin Shinsuke. As for whether Conan would uncover the truth in time to intervene, that was beyond her concern. She had done all she could. This weekend, Sanguxi luxuriated at home, indulging in anime for 2 days. One cannot deny that Little Days is indeed a splendid animation. When Monday arrived and school resumed, she learned the outcome of the Tsukikage Island affair from Xiaolan. Thanks to her warning, they had begun to suspect Masashijin Shinsuke, who had assumed the guise of Arai Masahiro, and ultimately managed to stop him just before he could commit murder, while also aiding him in discovering the truth. Upon hearing this resolution, Sanguxi was not particularly surprised. After all, given that his name had been mentioned, it would have been a disservice to Conan's intellect as the protagonist had he failed to deduce it. However, she could not escape the inevitable inquiries, such as the one posed at that very moment. Conan gazed at Sanguxi with curiosity. Xiaoxi, sister, from whom did you hear that Masashijin Keiji has a son named Masashijin Shinsuke? Sanguxi feigned a moment of recollection before shaking her head and saying, I can't remember. That was several years ago. If it weren't for hearing you mention the name Keiji Yasu, I might have completely forgotten about it. Conan responded with an acknowledging sound, showing no signs of doubt. This was largely due to Sanguxi's long-standing acquaintance with Shinichi Kudo. Otherwise, he would not have so readily placed his trust in her. By the way, it seems I rarely hear you speak of your experiences over the past few years, Xiaoxi. Sanguxi displayed an air of nonchalance, showing no awareness of any fabrication. The individuals who adopted me are Americans, hence I have lived abroad for most of my life, with little to note beyond my education. America? Xiaolan exclaimed in surprise, recalling, speaking of which, a year ago in America, I encountered someone whose eyes bore a striking resemblance to yours. She is none other than the daughter of the renowned star, Sharon Winard. Sanguxi, accustomed to performing, displayed no change in expression upon hearing those words, responding nonchalantly, Oh really? What a coincidence. Ever since the emergence of the Grim Reaper elementary student, cases at the Mori Detective Agency have been incessantly pouring in. Sanguxi, generally indifferent to ordinary cases, spent his days idly without much concern. One day, while visiting the office to play with Xiaolan, an unexpected guest arrived at the detective agency. Even Sanguxi was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer, who appeared equally surprised and somewhat regretful for her visit. The visitor was Mayano Akemi, or rather, Hirota Masami. At that moment, she sported 2 pigtails and was dressed in a manner reminiscent of a student. Upon catching sight of her, Sanguxi instantly recalled the case at hand. This pertains to the initial encounter between Hirota Masami and Conan, seemingly a narrative flaw within the original work. The conclusion of this case saw Hirota Masami apprehended. However, it was shortly followed by the notorious heist of 10 billion yen. It is well known that the inaugural year of Conan's universe is one that stretches into infinity. Thus, how could she have been released so swiftly, only to take up the role of a bank teller despite her criminal history of bank robbery? This appears to be a narrative inconsistency. Yet the world of Conan does not adhere to the principles of science. Sanguxi possesses a rather protective nature. Thus, before Guotian Yami could utter a word, she took the initiative to speak. Sister Mingmei, are you here to see me? I have missed you so much. Without allowing Guotian Yami a moment to respond, Sanguxi continued, Xiaolan, this is an elder sister I have known for many years. She may have matters to discuss with me, so we shall take our leave. Oh, all right. The swiftness of Sanguxi's departure left Xiaolan momentarily speechless. After exiting the office, it was not until they had walked quite a distance that Sanguxi finally released Mayano Mingmei. Xiaoxi, how did you end up here? A flicker of anxiety crossed Mayano Mingmei's eyes. Sanguxi appeared utterly oblivious, her usual affectionate smile gracing her face as she candidly remarked, Sister Mingmei, I suppose I am currently on vacation. The daughter of Detective Maori is my friend. After this, her curiosity piqued. She inquired, But, Sister Mingmei, what brings you there? Is there something amiss? This left Gongye Mingmei hesitating momentarily. In the blink of an eye, Sanguxi's expression shifted to one of discontent. Her large eyes fixated on Gongye Mingmei as she insisted, Sister Mingmei, you mustn't deceive me. Gazing into Sanguxi's clear eyes, Gongye Mingmei found herself unable to fabricate a lie and admitted, not long ago, Jinjiu suddenly contacted me, stating that the organization required my cooperation for a certain operation. Another peripheral member of the organization has orchestrated a bank heist, and Jinjio requested my assistance with that individual. However, one accomplice fled with the loot post-heist, and I am here to solicit Detective Maori's help in locating them. Not long ago? Sanguxi paused, taken aback. How curious. Just after she had quarreled with Jinjio. He sought out Gonya Mingmei? That scoundrel, is he compelling her to reconcile? Absolutely not. Sister Mingmei, Jinjio is intentionally making things difficult for you. The girl's voice was tinged with anger. Gonya Mingmei offered a wry smile, murmuring, I am aware. However, he is threatening me with Shiho. Before she could finish, the girl's bewildered voice interrupted. Sister Mingmei, is the Shiho you mentioned Sherry? You know her? Gonya Mingmei was somewhat astonished, for she had never mentioned Shiho to the girl. Shiho is a year younger than you. She is my sister. Upon hearing this, the girl clenched her small fist, exclaiming, Sister Mingmei's sister is my sister too. You need not worry, Sister Mingmei. Shiho is quite capable. Her research in pharmaceuticals is highly regarded, and Jinjio would not dare to lay a finger on her. When Gonya Mingmei heard the words pharmaceutical research, she was utterly taken aback. You've met her? The girl nodded, exuding an air of nonchalance as she replied, Yes. I worked in the same laboratory as Shiho. Recently, during a critical phase of drug development, she chose to conduct research alone, which is why I have this vacation. Gonya Mingmei remained stunned, unable to process the revelation that Sanguxi had also inherited her parents' pharmaceutical pursuits. What a bewildering twist of fate. In a roundabout way, Sanguxi had returned to the laboratory. However, Gonya Mingmei felt a sense of relief, for this time the girl was not returning as a mere experiment subject. Sister Mingmei, do you trust me? I will resolve this matter. You need not pursue the robber. Leave everything to me, and I assure you that Shiho will be unharmed. As Gonya Mingmei locked eyes with the girl, she felt an inexplicable enchantment emanating from those eyes, compelling her to believe. She nodded, albeit in a daze. All right. Using hypnosis on someone close to her weighed heavily on Sanguxi's conscience. Yet Gonya Mingmei must not be captured. She could not risk that possibility, if apprehended and not released. The ensuing chaos from the black-clad organization's billion-yen heist would be catastrophic. Would she then have to stage a prison break? Moreover, Gonya Mingmei had committed no wrongdoing. In the heist, she merely served as a nominal participant, discreetly spreading the word. Forgive her selfishness, but she genuinely wished for Gonya Mingmei to remain unscathed. After Sanguxi escorted Mayano Akemi home, she promptly dialed Jin. Jin, why are you making things difficult for Akemi? The girl's voice resonated with indignation. Jin let out a cold laugh, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Ha! Your sister has pushed you out of the laboratory, and yet you choose to defend her. Jin. Sherry's affairs have nothing to do with Akemi. You must cease to trouble her, or I shall never forgive you. The girl's voice was resolute, imbued with a sense of determination as if she meant every word. After a few seconds of silence, Jin finally responded, I may spare Mayano Akemi, but you are henceforth forbidden from associating with anyone from the Mayano family. On the other end of the line, the girl remained silent for a long moment before eventually conceding, All right, I promise you. The few words nearly exhausted her strength. Satisfied with her response, Jin ended the call. Meanwhile, not long after returning home, Mayano Akemi received a text from Jin. He stated that she need not participate in the upcoming operations and that he would ensure her affairs were settled, relieving her of any unnecessary burdens. Upon reading the message, Akemi was taken aback. She had not anticipated Jin would change his mind so readily. She recalled the girl's promise to assist her in resolving this matter, leading her to ponder. Was it truly Sangu who influenced this change? Yet, how could such a newly adult child possess the power to alter Jin's decision? Had she made some form of promise? Feeling uneasy, Akemi hastily called Sangu. Sangu, what did you promise Jin? Why did he change his mind so swiftly? The girl's voice trembled, tinged with a suppressed sorrow. Akemi, Jin told me to never associate with you again and insisted I obey the organization's orders, or he would take action against you. So, Akemi, I might not be able to contact you anymore. Just as Akemi was about to respond, Sangu continued, Akemi, please don't act impulsively on my behalf. Take care of yourself. Even if not for me, do it for she. Akemi, please promise me, all right? Hearing these words, Akemi felt suddenly bereft of words to counter. Ultimately, she had become a burden to her two younger sisters. The three of them were entangled in a web of mutual constraints, unable to escape the organization's grasp. Yet, she could not act recklessly, fearing her sisters might do something foolish for her sake. After a prolonged moment of choking back tears, Akemi acquiesced to the girl's request. All right. I will take care of myself, and Sangu, you must also protect yourself. I will, Akemi. Upon uttering this, the girl seemed to fear her own emotions would overwhelm her. Hastily ending the call. After hanging up, Sangu let out a deep sigh. Let us wait a little longer. I hope Akemi's dramatic turn of events arrives soon, so she can finally liberate both herself and she from the organization's clutches. Then, the true narrative can unfold completely. Otherwise, it would indeed be rather dull. Yes. She relished stirring up trouble. Calculating the time, she realized Vermouth would be returning from America soon. She missed her a bit. When she returned, she would have to vent to her about Jin's heinous actions against her dear friend. After all, she had her own support. Chapter 28. Hattori Heiji. Kudo Shinichi's relationships with women are quite complicated since the inception of the Conan universe. The timeline has become a convoluted enigma. To ensure she did not miss any developments involving Akemi, Sangu frequently loitered at the detective agency. She had practically become the second daughter of Muri Koger, known as Murishi. Since Ran was an excellent cook, Sangu's home, situated less than 200 meters from the agency, had become more of a mere formality. She would have breakfast there, then head to school with Ran. Lunch consisted of bento prepared by Ran, and dinner was enjoyed at the Muri household before returning home. Sometimes, she even slept over at Ran's place. Of course, she had paid for her meals. Moreover, Ran was quite fond of Sangu's affectionate company. Muri Koger was well pleased with Sangu, who knew how to charm and flatter, making her a delightful addition to the family. As for Conan, well, he had no rights. He was merely a freeloader, reaping the benefits. In summary, everyone was content, except for Sonoko. She had repeatedly complained about the two forming a clique and had invited Sangu to live with her. After all, Sonoko's home was adjacent to Sangu's former residence, which had been purchased by Sonoko's family after the fire. However, Sangu declined Sonoko's invitation, yet Sonoko remained cheerful despite the refusal. It could be said that Sangu had a way with words. She had managed to charm Sonoko, demonstrating that a woman who knows how to be endearing is truly fortunate. The art of coaxing employed by Sangu she is seldom resisted. However, instead of the anticipated dramatic arrival of Gonya Mingmei, they were met with the grim presence of Heiji Hattori. In truth, if we were to judge by complexion, Hattori is slightly darker than Amuro Turu. He ought to be regarded as the primary figure of darkness. The events unfolded as follows. On this particular day, Sanguxi lingered at the detective agency as per her usual routine, while Conan was momentarily absent. Before long, Ran received a call from Shinichi Kudo. After a brief moment of surprise, she exchanged a glance with Sanguxi and answered the call. Shinichi did not say much. He merely expressed his concern for both Rand and Sanguxi, shared a few updates about himself, and mentioned that if he could not return, Ran, feigning ignorance, responded with remarkable nonchalance, even offering her sympathy upon hearing that Shinichi, like Conan, had caught a cold. It must be noted that Ran possesses a subtle streak of cunning. Just as the call was about to conclude, there was a knock at the door. Muri Kagoro was in a deep slumber, and Sanguxi, being someone who would rather recline than sit, was engrossed in her animated series. Thus, Ran had no choice but to swiftly end the call and answer the door. Meanwhile, the miniature version of Shinichi Kudo, left in bewilderment after being abruptly cut off, exclaimed in disbelief. What was going on? He had reached out with the intention of alleviating their concerns, yet they treated his call with disdain. One had not spoken a word to him throughout, while the other had hung up without a moment's hesitation. At the agency, Conan had just returned to find a young man wearing a baseball cap searching for someone. Hey, you two, it's futile to lie. Hurry up and bring Kudo Shinichi out. Sanguxi and Morlin have reached a state of exasperation. They have long informed this individual that Kudo Shinichi is absent, yet he remains unconvinced. Alas, Conan could not suppress a sneeze as he entered. Upon seeing Conan, Morlin offered a knowing smile. Conan, have you caught a cold as well? Is there a viral outbreak recently? Shinichi is unwell too. Hearing this, Hattori Heiji expressed his skepticism. Kudo Shinichi is ill? If you are unaware of his whereabouts, how do you know about his ailment? Faced with this unexpected and persistent guest, Xiaolan sighed in resignation. Her performance flawless. We just spoke on the phone. His nasal voice was quite pronounced. Sanguxi reclined languidly on the sofa, too weary to engage in futile conversation with Hibitsu Pingzi. After all, he would inevitably uncover the truth, so she might as well conserve her energy. Hibitsu Pingzi seized upon the crux of the matter. Did you say that Kudo Shinichi called here? Mao Lilan replied with an air of nonchalance. Sometimes he does call here. Is that a problem? In the next moment, Haibatsu Pingzi's expression morphed into one of realization. Indeed, it seems true what they say. You are, without a doubt, Kudo's woman. His words stirred a tempest of emotions. Woman. Both Mao Lilan and a certain diminished individual were taken aback, nearly choking on their own astonishment. Who had uttered such claims? Haibatsu Pingzi raised an eyebrow. Of course, it was your friend, Miss Suzuki Sonoko. Upon hearing this, Mao Lilan clenched her teeth in fury. What nonsense is Sonoko spouting? Surely, she cannot suspect me. Haibatsu Pingzi, as if recalling something, continued, Oh. She also mentioned that the young lady curled up on the sofa is one of Kudo Shinichi's rumored love interests. One of you is his childhood friend, and the other, a woman he has cherished for many years. Kudo Shinichi will undoubtedly reach out to you both. As soon as Haibatsu Pingzi finished speaking, Sanguxi sat up straight on the sofa, adopting an innocent demeanor as she raised her hand. Not me. I have never received a call from that guy. You should ask Xiaolan. The diversionary tactic employed by Sanguxi drew a pointed glance from Mao Lilan. Meanwhile, a certain overlooked individual scoffed quietly. Had he never called her? It was she who always hung up on him, claiming to be busy and instructing him to contact Xiaolan instead. However, Haibatsu Pingzi appeared to genuinely believe Sanguxi's words. Turning his sharp gaze towards Xiaolan, quickly, tell me, what did he say on the phone just now? Mao Lilan retorted with irritation, nothing much. He mentioned an intriguing detective novel he has been reading and said that Xiaoxi hasn't been answering his calls, asking me to recommend it to her. As she spoke, she pointed her thumb at the person behind her, who was observing the scene from the sofa, and continued. He also talked about some recent international football matches and inquired about the classmates' well-being. Did he ask about you, or the young lady on the sofa? With a deep breath, Mao Lilan, exasperated by this obstinate individual, replied, no. He was solely focused on his own affairs. Upon hearing this, Haibatsu Pingzi suddenly dashed to the window, peering outside. Mao Lilan watched his puzzling behavior with confusion. What are you doing? Haibatsu Pingzi narrowed his eyes. Don't you find it strange? If he frequently called, he would at least inquire about your well-being or that of the young lady. Is it conceivable that someone would be so indifferent? The only reason he wouldn't ask is that he must be observing you from somewhere. A certain elementary school student was alarmed by this assertion. While Mao Lilan inwardly scoffed, of course. That guy is standing right next to me. At that moment, Sanguxi interjected, hastily distancing herself from the situation. Don't include me. His attention is solely on Xiaolan. Mao Lilan shot her a mournful glance. Xiaoxi, could you refrain from casting blame elsewhere? Sangu Valley chuckled softly, acknowledging the situation. Observing the disdainful expressions of the two individuals once again directed towards him, he felt as though the world had conspired against him. Furthermore, who was this dark-faced fellow? Was his judgment truly so flawed? One of these individuals appeared to possess an uncanny ability to read minds, while the other resembled a fierce tigress. Must he truly choose between these two? Hattori Heiji, unable to perceive the thoughts of Sangu, found himself intrigued by the girl on the sofa, who had repeatedly distanced herself from Shinichi Kudo. Miss Sangu, you seem quite apprehensive about being associated with Shinichi Kudo. If it is to avoid suspicion, it appears unnecessary. Does it not? After all, he is not present here. Sangu Valley shrugged nonchalantly, concealing any emotions. I believe he and Xiaolan are a couple. Perhaps he is avoiding misunderstandings. Is there any issue with that? Hattori Heiji rested his chin on his hand, scrutinizing both Mao Lilan and Sangu Valley. The peculiar aspect lies in your eagerness to distance yourselves from him. Mao Lilan adeptly echoed Sangu Valley's earlier words. I think that guy is paired with Sangu, so he is avoiding misunderstandings. Is that a problem? Hattori Heiji, with a perplexed frown, inquired. Both of you believe that the other is linked to him. Is that not a concern? Sanguxi furrowed her brows and earnestly inquired. Why do you presume that our two selves must be connected to him? Could it not be that the garden has some affiliation with him, deliberately misleading you? In an instant, Mao Lilan aligned with her, exclaiming, exactly. This left Heiji Hattori utterly perplexed and profoundly astonished, exclaiming, Kudo's entanglements with women are indeed quite intricate. Meanwhile, the elementary school student, who had been overlooked by the group, suddenly interjected in a contemplative tone. Is it not possible that Brother Shinichi has no ties with any of them, and that perhaps you are merely overthinking? Sanguxi bestowed a nod of approval. Conan, well said. Just as Heiji Hattori was still trying to untangle the connections between Shinichi Kudo and others, a case presented itself. It involved the wife of a diplomat who invited Kagoro Muri to her residence to investigate her daughter-in-law. Heiji had long harbored suspicions regarding Uncle Muri's clandestine ties to Shinichi Kudo. Thus he insisted on accompanying him, concerned that Heiji might utter something startling. Conan wished to join as well, but his cold had yet to subside. Heiji resorted to a mischievous tactic, pouring Conan a cup of an unknown liquid he had brought along. Yes, that infamous white liquor. After consuming it, Conan found himself in an even worse predicament. Yet he steeled himself against the discomfort and insisted on following along. Sanguxi is aware that a marvelous transformation of growing and shrinking may be imminent, yet she wonders, does this truly concern her? After all, she is merely a child who was interrupted by Hattori Heiji before she could finish watching her animated film. Sanguxi raised his hand and declared, I shall not attend. I wish to remain here and watch television. Hattori Heiji, gazing at the television displaying Kamen Rider, suddenly widened his eyes in astonishment. He took a deep breath and raised his voice, stating emphatically, no, you two rumored girlfriends must go. What if Kudo happens to appear? Sanguxi, hands on her hips, exclaimed, I told you, I am not. Hattori Heiji retorted with a stiff neck, I don't believe you, unless you can provide proof. Observing the two bickering like children, it was Muri Ran who interjected, Xiaoxi, you should accompany me. Whenever there was a case, Ran would join whenever she was available. After all, should a certain elementary school student require cover, she would be able to assist in a timely manner. Thus, finding this troublemaker, who was both lethargic and apathetic quite displeasing, she ultimately teamed up with Hattori Heiji, and together they half-pulled and half-dragged her to the diplomat's residence. Chapter 29. Forcing a duck onto the stage. A reluctant foul struggle. Reluctantly, Sanguxi was brought to the diplomat's residence. To be frank, with so many cases involving Mike, she could hardly recall the intricate details of the plot. However, she vaguely remembered that the perpetrator in this particular case seemed to be the diplomat's wife. Yet, with two exceptionally skilled detectives and one rather befuddled investigator present, her presence felt unnecessary. Thus, upon her arrival, Sanguxi trailed behind the others, devoid of curiosity about the unfolding events. As expected, just after they entered the diplomat's study, tragedy struck. The diplomat had met his demise. Everyone, except for Sanguxi, was taken aback. Conan and Heiji quickly sprang into action, searching for clues, while Ren called the police. It was none other than the long-unseen Officer Muro, who appeared, seemingly absent since the case of Hajiwara Kinji 7 years prior. Sanguxi was uncertain whether Officer Magyar would recognize her, yet she remained unperturbed if he did. Upon Officer Magyar's arrival, he was no longer astonished to find Kagoro Muri at the crime scene. However, he began to compare himself to Heiji Hattori, who had deduced prior to Kagoro that this was indeed a murder case. After all, Heiji hailed from Osaka, and having an Osaka high school student solving a case on Tokyo's turf would not reflect well on the Tokyo Police Department. Moreover, Heiji's father held the position of chief at the Osaka police station, further intensifying Officer Magyar's desire to save face. Yet, due to Kagoro Muri's true identity, Conan, suffering from a severe cold and being out of sorts, the case remained firmly in Heiji's lead. Oh, do not misunderstand. He was merely ahead of the incapacitated Kagoro Muri, not surpassing some diminished figure. The perpetrator fitted the classic four suspects: the diplomat's wife, the diplomat's father, the diplomat's son, and the son's girlfriend. During this time, Conan nearly fainted due to his illness, prompting Ran to insist he take a break. Thus, when Heiji deduced the identity of the culprit, Conan was not present to witness Shinichi Kudo's emergence. However, Heiji's abrupt meddling had already irked Ran. Naturally, she sided with Tokyo's team, yet their key player was unwell. As Heiji was piecing together the method of the crime and surmised that the culprit was the fishing enthusiast diplomat's father, Ran turned to Sanguxi, who had been idly daydreaming, and whispered, Cici, what should we do now? Huh? What do you mean? Sanguxi replied, bewildered. Ran, with a look of exasperation, said, Conan is ill. How shall we proceed with the investigation? This is Tokyo. We cannot allow that Osaka detective to outshine us. Upon hearing these words, Sanguxi turned to glance at Hattori Heiji, who appeared to be exuding an air of confidence. She felt a twinge of excitement. This young man had exerted considerable effort when he had dragged her here. Observing the still absent Kudo Shinichi and Hattori Heiji, who had already begun to wear a victorious smile, Sanguxi narrowed her eyes. Do not fret. I shall take charge. Are you about to start deducing? Xiaolan expressed her surprise at this moment, harboring unwavering faith in Sanguxi's capabilities. Perhaps this exemplified the blind confidence that girls often have in their close friends. After all, in the original narrative, Xiaolan genuinely believed that Sonoko, the second incarnation of Conan, was indeed capable of deduction. What? Deduction? Sanguxi was momentarily taken aback by Xiaolan's words. She shook her head and replied, "No. I was merely reminded that I have cold remedy in my bag. I intended to give that boy a dose. However, it was clear that no such remedy existed." Her true intention was to summon Kudo Shinichi and urge him to arrive promptly. Muri Ran intercepted Sanguxi as she sought to locate Conan, and with utmost seriousness, she explained, "It is too late to find him now. Conan has already fallen asleep after receiving an intravenous infusion from the doctor. Sanguxi, this liquid cannot be administered. The effectiveness of the antipyretic will be diluted, rendering it useless." What is going on? In the original narrative, this character made a timely appearance. How could they have been overlooked? She did nothing at all. Little do they know, Kudo Shinichi also placed too much trust in Sanguxi. At this moment, he has departed in peace and tranquility. Just as he was preparing to return to the scene due to his unease about the case, Maori Ran reassured him that Sanguxi had discovered the true culprit, allowing him to relax. Consequently, he yielded to the doctor brought by Inspector Magyar, who administered the fever-reducing medication. Now, he may have fainted or even drifted into slumber. Suddenly, Maori Ran spoke up. "Inspector Magyar, Sanguxi has a differing opinion. She just informed me that the culprit is not that elderly gentleman." Upon hearing Rant's words, Sanguxi, who was anxiously awaiting the miraculous return of Kudo Shinichi, reacted with astonishment. "Sanguxi, are we to drive the duck onto the shelf? Xiaolan seeks vengeance and offers no respite for an entire day. Is it merely because she witnessed her performance today, coupled with her act of misdirection? Is this the spectacle she intends to stage?" As she felt the piercing gaze of Officer Mumu upon her, Sanguxi couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of dread. Officer Mumu turned to look back and instantly recognized Sanguxi as the girl infamous for the electric bomb incident years ago. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Xiaoxi? I thought you perished long ago?" Officer Mumu began to speak but abruptly halted, perhaps realizing the inappropriateness of his words. Xiaolan had just mentioned that he knew the true culprit. Could it be that it is not this esteemed gentleman? Sanguxi forced a smile, subtly directing a death stare at Xiaolan, before nodding and declaring, "Indeed, this gentleman is not the true culprit." Upon hearing Sanguxi's assertion, Hattori Heiji felt somewhat unconvinced. "Hey, Miss Sanguxi, do you possess any evidence to support such a claim? What about Kudo? Surely, you must have contacted him in secret, and he has informed you of something. Hasn't he?" Sanguxi cast a glance at the little black-faced figure and suddenly let out a faint, melancholic laugh. "Everyone move aside. Today, she simply must play her part." Sanguxi, with a slight tilt of her chin, commenced her performance. "Is there truly a need to consult Kudo regarding such a trivial case? Ahem, allow me to introduce myself properly. Although I currently serve as a psychology teacher at TN High School, adolescent psychology is not my primary focus. I graduated at the tender age of 16 from Columbia University in the United States, majoring in psychology with a concentration in criminal psychology. For a detective of your youth, it is quite normal to make mistakes with cases of this nature. However, for professionals like us, it is merely child's play. Would you not agree, Uncle Muri? Observe. Observe. This is what one might call the art of conversation, skillfully navigating the dynamics between two individuals." Hattori Heiji's expression darkened further. While Muri Kagoro was basking in the glow of praise, Hattori Heiji gritted his teeth, feeling incensed that this woman, only slightly older than himself, dared to refer to him as a child. Moreover, she had the audacity to suggest he lacked professionalism. She must be seeking revenge for his earlier insistence in dragging her here. How infuriating. Sanguxi provocatively raised an eyebrow at Hattori Heiji, smilingly declaring, "Allow me to unveil the true essence of this case." Chapter 30. The reasoning unfolds as the discussion of the case commenced. Sanguxi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. She retracted her smile and cast a solemn gaze over the assembled individuals. In truth, the case was rather straightforward. The initial misunderstanding was the root of the confusion. Hattori Heiji, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by misunderstanding?" Officer Magyar, equally bewildered, shared his sentiment, as he too believed that Hattori Heiji's reasoning had been sound. Sanguxi calmly articulated, "This is not a case of murder in a locked room. Rather, it is a blatant act of homicide committed before Uncle Maoli and all of us." Upon reaching this juncture, Sanguxi turned to the diplomat's wife. "Do you not agree with my assertion, Mrs. Tsujimura?" A fleeting glimmer of panic flickered in Mrs. Tsujimura's eyes, so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. Following Sanguxi's remarks, she retorted with a hint of anger, "I cannot comprehend what you are saying. It was clearly my father-in-law who committed the act, And you have already uncovered the evidence, have you not? Sanguxi gazed into her eyes, her expression serene. As if articulating a simple truth, when people deceive, they often raise their voices to project an air of confidence. Sanguxi gazed into Madame Tsujimura's eyes, reflecting upon her expressions from the onset of the case until now, and commenced his analysis. From the moment that young Habuto declared this to be a case of murder in a locked room, your demeanor began to relax. For you were aware that everything was unfolding according to your design. When he deduced the method of the crime and identified the elderly gentleman as the perpetrator, although you feigned astonishment, your gaze remained serene, as if you had anticipated this outcome all along. Subsequently, when the elderly gentleman confessed to being the murderer, you exhibited a semblance of surprise, yet you concealed it adeptly, indicating that you had contemplated framing him, but never expected him to admit his guilt. After finishing her statement, Sanguxi turned her gaze towards the elderly gentleman who sought to bear the blame, continuing her analysis. Upon encountering the fishing line, the old man was momentarily taken aback, his expression revealing genuine astonishment, indicating his complete unawareness of why such an item would be found in a room he had occupied. However, it did not take long for him to surmise the identity of the true culprit. A flicker of guilt crossed his eyes, as if he felt a twinge of remorse towards the actual perpetrator, leading him to take the blame on their behalf. At this juncture, Sanguxi surveyed the expressions of those surrounding her. Particularly, upon witnessing the shock in Heiji Hattori's eyes, she felt a surge of satisfaction within. So this is what it feels like to put on a FA quite delightful indeed. Sangu Valley Stream, unperturbed by trivialities, exchanged a knowing glance with her assistant, Xiaolan, and continued, the fishing line has been utilized as a crucial piece of evidence to incriminate the old gentleman, and it is likely scattered throughout this household. Thus, wherever he may have ventured, suspicion would inevitably follow. Upon receiving the glance from Stream Holmes, Lon Watson promptly commenced her search, and indeed, she uncovered several bundles of fishing line. Stream Holmes commended her assistant with a nod and proceeded with her deduction. Ultimately, the pivotal evidence of your involvement must still be in your possession. It is none other than the keychain attached to the sole key that has appeared in your hand since you entered this room. Officer Moku, upon hearing this, stepped forward to inspect and discovered that the keychain contained a recess for holding needles, within which a toxic reaction was detected, confirming that poison needles had indeed been stored here. As Sanguxi continued, she was far from finished. After all, it was a rare opportunity to make a grand impression. She turned her gaze to the bookshelf and addressed Mrs. Tsujimura once more, regarding the motive for the murder. On that shelf, there lies a photograph of you and your husband from your youth, alongside a striking resemblance to your son's fiancée, Miss Yukiko. Yet, you harbor a superficial aversion toward her. However, I discern a concealed concern in your eyes. Such uncanny coincidences of appearance are exceedingly rare in this world, suggesting a potential blood relation. Perhaps she is your daughter. Yet, your husband appears to hold a strong dislike for Miss Yukiko, implying that she may be the offspring of you and another man, possibly your former spouse. Nevertheless, even if that were the case, it is perplexing that your husband would harbor such disdain for a girl who bears such a striking resemblance to you. Therefore, the root of the issue likely lies with Miss Yukiko's father. Your husband must possess an intense animosity toward your ex-husband. I presume it could be said that they are adversaries, correct? Mrs. Tsujimura was utterly taken aback, yet Sanguxi did not seek an answer. She continued, stating, regardless of the circumstances, there was no justification for murder, suggesting instead that your husband may have committed an egregious act against your former spouse. As Sanguxi reached this point, she cast a glance at the completely stunned Miss Sakiko and added, Miss Sakiko is entirely unaware that you are her mother. It is highly probable that her father was no longer present when she was very young, which accounts for her ignorance regarding the identity of her biological mother. Your husband, either directly or indirectly, caused the demise of your former spouse, a matter you have only recently come to discover. In doing so, you seek vengeance for Miss Sakiko's father, who may indeed be your ex-husband. Am I correct? Although phrased as a question, Sanguxi's tone bore an undeniable certainty. Every aspect, from the methods employed to the motives behind them, had been accurately discerned, leaving Madame Tsujimura with no power to refute her claims. With downcast eyes, her voice tinged with resentment, she admitted, Indeed, you have spoken the truth. Tsujimura resorted to schemes to imprison my former husband, who was also a diplomat, in order to win my affection, ultimately leading to his suicide within those prison walls. Yet, at that time, I was entirely oblivious, deceived by that devil Tsujimura, living with him for so many years. Not long ago, Sujimura was particularly shocked upon seeing a photograph of Sakiko and vehemently opposed his son's relationship with her. It was only after a drunken episode that I learned the truth from his lips. As the case drew to a close, everyone present, from Heiji Hattori to Officer Magyar, remained enveloped in a state of shock. To be precise, ever since Sanguxi deduced Miss Sakiko's lineage, all those present had been rendered numb by astonishment. Upon hearing the final revelations, they stood agape, unable to regain their composure. Throughout the entirety of Sanguxi's deductions, her gaze remained calm, her tone gentle, devoid of any harshness, even somewhat ethereal. Yet what rendered them so incredulous was the fact that from the onset of the incident to this moment, Sanguxi had never deliberately sought any clues. She merely stood quietly in the corner, not even consciously observing the expressions of those around her, yet managed to deduce to such an extent. This was utterly terrifying. Merely by interpreting expressions, she was able to not only unveil the truth but also reconstruct events from many years prior with astonishing accuracy. Such ability was nothing short of more astonishing than the rumored Shinichi Kudo. While Heiji Hattori might still harbor some desire to compete with Kudo, after witnessing Sanguxi's reasoning firsthand, one would find no courage to compare oneself to her. For when she began her deductions, merely making eye contact with her felt as though all secrets were laid bare, as if one were completely seen through. This, indeed, is how Sanguxi is perceived by outsiders. In reality, endowed with an extraordinary ability, she is acutely aware of the emotional fluctuations around her, capable of identifying the perpetrator even with her eyes closed. Half of the statements made above were fabricated on the spot. After the case concluded, several individuals returned to the office. Sanguxi pondered throughout the journey, struggling to comprehend how the narrative of Conan's transformation had been so whimsically altered. She sensed something was amiss, but could not directly inquire, for she understood that the intricacies of plot lines eluded explanation, did they not? Thus, she opted for a different approach, gazing at Mao Lilon and asking, "Lilon, why do you suppose that fellow fell into slumber without unraveling the truth? That's not like him, is it?" A fleeting look of guilt crossed Lilon's face, revealing her unguarded moment. Sanguxi was taken aback. Had the traitor been in her midst all along? Confess. Leniency awaits the honest. It was I who suggested that you had already grasped the truth, allowing him to rest easy. Ah, indeed. It was you. Sanguxi's expression shifted dramatically. Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her lips pouted in a display of feigned grievance. I see I am no longer your favorite little treasure. Mao Lilon, ever susceptible to her charm, immediately sought to placate her. How could that be? You are my favorite, Xiaoxi. You simply do not realize how incredibly cool you were today. If you were a boy, I would undoubtedly choose you as my boyfriend. Sanguxi initially turned her head to the side, feigning anger with her eyes closed. Upon hearing those words, she discreetly opened one eye, signaling to Xiaolan, I enjoy this. Compliment me more. After Xiaolan showered her with praises, Sanguxi finally felt at ease. And the two reconciled. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Heiji Hattori returned to Osaka after his initial unsuccessful attempt to locate Shinichi Kudo. The next day, after Conan's fever subsided, he learned of Sanguxi's heroic deeds in solving the case from the previous day. He cast a skeptical glance at the girl on the sofa in the office, who was gleefully watching a masked superhero. The shrunken elementary student twitched his lips. Even though he recognized Sanguxi's remarkable deductive skills, he couldn't help but feel that her current appearance was quite at odds with the rumors he had heard. Chapter 31. The Fishing Girl in the chaotic timeline of the Conan universe. Sanguxi found herself guessing the date each day, trying to discern a pattern. However, there was utterly no pattern to be found. On this particular day, due to Kagoro Muri being portrayed as a character prototype, he was invited to attend the launch of a detective game. As the event took place in a large gaming hall, Sanguxi decided to accompany him. After all, it meant free gaming without the need to purchase game tokens. Sanguxi has long harbored a grand ambition to seize the plush toys ensconced within the claw machines. Ever since her childhood, she has been relentlessly besieged by these wretched contraptions, which devoured her game tokens without yielding even a single prize. Consequently, on this day of complimentary gameplay, she is determined to redeem herself. Accompanied by her companions, she rushes towards the arcade's claw machines, with Xiaolan in tow and Conan following closely behind. However, after 20 minutes, then 30 minutes, Sanguxi finds herself still empty-handed, her pride beginning to wane. At that moment, a staff member arrives to invigorate the atmosphere. The employee suggests a few individuals try their hand at the pressure release machine, which essentially involves delivering a powerful punch with the device scoring based on the force exerted. As the trio approaches, a burly man, evidently trained in boxing, delivers a punch that earns him an astonishing score of 368, the highest in the room. The staff member then encourages Xiaolan to give it a go, though she initially hesitates. After all, she is acutely aware of her own strength, and the thought of potentially damaging the machine is rather embarrassing. Nevertheless, she cannot resist the enthusiasm of the staff member and reluctantly decides to try. With a resounding thud, her punch registers a perfect score of 400, the maximum the machine can award, yet it is by no means a reflection of Xiaolan's true strength. The staff member's eyes widen in disbelief, utterly astonished that such a petite girl could possess such power. In a bid to reclaim the arcade's honor, he fervently urges Sanguxi to take a shot as well. Sanguxi, feeling somewhat dejected after returning empty-handed, did not hesitate to respond to the suggestion. She stepped forward and delivered a punch, causing the machine to display a red screen and freeze. Conan, standing behind Sanguxi and Xiaolan, couldn't help but recoil at the sight. It was truly terrifying. He resolved never to provoke these two formidable girls again. Sanguxi gazed at the screen displaying a prominent message, "Please contact staff for repairs." Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, she retracted her fist and shyly rubbed the back of her neck while glancing at the staff member. I shouldn't have to fix it, right? No. It's not necessary." The staff member waved his hand dismissively, appearing slightly dazed by the glaring red warning. Having inadvertently damaged someone's machine, Sanguxi felt too sheepish to continue her escapades in the arcade. However, Xiaolan, brimming with enthusiasm, turned to Sanguxi and exclaimed, "Xiaoxi, how about we find some time to spar in karate? You must be even more skilled than I am now." Sanguxi did not refuse. She smiled and nodded, "Sure. If there is an opportunity in the future." The group wandered around the arcade, searching for the elusive Mori Kagoro, who had inexplicably separated from them. Suddenly, Conan was knocked over by a tall man. Unconsciously, Sanguxi cast a fleeting glance, subsequently lowering her gaze with an air of composure. Tequila? Wasn't this the unfortunate character from the original narrative? The one who met a grim fate by being blown up for mistakenly taking the wrong box upon his entrance. After colliding with someone, Tequila displayed no remorse, choosing instead to disregard the group and prepare to leave unceremoniously. Little Lon, observing this ill-mannered brute towering above, helped Conan to his feet and expressed her irritation. "Hey, you just bumped into someone." Only upon hearing her voice did the arrogant giant lower his gaze slightly, his expression of disdain faltering as he recognized Sanguxi. Tequila, serving under gin, was a subordinate even beneath vodka in rank. He had encountered the white-haired girl before. Though he was unaware of her codename, he had heard vodka affectionately refer to her as Miss Xiaoxi. Realizing that he was out of his depth with this girl, he was about to greet her with respect when Sanguxi suddenly averted his gaze from Xiaolan and Conan, casting a heavy glance in their direction. Long Zhelan immediately comprehended the meaning behind that look, murmuring an apology before turning to leave. This scene left Xiaolan utterly bewildered. How could this arrogant individual take the initiative to apologize? Conan was equally taken aback, though neither of them pondered it further. However, 10 minutes later, when Conan ventured alone to the vending machine for a drink, he overheard the burly man on a phone call with someone he referred to as gin and vodka. Upon hearing these names, Conan was momentarily stunned, his pupils narrowing sharply. He discreetly affixed a tracking device onto the man. Just as he believed he could follow the burly man to uncover gin and vodka, the man was suddenly killed in an explosion while merely having visited the restroom. The lead abruptly vanished, and the sound of the blast attracted the police. As Sanguxi heard the sound of an explosion in the arcade, she raised an eyebrow with an air of indifference. How tragic. A mere case of mistaken identity led to the demise of an innocent bystander. Ultimately, it was a young student who uncovered this astonishing truth. Nevertheless, Sanguxi had no direct interactions with Tequila throughout the ordeal. Thus, she felt no apprehension regarding being suspected by Conan. In the end, it was Conan who deduced, from a phone conversation he overheard, that Jin might be conducting a transaction with a burly man at a nearby bar. However, upon his arrival, he found the establishment completely obliterated. All he knew was that the item in question was a list of the world's most formidable game software engineers, leaving the trail utterly severed. The young student felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Yet, upon returning to the detective agency, he suddenly recalled the peculiar manner in which the large man had politely apologized after bumping into someone earlier that day. Conan felt a flicker of realization as he sensed he might have stumbled upon a crucial lead. The man's actions were utterly inconsistent with the typical demeanor of an organization member. He distinctly remembered the man's initial expression of disdain, which shifted to one of hasty apology before he departed. However, at that moment, Conan had failed to notice what exactly had caught the man's attention. Frustrated, the young student refused to give up. He recalled that there had been more than one person present at the time. With curiosity, he turned to Ran and Sanguxi, asking, "Did either of you notice what the large man saw that prompted his abrupt apology?" With the inquiry directed at the main parties involved. Sanguxi was determined not to let him suspect her. Pretending to ponder for a moment, she shook her head. "No, Conan, why do you ask?" Ren also shook her head. Looking curiously at the diminutive figure, Conan laughed it off. "Oh, it's nothing really. I just thought he didn't seem like the polite type." Ren nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he doesn't seem like it, but perhaps he just has a rather intimidating appearance." Sangha Valley's expression revealed not the slightest hint of flaw. A certain elementary school student was utterly disheartened. Sanguxi observed his reaction, a glimmer of profound amusement flickering in her eyes. Suddenly, as if struck by an epiphany, she slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "By the way, I have encountered that burly man before." This revelation struck Conan like a bolt from the blue, and he gasped, "What? Sister Xiaoxi, where did you see him?" It must be noted that someone's address of Sister Xiaoxi had become increasingly fluent. Sanguxi hesitated for a moment, seemingly uncertain whether to speak. This left a certain elementary student anxious. "Sister Xiaoxi, please tell me quickly." As if recalling an unpleasant memory, the girl's expression darkened slightly as she began. "He is a member of a certain dark organization. I have been investigating that organization for quite some time." At this point, the girl abruptly realized that such matters were perhaps inappropriate to share with a child, and quickly reverted to her usual cheerful demeanor. "But don't worry, Conan, this doesn't concern you at all. Just don't take it to heart." How could he possibly dismiss it? When the elementary student heard Sanguxi mention her investigation into the dark organization, he was utterly taken aback. Overwhelmed with shock, a myriad of questions flooded his mind. For instance, why was she investigating the Black-clad organization? How far along was her investigation? What did she know? Was she aware of the poison he had ingested? So many questions swirled in his thoughts, and at that moment, hearing the girl abruptly change the subject left him feeling more anxious than an ant on a hot skillet. Yet, he was at a loss as to how to approach her, resorting to internal turmoil. Observing his expression, Sanguxi exchanged a knowing glance with Xiaolan beside her, both of them smiling knowingly. Teasing curiosity was Sanguxi's specialty. It remained to be seen how long this fellow could endure before seeking her out. As it turned out, Kudo Shinichi's curiosity was insatiable. This lad didn't even wait a full 24 hours. Early the next morning, he stormed into Sanguxi's home. As the doors of Sangha Creek swung open early in the morning, her gaze fell upon a little rascal whose height barely reached her thigh. He raised an eyebrow, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "Oh, I thought you could wait a few more days." Upon hearing these words, the diminutive figure's pupils instantly widened in shock. "You? What do you know? After all these years, your confidence remains astonishingly unrestrained." Sanguxi bent down, suddenly revealing a smile characteristic of the unified organization of villains. "Kudo, did you ever consider that I was deliberately sent by the Black organization to test you? It turned out that the drug had such an effect. You truly did not die." As she spoke, Sanguxi suddenly chuckled softly. Kudo Shinichi stood frozen, gazing at this former friend. Even when faced with those dark, brooding eyes, he found it hard to believe. This couldn't be true. How could Sanguxi conspire with the organization? How could someone so bright and gentle possibly be feigning? The sound of a safety catch being disengaged echoed through the air. A dart barrel suddenly aligned with his brow. Kudo Shinichi stared into those eyes. Typically filled with clear, radiant joy, now devoid of warmth and filled with chilling intent. He felt as if his body had betrayed him, his blood beginning to flow in reverse. Rationality urged him to evade, but emotionally, he could not fathom that the girl could transform into such a person. In the end, he remained rooted in place, merely observing her, as if awaiting the verdict of fate. Watching her finger curl around the trigger, a heaviness settled in Kudo Shinichi's heart, and he closed his eyes. At that moment, he felt akin to a reckless gambler, wagering his life on the belief that a friend he had never wished to doubt would not truly pull the trigger, though time stretched only for an instant. It felt as prolonged as a century. Bang! The sound of a balloon bursting erupted. A certain someone, now diminished, curved her lips in a smirk, opening her eyes to meet a pair of distinctly disappointed green ones. The girl wore an expression of frustration from a failed prank, her tone laced with a hint of melancholy. "How boring. How did you figure it out?" Sanguxi would never believe that this fellow truly dares to gamble with his life. He must have perceived something that compelled him not to flee. A certain elementary school student shrugged with pride, as if the one who had been anxious moments before was not himself. It is quite simple. I simply do not believe that you, Sanguxi, could possibly be that kind of person. Sanguxi cast a sidelong glance at him and tucked away the toy gun. Humph. Surely, you don't believe that individuals affiliated with the organization would commit murder at the entrance where people frequently pass by? The diminutive figure chuckled softly. Haha. You've hit the nail on the head. Sanguxi opened the door and turned back into the room, inviting Conan to speak. Upon his entrance, she poured him a glass of milk, teasingly remarking, "It's better for children to drink milk. It aids in growth." How childish. Even though you've graduated to elementary school, someone still enjoys pretending to be mature. Is it just because you were unhappy that your prank didn't succeed? He confessed to her that he had almost fallen for it just moments ago. What do you wish to know? Everything. No, no, no. Brothers must keep their accounts clear. Sanguxi waggled his finger and, with a smirk, said, "Are you aware of the concept of information exchange? If you wish to know something, you must offer a piece of information in return." Upon hearing this, the young student was taken aback. 4. Apart from knowing that those two individuals were named Gin and Vodka, he was utterly devoid of any other knowledge. Sanguxi raised an eyebrow, feigning ignorance as she inquired, Judging by your expression, could it be that you were utterly oblivious? After uttering this, she dramatically sighed and continued, "Oh well, in light of our friendship, I shall grant you 3 questions free of charge." The individual, filled with delight, seized the opportunity and quickly asked, "Sanguxi, why are you investigating that organization?" The girl suddenly lowered her gaze, her mood dampened. "The death of my parents may be linked to that organization." The shrinking individual looked at the despondent girl, feeling a bit awkward. "I'm sorry, Sanguxi, I didn't mean to." The girl smiled faintly. "It's all right. Now for your second question." Conan, observing the girl as evident reluctance to continue, reluctantly proceeded, "How did you come to know about my transformation?" Sanguxi raised an eyebrow. "It's not as if I haven't seen you in your childhood." A certain elementary school student retorted, "But neither Xiaolan nor Yuanzi recognized you." Sanguxi smiled with a hint of pride, remarking, "Perhaps it is due to my exceptional memory and intelligence, coupled with the fact that your disguise is rather unconvincing." Sanguxi cast him a disdainful glance as she spoke. "One last question, and then swiftly be gone. You are disturbing my precious slumber." Someone quickly interjected, "How did you know that I shrank due to taking medicine?" Sanguxi shrugged, performing with an air of authenticity, such a matter of common knowledge. Could it be anything other than medication, or perhaps magic? Indeed, it was a ruse designed to deceive you, and unexpectedly, it proved successful. In the end, a certain elementary student arrived with enthusiasm only to depart in disappointment, letting out a heavy sigh. Sanguxi gazed at someone's disappointed silhouette and smiled with a sense of triumph. Without baiting him, how could he continue his relentless pursuit? Revealing everything at once would render the endeavor mundane. It was far more intriguing for him to uncover the mysteries piece by piece. After all, she had an elaborate performance prepared for him in the wings. Chapter 32. Kid's brother. On this day, Sanguxi, as was her custom, dined at the office. Suddenly, Xiaolan spoke up. "Cici, Conan has secretly informed us about a Sherlock Holmes fan gathering. Would you like to join us?" "Huh." Sanguxi hesitated. She was not particularly keen on attending. Then, a certain elementary school student chimed in with encouragement. "Sister Cici, I recall that you are also a fan of Sherlock Holmes, aren't you?" To be honest, while Sanguxi could not recall the specifics, she vaguely remembered that this was tied to a certain plot. Moreover, her fondness for Sherlock Holmes had blossomed many years ago. Ever since joining the organization, she hardly found any time to indulge in her hobbies. Thus, it seemed prudent for this pretender to refrain from attending a gathering meant for die-hard fans. Furthermore, considering the student's uncanny knack for attracting misfortune, Sanguxi resolutely shook her head. "Never mind, you all go ahead." As she spoke, she leaned in to whisper to Morlin, "You know as well as I do that trouble follows that guy wherever he goes. There's bound to be another perplexing case, and I certainly do not wish to partake." However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Xiaolan had recently become quite attached to Sanguxi. Upon hearing her refusal, Xiaolan's tone turned pitiful. "But if you don't come, I'll be the only girl. You want to isn't interested in Sherlock Holmes. And you're the only one who can accompany me." Cici, the single word Cici echoed with a twist of fate. Sanguxi shivered with goosebumps, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the playful antics of the charming lawn. All right, I shall accompany you," she conceded. albeit with a caveat. But let it be known in advance that I shall not partake in any cases this time. After all, if the perpetrator is a fan of Holmes, it would surely be a waste of countless brain cells. Besides, it's more than enough for that fellow to steal the spotlight. Upon hearing Sanguxi's agreement, Moreland's face lit up with joy as she raised her finger and earnestly vowed, "Very well, I promise I won't let you down this time. Please do not betray the trust one have placed in you." Sanguxi reluctantly accepted her promise. Fortunately, upon their arrival, Moreland indeed fulfilled her commitment and did not lead Sanguxi astray. Meanwhile, Sanguxi remained steadfast in her lethargy, doing absolutely nothing. As the group boarded the bus to the campsite, other fans engaged in lively discussions about Holmes's cases, while Sanguxi leaned against Moreland's shoulder, drifting into a light slumber. Among the quartet, only Conan was a true aficionado. Moreland was a casual fan, Sanguxi a pretender, and Moriarty was entirely clueless. Thus, apart from Conan, who thrived in the midst of genuine enthusiasts, the three of them felt rather awkward in their superficial roles. However, before long, another individual joined their trio of faux fans. Indeed, it was that lad from Osaka, Heiji Hattori. In pursuit of finding Shinichi Kudo, he had not given up and had signed up for this gathering as well. Sanguxi could only express his thoughts on this behavior. Truly, Heiji Hattori must be a devoted fan of Shinichi Kudo. He knows his interests so well and follows him wherever he goes. By the time all the participants in this event had arrived, it was already time for dinner. The organizers provided a meal, and after dining, the others engaged in activities related to deduction, while Sanguxi pulled Xiaolan back to their room for sleep. This wretched place doesn't even have a television. A poor review indeed. When the following evening arrived, the case, albeit belatedly, finally unfolded. The organizer, G, was found. Someone had seen him driving and subsequently falling into a ditch, but his body had vanished without a trace. Sanguxi had long expressed her disinterest in the case. While Conan, Heiji Hattori, and Uncle Mori delved into the investigation, the fervent fans of Sherlock Holmes, each embodying their own detective, surrounded them. Ultimately, only Sanguxi and Xiaolan remained idle in the living room. Consequently, during dinner, discontent arose regarding their apparent aloofness. Firstly, I am not the culprit. Secondly, the murderer could not possibly overpower me. With that, Sanguxi delivered a decisive punch, shattering a table. Therefore, I shall retire for the night. Any objections? The room fell into an oppressive silence. After Sanguxi departed with the clingy little Ran, she did not truly turn a blind eye to the affairs beyond her window. At the very least, through the release of her extraordinary abilities, she remained informed about the external developments. For instance, Conan encountered Heiji Hattori while searching for evidence to solve the case. Furthermore, Heiji Hattori noticed something amiss with Conan. Thus, he deduced the identity of the culprit but chose to withhold this information, patiently awaiting the moment when Conan would incapacitate Kagoro Mori, allowing him to catch the perpetrator in the act. Naturally, where there are policies, there are countermeasures. Ultimately, when the young detective realized he could no longer conceal the truth, in a bid to assert himself, he cunningly anesthetized Heiji Hattori, utilizing his voice to unveil the reality. However, it was inevitable that Heiji would discover his true identity. Due to Rant's recent unusual behavior, Sanguxi spent much of her time accompanying her, resulting in her presence being notably diminished during this case. Once the culprit was apprehended and taken away by the police, the case concluded. On the return bus, Uncle Mori sat alone at the front, while Conan and Heiji occupied a middle row, separated by 2 rows from him, with Sanguxi and Rand seated at the very back. Sanguxi glanced at the ever-present Xiaolan, who clung to her arm, and could not help but voice her concern. Xiaolan, what has been troubling you lately? It feels as though you wish to be glued to my side. A hint of worry flickered across Xiaolan's brow as she hesitated and replied, I have been plagued by the same nightmare repeatedly. Sanguxi gazed at the despondent Xiaolan and spoke soothingly, do not be afraid. Dreams often present themselves in reverse. What did you dream? With her eyes cast downward, Xiaolan replied, her tone tinged with lingering fear, I dreamt that you, like during that fateful fire years ago, were once again engulfed by flames, lying on the ground, bloodied and broken. Sanguxi is skeptical of such matters. Yet dreams within the realm of Kashiwa often carry an element of prophecy. However, this particular dream of Xiaolan. Sanguxi contemplated the impending events and sighed quietly within, soothingly murmuring, do not worry, Xiaolan, the nightmare shall not come to fruition. I shall certainly be fine. Yet, the sensations from the dream felt so vivid. Recently, whenever Xiaolan closed her eyes, She was haunted by the image of Sanguxi collapsing amidst a pool of blood. Therefore, dear Xiaoxi, could you remain by my side for the time being? I am truly frightened of experiencing such an ordeal again. Sanguxi chuckled, a hint of resignation in her voice, in stark contrast to the somber conversation between Sanguxi and Xiaolan. The two detectives ahead, one large and one small, resembled a pair of mischievous huskies. Kudo, by the way, which one do you truly favor? Hattori Heiji, oblivious to his own lack of insight, attempted to unravel Kudo Shinichi's affections. The young student, exasperated by the inquiry, rolled his eyes in response. What do you mean which one? We are merely ordinary friends. Hattori Heiji, undeterred, insisted that Kudo had a preference. I find both of them quite charming, and I genuinely wish to know whether you would choose the girl next door or the one you can't forget. Kudo Shinichi chose to ignore Hattori Heiji, engaging in a self-reflective dialogue instead. It must be the girl next door, considering you have been living in her home. That is solely due to relying on Uncle Muri's identity as a detective. Oh, Hattori Heiji's tone elongated, laced with playful sarcasm. So, you fancy the girl you can't forget? Kudo Shinichi, already irritated by the relentless questioning, nearly exploded in frustration. Absolutely not. I have already stated we are just ordinary friends. Keep your voice down and refrain from spreading rumors. If Sanguxi hears, she'll surely scold me. Besides, she is aware of my true identity. Hattori Heiji raised an eyebrow, observing the anxious young student, and lowered his voice. Oh, then Miss Xiaolan should be unaware, correct? Hattori Heiji's calm demeanor surprised Conan. Huh. Why are you so unperturbed by Sanguxi knowing my identity? Hattori Heiji, recalling that day when Sanguxi deduced with remarkable clarity, replied. You have certainly never witnessed her in the throes of deduction, have you? Conan shook his head. Hattori Heiji sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. When you eventually see it for yourself, you will understand why I say this. Anyone who meets the gaze of that silver-haired lady during her deductions will find even their deepest secrets laid bare. Really? Is it that exaggerated? The young student, having never witnessed Sanguxi's deductions, struggled to envision such a scene. You will understand once you experience it. As this little interlude concluded, Hattori Heiji extended an invitation for them to visit Osaka during the upcoming holiday. Having heard much about the delectable cuisine and scenic beauty he extolled, they agreed. Yet, scarcely had Hattori Heiji departed when the detective agency received a commission. The client was Suzuki Sinoko's father, the chairman of the Suzuki conglomerate. According to Sinoko, the elusive phantom thief kid had set his sights on their family heirloom, the world's largest black pearl, the Dark Star, and had even sent a notification letter. The contents of the letter read, Anral Fool, when the moon separates the two, I shall, following the wave's invitation, claim the renowned Dark Star. Sanguxi held a faint recollection of this plot. The invitation appeared to be a jest for April Fool's Day. Moreover, it seemed to mark the inaugural meeting between Conan and Kid. Reflecting on her cousin, whom she had not seen in quite some time, Sanguxi lowered her gaze, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Perhaps it would be delightful to meet him after all. Soon, the day described in Kid's invitation arrived. And under the cloak of midnight, Conan stealthily ventured out to meet his non-biological twin brother. Sangha Valley gazed at the peacefully slumbering Xiaolan and quietly stepped outside. However, instead of trailing Conan to the rooftop of the Cup Noodles restaurant where Kid was to make his appearance that night, she headed to the Kaido residence. Thus, one Kid toyed with Conan and the police atop the restaurant, leaving behind a genuine letter of forewarning before disguising himself to return home. At the entrance of his house, he encountered a long-lost acquaintance. Under the serene moonlight, a girl with flowing white hair leaned against his front gate, her green eyes shimmering with delight. It's been a long time, little Kaido. This distinctive hair and eye color was something Kaido Kuroba had only ever seen in one person. Sister Xiaoxi? You aren't. Kaido Kuroba was taken aback. He was merely 10 years old when that great fire occurred. Yet he retained the memories that one would expect. Sanguxi smiled gently and explained, that is merely an illusion. I suspect there is more to the story behind my parents' deaths. For years, I have concealed my identity to investigate. As she spoke, the girl lowered her gaze, seemingly lost in thought as she murmured, perhaps this is the fate of our family. Glancing at the boy who had grown taller than herself, she hesitated for a moment before continuing. Additionally, regarding the matters concerning my uncle from years past, I have gathered some clues over the years. Sanguxi spoke no falsehood. She had conducted her inquiries in secret. It appears to be connected to an international thieving syndicate, which has been relentlessly pursuing a legendary gem said to possess mysterious powers. This seems to relate to the enigmatic forces associated with the Crimson Child, though I am not privy to further details. as she concluded her remarks. The girl wore an expression tinged with regret. Hearing these clues, Kaido Kuroba felt immense gratitude. At last, the darkness began to lift. Thank you, Sister Xiaoxi, for assisting me in this investigation. Sanguxi smiled gently, saying, there is no need for thanks. This is merely a way to repay the life-saving grace bestowed upon me by Aunt Xianying all those years ago. What life-saving grace? Heiyu Kaido inquired. A hint of confusion evident in his expression. Sanguxi playfully winked and whispered, Sure. It's a secret. Upon hearing this, Kaido Kuroba refrained from asking further questions. The young boy held his remaining family members dear to his heart, cherishing them deeply. With a hint of concern, he gazed at Sanguxi and inquired, Sister Cici, is what you are doing very perilous? Sanguxi smiled reassuringly as she gently patted Kaido Kuroba's head. Do not worry, dear kid. I shall seek your assistance when the time comes. With a glance of surprise from the young boy, Sanguxi turned to depart. Please convey my regards to Aoko. She called out, her voice carried by the breeze, while her silhouette gradually faded into the distance. Chapter 33, The Master of Performance, April 19th. The date announced in Kid's authentic invitation. Sanguxi and Xiaolan naturally received the invitation from the garden. At this moment, they are aboard the Sally Beth of the garden family. Sanguxi and Xiaolan had been inseparable. She recalled that in the original work, Kid, disguised as Xiaolan, had managed to steal the Black Pearl. However, this time she felt uncertain. After all, she had spent the past few days with Xiaolan and had not seen Kaido Kuroba, who, in the original story, disguised himself as a janitor to conduct his investigations. Of course, it was possible that she simply failed to notice him. Although Sanguxi had learned a bit about disguise from Vermouth, Kaido Kuroba was a direct descendant of the art. Her skills were hardly comparable. Nevertheless, Sanguxi was aware that Kaido Kuroba would not genuinely harm Xiaolan, so she did not take special precautions against him. Moreover, having been with Xiaolan the entire time, if that rascal Kaido could pull off a switch right under her nose, she would simply have to accept it. Soon, news spread that Kid, disguised as Sanoko's father, had boarded the cruise ship. Conan was eagerly preparing to confront him, while Sanguxi continued to indulge in food with Xiaolan and Sanoko. When Xiaolan suggested she needed to visit the restroom, Sanguxi narrowed her eyes. In the original story, that was when the switch occurred. No, she had to follow this time. She had no ulterior motive. She merely wished to test this fellow's adaptability. Just in case, Sanguxi even checked the restroom stall before allowing Xiaolan to enter. To her astonishment, as soon as Xiaolan stepped into the stall, a person identical to her emerged from the adjacent restroom stall. To prevent Xiaolan from overhearing, the individual discreetly showed Sanguxi a message on their phone screen, which read, Sister Shi, have you eaten enough? Would you like to take a nap? Sanguxi widened her eyes in disbelief. How brazen can one be? Sanguxi crossed her arms defiantly over her chest, exclaiming, No way. I refuse to sleep. Upon reading those words, an alarm blared in her mind. Just when she anticipated that this young man might unleash some grand scheme, he followed up with, Please, please. In the future, should Sister Xiaoxi require any assistance, I shall certainly rise to the occasion without hesitation. Sanguxi admitted, her heart fluttering, because she yearned to master this art of disguise. Being this close, there was not a hint of flaw. Ultimately, before Xiaolan emerged from the restroom, Sanguxi nodded in agreement. Upon seeing Sanguxi's consent, Kaido Kuroba swiftly placed something into her mouth with lightning speed. Sanguxi, alas, this unfortunate child has resorted to such a tactic. Just before her consciousness faded, she heard the young boy whisper softly in her ear, I apologize, Sister Xiaoxi. I am merely concerned about being discovered by that elementary school student, so I must ask you to rest for a while. Sanguxi, you mischievous child. You should have discussed this with her beforehand. Now I understand why my brother has declared war on the heavens. I must give him a proper thrashing in the future. Finally, Xiaolan emerged from the restroom, grasping Sanguxi's arm as they made their way outside. Xiaoxi, I'm ready. Let us depart. All right. Following the original narrative, during the magician's performance, Sanguxi seized the opportunity of shuffling cards to affix Kid's note onto one of them. Ultimately, by creating chaos with a counterfeit Black Pearl, and amidst the ensuing commotion, she skillfully approached Mrs. Suzuki, securing the genuine Black Pearl. Alas, it turned out to be an ordinary Black Pearl, not the treasure she sought. Consequently, when Conan pulled Sanguxi away from the crowd and exposed his identity, he promptly returned the pearl. However, Conan had no intention of allowing him to escape. He unveiled Kid's plan to summon the police to disrupt the event, thus thwarting his escape. The false Sanguxi, the true kid, could only shrug helplessly and cryptically remark, "But don't you think it's concerning for that girl? I've placed her in a lifeboat outside. The winds on the sea are strong, and if I don't attend to her soon, she may catch a cold. I am, after all, a perfectionist." Kid gestured with the strap of his undergarment, flashed a grin, donned his sunglasses, and with a burst of light, vanished into thin air. Conan, upon noticing the skirt and undergarment left behind, felt a surge of panic and rushed to the deck towards the lifeboat's location, only to find no trace of anyone upon arrival. Meanwhile, after evading Conan, Kid momentarily deceived the police aboard the cruise ship with his flying device and circled back to swim away. However, just as he rounded a secluded railing devoid of officers, he spotted his cousin, incapacitated by a dose of his soporific. Sanguxi gazed at the stiff figure before her, a forced smile gracing her lips as she spoke. "Ah, what a delightful coincidence. Kaido, dear brother." Kaido Kuroba felt a chill run down his spine, retreating cautiously as he replied, "Xiaoxi, please, don't act impulsively. Rest assured, I am not one to resort to violence so readily." Sanguxi smiled gently, then, with a tone filled with concern, remarked, "However, in order to replenish your nutrition, I have arranged a month-long feast of marine fish at a restaurant near your home. Qingzi will ensure that you finish your meals each day. Moreover, various fish-shaped plush toys will be arriving at your home in a few days. I hope they can keep you company for a restful sleep." After speaking, under the astonished gaze of the young man, Sanguxi effortlessly delivered a kick that sent him flying into the sea. Not violent? How could that be? After committing her mischief, Sanguxi dusted off her hands, turned calmly, and nonchalantly walked away from the dock. Had it not been for her robust health waking her early, would she have truly allowed this boy to slip away unnoticed? Upon returning to the venue, Sanguxi coincidentally encountered Conan, who was searching for her while clutching his clothes. Upon seeing her neatly dressed, he let out a sigh of relief, but could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, "Sanguxi, where have you been?" Sanguxi intriguingly curled the corner of his mouth, hinting to settle a score for oneself. Upon witnessing that profound smile, Conan couldn't help but shudder, lighting a candle for that individual in his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Kaido Kuroba, compelled to swim back to shore, not only caught a cold for 2 days, but also felt a lingering discomfort in his rear. With the company of the Sanguxi heating doll over several consecutive days, Rant's nightmares finally began to alleviate. Additionally, Heiji Hattori urged them to embark on a trip to Osaka. Sanguxi gazed at the dwindling days of tranquility, longing to spend more time with Xiaolan. At last, their trip to Osaka was set in motion. When Uncle Maori, Xiaolan, Conan, and Sanguxi arrived in Osaka, their spirits were quite buoyant. However, the sight of Heiji Hattori's grand reception left them feeling less than jubilant. The imposing police car before them caused the group to instinctively take a few steps back, particularly after they boarded the police vehicle. The curious glances from passers-by made them feel utterly self-conscious. Xiaolan, her cheeks flushed, dared not lift her gaze, while even the elementary school students found themselves uncharacteristically bashful, and Uncle Maori wished nothing more than to hide his face. Sanguxi's heart skipped a beat. Unable to contain her frustration, she exclaimed, "Hey, can't you choose a different vehicle? This is the latest model from the police department. Only this car can avoid traffic jams." Once again meeting the gaze of passers-by, even with her thick skin, she felt somewhat embarrassed. "Then I shall sit in the front, and you can take the back." Hattori Heiji chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. "No way. I need to sit in the front to navigate." Sanguxi wearily pinched his brow, exclaiming in frustration, "How is it that the earth has yet to explode?" Fortunately, a few were comforted by the delightful cuisine of Osaka, as Sanguxi and his companions indulged until their bellies were pleasantly full. However, in a quaint pancake shop, while Hattori Heiji stepped outside to take a call, his seat was swiftly claimed by another. "That seat is taken," Xiaolan began to caution, but her words were interrupted. The newcomer fixed her gaze upon Xiaolan and Sanguxi, demanding, "Which of you is the woman named Kudo?" "Huh." Xiaolan was taken aback by the inquiry. Sanguxi gazed with a mischievous glint, reminiscent of the original work, as he mistakenly rushed to catch Yuan Shan and Yi in a compromising situation. Suddenly, a sinister smile crept across his face. "Hattori Heiji, oh Hattori Heiji, at long last, you have fallen into my grasp." In the original narrative, the confession was drawn out and tedious. Sanguxi raised her hand with a smile, addressing the astonished gazes of Xiaolan and Conan. "Hello, I am Kudo. May I inquire what brings you to me?" The attention of Toriyama and Yi shifted from Xiaolan to Sanguxi. So, you are the woman named Kudo whom Pinji incessantly speaks of. He has made several trips to Tokyo just to see you. Sanguxi smiled with an innocent charm and, with a hint of curiosity in her voice, inquired, "So, what brings you to seek me out?" Yuan-chan and Yi introduced themselves, saying, "I am essentially the older sister of Pinji, having grown up alongside him. I have come to safeguard him from being deceived by those who might take advantage of his infatuation." "Oh, I see." Sanguxi gazed at the distant mountains and leaves with a gentle smile, her warm eyes reflecting kindness. "How do you intend to handle this?" Upon meeting the tender and inclusive gaze of the girl, Yuan-chan Hyue felt a rush of warmth, her cheeks flushing slightly. Why does she smile so tenderly? And her beauty leaves me utterly speechless. So, it appears that Pinxi has a preference for this type. A pang of jealousy stirred within Yuan-chan Hyue. At that moment, Hattori Pinxi's call came through. "Hyue, what brings you here? Isn't it because you incessantly mention kudu? I merely wish to see what this kudu's woman is like." Just as Yuan-chan Hyue finished speaking, Sanguxi's voice suddenly turned sharp with anger. "Hattori Pinxi. So, you've been deceiving me all along. You have a girlfriend in Osaka and yet you toy with my feelings." "Girlfriend?" Hattori Pinxi was left bewildered. "Are you seriously claiming that you are not childhood sweethearts? Can you assert that you harbor no feelings for her in your heart?" Faced with those penetrating green eyes that seemed to unveil his very soul, Hattori Pinxi stammered in response. Sanguxi offered him no opportunity to respond and continued dramatically. "Since you both harbor feelings for each other, I shall choose to support your love." Sanguxi gently nudged Heya in the direction of Heiji Hattori. Tears poised to spill from her eyes. Flustered, Heya blushed and hurried to clarify. "Miss Kudo, you misunderstand. Heiji and I are not what you think." "Miss Kudo?" Heiji Hattori, upon hearing this address, realized the misunderstanding and quickly interjected. "Heya, you are mistaken. She is not Kudo. Kudo is a boy." "Ah?" Heya was taken aback. Sanguxi gazed at the girl with wide, startled eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. "I am Sanguxi, and my relationship with Hattori Heiji is merely that of ordinary friends. I was just teasing you." After speaking, she suddenly leaned close to Yamaguchi Keiho's ear and whispered, "However, although I was jesting, it is indeed true that Hattori Heiji has feelings for you. I have verified it." Upon hearing this, Yamaguchi Keiho's cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Hattori Heiji, sensing an ominous premonition, hurriedly inquired, "Keiho, what did she just tell you?" The heat on Yamaguchi Keiho's face persisted as she waved her hand, saying, "It's nothing. Just girl talk. Why are you so curious?" Hattori Heiji remained skeptical, yet due to just receiving a case over the phone, his mind was already preoccupied. Subsequently, he entrusted Ran and Uncle Mori to Keiho and prepared to investigate the case with Conan tucked under his arm. Before departing, he asked Sanguxi if she wished to join, but she declined, stating that she was there to accompany Ran on vacation, not to solve cases. After Hattori Heiji left, Yamaguchi Keiho turned to Sanguxi, her ears once again turning red, and asked, "Is what you said earlier true?" "Of course. My eyes can see through all secrets," Sanguxi replied with a smile, confidently patting her chest, then teasingly added, "For instance, the moment I laid eyes on you, I knew you had a crush on Hattori Heiji since childhood. Am I right?" Yamaguchi Keiho, now thoroughly blushing, began to believe Sanguxi's words. Meanwhile, Ran, who had been listening, suddenly realized, so that's why she claimed to be Kudo. Mori Kagaro, having observed the entire exchange, merely scoffed. Kids these days are indeed precocious. His comment was successfully ignored by the three girls. Yamaguchi Keiho shyly asked Sanguxi, "Can I call you Xiaoxi?" "Of course. Now, let me take you both around Osaka. There are many delightful places to explore." Chapter 34, Mori, the Prophet. And Ran, Hattori Heiji and Conan spent 2 days investigating the case, and by the time they resolved it, Sanguxi and Ran had already enjoyed their time in Osaka with Yamaguchi Keiho. Before heading back to Tokyo, Ran suggested that they take a group photo, to which everyone, including Sanguxi, agreed. However, upon seeing the final photo, they were all taken aback. For some unknown reason, Sanguxi had donned a red fox mask that obscured half her face, leaving only her chin visible. Ran wanted to retake the photo, but Sanguxi cleverly diverted her attention. Over the past 2 days, Yamaguchi Keiho had developed a deep friendship with both Ran and Sanguxi, and as they bid farewell, she was reluctant to see them go. Yet, parting is the norm of life. Thus, their Osaka adventure was nearing its conclusion. On the train back to Tokyo, Uncle Mori was sound asleep, while Conan and Ran wore serious expressions. Sanguxi felt somewhat uneasy under their unwavering gaze. "Why do you keep staring at me?" she inquired. From Sanguxi's recent peculiar behavior, Mao Lilan seemed to have discerned a clue. For instance, the typically reclusive Sanguxi, who would often spend her days engrossed in animated shows, had devoted her time to exploring Osaka with her over the past few days. Moreover, there was that deliberate avoidance of a frontal photo together. For reasons unknown, Lilan suddenly recalled her haunting nightmare and, with a tone laced with concern, spoke. "Cece, are you planning to leave again?" Upon hearing this, Sanguxi fell silent for a moment. One cannot deny that Xiaolan's intuition is remarkably accurate. Instead of providing a direct answer, she suddenly countered with a question. "Xiaolan, do you trust me?" "Of course," Xiaolan replied with unwavering conviction, nodding her head firmly. Sanguxi gazed into Xiaolan's eyes. Speaking earnestly, "I hope you believe that no matter what happens in the future, I shall return safely." In that fleeting moment, Xiaolan had countless questions swirling in her mind, such as how long she would be gone and whether there would be any danger. Yet, upon meeting Sanguxi's steadfast and gentle gaze, she suddenly felt that there was nothing left to inquire about. She had faith in her. Ultimately, Xiaolan simply smiled and nodded. "All right, I shall wait for your return here." Their conversation was not shielded from a certain elementary student, yet due to his own lack of honesty with his friends, he forfeited the chance to ask questions. He mistakenly believed that Xiaolan was unaware of his true identity, thus he dared only to bombard Sanguxi with inquiries via text messages, questioning whether she intended to delve deeper into investigating the Black-clad organization. However, Sanguxi chose not to respond to any of them. Following this exchange, Sanguxi did not vanish immediately. She continued to attend school with Xiaolan and Yuanzi, and even shared meals at Xiaolan's home, as if their conversation had never transpired. Only Conan, having been left in the dark by Sanguxi's silence, observed her closely during these days. Regrettably, after several days of scrutiny, he found no signs of anything amiss. Until that weekend, when Sanguxi was, as usual, at the office. "Xiaoxi, we are heading to the bank. Would you like to join us?" Suddenly taken aback by Xiaolan's words, Sanguxi's expression darkened momentarily. However, as she was facing away from Xiaolan, the others did not notice. Regaining her composure, Sanguxi smiled and turned to wave her hand, saying, "There's no need for that. I will stay behind to watch over the place. You all should hurry along." Trusting her words, the group turned and exited. Upon their return, Sanguxi remained at the office. According to Xiaolan's recounting, they had encountered bank robbers while conducting business at the bank that day. Since Xiaolan had only caught a fleeting glimpse of Aimee Hirota last time, and her attire then differed greatly from the present, coupled with Sanguxi addressing her as Sister Mingmei, Xiaolan did not recognize Aimee Hirota today. Days after the incident, news reported that 2 of the 3 bank robbers had perished, with evidence implicating Aimee Hirota in their deaths. Upon seeing this news, Conan dashed out of the office, perhaps already suspecting that Aimee Hirota was being framed. However, when Conan arrived at Aimee Hirota's residence, he was caught off guard and was knocked unconscious before he could discern who was behind him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself bound hand and foot in what appeared to be a warehouse, his mouth sealed with tape. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he suddenly spotted Sanguxi squatting beside him. The young student let out a sigh of relief and, unable to speak, conveyed his gratitude to Sanguxi with a look. "Sangu, what are you doing? Please help me unravel this." Sanguxi had never encountered a primary school student whose gaze could be so profoundly expressive. She felt an urge to smile. However, considering that it did not align with her script, she resolutely stifled the impulse. Sanguxi, with downcast eyes, refrained from glancing at the person bound tightly beside him. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. "I apologize, Kudo, but this is a matter of necessity. From now on, regardless of what you see or hear, please remain silent. You will come to know everything you wish to understand." Conan momentarily faltered, perplexed as to why the truth warranted such measures. At that moment, Sanguxi heard the distant sound of an approaching car engine and gestured for silence. After confirming Conan's compliance, he cast one last look at him before departing through the back door of the warehouse. Before long, Akemi Mayano appeared within the warehouse. From Conan's concealed position, he could catch a glimpse of her profile, yet she remained oblivious to his presence. He found it bewildering that Sanguxi knew Akemi would be here, but no one was available to clarify his confusion. Not long after Akemi's arrival, another vehicle engine echoed in the vicinity. Conan's position was well hidden. He could not see the newcomers, but the sound of footsteps indicated the arrival of 2 adult males. "Why do you intend to kill them?" Akemi questioned, her tone sharp. The response was a derisive chuckle followed by the retort. "It is unavoidable. This is the organization's customary modus operandi. Upon hearing that voice, Conan felt a rush of blood retreating in his veins, leaving him frozen in shock. It was Jin. Shinichi Kudo could never forget that voice. Then came Akemi's anxious plea. What about my sister? And Xiaoxi? You promised you would let us go. Jin's eyes were devoid of emotion, his gaze cold as he mocked Akemi. Do you truly believe that is possible? Your sister is not someone you can compare to. She is one of the organization's few exceptional talents, and currently, we are in dire need of her abilities. Despite having anticipated Jin's betrayal, Akemi's face paled at his words. But what about Xiaoxi? She pressed. At the mention of that name, Jin's expression turned even colder. She is not someone the organization can afford to lose. Accept this reality. With that, he drew a gun and aimed it at Akemi. I am giving you one final chance. Hand over the item. Unwilling to relent, Akemi understood that yielding to Jin would leave her with no leverage. Even the usually gentle Akemi would exhibit courage when there were people she wished to protect. Faced with the icy barrel of a gun, she maintained a resolute expression, raising her own weapon to point at Jin. If you kill me, you'll never discover where the money is hidden. Jin narrowed his eyes, as if he were exhausting the last vestige of his patience. I told you, that was your final opportunity. As his words fell, the sound of a gunshot rang out. Just then, Sanguxi burst into the warehouse. No, unfortunately, the girl had arrived too late. Akemi had already been shot and collapsed. The girl, in a state of despair, knelt beside the bloodied Akemi, her voice choked with sobs. Sister Akemi, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I brought this upon you. Akemi's breath was fading, yet she mustered the strength to wipe the girl's tears. Xiaoxi, do not weep. Do not blame yourself. This was never your fault. The girl's tears flowed uncontrollably, filled with anguish, sorrow, and guilt. Observing the girl's distress, Akemi's once gentle eyes were now tinged with worry and determination. Xiaoxi, promise me. Do not do anything reckless. Take care of yourself. Will you? The girl nodded repeatedly. Yes. From now on, it will be up to you and Shiho. Akemi's voice carried a hint of longing and reluctance. After uttering those words, her hand fell limp, never to rise again. The girl held the lifeless body, seemingly frozen in time, until Jin, who had been a mere observer, finally broke the silence. Sangluo, your days of freedom are over. Come back with me. At Jin's words, the girl snapped back to reality, turning to face the indifferent figure beside her. Staring at Jin, she replied resolutely, I refuse. I will never return to that filthy place. The light in her eyes had vanished, leaving only pain and struggle. You killed my friend in tropical paradise. Now, you've taken Sister Akemi from me. I will never forgive you. I will never go back to that dark, suffocating place. Each word she uttered was filled with unwavering conviction. Jin, unfazed by her accusations, responded with a cold, humorless laugh. Ha! Sangluo, you have no other choice. With that, he seized the opportunity to knock the girl unconscious and, holding her in one arm, turned to exit the warehouse. Throughout it all, no one paid heed to the lifeless body on the ground, nor did anyone notice the increasingly rapid breaths emanating from a shadowy corner of the warehouse. Shinichi Kudo struggled against his bonds, unable to see the unfolding events outside. Yet, even without visual confirmation, he could vividly imagine the scene. He found himself powerless. Whether it was Jin committing murder before him or his friend being forcibly taken away. At this moment, he finally comprehended Sanguxi's intent in binding him. For had he not been restrained, he would likely have lost control, drawing Jin's attention. Moreover, the conversations he had overheard revealed certain truths. For instance, Sanguxi had been part of the organization all these years, which explained their lack of communication. Sanguxi had been present at Tropical Paradise. Hence his knowledge of Kudo being drugged and transformed. Sanguxi had foreseen the events that transpired today, leading him to bid Lon farewell in such a manner. And in this moment, he grasped why, despite being accompanied by 3 girls that day, Jin had declared it merciful not to mention the other 2. The 2 girls. It became evident that everything followed a traceable path. Chapter 35, Sherry's Disappearance. Sangluo's ascendancy Shinichi Kudo could not help but recall Sanguxi's words. You killed my friend in Tropical Paradise. He suddenly chuckled bitterly. Sanguxi's remark was likely a warning to him in the shadows, a means of protection. Damn it. Why am I still powerless? It felt eerily reminiscent of the fire 7 years prior. If only he had discovered the truth earlier. If only he had. Shinichi Kudo realized that even if he had detected the truth sooner, it seemed he would have been unable to effect any change. Sangu wished to pursue her desires, and no one could ever deter her. much like the time she obstinately returned to the inferno. Wait, the fire. Kudo Shinichi suddenly recalled the gaze Sangu had cast upon him just before she re-entered the flames all those years ago. That gaze was identical to the one she had bestowed upon him as she departed moments ago, both sorrowful and tender. It seemed to embody a sense of nostalgia, or perhaps a farewell. Thus, the conflagration 7 years prior. At that time, Sangu had already bid farewell to them. Yet none of them understood. How infuriating. The next time I see her, I must berate her thoroughly. It is imperative to correct her dreadful habit of undertaking matters without consulting her friends, preferring to act alone, thereby causing them unnecessary worry. The irate elementary student remained blissfully unaware that he had committed the very same offenses on multiple occasions. Fortunately, Sangha did not completely forsake Conan. Near his bound hands lay a shard of ceramic. It seemed as though she had calculated the timing perfectly as the ropes fell away. Jin's vehicle had already receded into the distance, allowing him to regain his composure. Conan tore the tape from his mouth and rushed to the side of the discarded corpse of Akemi Mayano. Alas, she had truly ceased to breathe. He furrowed his brow. This should not have happened. Given Sangu's capabilities, such a blunder was unexpected. At that moment, Conan discovered a letter crammed into his pocket. He swiftly unfolded it, and upon reading its contents, he finally exhaled in relief. Kudo, Akemi's vital signs are merely those of a simulated death. She will revive within a day. This is an elaborate charade concealed from everyone, including Akemi herself. Please protect her, I implore you. It is crucial to keep her survival a secret. No one must know. Remember, everyone, even if that person is one of our own, if possible, assist in taking her to this location. It is a safe haven. I entrust everything to you. Kudo. Lastly, I must apologize for concealing so much from you. All I can reveal is that this organization has existed for over half a century. Furthermore, I hope you continue to march courageously on the path to uncovering the truth, while also safeguarding yourself. I will await you at the front of this road. We shall meet again. Take care, Kudo. As Conan closed the letter, he sighed in resignation and called the professor for assistance, adhering to Sangu's instructions for the subsequent tasks. Meanwhile, Sangu, who had been knocked unconscious by Jin, was not truly out cold. On the way back to the base, she gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes and recognizing her predicament, she surprisingly exhibited no violent resistance. Instead, her eyes welled with tears as she hung her head, murmuring softly, Jin, I have lost everything. My friends and Akemi are all gone. If it were someone else's hand that inflicted this, I could have sought revenge. But why must it be you? You have robbed me of even that chance. Vodka, who was driving, observed the silently weeping girl and sighed, gently advising, Miss Cece, this is the survival rule of the organization. You have grown up and must learn to accept it. Accept? The girl let out a self-deprecating laugh. What difference does it make if I accept it? I cannot alter anything. I cannot change the fact that I have taken lives. Cannot change the deaths of my friends, cannot change Akemi's fate, nor can I alter this cursed lineage. Vodka was about to speak further, but was silenced by a glance from Jin. The girl remained oblivious to their exchange, merely continuing her dismal soliloquy. I truly do not want to go back. Jin cast a blank look at her, his tone calm. If you insist. I cannot guarantee the safety of your two friends still in high school. At his words, the girl, who had kept her head bowed, felt her pupils constrict sharply. She abruptly lifted her gaze to Jin. You must not harm them. Jin had anticipated this reaction from her, his expression remaining indifferent as he replied, as long as you obediently comply, they shall remain unharmed. After a prolonged silence. Very well. The girl acquiesced, falling silent thereafter, like a motionless puppet, compliant yet devoid of vitality. On the third day after Sangu returned to the organization, Mayano Shiho, who had been imprisoned for opposing the organization over her sister's matter, mysteriously vanished. It was on this very day that Jin sought out the girl, who had been secluding herself in her room. The pharmaceutical research must not cease. The boss insists that you take over. Upon hearing this, a flicker of life ignited in the girl's previously dull eyes. She raised her gaze to Jin, seemingly recalling something. Her voice trembling, so, this is why you targeted Akemi? She had been ousted from the laboratory, yet due to her significance, you could not harm her. So you manipulated Akemi into making a mistake. If she had not disappeared, would she have been your next victim? Jin's expression remained impassive. Yet he did not deny her insinuation, instead responding with a calm demeanor. Do you not despise killing? I merely recognized your talent in pharmaceutical research and sought to assist you. The girl appeared to struggle with this revelation, so it is all because of me. Last time, We only went to that place to celebrate my return, and then Kudo encountered you, leading to his demise. Now, even Akemi is in this predicament because of me." As she spoke, her words trailed off, her eyes filled with guilt threatening to consume her. It dawned on her, I am the true murderer. Observing her distress, Jin's gaze flickered with a hint of emotion. He seemed poised to speak, moving his lips, yet ultimately refrained. This time, however, the girl swiftly regained her composure, raising her gaze once more, her expression now serene. Her once vibrant green eyes were now devoid of life, her pallor evident as she stated, "Rest assured, I will fulfill my responsibilities in the laboratory." In the following days, the girl indeed adhered to her promise. She remained diligently in the research facility, conducting experiments without venturing outside. Until a week later, she was discovered unconscious in the laboratory. After a week of not consuming a single grain, Sangu was transported to the base's medical center. Upon regaining consciousness, her gaze fell upon a golden-haired woman. The girl could no longer contain her emotions and leapt into the woman's embrace. "Vermouth, you have finally returned." A flicker of guilt crossed Vermouth's eyes as she comforted the girl. "Honey, I am sorry for returning late." She had been detained in the U.S. by the FBI and was unable to check on the girl's circumstances in Japan until her return yesterday, when she learned of the girl's recent tribulations. A twinge of pain flickered in Vermouth's eyes. "Honey, first, you should eat something." Recalling Jin's actions, her expression darkened. While she bore no grievance regarding Akemi's death, Jin's error lay in allowing the girl to know, and even more so, in acting before her. Furthermore, that girl's friend, the son of Yukiko. Jin should not have targeted him. After finally calming the girl, Vermouth coaxed her to sleep before stepping out to confront Jin. "From now on, I shall take responsibility for her matters." Jin squinted his eyes, seemingly displeased by the remark. Just as he was about to voice his refusal, he heard Vermouth continue. "Unless you wish to drive her to become the next Shirley, willing to escape this place at any cost." After uttering these words, Vermouth did not wait for Jin's reaction and turned away to leave. At this moment, Sanguxi, who should have been asleep, curled her lips in a faint smile. It appeared that everything was unfolding according to her plan. Vermouth's return seemed to have restored a flicker of vitality in the girl. Moreover, due to Shirley's disappearance, the boss now placed great importance on Sanguxi, as she was seen as the potential successor to the experiment. Sanguxi indeed proved to be formidable shortly after taking over. They caught up with the progress of Mayano Shiho, and new discoveries soon followed. In Chapter 36, Hybrid AI, Conan, at this juncture, has become aware of the true identity of the new transfer student. At Dr. Agasa's residence, Hybrid AI calmly elucidates why she is cognizant of Conan's true identity. To ascertain the fate of the missing Shinichi Kudo, the organization had dispatched agents to investigate your home on 2 occasions. As a pharmaceutical researcher, I participated in the first investigation, yet we found nothing. However, during the second visit, I discovered that your childhood clothes were missing from your wardrobe. A TX had previously conducted experiments on laboratory mice, which unexpectedly resulted in a reduction in size. As her developer, I was aware of this. Thus, it is no surprise that I would hypothesize about your physical diminishment. The revelation of her true identity, known to an organization member, darkened Conan's countenance. Observing his troubled expression, Hybrid AI added, "If the organization continues to employ that drug for murder, there is no guarantee that further unexpected phenomena will not arise. Should they discover this side effect, they will undoubtedly trace it back to my childhood records. However, rest assured, I have already altered your records to reflect a status of confirmed death. Yet, if they learn that these records were modified by me, a traitor, they may very well initiate another investigation." Conan regarded this woman from the Black organization with skepticism. "You claim you betrayed the organization?" Perhaps recalling the incident with Mayano Akemi. Hybrid AI lowered her gaze, her expression somber. "Indeed, the organization was dissatisfied with my research on a TX. However, the primary reason lies with my sister. She was murdered by the organization." Her tone grew heavy as she continued. "I pressed the organization for answers, but no one responded regardless of my inquiries. To protest, I ceased my drug research, leading them to confine me to a room within the laboratory. While imprisoned, I contemplated that rather than face certain death at the hands of the organization, I might as well perish by my own drug. In that state of despair, I consumed the ATX I had concealed on my person. To my astonishment, I experienced a similar fate as yours, shrinking in size and freeing myself from my handcuffs, thus escaping through a refuse passage. Yet upon my escape, I realized I had nowhere to turn and ultimately sought refuge with you. That day, I collapsed at your doorstep. And it was the doctor who brought me in." With a bittersweet smile, Hybrid AI added, I thought you would empathize with my plight. Having endured similar tribulations while being pursued by the organization contrary to her expectations, the ever-justice-driven boy failed to comprehend her words. Clenching his fists, his voice laced with anger, he retorted, How can you expect me to understand? Do you have any idea how many lives your poison has claimed? Hybrid stared at Conan, momentarily taken aback by his fierce reaction. She looked down, her voice barely audible. I acted out of necessity, Dr. Agasa. Observing Conan's agitation, interjected soothingly, Shinichi, remain calm. AI is no longer part of that organization, and as the developer of the drug, creating an antidote should be somewhat easier, correct? To this, Hybrid AI shook her head. The data on the drug is extensive, and I do not recall all of it. To concoct an antidote, I must acquire more information. Conan fixed his gaze upon her, urgency in his tone, then tell me quickly, where is that research facility? It's too late with that. Hybrid AI retrieved a newspaper from the table and handed it to Conan. The headline reported a fire at a pharmaceutical company. At that moment, Hybrid AI suddenly recalled having mistakenly sent Mayano Akemi a tape containing drug research data years prior. However, following Akemi's demise, her former apartment had been vacated by the organization. Clinging to a sliver of hope, they reached out to Akemi's professor, Hirota Masaki. As anticipated, Professor Hirota confirmed the existence of a peculiar tape. Conan implored Dr. Agasa to drive them through the night to retrieve the data. Throughout the journey, Conan remained skeptical of Hybrid AI. Sitting in the passenger seat, he quietly urged Dr. Agasa, Doctor, how can you trust her so readily? Although her previous statements were seemingly flawless, she has divulged nothing about the organization. The confined space of the vehicle rendered his whispers audible to Hybrid in the back seat. You need not doubt me. My silence stems from my prolonged confinement in the laboratory, limiting my knowledge of the organization's affairs. However, I can assure you that while I, the creator of a TX, have defected from the organization, my research on a TX will not cease. Why is that? Conan inquired. Furrowing his brow, Hybrid AI gazed out the window, her voice ethereal, because they have already found someone who can seamlessly replace me to continue the research. Hence my abrupt abandonment. Reflecting on Sanguxi being taken away by Jin, Conan was determined not to overlook even the slightest clue regarding the organization. He pressed her. Who is that person? Hybrid AI recalled a girl with whom she had worked for half a year, but suddenly found her memory of the girl's face blurred, leaving only the codename, Samlo. Upon hearing the codename, Conan momentarily froze. Among the myriad of alcoholic codenames, this one seemed remarkably distinctive. Perhaps sensing his bewilderment, Hybrid shrugged. In truth, I have not heard of such a liquor. Conan's brow knitted tightly, as if speaking to himself, he explained. This is one of the oldest types of sake from the Hana family. What puzzles me is why that person would choose such a code name. Sangluo, suddenly struck by a thought, Conan halted. Could it be? He recalled that Sanguxi had studied psychology rather than biopharmaceuticals. Hey, do you know the true name of Sangluo? I do not know. Her presence was so faint that I scarcely remember her appearance. All I know is she seemed to have transitioned from the action team. Recalling Sanguxi's striking white hair, Conan felt a twinge of confusion. A faint presence? The action team? Could it not be Sanguxi? Have you heard of the name Sanguxi? To Conan's surprise, upon hearing that name, Hybrid AI's reaction was more pronounced than before. She abruptly lifted her gaze, fixating on Conan, and furrowed her brow, asking, How do you know her? Observing Hybrid AI's evident familiarity with the matter, Conan reacted even more intensely, anxiously urging, You must tell me about her. Hybrid AI sighed and candidly confessed, I do not know much about her. All I am aware of is that she is. At this juncture, she appeared somewhat hesitant, which only heightened Conan's anxiety. What is it? Please, speak quickly. Recalling those experiments, Hybrid AI cast her eyes downward, obscuring her expression. With Conan's insistence, she continued, She is a child created by my parents in the laboratory. A year older than I am, but I have never met her. However, my sister seemed to have a good relationship with her and would occasionally mention her. Upon hearing this, Conan was taken aback, his pupils dilating in shock. Created in a laboratory? What do you mean by that? Hybrid AI, nervously fiddling with her fingers, slowly explained, it refers to human experimentation. Since her inception, she has been subjected to various experiments. When she was 3, my parents, unwilling to continue conducting these inhumane experiments for the organization, set fire to the research facility and committed suicide. At that time, the organization believed she perished in the blaze, but later, my sister encountered her again within the organization, perhaps overwhelmed by the revelation of Sanguxi's origins. Conan remained silent for a considerable time. Finally, he lowered his gaze, his voice hoarse as he inquired, "What is your sister's name? When did she meet her in the organization?" "My sister's name is Mayano Akemi. 5 years ago, she encountered her for the first time within the organization," Hybra AI replied, her mood seemingly dampened by the recollection of her sister. Meanwhile, Conan seemed lost in his thoughts, refraining from further questioning. The atmosphere in the vehicle grew heavy. Conan recalled the incident at the warehouse and Sanguxi's words, "I will never return to that filthy place." It dawned on him that Sanguxi bore such a history, and that the person she had saved that day was none other than Hybra AI's sister. However, considering Sanguxi's previous request in her letter, Conan refrained from disclosing to Hybra that her sister was still alive. He pondered that perhaps Sanguxi had foreseen Hybra's potential betrayal, which is why she emphasized that no one should be told. After all, Hybra AI was still being hunted by the organization. If she learned that her sister was alive, it might lead to the discovery of some clue, putting Sanguxi's life in jeopardy within the organization. Conan suddenly recalled Hattori Heiji's assessment of Sanguxi, and at that moment, he finally understood. It seemed Sanguxi had anticipated everything that was unfolding today. With a silent sigh, Conan collected his thoughts. Regardless of whether Sang Liaojie was indeed Sanguxi, since she had promised to return safely, he decided to trust her for now. The priority was to acquire the information held by Professor Hirota. However, when the group arrived at Professor Hirota's residence, they found that he had already been murdered. Although Conan, utilizing Dr. Agassi's identity, managed to resolve the case, the tape was confiscated by the police as evidence from the crime scene. Thankfully, Conan, being quite cunning, secretly replaced the tape before the police noticed. Yet, as Hybra AI witnessed the entire process of Conan solving the case, her eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. "Why? If you are so capable, why couldn't you save my sister sooner?" Perhaps Hybra AI recognized that her thoughts were unjust, but the deceased was her only family, her sister with whom she had grown up. Faced with Hybra's poignant question, Conan lowered his head in silence, unable to utter a word. On the journey back with the tape in hand, Hybra AI remained in a somber mood. Dr. Agassa observed her, hesitating to speak but ultimately saying nothing. For several days thereafter, it seemed a cold war had ensued between Conan and Hybra AI. It was not until several days later that Hybra managed to regain her composure. Looking at the young detective, she suddenly remembered a question she had previously overlooked. "By the way, you still haven't told me how you came to know the name Sanguxi." Upon hearing this, Conan did not shy away from the truth, carefully selecting his words. "Well, Sanguxi is someone I have known since childhood. I believe during her early years in the organization, she was 12 when I first met her. But then her house caught fire, and she went missing. The other day, I merely recalled her name when I heard Sang Liaojie's name, and it reminded me of Sanguxi." Hybra AI raised an eyebrow, aware that he had likely withheld part of the story, yet she chose not to press further. Chapter 37. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada? Following Shiho's defection, the organization relocated their new base as a precaution. Sakura Kishi spends most of her time in the laboratory. Even when she occasionally steps out, she remains closely tethered to Vermouth, like a little shadow. Vermouth indulges the girl, discerning that the girl clings to her for a particular reason, to evade Jin. Ever since the incident with Akemi Mayano, the relationship between the girl and Jin has entered a frozen state. She has not encountered Jin since, much to Vermouth's satisfaction. As for the girl taking over the Mayano family's experiments, Vermouth has accepted this as well. At the very least, it grants the girl a means of self-preservation within the organization. Considering her aversion to taking lives, research suits her far better. Moreover, the boss places considerable importance on this experimentation. What touches her most is that after assuming control of the experiment, the girl proactively proposed to the organization to cease using Vermouth's and Jin's bodies for testing. The boss, recognizing the girl's ties to them, consented in order to better harness her talents in pharmacological research. However, when it comes to the ATX study, Shio Mayano previously concealed the incidental discovery of body shrinkage in mice from the organization. Upon taking over the experiment, Sakura Kishi also failed to report this. In truth, ATX was not originally designed as a poison. Its toxic properties were merely a serendipitous outcome. Under Sakura Kishi's stewardship, the effects of this drug have been realigned. What once accelerated cellular death has now transformed into a catalyst for cellular division. In simpler terms, the effects of this drug have undergone a qualitative change, shifting from visibly rapid demise to a remarkable capacity for bodily repair observable to the naked eye. Sanguxi has successfully conducted experiments on mice, demonstrating that upon administering this medication, Severely injured mice experience rapid healing, while aged mice show a remarkable increase in lifespan. However, the extension of life varies in duration, and the results are not consistently reliable. Furthermore, the concern that Huiyuan has regarding the potential shrinkage of her body being discovered by the organization has been effectively addressed by Sanguxi. The original ATX has been entirely discontinued and will no longer resurface. Nevertheless, upon learning of the significant progress in the drug research under Sanguxi supervision, the boss has completely abandoned the notion of capturing Shirley alive, just as he commanded Jin and Vermouth to locate Shirley, regardless of her fate. Sanguxi abruptly reported a matter. Sir, Shiho Mayano's disappearance has also taken away a portion of vital information, particularly regarding the drugs. The absence of this data will undoubtedly complicate our efforts to enhance the drug's efficacy. Therefore, she cannot perish. Despite the girl's voice exuding determination and her expression being well masked, there remained an underlying tension. Sanguxi shares a close relationship with Akemi Mayano. And due to the discord arising from Akemi's demise linked to Jin, it seems the boss is oblivious to the matter. Furthermore, advancements in pharmaceuticals render the previous data of diminished significance. Thus, the girl's intentions in voicing her thoughts at this juncture are rather transparent, akin to Sima Zhao's heart being known to all. Clearly, the girl seeks to protect Akemi's sister, Sherry, although the research requires her expertise. Karasuma Rinya remains somewhat displeased with the girl's subtle maneuverings. The voice of Karasuma Rinya, processed through the computer, emanated from the screen. Laced with a hint of probing, it is said that Jin's unilateral actions led to Akemi's death. In this light, it is not unfounded to assert that Sherry's defection was directly instigated by him. Now, with your assertion that Sherry absconded with critical data, Jin's culpability appears even more grave. At this juncture, Karasuma Rinya paused, observing the girl's body tense and her fists clenched through the surveillance screen. Assuming he had found the girl's Achilles heel, Karasuma Rinya smirked. Continuing with a nonchalant tone, Sang Luo, you are aware of the organization's regulations. Should Jin face repercussions for his mistakes, he is likely to suffer greatly. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anxiety and helplessness crossed the girl's face, and she exclaimed hastily, No, sir. This cannot all be attributed to Jin. He acted for my sake. I can bear the punishment on his behalf. But her plea was met with rejection. That cannot be permissible. Taking on another's punishment entails double the penalty. And as the organization's most vital research personnel, such a fate could very well be fatal for you. Observing the girl's pale visage, a glint of malice flashed in Karasuma Rinya's eyes as he spoke lightly. Sang Luo, actually, if one desires to absolve Jin of his punishment, it is not an impossibility. Provided you. What do you require of me? The girl interrupted his unfinished thought with urgency, satisfied with her anxious demeanor. Karasuma Rinya noted that Jin evidently holds significant importance in her heart, a realization that brought him considerable delight. He was well aware of Jin's loyalty, and the more the girl cared for him, the more easily she could be manipulated. With a smirk, Karasuma Rinya resumed his earlier statement. Did you not mention that the absence of Sherry's data has brought the pharmaceutical research to a standstill? This conveniently frees up your time. Should you be willing to redeem Jin, his punishment can be waived. The girl momentarily froze, a sense of foreboding washing over her. What must I do, sir? Indeed. The very next moment, he declared, I require you to locate Sherry, retrieve the data, and personally eliminate this traitor. With the last words spoken in a tone laced with malice, he made it clear that he would not easily overlook a traitor's derision. In truth, this task was not solely meant for Sanguxi. However, since she chose to shield the traitor, he intended to compel Sang Luo to take Sherry's life herself. Upon hearing this, the girl's pupils dilated, leaving her frozen in place. No. Before Sanguxi could finish her words, Wuan Lianyi interrupted her coldly. Sang Luo, I am not negotiating with you. Besides Jin, there is also Vermouth. She has been in America for so long without eliminating Akai Shuichi. Failing to complete the task comes with consequences. If it were merely Jin, the girl might have shown some resistance and struggle. But with Vermouth added to the equation, it struck directly at her vulnerable spot. No, I agree. Upon uttering these words, the girl instantly felt her limbs weaken. Collapsing to the ground, her green eyes filled with anguish and turmoil. Wuan Lianyi achieved her goal and ended the call with satisfaction. Once the phone was disconnected, Sanguxi immediately retracted her performance, mentally giving Wuan Lianyi the middle finger. You fool. That's exactly what I wanted. Play your games of deceit, and you won't escape unscathed. The ultimate purpose of Sanguxi has been to seize control of the mission to eliminate Shelley. The conversation between Sanguxi and the boss was not intended for public knowledge, and initially, no one was aware of it. However, Belmode had somehow heard about it. Moreover, it was not just her. Jin had also been informed. The reason for this was that both of them had approached Karasuma to inquire about the task assigned by the boss to Sanguxi. Of course, their motive for the inquiry was their desire to personally eliminate the members of the Mayano family. Subsequently, Karasuma presented them with a recording of the phone call and cautioned them that Sanguxi must be the one to personally kill Sherry. The fact that the two would learn the truth of the mission was, naturally, anticipated by Sanguxi. She had never intended her schemes to serve a singular purpose. At the very least, she aimed to achieve two objectives with one stroke, lest her performance be deemed unworthy. Upon accepting the task, Sanguxi was relieved from her duties at the research facility for the time being. She made her way home directly, returning to her dormitory. After ensuring that there were no surveillance devices in her room, the first thing Sanguxi did was make an international phone call. This number had been provided to her by Akai Shuichi during her time in the United States. Sanguxi had etched the moment in her memory. Yet this was her first time dialing that number after such a long interval. Akai Shuichi had originally stated, "I will not report on your matter to FB for the time being. If you have made a clear decision and wish to collaborate with me, feel free to contact me at any time." At that moment, Sanguxi was determined to uphold her persona. She promptly declined Akai Shuichi, her expression radiating unwavering resolve. Sanguxi firmly believes that when it comes to being slapped in the face, as long as she remains indifferent, such a blow shall not land upon her visage. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. The phone rang for but a few seconds before the other party answered. As Sanguxi swiftly entered the fray, the girl's voice wavered with a hint of hesitation and anxiety. "Hello, it's me." The recipient of her call seemed to instantly recognize her voice, chuckling softly. "I never expected that after all this time, you would actually call me." The girl spoke, her tone laced with tension. "No, Mr. Akai, I would like to ask you for a favor." Akai Shuichi raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Oh, pray tell." "I wish to ask you to protect someone." The girl's dulcet voice resonated through the receiver, allowing Akai to vividly envision her expression as she spoke. He inquired further, "Who is this person?" "Just an ordinary little girl. The organization will pursue her." Upon hearing the girl's contradictory and evasive words, Akai Shuichi could not help but chuckle softly to himself. After all this time, she still had not mastered the art of deception. However, he refrained from pressing her for more details, well aware that she would likely remain tight-lipped. Thus, he resolved to uncover the truth himself. Yet, he was not the type to give without seeking something in return. A cryptic smile flickered in his emerald gaze as he smirked and said, "I can assist you with this favor, but what will you offer in exchange?" Upon hearing this, the girl bit her lip, seemingly summoning immense resolve as she stated, "The information you mentioned last time, regarding the organization, I can provide it to you." She quickly added, "But I can only divulge what I wish to share. You cannot pressure me. I assure you that the information I provide will be truthful." Akai Shuichi was unperturbed by the girl's stipulations. They were entirely within his expectations. He swiftly acquiesced. "Deal. Send me the basic information about the little girl you mentioned, and I will make my way to Japan post-haste." "Okay," the girl replied obediently. After hanging up the phone, Sanguxi exhaled a sigh of relief. Her actions were also a precaution against the boss or Jin sending others to harm Xiao Ai. Moreover, she harbored another motive, to forge an alliance with Akai Shuichi under the guise of necessity. Yet, it was rather ironic that a killer like her was enlisting the help of an FBI agent to protect a target she intended to eliminate. How amusing indeed. Chapter 38. The time for dramatic revelations has arrived. Sanguxi was unprepared for the unfolding events. Before Shinichi Akai could return to Japan, AI Hybra's initial dramatic encounter had already commenced. Indeed, it was the infamous Pisca incident. The saga began when Conan spotted Jin's vehicle on his way home from school. While he and AI were covertly placing a listening device in the car, AI inadvertently lost a strand of her hair. Ultimately, Jin was able to identify that Sherry had been present, solely based on that single hair. Through the listening device, Conan overheard Jin's phone conversation, wherein an organization instructed an individual named Pisca to carry out an assassination at a memorial event held at the Cupido Hotel. The duo endeavored to thwart Pisca's nefarious plot, but AI's identity was soon compromised, leading to an injury inflicted upon her by the arriving Jin. Fortunately, in the end, AI's peril was ultimately averted. This was the original narrative, and the reason Sanguxi was aware of the impending events was due to, well, at this very moment, She found herself at the memorial event alongside Vermouth at the Cupido Hotel. Recently, Sanguxi had been spending time with Vermouth, who was attending the memorial of a film star under the alias of Chris Vineyard. With nothing pressing on her agenda, Sanguxi decided to accompany her. Little did she anticipate that this would lead her directly into the unfolding storyline. The timeline of this peculiar world of Conan is utterly nonsensical. In the original work, numerous cases transpired between Sherry's defection and the Pisco incident. How could it have advanced to this point so swiftly? Was this not akin to a flood overwhelming the Dragon King's temple? She was not in disguise at present. If Conan arrived, their paths would inevitably cross. Although Sanguxi had considered the likelihood of their meeting eventually, she never fathomed it would occur so soon. Was there still time for her to disguise herself in the restroom? Alas, it seemed there was no time left. Sanguxi, by harnessing her mental prowess, has already spotted Conan amidst the attendees arriving for the memorial service. Why hesitate any longer? If Vermouth were to discover at this moment that Conan is, in fact, Shinichi Kudo, something she has been aware of for quite some time, wouldn't that utterly dismantle her carefully crafted persona? Sanguxi felt fortunate that she had styled her hair up today and adorned herself with a black top hat. Otherwise, amidst the sea of black at this memorial gathering, her white hair would have stood out too conspicuously. No, she must dye her hair upon returning. This color is far too distinct, far too glaring. Belle mode, I wish to visit the restroom, she stated. Due to Sanguxi's increasingly masterful acting, Belle mode remained oblivious to her unusual demeanor. Considering that Pisco was about to commit murder here, she was intentionally trying to steer the girl away from such a scene. Thus, Belle mode nodded in acknowledgement. Sanguxi then maneuvered like a skilled player, simultaneously using her mental prowess to monitor Conan's movements while feigning normalcy to evade him as she slipped away from the crowd. Once she reached the restroom, a breath of relief escaped her. Who would have thought that she too could experience such a moment of retreat? Fortunately, the restroom of this upscale establishment bore no unpleasant odors, making her stay there relatively bearable. She extended her mental awareness to sense the happenings outside. In the venue, taking advantage of the darkness during the slideshow presentation, Pisco fired his weapon, severing the chandelier and successfully eliminating his target, the corrupt politician Tonko Shoyin. Little did he realize, however, that the very moment he pulled the trigger had been captured by a journalist preparing to photograph Sanguxi, felt that lingering in the restroom for too long was unwise, especially since the police would inevitably arrive to investigate the case. Remaining there indefinitely was hardly a viable option, was it? Thus, she sent a message to Conan, Kudo. Do not be startled upon receiving this text. I am currently at the memorial service. When you see me, you must pretend not to know me and refrain from approaching. It is imperative. Otherwise, we both shall be in peril. By the way, bygone. A cold combined with bygone can temporarily restore one's original appearance. Sanguxi not only provided subtle hints regarding the previously butterfly-like plot, but also intentionally exaggerated the severity of the situation. She believed that this would deter the boy from acting recklessly. As for the subsequent developments, Sanguxi offered no further guidance, for only the most authentic reactions could deceive everyone. After receiving a response from Conan, Sanguxi confidently exited the restroom. Shortly thereafter, she encountered Conan again at the event. Both, as representatives of their craft, performed admirably. Conan adeptly portrayed an ordinary child, while Sanguxi never once cast a glance in his direction. They brushed past each other as if they were mere strangers. Yet, as Conan melted into the crowd, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind upon seeing Chris Vineyard beside Sanguxi. However, his immediate concern was the sudden disappearance of Hybera, leaving him little room for contemplation. Sanguxi, too, sensed Conan's anxious demeanor. She was aware that he was searching for AI, and she knew precisely where AI was being held by Pisco. In fact, she had even crossed paths with Pisco, who was pushing the very crate containing AI. Yet, she chose to remain silent. At the very least, she was biding her time for the right opportunity. Sanguxi eagerly awaits whether Chinju will seek out Sherry upon discovering her whereabouts. After all, Sherry's mission is a directive from the boss, specifically entrusted to Sanguxi for execution. Sanguxi was also eager to discover how Chinju would proceed. She had been avoiding him for quite some time, and it was finally time to witness the outcome. Not long after, Sanguxi received a text message from Chinju, the essence of which urged her to promptly ascend to the rooftop of the restaurant upon discovering Sherry. At that moment, Belle mode, who had been by Sanguxi's side, noticed the instant change in the girl's complexion to one of pallor upon reading the message. Curiously, she leaned in for a closer look, and upon discerning the content, her gaze darkened. Observing the girl's struggle and anguish, Belle mode felt a twinge of compassion and softly inquired, My dear, would you like me to assist you? Despite her ashen visage, the girl resolutely shook her head, responding, no, it's unnecessary. If that gentleman were to find out, he would be displeased. This is my responsibility, and I do not wish to implicate you. Seeing the unwavering determination in the girl's eyes, Belmode let out a resigned sigh and embraced her gently, saying, my dear, I shall await you in the parking lot. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Sanguxi forced a smile and nodded, saying, yes, I will head up first. As Sanguxi arrived at the rooftop, she beheld that both Jinjiu and Vodka had already made their presence known. Fluffy snowflakes danced through the air, while the biting wind lashed out mercilessly, causing the slender girl to shiver involuntarily. Just as Vodka was about to shed his coat for her, Jinjiu took the initiative. His black overcoat fell heavily upon Sanguxi, enveloping her in its fabric. In her moment of surprise, she heard Jinjiu's voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, remark, if you fear the cold, you ought to dress warmly before venturing out. Sanguxi, currently engaged in a silent standoff with Jinjiu, was reluctant to accept his garment. Having spent the day with a cigarette perched between his lips, his coat exuded a distinct scent of tobacco. While the aroma itself was not unpleasant, when one harbors disdain for another, every little detail becomes a point of contention. This was precisely the phase in which Sanguxi and Jinjiu found themselves. Therefore, despite her body trembling from the chill and her heart feeling an unwillingness to part with the coat, she ultimately cast it back to Jinjiu, resolutely declaring, I don't want your coat. It reeks of smoke. Jinjiu observed the girl's flushed cheeks and her expression of disdain, and his countenance darkened instantly. With a cold sneer, he retorted, then freeze. With that, he truly reclaimed his coat. Sanguxi watched his actions with a heart bleeding in silence, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep without tears. Why couldn't Jin be more forceful, like a domineering father, and insist she wear proper clothing? She was truly freezing. Fortunately, at that moment, a commotion arose from a nearby chimney. The girl's face paled instantly as she beheld a figure emerging from it. Jin offered his handgun to her, and upon observing the turmoil in her eyes, he recalled the initial motivation behind the girl accepting this task, to avoid punishment. He struggled to articulate the emotion he felt when he first watched the video, but one thing was clear, he now harbored a twinge of regret for having killed Akemi Mayano. As the girl trembled and reached for the gun, Jin suddenly spoke. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, I can assist you. After all, the boss will never know whose hand pulled the trigger. As long as Sherry is dead, you will have fulfilled your obligation. After uttering these words, even Jin was momentarily stunned. Though he had no intention of sparing Sherry for the girl's sake, and the identity of the shooter was a trivial matter, it marked the first time he contemplated defying the boss's orders. Perhaps it was the howling wind on the rooftop or the girl's deep immersion in her own thoughts. But she seemed oblivious to Jin's statement. Meanwhile, on the other side of the rooftop, having followed Conan's advice and consumed the potent liquor from the wine cellar, Shiho Mayano had just emerged from the chimney. Turning around, she was met with a sight that made her pupils constrict in horror. Not far behind her stood Jin and Vodka, looming behind the white-haired girl. She was holding a gun, its barrel directed straight at her, and Shiho could see the girl's eyes filled with struggle and pain. Sang Luo, fire. Jin's icy command made the girl's hand tremble, plunging Shiho into despair. Closing her eyes in resignation, she thought that perhaps ending it all would be for the best, freeing her from the constant dread of each passing day. Boom. A sudden gunshot echoed through the night sky, the bullet tearing through Sherry's shoulder and creating a bloody wound. At that moment, Conan, who had been in constant contact with Shiho via the phone, finally arrived on the rooftop. Hidden in the shadows, his eyes widened in shock upon witnessing the shooter. Sangu, how could this be? However, upon seeing the presence of Jin and Vodka behind Sangu Creek, it instantly dawned on him. Jin must have coerced Sangu into firing. Sang Luo, when did your marksmanship become so lamentably poor? Aim for her head and shoot. Upon hearing Jin's command, Conan, concealed in the shadows, felt a jolt of realization. He began to brainstorm. What should he do now? How could he save Hybera while ensuring that neither he nor Sangu would be suspected? Sangu Creek, her mental prowess already enveloping the entire rooftop, was well aware of Conan's arrival. Yet, even in the absence of that particular elementary student, she was capable of managing the situation on her own. Just as she prepared to misfire a second shot, the tranquilizer dart that was originally aimed at Jin finally arrived, albeit belatedly. This time, however, Conan had targeted Sangu Creek. In truth, she possessed the agility to evade it, but after a moment's consideration, she acquiesced to Conan's good intentions. The girl was struck by the tranquilizer and collapsed, prompting Jin to realize that another presence lurked in the shadows. With one hand supporting the girl and the other grasping her firearm, he prepared to eliminate Shiho. However, Mayano Shiho had already received Conan's warning and was retreating through the chimney, dragging her wounded shoulder. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure, having discharged the tranquilizer, swiftly withdrew. Hearing the sound of police sirens, Jin frowned and ultimately retreated from the rooftop with the girl in his arms. Naturally, even in retreat, he did not forget to instruct Vodka to deal with the troublesome Piska, who had been caught on camera committing murder. Upon descending to the underground parking lot, Vermouth immediately noticed the girl in Jin's embrace. Her heart tightened. "Jin, have you injured her again?" It was merely a tranquilizer dart from Shiho's accomplice. Hearing this, Vermouth exhaled in relief and continued, "Are you implying that Shiho is still alive? How will we explain this to the boss?" Chapter 39. Irreplaceable. Upon hearing Vermouth's words, Jin narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp as he regarded her. "What do you mean by that?" Vermouth remained unfazed by his intensity and replied, "If that gentleman learns of this, she will undoubtedly face consequences." After a few seconds of silence, Jin contemplated his earlier hesitance on the rooftop. His eyes darkening, the boss still required her research on pharmaceuticals. He would not act against her. Vermouth's expression darkened instantly as she took the girl from Jin's grasp and turned away. Before driving off, she left him with a single remark. "I never imagined that after all this time, you would remain as cold as ever." After Vermouth departed, Jin stood for a moment, casting a deep glance at her car's retreating figure before he too turned away. On the drive back to the base, Vodka could no longer contain himself. "Brother, if we simply adjust our narrative slightly, Miss Creek need not face punishment." After uttering this, he observed Jin's expression, noting his lack of anger, and continued, "If we tell the boss that Shiho enlisted formidable help, and that individual incapacitated Miss Creek, leading to the mission's failure, avoiding mention of her intentional miss, she would be unharmed. Moreover, Miss Creek undertook this task for you. A person who once feared even firing a weapon is now faced with the necessity of aiming at someone she cares about for her brother. Brother, if you truly compel Miss Creek to kill Shiho today, she may never escape that shadow for the rest of her life, and your relationship will never mend." Indeed, Vodka's analytical prowess proved unexpectedly adept. At the very least, Jin was influenced by his words. Reflecting on how the girl had been avoiding him of late, he furrowed his brow and fell silent for a considerable time. No one knew the internal struggle he endured. They only observed that as they neared the base, he suddenly spoke. "Let us proceed as you suggest." Vodka, who had not heard Jin speak throughout the journey, was momentarily taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Once he comprehended, he was filled with elation. At that moment, had Sangu Creek been present, she would have discerned that Vodka's thoughts were likely. "Little Creek, fret not. Your Uncle Vodka will protect you." Ah, how quintessentially Vodka. After waking up, Sanguxi found herself in Vermouth's car, perhaps comforted by the presence of someone she trusted. The girl soon began to reflect on the failure of her mission, spiraling into self-reproach. "Vermouth, am I truly useless?" Upon hearing this, Vermouth could not help but furrow her brow. She parked the car by the roadside, gazing at the girl curled up in the passenger seat, and spoke gently, "Honey, how can you think like that? You are incredibly capable." The girl, huddled in her seat with her arms wrapped around herself, lowered her head, her tone heavy with guilt as she murmured, "But I still can't do anything right." As she spoke, tears began to fall from her eyes, accompanied by a choked voice. "In fact, my existence might burden so many others. So many have already died because of me. I am the true killer." Enveloped in a cloud of negativity, the girl continued to lament, from the person in the dungeon to Scotland, Kudo, Sister Akemi, and now Sherry. "Perhaps next time, I will endanger you too. Tell me, would it be better if I just disappeared from this world so you wouldn't have to bear my burden?" Upon hearing this, Vermouth's pupils constricted sharply. Seeing the girl on the verge of being overwhelmed by her negative emotions, she spoke without a second thought. "Honey, you have never been a burden to me." The girl looked up, startled, into Vermouth's azure eyes, which were now filled with determination and warmth. Vermouth placed her hands on the girl's shoulders, ensuring she faced her directly. Gazing into the girl's clear green eyes, she spoke with earnestness, "Honey, before you came into my life, my world was devoid of sunlight, shrouded in darkness and misfortune. But with your presence, everything changed. Though my world remains dark, you have brought something that shines brightly enough to replace the sun. It may not be the true sun, but it is more than sufficient for me, at least now. Even in darkness, I no longer feel the torment and anguish." Noticing the girl's stunned expression, Vermouth embraced her, continuing, "Sanguxi, Do you know? Sometimes, simply living is enough to save someone else. So promise me, never give up on your life, all right? The girl, unsure of how to respond, merely nodded in a daze. She felt as though a warm force enveloped her, realizing she was not a burden. She was someone who was steadfastly chosen and needed by another. This feeling was truly wonderful. In Vermouth's comforting words, the girl seemed to find solace, her tense spirit relaxing as she drifted into a deep sleep in her embrace. Days passed after returning to the base, and Vermouth had yet to receive any news from the boss regarding a punishment for the girl's mission failure. This made her raise an eyebrow. It appeared that Jin was not entirely unyielding, at least in matters concerning the girl. Even he had learned to conceal his feelings. As for Sanguxi herself, Vermouth suggested she go spend time with her friends. With Sherry currently missing, it would be just as well for the girl to seek out Sherry. The boss would not be privy to such trivial matters. At this moment, Vermouth thought perhaps that angelic girl was the most suitable companion for Sanguxi. Of course, Sanguxi willingly accepted Vermouth's kind offer. After all, who would prefer to stay back in the organization working overtime when they could enjoy some fresh air? When Sanguxi reappeared at the Muri Detective Agency, the most delighted was, of course, Ran. As for a certain elementary school student, it was said he had been taken on an adventure by the 3 young members of the Junior Detective League. He had left upright but returned horizontally. Rumor had it that he had valiantly fought against criminals and, alas, sustained injuries in the process. After receiving a call from Officer Magyar, Ran took the idly available Sanguxi along to the hospital, only to be informed that the blood bank had run out of type A blood suitable for Conan due to a preceding surgery. In an urgent situation, without a second thought, Ran went to donate blood. Sanguxi stood nearby, observing the unfolding drama with a sense of déjà vu. In the original narrative, it seemed that a notable scene followed. What was the title of that episode? Ah, yes. It was the one featuring the dark-clad knight. The school anniversary performance marked the initial reunion of Xiaolan and Shinichi. In the past, Sanguxi would have eagerly anticipated witnessing this iconic moment, perhaps even playfully insisting that Shinichi and Xiaolan share a kiss before delving into the case. However, now TSK, while the main plot remained unchanged, the romantic thread had veered far off course. Nevertheless, Sanguxi expressed her anticipation. At that moment, she resembled a weasel in a melon patch, determined to secure a coveted seat to witness the unfolding drama. Once Conan emerged from the emergency room, having escaped danger, he learned from Kogoro Muri that it was Ran who had donated blood to him, and instantly his anxiety resurfaced. Noticing the absence of Ran, he hastily inquired of Kogoro Muri, "Uncle, where is Sister Ran?" "She went with Xiaoxi to fetch you some food," Kogoro replied nonchalantly. A certain elementary school student seized upon a particular word in the conversation, and his eyes widened in surprise. "Sister Xiaoxi is back," Kogoro Muri, with an air of certainty, continued. "Indeed, I heard she had to return home for some family matters." Upon hearing this, Conan became as restless as an ant on a hot pan, his emotions swirling in complexity. He was both curious whether Ran had discovered his true identity as Shinichi Kudo, and perplexed by the sudden return of Sanguxi. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Ran and Sanguxi returned with the food. Before the elementary school student could voice his thoughts, Ran preemptively interjected, "You're awake, Conan. You have no idea how fortunate you are. Luckily, you share the same blood type as me." Upon hearing this, the diminutive student visibly relaxed. However, he remained oblivious to the flicker of dangerous light that flashed in Ran's eyes as she observed his reluctance to confess, and instead, his ease. As a close observer, Sanguxi can only silently light a candle for Kudo Shinichi in her heart. Kudo Shinichi, in his quest for justice, often acts recklessly. Yet, when it comes to his friends and family, he is profoundly sentimental. Regardless of his formidable skills, he remains merely a 17-year-old youth brimming with a sense of justice and fervor. His choice to conceal his true identity is not driven by any form of machismo, but rather stems from his deep concern for those around him. He wishes to shield them from harm and to minimize the risks they might encounter. Thus, he willingly shoulders the heavy burdens alone, preferring to bear the weight himself rather than implicate his friends. Sanguxi comprehended his choice, however, as a friend. It did not deter her desire to deliver a good thrashing. Ultimately, the longer this rascal kept his secret, the more severe the repercussions would be when he finally confessed his identity, particularly from Xiaolan. As for her response, it would depend on her mood. Should Xiaolan hold back her blows, she would certainly administer a few more. Yet, if her strikes were too forceful, she would cheer him on enthusiastically. With such thoughts in mind, Sanguxi gazed at the young student lying on the hospital bed, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 40. School Anniversary Performance. Conan's injuries were not trivial. However, the world of Conan does not adhere to the principles of science. In any case, just a few days later, Conan was able to be discharged from the hospital and returned to school as usual. It remains uncertain whether his wounds had truly healed. Yet he was as lively as ever. The anniversary celebration of T in high school was fast approaching, and Suzuki Sonoko had pinned a melodramatic script to be performed at the gala. Sanguxi, drawing from past experiences, is apprehensive that this sentimental drama may impact her innocent self, and has earnestly endeavored to diminish her presence before the garden. However, the garden has meticulously noted Sanguxi's previous abrupt departure in her little notebook. Consequently, regardless of the excuses Sanguxi may proffer, she remains resolute in her insistence that Sanguxi must participate in the performance. Sanguxi, fully aware of her shortcomings, found herself compelled to yield. She mused that Xiaolan was undoubtedly predetermined to be the leading lady, while the male protagonist, Yuanziko, had his sights set on the newly appointed doctor. Therefore, accepting a supporting role seemed quite acceptable. She almost forgot that this new doctor was none other than the enigmatic Vermouth, here to investigate a certain matter. In any case, Sanguxi hastily accepted Yuanziko's invitation to perform. It was only when she received the script from Yuanziko that the gravity of her decision struck her. Truly, Sanguxi had never felt so utterly foolish. She had naively assumed that playing a supporting role was of little consequence. Yet, how could she have overlooked the fact that this script was inspired by the original characters of Suzuki Yuanziko and Shinran? Although the narrative had diverged from the original plot, the archetypes in Yuanziko's script still drew from Kudo Shinichi and Xiaolan. Moreover, now an additional character, herself, had been woven into the fabric of the story. Sanguxi gazed at the melodramatic love triangle unfolding before her with immense disdain. That impudent girl, Yuanzi. Why must she engage with someone familiar? Even a certain elementary school student. After perusing the script, couldn't he help but burst into laughter. The prospect of Xiaolan and Sanguxi performing a play with the newly introduced doctor seemed to weigh not at all on this young lad's mind. He harbored no aspirations of magically maturing into the role of the male lead, as depicted in the original tale. Instead, he found a peculiar delight in pondering which knight could possibly tame these two princesses. Of course, even if he wished to partake in the performance, Sanguxi would never consent, for the script was excessively kitsch. The thought of facing Kudo Shinichi left her apprehensive about delivering her lines. In truth, the narrative is not particularly intricate. Considering Yuanzi's thought processes could hardly conjure a complex plot. The protagonists consist of two princesses and a knight. The roles are assigned to Xiaolan, the princess of the Flower Kingdom, and Sanguxi, the princess of the Butterfly Kingdom, with the valiant knight being the newly introduced doctor from the Flower Kingdom. The fact that the knight is portrayed by the newly introduced Dr. Belmode serves as the greatest consolation for Sanguxi. Every day, Sanguxi finds herself unable to resist curling her toes into the ground while rehearsing her lines, convinced that she has unearthed at least a dozen castles in the process. Yet, each time she contemplates abandoning her performance, Suzuki Sonoko glares at her with wide, round eyes, silently accusing her of treachery. Fortunately, Sanguxi has persevered and survived until the day of the school celebration. At this moment, she fervently wishes that the fateful incident from the original story would occur sooner. Ideally before their turn to perform. She has secretly observed from backstage that a considerable audience has gathered today, not to mention Uncle Mori and Conan. A certain elementary school student has come specifically to witness the spectacle. Additionally, the Young Detective League is present, along with Toyama Kazuha and Hattori Heiji from Osaka. And there is Shiho. After their last encounter, she has already discerned that Sanguxi is one of her own. To top it all off, Sanguxi has even spotted the inconspicuous Akai Shuichi in the corner. Indeed, he has returned to Japan, having been invited by her. His arrival coincidentally aligns with the performance. After countless silent prayers, Sanguxi's play commenced as scheduled. It is worth noting that due to the immense wealth of the Suzuki Consortium, the costumes for this performance were exceptionally exquisite. Little Lawn, portraying the Flower Princess, adorned her head with a delicate pink floral crown and wore a soft pink gown. Its opulent hem embellished with vibrant blossoms, radiating beauty and elegance. The Butterfly Princess's attire was equally flamboyant, featuring a sapphire crown and a lavish gown, complemented by a pair of stunning blue wings that gracefully unfurled from her back. Even the makeup was meticulously crafted by professionals. With both Little Lon and Sanguxi already possessing striking looks, the artistry of the stylist elevated their beauty to extraordinary heights. Thus, when the curtain rose on the first act and the Flower Princess made her entrance, the atmosphere was instantly ignited. This scene depicted the Flower Princess and the knight, who had known each other since childhood. As the knight's family held military power, the king and queen had arranged a marriage between them. However, the Flower Princess and the knight were not in love. They yearned to defy their fated paths. Subsequently, in the second act, it was Sanguxi's turn to grace the stage. As she appeared, her exquisite blue butterfly wings drew gasps of admiration from the audience. During the Flower Princess's coming-of-age banquet, the neighboring Butterfly Princess paid a visit, and the knight fell instantly enamored with her, unable to forget her. Yet, the Butterfly Princess chose to befriend the Flower Princess and maintained her distance from the knight upon realizing he was engaged to the Flower Princess. Sanguxi, suppressing her sense of shame, recited the cliché lines before the multitude gathered in the hall, addressing the true performer of the night, Belmode, Bolite. I am aware of your feelings for me, yet you are the betrothed of Osha. Our union is impossible. You should release me sooner rather than later. The audience failed to detect the embarrassment in the girl's eyes, but Belmode perceived it clearly. Moreover, Belmode's acting prowess was undeniable. The knight smiled gently, gazing at the Butterfly Princess with a look of indulgence. More, my heart does not belong to the Flower Princess. I shall resolve our engagement. Wait for me. By the time this scene concluded, Sanguxi felt as if her toes had burrowed into the earth. Yet, the audience was enthralled, oblivious to the plight of those on stage. In the third act, in an effort to dissolve the engagement, the knight proactively approached the King of Flowers to propose a withdrawal and declared his affection for the Butterfly Princess, expressing his intention to wed her. This audacious move incensed the king, not only due to his daughter's rejection but also out of suspicion regarding the knight's family's loyalty to the Kingdom of Flowers. Under the guise of the Butterfly Princess, the king ensnared the knight in a trap of his own making. Upon learning of this, the Flower Princess rushed to convey the warning, asserting that she would not obstruct the knight and the Butterfly Princess's love. However, the Kingdom of Flowers was furious, contemplating a drastic resolution for their wayward daughter. In a critical moment, the Butterfly Princess arrived to rescue her, only for the King of Flowers to launch a treacherous attack. The knight sacrificed himself to protect the Butterfly Princess. In a fit of rage, the Butterfly Princess rallied the nation to compel the King of Flowers to abdicate, passing the throne to her. The grand finale revealed that the Flower Princess and the Butterfly Princess each ascended as queens, remaining lifelong friends, and fostering everlasting peace between their kingdoms. Indeed, one might discern the incongruities throughout this tale. In truth, this was the result of Sanguxi's threats with a knife to Suzuki Yoko, compelling her to amend the script. The original conclusion had the Flower Princess sacrificing herself to save others, with the Butterfly Princess ultimately uniting with the knight. However, Sanguxi could not help but project her feelings onto the characters, even though the knight was being portrayed by Belmode. The mere thought of the knight's archetype being Kudo Shinichi rendered her unable to accept such a melodramatic ending. Most importantly, Xiaolon must not be the one to sacrifice. Thus, the script morphed into its current form. Nevertheless, what puzzled Sanguxi was the absence of the screams that interrupted the kiss between Shinichi and Ran in the original narrative. What happened to the murder case? She had just completed her performance. Where was the plot? What Sanguxi is unaware of is that, despite the script being excessively melodramatic, it possesses an undeniable allure. It turns out that the deceased in the case was so engrossed in the performance that he completely forgot to drink the poisoned coffee that was laced with ice. As Sanguxi and Xiaolon emerged from backstage after changing costumes, they were immediately confronted by Yuan Shan and Yi. Xiaolon, Sangu, your costumes and stage makeup were absolutely stunning, Yuan Shan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. I took so many photos. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she leaned in and whispered, by the way, who wrote your script? It's a tad glitch, don't you think? Just as Yuan Shan finished her playful critique, a soft voice emerged from behind. Are you referring to me? It was Suzuki Sonoko, her features magnified and her gaze piercing. Who are you to call my script glitch? It is a heartfelt creation. Too bad the ending was altered by Sangu, resulting in an incongruous conclusion. Yuan Shan promptly introduced herself. Hello, I am Yuan Shan, a friend of Xiaolon and Sangu whom I met in Osaka. Upon hearing this, Suzuki Sonoko's competitive spirit ignited. With a tone of ownership, she introduced herself. I am Suzuki Sonoko, a childhood friend of Xiaolon and Sangu. Yuan Shan, oblivious to the underlying implications of Sonoko's words, was preoccupied with her last comment. She had heard about the peculiar relationships among Shaolin, Sangu, and that Kudo. Moreover, the script by Suzuki Sonoko was indeed intriguing enough to provoke curiosity. Thus, Yuan Shan redirected the conversation back to her earlier question with keen interest. Could you share what the original ending was? Before Suzuki Sonoko could respond, Sanguxi promptly intervened to silence her. Sanguxi covered the garden's mouth with one hand, her forehead lined with dark shadows. At last, she understood the concept of a couple's resemblance. The distant mountains in Yijian were as gossipy as Heiji Hattori. Yet it mattered not. She would take action. Sanguxi succinctly seized the essence of Yuan Shan and Ye's predicament. Yi, you haven't mentioned how things are going with Habuto. Has he confessed his feelings to you yet? Yuan Shan and Yi immediately turned crimson, stammering as she shook her head. Not yet. Sanguxi raised an eyebrow, contemplating Heiji Hattori. Is he truly incapable? TSK. It was no easy feat for her to finally meet these two, and now this troublemaker had undoubtedly made her mark. Meanwhile, in the audience, Heiji remained blissfully unaware. He was engrossed in gossiping with Yamakeiho, leaning conspiratorially close to a certain elementary student's ear. Kudo, you are indeed fortunate. But have you truly decided which one to choose? In the back row, Hybera AI perked up at this remark. She discreetly glanced at the elementary student, inching closer, clearly wearing an expression of curiosity. This revelation had just emerged from the overtly dramatic script she had gleaned from Suzuki Sonoko. Hybera AI found it utterly perplexing how this detective enthusiast possessed such allure to attract these two stunning women. It could only be said that she had been misled by Sonoko's melodramatic narrative, unaware that the two leading ladies held a rather disdainful view of the esteemed detective. As for the elementary student, he had grown immune to Heiji's stubbornness, akin to a mule. Upon hearing this, he acted as though he hadn't heard a thing, treating it as mere air. Chapter 41. Dropping the disguise? Just as Heiji was about to inquire further, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. Turning around, he found Sanguxi standing right behind him. Sangha Valley Stream observed Hattori Heiji, whose pupils were shaken with disbelief. And a smirk crept onto her lips as she remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Oh, one cannot assume that just because someone has a penchant for local delights, everyone else shares that same affinity, can they?" Upon meeting her teasing gaze, Hattori realized that his secret had indeed been unveiled. However, with Kazuha nearby and surrounded by so many others, admitting his feelings was out of the question. Thus, Hattori stubbornly retorted, "I don't understand. What on earth are you rambling about?" Sanguxi gazed at the obstinate Hattori Heiji, a meaningful smile gracing her lips. "Oh, you don't understand, do you? Heiji," she began, but was abruptly interrupted as Hattori raised his voice. In a sudden movement, he seized Heia's hand and dashed for the exit. "Heia, I just remembered I have unfinished homework. We must return at once." Observing the hasty retreat of Hattori, Sanguxi's expression transformed into one of triumph. At that moment, she felt no urgency to pierce the veil of their pretense, for she realized that this tactic against Hattori was infallible. Suzuki Sonoko finally grasped the situation, exclaiming with enlightenment, "So that little dark-faced boy has feelings for Heia. Oh, yet another pair of childhood sweethearts." Meanwhile, Ran chuckled softly, covering her mouth as she witnessed Hattori's flight. "Sanguxi, why do you always find it so amusing to tease them?" Sanguxi gazed at the crowd, her expression one of innocence. "Xiaolan, don't you think it's quite amusing to tease him?" A nearby elementary student silently gave Sanguxi a thumbs up, thinking, "Well done." Who told Hattori Heiji to always be so gossipy about trivial matters? Akai Shuichi, concealed in the distance, observed the girl surrounded by her friends. At that moment, she exuded a vibrant energy absent during her time in the organization. Reflecting on the recent play he had witnessed, a subtle smile graced Akai Shuichi's lips. This was precisely the kind of youthful activity a girl her age should be engaged in, albeit somewhat kitsch. Nonetheless, he found satisfaction in the play's conclusion. Regarding the notion of the girl developing feelings for someone simultaneously with others, Akai Shuichi instinctively dismissed this unpleasant thought, attributing his feelings to a brotherly affection formed from watching her grow up. He couldn't help but wonder if his role as Sanguxi's brother would be approved by Vermouth and Jin. Meanwhile, a newly arrived doctor approached Sanguxi. Standing beside her, the girl instinctively wrapped her arm around the person next to her. It wasn't until she noticed the astonished gazes of those around her that she suddenly realized this was the new doctor, not Vermouth. Flustered, she hurriedly explained, No, it's not what you think." Unexpectedly, Shimizu Tomomi chimed in, "Xiaoxi, are you worried they might misunderstand?" He then gently wrapped his arm around her waist, smiling affectionately. As the crowd's eyes widened in surprise, with Xiaolan and Yuanzi teasingly glancing at her. Sanguxi felt utterly bewildered. Exhausted, she conceded that it was futile to clarify. She might as well embrace the chaos. After all, who would believe her if she claimed that the person beside her was her biological mother? However, perhaps no one realized that Vermouth's current mindset was that of a protective mother fiercely intent on severing any romantic entanglements for her daughter. This was all due to Sanguxi's stunning performance on stage, coupled with the fact that she had once been the most beloved teacher at Titan High School. Although she had resigned, Vermouth could now sense the fervent gazes directed at the girl from the audience. Thus, her earlier actions made perfect sense. It appeared the effect was indeed pronounced, as Vermouth's portrayal of the new doctor now attracted numerous hostile stares. However, she was indifferent to the disdain of ordinary high school students. In the shadows, Akai Shuichi frowned instinctively upon seeing Shimizu Tomomi beside the girl. This was because during Vermouth's orchestrated incident, wherein she sought to eliminate the real Shimizu doctor to usurp his position, the actual Shimizu had been secretly protected by the FBI. Therefore, Akai Shuichi was aware of this new Shimizu's true identity but remained inactive for various reasons. On that note, it is worth mentioning that during Sanguxi's injury in America, Akai Shuichi had discreetly retained a blood sample from her as a genetic reference. Subsequently, amidst the back and forth with Vermouth, he had also obtained her genetic sample. It was through this comparison that he stumbled upon the shocking revelation: Vermouth and the girl were, in fact, mother and daughter. With this astonishing fact in hand, coupled with the girl's hair color and her occasional dependence on Jin, it was not difficult to deduce her relationship with him. Yet, even with this vague suspicion, Akai Shuichi was taken aback upon confirming this truth. At that moment, he finally understood why the girl had once referred to the organization as her home. Upon arriving in Japan, Akai Shuichi investigated the events surrounding the girl during her time in the organization. From the disappearance of a high school student named Kudu to the emergence of Conan, followed by Mayano Akemi's death, Shiho's defection, and the sudden appearance of a girl resembling Shiho next door to Kudu's family. Furthermore, he discovered that during her time in America, the girl had made significant advancements in biopharmaceuticals, although he was unaware that she had become a key figure in a TX. The current clues were sufficient for Akai Shuichi to piece together a coherent narrative. However, what astonished him most was the realization that the seemingly innocent girl was far from harmless. He could not believe that the girl, who had expressed fear and a reluctance to kill, had meticulously documented all the criminal activities of the organization she participated in that year. She had truly managed to deceive everyone, including him, completely. Yet, contemplating the girl's origins, Akai Shuichi could not help but feel a heaviness in his gaze. No wonder when he had advised her to leave the organization, her eyes had reflected such inner conflict. No wonder she would unhesitatingly shield others, even knowing that Jin and the others were involved in wrongdoing. Indeed, blood ties are the most unbreakable bonds. Even if the girl yearned for a brighter path, it seemed there was no other refuge for her but the organization, as the people she cherished most were therein. However, the fact that she remained steadfast in her principles despite being mired in darkness was truly commendable and captivating. Even in the shadows, she performed acts of light. In truth, even without these revelations, no one could resist the allure of such a radiant smile and those eternally clear green eyes. The darker the environment, the more dazzling the light appears. And those who linger in darkness for too long are increasingly drawn to it, are they not? Just like Jin and Vermouth. Akai Shuichi couldn't help but recall the murderous gaze Jin had cast upon the girl when he first injured her, as well as the way the girl, despite being a member of the organization, still managed to enjoy moments with her friends, a blatant indulgence from Vermouth. Of course, perhaps there was also himself. Fully aware of the girl's complex identity, he still requested his superiors to keep her lineage confidential when he secretly investigated her background. Thus, currently, the only ones in the FBI who knew of her origins were himself and Officer James. As for the secret collaboration between him and the girl, Akai Shuichi had disclosed it to no one. He did this solely to ensure her safety within the organization. However, this sentiment might not be rooted in love, yet he undeniably felt a certain softness toward her. As for Sanguxi, she remained oblivious to Akai Shuichi's internal musings. What piqued her curiosity now was that the school anniversary celebration was nearing its end. What about the murder case? Could it also be swept away like a butterfly? Well, it is not entirely incomprehensible. Most murder cases are perpetrated in a fit of passion, when a killer finally gathers the courage to act. Any disruption can hinder their resolve to commit the act again. However, The absence of a case should not adversely affect the subsequent narrative, should it? It is important to note that Vermouth has arrived with a mission, and she must now be aware of Conan's true identity. If she knows Conan's identity, she would likely deduce that Hybera is indeed Shiho. Furthermore, after Kudo's demise, she even feigned a rift with Jin. Sanguxi, will her innocent bunny persona be compromised? Regardless, the fact that she has been shielding these two individuals is bound to come to light. So, what will her beloved mother do? Suddenly, I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt akin to that of a child caught misbehaving, awaiting parental judgment. Overcome by this unease, after the school celebration, Sanguxi reluctantly allowed herself to be led away by the newly appointed doctor, Belmode, whose appearance was strikingly charming. Sanguxi remained oblivious to the teasing glances cast by Xiao Lan and her companions. It was not until they had walked some distance and only two individuals remained that the girl tentatively spoke. Belmode, if I were to make a mistake or act against the organization's interests, would you blame me? Belmode halted her steps, although she maintained her guise of a newly minted doctor. Her words resonated with the authority of her true identity. She seemed to have discerned the secrets hidden beneath the girl's anxious expression, yet merely smiled and replied, "No, darling. It is not wrong to wish to protect your friends." The girl was taken aback, her pupils constricting as her secret was unveiled. However, upon grasping the underlying implication of Belmode's words, a flicker of joy crossed her face. Does that mean? Before she could finish, Belmode interjected with a serious tone. "Darling, have you considered how you will explain this to the boss? He does not tolerate any imperfections, and I will not allow you to gamble with your life." Observing Belmode's grave demeanor, the girl recognized the validity of her concerns, which were ultimately for her own benefit, yet she still struggled internally. With a quiver in her voice, she asked, "Is there truly no other way?" "Belmode, I do not wish to harm Sister Mingmei's younger sister." Belmode, witnessing the girl's sorrowful countenance, felt a pang of compassion. She softened her voice, saying, "Darling, you promised me to take care of yourself and to avoid reckless actions." The girl met Belmode's concerned gaze, remaining silent for an extended moment. Her green eyes shimmered with conflict and anguish, but ultimately, she averted her gaze, whispering, "I understand." Following their shared journey for a while, they parted ways. After all, Belmode was now a newly minted doctor and could not reside with Sanguxi, so they returned to their respective homes. Watching Belmode depart, Sanguxi finally exhaled in relief. It was indeed her. The facade was unbreakable. At least for now, the innocent persona was no longer merely a mask, but had transformed into a lens through which she viewed the world. Sanguxi, I shall forever be the most adorable little bunny in Sister Bei's eyes. Chapter 42. I will bite you to death. Fiercely formidable. Sanguxi had just parted ways with Belmode and had not walked far when she encountered an imposing figure ahead, a man named Akai Shuichi. Observe closely. He possessed a mane of thick, long hair and wore a black knit cap atop his head. As he advanced towards us, Sanguxi immediately shifted into performance mode. The girl, gazing at the man approaching her directly, appeared to be overwhelmed by his commanding presence, instinctively halting and stepping back, standing there in a daze. When he finally stood before her, a flicker of tension crossed her gaze, prompting her to glance around her surroundings. Upon realizing there were no familiar faces nearby, she seemed to exhale in relief. Looking up at the man, who resembled a towering lamppost, she hesitantly spoke, "Mr. Akai, shouldn't you be with Shiho right now? Is there something you need from me?" Akai Shuichi, eyeing the girl who stood a head shorter than him, raised an eyebrow. "You seem rather anxious upon seeing me." "No," she hurriedly denied, but under the penetrating gaze that seemed to see through her, she faltered, "It's just that your presence exudes an unintentional sense of pressure." Akai Shuichi appeared skeptical, a barely perceptible smile flickering in his eyes as he continued, "Are you this tense around Jin as well?" Isn't his cold demeanor far more intimidating than mine? The girl averted her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. "That's different. Mr. Akai is an FBI agent, while I am merely an organization member." Her voice dwindled, the last words left unuttered, yet their implication was clear. Akai Shuichi couldn't help but recall the girl's covert actions under Jin's watchful eyes, a smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Didn't you claim you've never committed any wrongdoings? What is there to fear? Growing up within the organization, you cannot be as harmless as a little lamb. At the very least, you must be a tiger cub with well-hidden claws." Curiosity piqued. He wondered about the girl's true nature. Suddenly, he posed a question that veered into an unexpected territory. "Miss Sanguxi, do you know who the organization plans to send after Sherry? Jin? Or perhaps Belmode?" Upon hearing the last name, the girl's pupils dilated momentarily, only to be quickly masked. Fearing for Belmont's safety, she hastily clarified, "No, not her. It's me. This task was assigned to me by that gentleman, to personally eliminate Sherry." Akai Shuichi's surprise was palpable as he recalled the girl's trembling hands from when she fired a gun. He furrowed his brow. Yet he did not doubt the veracity of her words, recognizing it as the organization's typical modus operandi. It should not pose a challenge for her. Akin to when she saved Scotland. Akai Shuichi remained impressed by that incident, having investigated the drug that induces a state of apparent death. Indeed, it existed. Seemingly a relic of ancient Chinese medicine. He also had no doubt about the girl's acting skills that allowed her to deceive the organization. Yet, he struggled to comprehend why she would go to such lengths to have him protect Sherry. "This should be easy for you, just like with Scotland," he remarked. The girl froze, taken aback that her covert actions had been uncovered. Akai Shuichi continued, "You seek an FBI agent to safeguard her? She was once a member of the organization, and if she is captured, the girl, perhaps stunned by his previous words, found her mind in disarray. Unable to fathom that this FBI officer would be so untrustworthy, she met his gaze, her tone somewhat flustered. "But I provided you with the information. You promised me." Finding amusement in the girl's predicament, Akai Shuichi smirked. "Miss Sanguxi, there's a saying, all is fair in love and war. You." The girl's eyes widened in astonishment, clearly unprepared for such a response, her disguise momentarily slipping. She glared at the cunning man before her, grinding her teeth in indignation. "You liar. A great deceiver." In the face of her accusation, Akai Shuichi maintained a calm demeanor, his expression almost taunting, as if to say, "What of it if I deceived you?" However, in the next moment, as Akai Shuichi raised an eyebrow in surprise, the girl swiftly concealed her anger. She pulled a photograph from her pocket and presented it to him, her face alight with triumph, suggesting there was more to her revelation. "The person in this photo is Sherry's mother, Elena Mayano. Do you think she resembles someone?" She paused dramatically before allowing a sly smile to creep onto her lips. "For instance, your mother, Elena, Mary, what do you think their relationship is?" Akai Shuichi was indeed taken aback by the photograph, and as the girl spoke, he began to deduce that Sherry's mother might be a blood relative of his own mother. Yet, how could the ever-cunning individual remain ensnared by this young girl? Holding the photograph, he cast a bemused glance at her, his voice laced with mockery. "Miss Sanguxi, it seems even a rabbit can bite when cornered." The once docile rabbit had finally revealed its sharp fangs. The girl's expression faltered for a moment, and upon realizing her disguise had been penetrated, she decided to drop the act. "You better protect her, or I'll have your head." With that, she bared her teeth in a threatening gesture, feigning ferocity. With a haughty toss of her head, she turned away from the obstructing figure and strode off. Watching the girl's defiant departure, Akai Shuichi paused for a moment, then raised an eyebrow, unable to, on the other hand. Although Vermouth was aware of Sherry's true identity, she refrained from taking immediate action. After all, Sherry currently presented herself as a child, and any aggression towards her would inevitably involve her friend, Shinichi Kudo, who had also been transformed into a child. Thus, Vermouth chose to exercise restraint for the time being. Moreover, she felt no urgency. Sherry was right under her nose. However, any course of action would require careful planning. Yet it was not a formidable task. The crux of the matter was that once Sherry was dealt with, the girl would have to return to the organization and continue her research on pharmaceuticals. Vermouth also wished to grant the girl some additional time to bond with her friends. One day, Kagoro Mori received an invitation, beckoning him to the Twilight Manor. Upon hearing about this matter, Sanguxi instantly became invigorated. She was well acquainted with the case. However, she was unaware of who had committed the murder. What lingered in her memory was the exquisite ancient castle crafted entirely from pure gold. Such a sight was unprecedented for her. She simply had to go and take a look. As the trio of Uncle, Xiaolon, and Conan, along with Sanguxi, arrived at the foot of the Twilight Manor, their vehicle was nearly out of fuel. With no other option, Kagoro Mori decided to head to a nearby gas station to refuel. However, during the brief moment he took to visit the restroom, Uncle Mori was unexpectedly swapped out. Sanguxi retained a faint recollection of the unfolding events, suspecting that her mischievous little cousin might be involved. However, she chose not to expose him, as she had matters to discuss with him. She planned to seize an opportunity to converse with him discreetly once they arrived at the Twilight Pavilion. The quartet continued their journey towards the pavilion, while Xiaolan, blissfully unaware, failed to recognize that her father had been impersonated, and Conan remained oblivious to the truth. The sole individual privy to the underlying circumstances feigned ignorance. leaving the genuine Uncle Maori peacefully slumbering at a gas station down the mountain. The journey to the pavilion was largely uneventful, save for a brief encounter with an elderly woman along the way. Upon arriving at the pavilion, Sanguxi was pleasantly surprised to encounter a charming young man. Oh, the White Horse detective. Wasn't he the rival and arch-nemesis of her little brother? Sanguxi cast a discreet glance at Uncle Mori, then feigned ignorance and joined Xiaolan, the Fortunate One, and Conan in their card game. When the case unfolded, Conan had long vanished, leaving only Sanguxi to accompany Xiaolan throughout. Xiaolan prepared dinner, and she dined. Xiaolan brewed tea, and she savored it. In essence, she perfectly embodied the role of a mere backdrop, lost in a state of utter idleness. During the time when Conan and the others rushed off to investigate, Sanguxi even stealthily tugged at Uncle Mori's sleeve. The impersonator stiffened at the unexpected pull, only to hear Sanguxi, with a curious tone reminiscent of an inquisitive elder sister, inquire, "Dear brother, pray tell, what brings you here? Is there a treasure to be found?" After a brief pause, Kaido Kuroba, with an air of resignation, replied, "My beloved sister, how on earth did you deduce it?" Sanguxi would certainly not speak the truth. Thus she earnestly fabricated, perhaps it is a telepathic connection between siblings? However, Kaido Kuroba was not swayed by her nonsense and chose not to dwell on the matter. Instead, he lowered his voice and whispered, "By the way, who is the person you asked me to hide? When are you planning to take them away?" Upon hearing this, Sanguxi maintained her cheerful demeanor, but her words took on a different tone. "Kaido, make sure to keep it hidden. If it gets exposed, I will reward you with a grand seafood feast." At that moment, Kaido's eyes widened in shock. The last seafood feast that Sanguxi arranged for him still haunted him. No, I won't ask anymore. But you must not reveal my identity to that little ghost." Last time, Conan had seen Kaido when he was delivering someone. But he was unaware that Kaido Kuroba was, in fact, Kid the Phantom Thief. "Rest assured," Sanguxi said confidently, patting his shoulder. However, Sanguxi was curious. Didn't the original story depict these two as looking identical? She mused, did they look different due to their hairstyles? While Sanguxi wandered in her thoughts, Ran emerged from the kitchen carrying coffee, inquiring with a hint of confusion, "Sanguxi, what are you discussing with my father?" Brought back to reality by Ran's voice, Sanguxi waved her hand casually, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. Just a casual chat." After that, Sanguxi refrained from initiating conversations with Uncle Mori until the case was resolved and the true visage of the Golden Castle was revealed. Due to a landslide, Officer Magyar arrived by helicopter to evacuate several individuals, including the culprit. Indeed, it was the elderly woman they had encountered earlier on the mountainside. Just as everyone on the helicopter admired the grandeur of the Golden Castle, the elderly woman suddenly leaped out. Following suit, Kagoro Mori jumped after her and caught her midair. Then, with the signature garb of Kid's glider, he set the elderly woman down safely and made his escape. This maneuver successfully evaded the scrutiny of a certain elementary school student who had discovered his identity as Kid and was secretly preparing to act, along with his rival. As Rand gazed at Kid's departing figure, she suddenly realized, exclaiming in shock, "What about my father?" Chapter 43. A familiar encounter. Having resigned from her job and not intending to return, Sanguxi found herself quite bored at home while Rand was at school. Conan was also at school and even Vermouth had gone to work. Thus, Sanguxi whimsically decided to find something to occupy her time. Her newfound purpose was to drive Rand and her friends to school. The impetus behind this decision was the sudden realization that she had reached adulthood. She possessed a driver's license. However, she had no car. Therefore, she purchased a vehicle, a stunning limited edition supercar. She paid for it in full, as she certainly had the means. As for the source of her funds, although her salary was modest, she had a star-studded guardian. Charlang was a seasoned film star, while Chris was an immensely popular American actress. Their supplementary cards were all in Sanguxi's possession. Additionally, Jin had directly provided her with a card. Sanguxi, with her extravagant sports car, is flaunting a card that could purchase several vintage cars. Just contemplate that for a moment. After school at Teton High, when Sanguxi arrived in her eye-catching vehicle, a wave of gasps erupted from the onlookers. The scene was as follows. Her face was largely obscured by oversized sunglasses, and her flowing white hair danced in the breeze as she executed a stylish stop at the entrance of Teton High. The gust created by her car caused the skirts of the surrounding girls' uniforms to sway gently. This moment was meticulously timed by her. The car belonging to Sanguxi was parked not far away. With her mental prowess, she noticed Xiaolan exiting the school gate, and she immediately accelerated. What natural charm could there be? It was all due to her carefully staged poses. Sanguxi, is that your car? Sanguxi leaned against the car window, striking a pose he believed to be exceptionally cool with his newly acquired nose. Isn't it handsome? He inquired. Xiaolan, with her more reserved demeanor, contrasted sharply with the exuberance of Yuanji, who exclaimed without hesitation, Xiaoxi. So incredibly stylish. A Koenigsegg. This brand of sports car is exceedingly expensive. Xiaoxi. I didn't realize you were so wealthy. Sanguxi, with an air of arrogance, adjusted her sunglasses, her smile stretching almost to the nape of her neck. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Just an unremarkable little wealthy lady. While she basked in the compliments from Yuanzi, Xiaolan suddenly interjected. However, your car only has 2 seats. Who do you intend to take with you? Blind student, you've pointed out a salient point. Ultimately, just as Sanguxi was preparing to sulk and return home alone, a youthful voice called out from behind. Sister Xiaoxi, if Xiaolan and Sister Yuanzi aren't coming, can you take me? I've never been in such a flashy sports car. Hearing the voice of a certain elementary student, Sanguxi cursed her luck inwardly. Ever since her return, this pesky kid had been pestering her for several days, proving to be an incessant presence. Sanguxi could easily infer what this fellow intended to express. Undoubtedly, he was eager to inquire about the organization's news. Alas, what is destined to be a blessing may also turn into a curse, and one cannot evade their fate. What could she do but maintain her ruse until the end? Thus, when Sanguxi lifted her gaze once more, a radiant smile adorned her face. Ah, it's Conan. Come on up. I'll take you for a ride. The young student was overjoyed, and just as he settled into the passenger seat, Xiaolan suddenly remarked, Xiaoxi, is it all right to give Conan a ride? You could just as easily take Dr. Xin Chu instead. Sanguxi has already resigned herself to this misunderstanding. She waved her hand dismissively and said, It's all right, it's all right. He drives as well. We'll be on our way now. After Sanguxi finished speaking, he pressed the accelerator, and moments later, the figures of Xiaolan and the garden vanished from the rearview mirror. A curious elementary school student embarked on his quest for knowledge. Sanguxi, is it truly acceptable for you to be so openly among us? Furthermore, you must have something important to attend to upon your return. Surely the organization wouldn't grant you a holiday? And regarding the matter with Sister Huiyuan, when do you intend to discuss it with her? Lastly, how did you come to know that a cold combined with white liquor could temporarily restore one's physical form? Sanguxi, exasperated, merely wished to roll his eyes at the inquiry. I replied, your questions are rather excessive, are they not? The diminutive elementary student, surprisingly assertive, retorted. Who instructed you to withhold information from me? And you persist in engaging in such perilous activities. You must answer my question this time. Do not attempt to divert the subject again. Sanguxi maintained a steady driving pace, his expression calm as he remarked, the first question, it's of no concern. Second, it pertains to the holiday. Third, the time is not yet ripe. As for the final query, Sanguxi paused momentarily, arching an eyebrow as she inquired, did Xiao Ai not inform you? She recalled the hypnosis she had instigated during their subsequent encounter on the rooftop with Shirley. She would remember the visage of Sang Luojiu. Xiao Ai was aware of Sang Luojiu's appearance, and Conan had also been present on the rooftop at that time. When Jin addressed her as Sang Luo, he must have overheard as well. Why then did he pose such a foolish question? What do you want me to tell you? Conan was momentarily bewildered by Sanguxi's retort. All she mentioned was that you were born in the organization's laboratory, and that the organization has found someone who can entirely replace her for ongoing research. That individual is Sang Luo. Jiu. At this revelation, Conan's pupils constricted. Sangu is indeed Sang Luo. How could he have forgotten such an important matter that I heard last time? Sanguxi, with a hand resting on the steering wheel, allowed a subtle smile to grace his lips. Indeed, I have completely taken over the ATX project. Upon hearing this, Conan's voice brimmed with excitement as he exclaimed, Then you must possess all the information regarding a TX, which means you can create the antidote. The first task that Sanguxi undertook upon assuming control of the experiment was to formulate the antidote. However, how could one possibly disclose such matters to an elementary school student at this moment? With Kudo Shinichi having risen from the dead, how shall her subsequent narrative unfold? Thus, someone will just have to wait. Sanguxi, maintaining an impassive demeanor, remarked, the information cannot be extracted from the research institute, so you may as well give up. As for the antidote, I shall contemplate it and discuss it further once my vacation concludes. Conan, however, was not overly anxious. for he understood that he could not openly restore his identity until the organization was dismantled. Yet, upon hearing Sanguxi's words, he expressed his skepticism, saying, "By the way, are you truly here solely for a vacation? And regarding that new doctor, are you genuinely in a romantic relationship with him?" "It is indeed a vacation," Sanguxi replied. "As for the new doctor, it is merely a misunderstanding, though I cannot be bothered to clarify." Sanguxi wore an expression of calmness, effortlessly spinning tales as if they were mere trifles. Well, a certain elementary school student did not truly believe that Sanguxi would engage in romance at this juncture, thus finding credence in her words. Having successfully deceived Conan, they arrived at the detective agency. After driving the elementary school student off the bus, Sanguxi immediately accelerated and disappeared from sight. He had no patience for those who could see through his deception, fearing that even a single additional word might reveal his true intentions, especially in the presence of a detective blessed with a protagonist's charisma. The following day marked a hard-earned weekend, as the newly minted doctor, invited her for a shopping excursion. Sanguxi originally intended to showcase his sports car. Yet Belmode suggested that strolling through the streets would evoke a more atmospheric experience. Sanguxi found herself perplexed by the necessity of creating an ambience. Yet as the most endearing offspring of Vermouth, she remained obedient. Thus, the pair ultimately decided to venture out on foot. However, the shopping mall was quite distant, prompting them to consider taking the bus. It was only upon spotting Conan, Hybera, and the young detective league aboard the bus that Sanguxi's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, she suddenly recalled the narrative unfolding before her. Was it too late to disembark? Unfortunately, it was too late. After exchanging pleasantries with Conan and his companions, Sanguxi felt as if she were perched atop a bed of nails. Yet, as the bus approached the next stop, all the key players had gathered. At that moment, beside Sanguxi sat Dr. Shinobu, whose true identity was Vermouth, and her identity had already been uncovered by the FBI. Behind her was Judy, the new English teacher from Tian High, also an FBI agent who had previously questioned her in the United States, aware that she was Sharon's adopted daughter. Following Judy was Conan, known as Shinichi Kudo in America, who had met Sharon's adopted daughter, her fabricated persona, Alice. Behind Conan was Akai Shuichi, a cunning individual who was privy to the true identities of everyone present. What a devilishly formidable lineup this was. Sanguxi let out a quiet sigh, steadying herself and refusing to panic. Moreover, Judy had not made the first move to greet her, likely out of fear of her Facebook identity being exposed. Hence, the situation was not dire. In her current state of discontent, Sanguxi yearned to disembark swiftly, directing all her frustration towards the group of bus hijackers. After all, these fools had unwittingly placed themselves in her line of fire. The ensuing scene unfolded as follows. The two robbers, having just brandished their weapons and yet to utter a word, found themselves on the receiving end of a swift kick from Sanguxi, which sent their guns flying. Momentarily stunned, the assailants were about to retaliate when she swiftly dispatched them, delivering a punch to each that rendered them unconscious. The other passengers aboard the bus were left in stunned silence. Even the accomplice at the rear chewing gum failed to comprehend the rapid turn of events. She certainly had not anticipated that her companions would be incapacitated before they could even make an entrance. Just as she intended to threaten everyone present with the bomb she had brought on board, she opened her mouth, but Sanguxi's piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, fixed upon her. In that instant, she stumbled over her words, completely forgetting what she had meant to say. Sanguxi did not afford her any opportunity to respond. He swiftly seized her explosive device controller and then delivered a single, powerful punch, leaving the three assailants sprawled on the ground. The entire ordeal transpired in perhaps a minute, leaving the driver utterly bewildered as the situation was resolved in an instant. Sanguxi addressed the distracted driver, urging him to regain his focus and turn towards the police station. The three bus robbers, in the presence of such formidable figures, were effortlessly subdued by the irritable Sanguxi, leaving no ripples in their wake. Throughout this entire episode, Belmode remained composed, not making a single move. She was well aware of the capabilities of the child she had raised. Even if one hesitated to take a life, it did not imply an inability to defend oneself. These petty criminals were hardly a challenge. Conan recognized Sanguxi's prowess, yet this was his first direct encounter with her formidable skills, leaving him somewhat astonished. The young members of the detective boys were left in a state of shock. Hybera, whose organizational instincts momentarily faltered as she observed Sanguxi wielding her skills, felt her heart pause for a few seconds, only just recovering from the experience. Moreover, under the influence of Sanguxi's interference. She attributed the organizational aura she sensed solely to Sanguxi, entirely disregarding the newly emerged doctor and the tightly wrapped Akai Shuichi. As for Judy, after witnessing the recent turn of events, her vigilance towards the girl she had previously deemed harmless intensified. She became convinced that the girl had indeed joined the organization. In the last row, Akai Shuichi, having cut his long hair but still donning his signature knit cap, raised an eyebrow in surprise upon witnessing the girl's prowess. This was, after all, his first time observing her in action. However, he was not the only one encountering this revelation, apart from Belmod. It seemed no one else had previously witnessed Sanguxi's capabilities. By the time the bus arrived at the Metropolitan Police Headquarters, Conan had already contacted Officer Magyar, providing a brief overview of the situation. Thus, when the eagerly awaited Officer Magyar saw Sanguxi disembarking from the bus, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he approached her. I must say, Xiaoxi, you truly haven't changed since childhood. You are indeed the nemesis of bombers. Have you ever considered becoming a police officer? Upon hearing this, Sanguxi couldn't help but chuckle softly. She waved her hand and replied, Perhaps not, Officer Mumu. The workload of the police in Tokyo is exceedingly vast, making it unsuitable for someone of my indolent disposition. At that moment, all the passengers on the bus had been evacuated, and the bomb disposal unit was already in position. When Sanguxi spotted the familiar duo, she raised her eyebrows in mild surprise. It was none other than Matsuda Jinpei and Hajiwara Kenji. Sanguxi had not seen them for 7 long years. Little girl, it's been ages. You've blossomed into a young lady, despite the thick bomb-proof suit separating them. Sanguxi recognized the voice belonged to Matsuda Jinpei. Another individual, similarly clad in protective gear, added, Last time I heard Officer Muro mention you. The phrase Higashihara Kenji has returned almost slipped out but was deftly redirected to, I heard you're back. Once we VE dealt with the bomb, I'd like to invite you to dinner. By the way, Jinpei and I have some matters to discuss with you. All right. Though Sanguxi was curious about the nature of their business, she deemed it inappropriate to inquire at that moment, merely smiling and nodding in response. Chapter 44. We have support. Due to the utter lack of professionalism exhibited by the 2 bus hijackers, the bomb they constructed was exceedingly rudimentary. Before long, the explosive device was neutralized. In fact, Matsuda Jinpei didn't even have the opportunity to intervene, as Kenji had already resolved the situation. Once they had shed their cumbersome bomb suits, they took a moment to observe the girl they had not seen in years. Well, after all these years, little girl, you've certainly grown taller, Matsuda Jinpei remarked, reaching out to tousle Sanguxi's soft, white hair. Sanguxi originally intended to sever his hand, but upon hearing those words, she immediately displayed a proud little expression, unperturbed even by the act of having her fur ruffled. Sanguxi takes great pride in her current height, a testament to her daily endurance in enduring the discomfort of drinking milk. Now, at the age of 19, Sanguxi boasts a height of 168.5 centimeters. The reason for such precision to the decimal is that Sanguxi believes that every millimeter of her height is a testament to her relentless efforts, and thus cannot be overlooked. Reflecting on what Hajiwara had just mentioned about reaching out to her, Sanguxi curiously inquired, By the way, you haven't yet explained what you need to discuss with me. Observing that Matsuda had previously tousled Sanguxi's white hair without facing any resistance, Hajiwara casually followed suit, playfully ruffling her hair as well. Indeed, the texture was delightful, akin to that of the soft curls of Akira. Let us proceed to lunch. It is already past noon. Are you hungry? No more touching, though. I won't grow any taller. Sanguxi gazed at the 2 individuals before her with a hint of melancholy. She took a few steps back, cradling her head, and then continued, I am not hungry yet, and I have yet to complete my notes. Could you please clarify why I've been summoned? Perhaps it was the slightly adorable, sorrowful expression of the girl that prompted Matsuda Jinpei to playfully pinch her cherubic cheeks. With a smirk, he replied, Call me Brother Matsuda first, and then I shall divulge the details. That is utterly out of the question. Sanguxi retorted, her eyes narrowing in defiance. I refuse to do so. Curly, curly, curly. Hey, you little brat. Do you seek a beating? He shot back. Just you? I could take on 8 of you. I don't believe it. Hajiwara Kenji observed Matsuda Jinpei bickering like a child and intervened. Jinpei, how can you bully a little girl? Sanguxi swiftly redirected the conversation, exclaiming, I am not a child. I have grown up. Upon witnessing Sanguxi's indiscriminate outburst, Matsuda Jinpei could not help but chuckle. Then, adopting a deliberately adult demeanor, he playfully tousled Sanguxi's white hair and remarked, To us, you remain a child. When I was a police officer, you were still in elementary school. All right, Jinping, Sidewalwara Kinji, tugging at the arm of his childhood friend, who had yet to mature after all these years. Eventually, he steered the conversation back to the matter at hand. You remember the bomber you incapacitated 7 years ago, right? The abrupt shift in topic left Sanguxi looking puzzled as he nodded. What about him? Upon addressing the serious matter, Matsuda Jinping's expression turned grave, and he stated solemnly, "He has been released from prison just a month ago." Upon hearing this, Sanguxi raised his eyebrows in astonishment. So soon? How many years was he sentenced? Is it truly possible for him to be released? Ruji Hajiwara sighed and began to explain, originally sentenced to 10 years. He received a 3-year reduction for good behavior during his incarceration, thus he was released early. And what now? You cannot possibly be suggesting that he is up to his old tricks again? At this point, Sanguxi had already surmised the nature of the situation. It was highly likely that the bomb perpetrator sought to exact revenge upon her. You were correct in your assumption. Shortly after his release, he once again sent a bomb threat to the Metropolitan Police Department, just as he had done before. Matsuda Jinpei's words confirmed Sanguxi's suspicions. Moreover, this time, his target was none other than you, the very individual responsible for his arrest all those years ago. Sanguxi has long ceased to regard such insignificant figures with concern. Even finding the inclination to jest, is your ideological transformation effort lacking? It seems you have failed to brainwash for 7 years. With the involvement of various forces, the pursuit of Shiri has become increasingly intricate, causing much vexation for Sanguxi. At this juncture, that scoundrel dares to provoke her. This greatly displeases her. Observing Sanguxi's nonchalance, Hajiwara Kinji could only earnestly advise, CC, please be vigilant lately. Do not allow him to follow you. If you encounter him, be sure to report it promptly or contact me and Jinping. Sangu Valley Stream. Released from prison early, he is arrogant and has set his sights on me, making the outcome unpredictable. Rest assured, I am quite formidable now. Without the need for a tranquilizer, I can leave her searching for her teeth on the ground. Sanguxi raised her fist, making a gesture that proclaimed her strength. Matsuda Jinpei harbored no doubts regarding the girl's prowess, as she had exhibited remarkable tenacity even in her childhood. However, witnessing her delicate arms and slender legs while she uttered such bold words was undeniably amusing. He couldn't help but tease, "Oh, are you really that fierce?" Sanguxi waved her fist in a gesture of defiance, yet her adversary regarded her as nothing more than a child, dismissing her entirely. "Hey, little girl. Is that your boyfriend over there?" Matsuda Jinpei remarked, tilting his chin to indicate that Sanguxi should turn around and look. As Sanguxi turned around, she noticed the newly appointed doctor gazing in her direction from a short distance away. Hearing this, Kinji Hajiwara also turned to look, expressing his concern. "Have you already started dating at such a young age? Do be cautious not to be deceived." Sanguxi gazed at the two individuals before her, who still regarded her as the little girl she had been 7 years ago, and with a melancholic expression, she remarked, "Firstly, I am no longer a child. I am already 19 years old. Secondly, he is not my boyfriend." Was amused by the young girl's profoundly sorrowful expression, and he deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "By the way, are you still pursuing that noble aspiration of yours?" "What aspiration?" Sanguxi replied, momentarily taken aback by the question. "That choice only a child would make. And your candidness is indeed refreshing." Upon hearing the first half, Sanguxi immediately discerned what was unfolding and hastily interjected. Despite her thick skin, she felt a slight blush creeping to her ears. "Well, it seems it's time for me to take my notes. I shall take my leave." After finishing her words, Sanguxi turned around and swiftly departed. There is truly nothing more awkward than others remembering your childhood misadventures. While she considered her aspirations to be quite noble, it was not something she could openly proclaim. Once the meeting concluded, everyone naturally returned to their respective homes. Belmont offered to escort Sanguxi back, and this time, they were not followed by those two pesky individuals from FB. During their journey, Belmont inquired about the recent visit from the two officers. She held no suspicion towards Sanguxi. Rather, her curiosity was piqued. There was no reason to conceal the truth, so Sanguxi candidly explained, "Prior to joining the organization, I apprehended a bomber, and he has recently been released from prison. They cautioned me to be wary of potential retaliation from him." Belmont nodded thoughtfully and then asked, "Darling, do you require assistance?" Sanguxi smiled and waved her hand, indicating that it was unnecessary. She could handle such trivial matters on her own. After escorting her home, Belmore decided to return. Lately, she had been plagued by the unsettling sensation of being watched. Her concern for the girl stemmed from the fear that someone might be targeting her. Upon returning home, Sanguxi immediately indulged in complete relaxation. As for the bomber, she had no time to concern herself with that. In the face of danger, it was only natural to inform her parents. Sanguxi revealed a mysterious smile before making a phone call. "Uncle Vodka, are you busy?" "It's Xiaoxi. What can I do for you?" Vodka replied, glancing at Jin beside him. The girl continued, "Uncle Vodka, it seems I have caught the attention of a bomb offender." "What?" Vodka's voice rose in alarm. "Xiaoxi, what on earth is happening? I only learned about this recently. Years ago, I inadvertently thwarted his plans and sent him to prison, but he has recently been released. Today, I heard from the officer in charge of the case that he might seek revenge on me." Upon hearing that his dear Xiaoxi was being targeted by a villain, Vodka's heart raced. He immediately thumped his chest and assured her, "Don't be afraid, Xiaoxi. Leave this matter to me. I won't let him harm you." "Really? Thank you, Uncle Vodka." The girl's sweet voice brimmed with gratitude, yet she suddenly hesitated, adding, when you find that person, could you just beat him up and drop him off at the police station? Please don't kill him." Understanding the girl's overly kind nature, Vodka agreed, "Understood, Xiaoxi. Such a person is not worth my effort." "Thank you so much, Uncle Vodka. By the way, let us keep this between us as a little secret. You mustn't tell Jin." "Rest assured, Xiaoxi," Vodka promised, quietly switching off the hands-free device he had been using. After ending the call, he looked at Jin, who exuded an icy demeanor, and tentatively asked, "Big brother, should we take care of that guy?" Jin, his expression inscrutable, replied, "No need. We'll do as she says." Vodka was not at all surprised by this response. He sensed that Jin's dark mood stemmed more from Xiaoxi not complaining to him than anything else. Moreover, Xiaoxi was currently in a cold war with Big Brother, who likely wished to reconcile with her and would not want to provoke her further. Meanwhile, after hanging up, Sanguxi blissfully returned to watching her animated series. What is this called? This is called resourceful utilization. This is the hallmark of a time management master. Who dares to delay her precious animation time? Certainly not the bomb offender. Chapter 45, The Love Story of the Police Department. Due to her frequent visits to the office for free meals, Sanguxi felt somewhat embarrassed. Today, she had originally planned to treat Xiaolan to a meal as a token of gratitude for her kindness. However, upon learning of this, Yuanzi insisted on joining them. After all, whether it was one person or two, the treat remained the same. Moreover, it had been quite a while since the three of them dined together. So Sanguxi happily agreed. Everything seemed perfect until a certain elementary school student insisted on tagging along after hearing about the outing. Sanguxi's heart was filled with reluctance. Though she understood that discrimination and exclusion among friends were unacceptable, the incessant presence of this elementary school student was truly exasperating. All Sanguxi desired was a quiet meal. However, due to Uncle Maoli's involvement in a case concerning infidelity, the office was left unattended, and they had no choice but to bring him along. In that moment, Sanguxi's sleek sports car felt more like a burden than a blessing. She began to regret her purchase, while undeniably stylish. Its two-seater design made her yearn for a more practical van. Despite her fervent hopes that this outing would be free of cases, it seemed that fate had other plans for them in Mihua Town. Instead of encountering a case, they stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. The four of them had set out on foot, but midway through their journey, they encountered the traffic patrol officer, Yumiko Miyamoto. Xiaolan took the initiative to greet her. "Officer Miyamoto, are you on duty today?" "Ah, it's Xiaolan, Yoko, and Conan." Who was this stunning beauty? Although she didn't recognize Sanguxi, the latter was well aware of who she was. This was none other than Akai Shuichi's future sister-in-law. Thus, Sanguxi stepped forward to introduce herself. "Hello, Officer Miyamoto, I am Sanguxi. Is your white hair natural? It is truly beautiful. Who wouldn't appreciate a compliment?" Sanguxi smiled as she replied, "Yes, it is natural. Thank you for the kind words, Officer Miyamoto." As someone privy to the latest gossip at the police department, Miyamoto was thrilled to finally share the news she had been holding on to all day. With an excited expression, she exclaimed, "Xiaolan, did you know that Officer Sato is going on a blind date today?" Upon hearing this, Xiaolan, a devoted fan of both Officer Sato and Officer Takagi, was taken aback. A blind date? Who was the lucky person? Miyamoto shook her head, admitting she didn't know. But it was rumored that Sato had randomly selected someone from the photos his mother had prepared. Miyako should already be meeting with them now. What? A blind date with someone she has never met before? Xiaolan found this hard to fathom. How could her beloved Sato be swept away by a stranger? Don't worry. Anyone brave enough to go on a blind date with a detective must be a decent person. Xiaolan finally asked the question that weighed heavily on her mind. Does Officer Takagi know about this? Miyamoto sighed. You know how popular Miyako is at the department. No one in the entire investigation unit is aware. She insisted it was just a casual meeting and asked me not to inform anyone. What if the other person is genuinely interested in dating her? Don't fret. Should anything seem amiss, Miyako will surely seek help to escape the date. If the other party realizes she is a woman who rushes out for cases, they would undoubtedly reconsider pursuing a relationship. Conan, ever the oblivious male, posed a rather foolish question, but who would help her escape? You're so dense. Of course. It would be Officer Takagi. If Miyako finds herself in trouble on her date, just send a message to Takagi's phone, and he will rush to her aid, likely even confessing his feelings in the process. Xiaolan and Yoko were surprised that in the brief moment of their conversation, they had stumbled upon such a juicy piece of gossip. As an avid gossip enthusiast, Yoko looked at Sanguxi with excitement and proposed, Sanguxi, why don't we dine at the Water City Tower today? But that place is quite far from here, Sanguxi replied. Though the eager expression on Xiaolan's face clearly conveyed her desire to go, Yoko had initially hoped to ask Officer Miyamoto for a lift, but given her current duty, that was not feasible. Just then, a car horn blared from behind Officer Miyamoto's patrol vehicle. What is going on? Why are you all stopped here? Shimizu Tomo poked his head out of the window. Shimizu-sensei? Yoko's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, perfect. Sanguxi, could you please ask your boyfriend to give us a ride? Sanguxi, observing the bewildered newcomer, couldn't help but curl her lips into a smirk and remarked, then I shall entrust this to you, my boyfriend. At this point, she had decided not to clarify the misunderstandings that had arisen, as it was neither easy nor particularly beneficial to do so. Thus, she would have to rely on her friend Momo to continue playing the role of her boyfriend. Primarily, she was eager to indulge in some delightful gossip. Sanguxi feels that her luck in Shipping Sea has been rather dismal. The new pairing of Shinlan has vanished. The peace initiative is stagnant, and her destined prince in the garden has yet to make an appearance. She is in urgent need of a new sea obsession. Among the pairs in the police department, there are some promising choices, yet the progress is excruciatingly slow. Officer Takagi, being the epitome of a gentleman, remains oblivious as to when he might finally win the heart of his beloved. As for Officer Shiratori, it is best left unspoken. Not only has he chosen the wrong person, but he also disrupts others' sea. Officer Chiba's sea has yet to make its debut. Thus, the only pairing she can truly support is that of Takagi and Sato. However, speaking of Officer Sato, she is assigned to Officer Takagi. What of Matsuda, that young man? Wasn't he in love with Officer Sato in the original narrative? Why has he not made his move? Sanguxi occasionally exhibits a touch of possessiveness. She suddenly feels compelled to indulge in an unconventional crush on C. This pursuit offers a tantalizing challenge, and the sweetness of success will be all the more pronounced once it materializes. Moreover, her acquaintance with Matsuda predates many others, so it is only natural for her to lean in that direction. Thus, while en route to the Water City Tower for a blind date with Officer Sato, she discreetly sent a text message to Matsuda Jinpei. The message read, She, Curly? Are you there? Matsuda, yes? She, do you want a girlfriend? If so, I can send one over. Wait, no, you should send one to me. Matsuda? Matsuda, why is Xiao-Shi asking this all of a sudden? You're not being swayed by Matsuda's looks, are you? It is evident that this response was crafted by Hagiwara Kenji using Matsuda Jinpei's phone. She, no, not at all. I'm just asking casually. Officer Hagiwara, can you confirm that he truly has no one he fancies? Sanguxi, wary of the boy's obstinacy, sought confirmation from Kenji Hagiwara. No, absolutely not. Hagiwara insisted. All right then, that's settled, she replied, putting her phone away with a silent sigh. Alas, her romantic pursuits had not yet commenced, yet she felt utterly dispirited. However, she reassured herself that as long as her love life transitioned swiftly, there would be no sorrow, only affection. She decided to root for the official pairing, for the curly-haired lad had proven to be rather unhelpful. Thus, she resolved to meddle a bit, hoping to contribute to the romantic narrative she shared with Xiaolan. After all, one must indulge in love, even if just a little. Unbeknownst to Sanguxi, her recent query had inadvertently led to some misinterpretation, causing Hagiwara to overthink the situation, while Matsuda Jinpei had already been successfully brainwashed. Matsuda was preoccupied with thoughts of how he would respond if Sanguxi were to confess her feelings to him. In his eyes, she was merely a young girl, and he could not bear to harm the delicate flower of his nation. He had even begun to ponder how to decline her advances without bruising her tender self-esteem. Meanwhile, Sanguxi remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil she had unwittingly stirred. Shinjitsu Takashi drove the group to the Water City Tower, and Xiaolan along with Sonoko felt it inappropriate to treat him as a mere chauffeur, thus inviting him to join them for dinner. They opted for a private room adjacent to Officer Shiratori's, and upon entering, Sonoko playfully pressed Xiaolan against the screen wall separating their room from the next. A curious elementary school student, intrigued by the antics, joined them in their playful encounter. Sanguxi exchanged a glance with Belmode, and though feeling a touch of embarrassment, she ultimately decided to join the larger group. Shinshutsu Tomomi observed the procession of stealthy figures and the particularly vibrant girl, a hint of affectionate amusement flickering in his eyes. "You all are," he began, but was promptly silenced by the synchronized gestures of the four. Thus, he bent down and joined their ranks. Upon overhearing the conversation next door, Xiaolan and Yuanzi were astonished to discover that the person Officer Sato was set up with was none other than Officer Shiratori. This revelation spurred a divergence of opinions. Xiaolan aligned herself with Sato and Takagi, while Yuanzi supported Sato and Shiratori. Both then turned their gaze towards Sanguxi. "I stand with Officers Takagi and Sato," Yuanzi asserted defiantly. "But Officer Shiratori is undeniably handsome and a true gentleman. Sanguxi, yet they are not a couple destined by fate." She shrugged, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation as she explained, "I merely believe that Officer Sato appears to favor Officer Takagi." Meanwhile, the atmosphere at the neighboring matchmaking event had reached a crescendo. Observing Mawako Sato, who seemed distracted and frequently glanced at her phone, Officer Shiratori was evidently disheartened. Nevertheless, he did not succumb to despair. Instead, he proposed a wager. "If Takagi can arrive here before the sun sets, I shall withdraw from this matchmaking endeavor. However, should he fail to make it, you must marry me and become my wife. Do you dare to take this bet, given your unwavering faith in Officer Takagi?" "Very well. I accept this wager," Mawako Sato replied, clearly brimming with confidence in Takagi. She recalled how Yumiko Miyamoto had assured her that she would send someone to rescue her, and that someone could only be Officer Takagi. Upon overhearing the stakes of their bet, Inzi was instantly exhilarated, though it was evident her excitement stemmed from a desire for Officer Shiratori to triumph. In contrast, Ran began to grow anxious about her own predicament. Sanguxi harbored no worries, for she possessed the script and thus was acutely aware of the outcome of this gamble. In the original narrative, the subsequent events unfold as follows. Officer Takagi, upon receiving a text from Yumiko Miyamoto, finds himself embroiled in a convenience store robbery. He is momentarily detained by the assailants, preventing him from arriving until the sun has set. However, Conan, employing a voice changer and the newly emerged reflection of Shinichi Kudo that bore a resemblance to Takagi, creates the illusion that Takagi has arrived, thereby granting him precious time. Ultimately, it is inevitably Shiratori who sustains injuries, while Officer Sato departs alongside Officer Takagi. Presently, the scenario remains largely unchanged. As the sun descends, witnessing the retreating figures of Officers Sato and Takagi, the world where only Shiratori is injured has come to fruition. Oh, but there is still Yoko. Her CB has arrived. Sanguxi gazed at the desolate figure of Officer Shiratori and suddenly spoke. "Officer Shiratori, what is it that draws you so fervently to Officer Sato?" Officer Shiratori, wearing a rather melancholic expression, nonetheless offered an explanation. "In my childhood, I encountered a young girl. The essence of the tale is that I once aspired to be a lawyer, yet during a pivotal moment, a girl revealed to me that cherry blossoms symbolize courage. It was her encouragement that inspired me to become a police officer. It seems that Officer Shiratori's first love lingers in his heart, as he believes that Officer Sato embodies the spirit of that girl from long ago." Sanguxi could not help but remind, "Have you inquired with Officer Sato? Are you certain you have not mistaken the person? There is no possibility of error. That little girl back then aspired to become a police officer." Sanguxi, having failed in persuasion, decided to abandon the obstinate individual, letting him collide with the southern wall before reconsidering. Chapter 46. A century of astonishment in Bourbon. Upon receiving the assignment, Amuro Turu was, in fact, taken aback. For Vodka had tasked him with investigating a bomb perpetrator and even had him detained at the police station. Was there something amiss with his hearing? Or had Vodka's mind been caught in the door? When had the organization's members become so law-abiding? With these thoughts in mind, Amuro Turu initially instructed Kazami to look into the matter concerning the bomb offender. After a thorough investigation, he finally grasped the sequence of events that led to this task. It appeared that the assignment had been passed through several hands before reaching him. It began with Captain Ida from the 1st Investigation Division, who learned of the bomb offender's release and informed Matsuda and Hagi from the Explosive Disposal Unit. Subsequently, Matsuda and Hagi relayed this information to Sanguxi, who had previously apprehended the bomb perpetrator, as he had now become a target of that individual. Sanguxi then communicated this to Vodka, who, burdened with other assignments alongside Jin, found this matter too trivial and passed it on to Amuro. Amuro too remused, what a small world. After all these years of undercover work within the organization, he found himself assisting a friend from the police academy with K tasks who could comprehend such irony. He subsequently delegated the assignment to his subordinate, Kazami, resulting in a convoluted turn of events where the Public Security Bureau was effectively aiding the Metropolitan Police Department in an unpaid capacity. Furthermore, Amuro was even more astonished to discover that Hagi and the others had known the girl for 7 years. Remarkably, she had saved Hagi's life once. And if one counted Hiro's incident, it amounted to 2 times. What a twist of fate. Calculating this, he realized he owed the girl a considerable debt of gratitude. Sanguxi, we were never destined to meet. It was purely maternal love that connected us. It was only after this meticulous investigation that Amuro Tura learned that Sanguxi, whom he had always believed to be raised within the organization, had actually been captured by it later on. With this newfound understanding, he also became aware of the girl's current assignment. However, having experienced the events surrounding Jingguang, he found it difficult to comprehend why the girl had chosen not to act as she had back then when Sanguxi received the news from Amuro Turu. She was somewhat taken aback. Was this young man's role to commence so soon? Was he yet premature for his appearance? Curiosity piqued, Sanguxi glanced at the message. And then, what a rascal. Children grow up and no longer heed their mothers. Luo, you returned to the country without informing me? How about I move in next door to you? Not a chance. Her life was already chaotic enough without the Japanese police adding to the turmoil. Thus, Sanguxi promptly replied, Are you too idle? If you dare to come, I will inform Chinjio to assign you some tasks. Oh dear, Luo, your words wound me deeply. After all, I just assisted you in dealing with that bomber. Upon receiving the message, Sanguxi raised an eyebrow, pondering how many hands this task had passed through to reach Gmail. While I am exceedingly grateful, it remains unfeasible. Should you choose to come, the consequences shall be yours to bear. By the way, that curly-haired officer resides nearby. If you are unperturbed by the prospect of being apprehended, then do come. In truth, it was not merely the curly-haired officer. She was encircled by various forces. The detective agency was not to be overlooked, with the curly-haired officer being one. And Akai Shuichi living not far from her abode, while Vermouth occasionally paid her a visit. If Jinmao were to come as well, it would indeed become rather lively in this vicinity. Noticing that Matsuda also lived nearby, Amuro Tura reluctantly abandoned the notion of relocating. Very well, I shall not go after all. At this juncture, Sanguxi initially believed that this young man had discarded his intentions until the following day as Sanguxi arose to seek breakfast outside. After all, one cannot rely on the agency's hospitality indefinitely. She opened her door to find a rather unfamiliar but energetically resonant figure moving in across the hall. Hikaru Kitsukawa. Was Amuro Turu employing this tactic against her? AFA day of compliance. What a clever lad. Indeed, he has grown beyond his mother's reach. The stranger, upon spotting Sanguxi, greeted her warmly. Hello, I am your new neighbor, Kitsukawa Hikaru. I look forward to your guidance henceforth. Upon hearing the name Sanguxi, a moment of silence enveloped her. This name seems rather intricate, does it not? One wonders how it was conceived. Nonetheless, thoughts aside, Sanguxi maintained an inscrutable expression, her face adorned with a smile as she greeted. Good day, Mr. Guanggu. I am Sanguxi. Zhu Fu Jingguang observed Sanguxi, who was carrying a bag, and inquired with curiosity, Miss Sang, are you heading out for some particular business? Sanguxi, feeling somewhat apologetic, nodded slightly and smiled, saying, well, the truth is, I am not particularly skilled at cooking, so I prefer to dine out for breakfast. If you do not mind, you are welcome to join me. I happened to make more than enough this morning. If she thought for a moment that this was not a premeditated act, she would be utterly incredulous. Having just moved in today, and with the hours still shy of 8, how could breakfast already be prepared in abundance? TSK. However, since the offer was made, what choice did she have? Naturally, she would take advantage of the opportunity. After all, This was a meal prepared by the illustrious Shufu Jingguang. Ah, would this truly not inconvenience you, Mr. Guanggu? Not at all. Besides, I cannot finish it all by myself. Consider it a favor if you will, Miss Sanguxi. Then I shall graciously accept your kind invitation. Shufu Jingguang's breakfast looked absolutely delectable, featuring not only the renowned sandwiches from the original work, but also a vibrant vegetable salad and sushi, among other delights. The first bite that Sanguxi took was nothing short of astonishing. She immediately gave Shufu Jingguang a thumbs up with both hands. Shufu Jingguang, observing the girl eat like a little hamster, offered a gentle smile and replied, I am pleased to know that Miss Sanguxi enjoys it. By the end of the breakfast, Sanguxi's heart had officially been won over by Shufu Jingguang, since the golden retriever had brought him to her side. She realized that obtaining information would require some form of reciprocation. All she desired was to be treated to a few more meals like today. Before Shufu Jingguang saw her off at the door, Sanguxi warmly bid farewell, saying, I apologize for the intrusion today, Mr. Guanggu. You truly are a wonderful person. Shufu Jingguang was momentarily dazzled by the girl's radiant smile, which reminded him of their last encounter, when her trembling hands had held a gun. And her pleading words echoed in his mind. Please, you must survive. I do not wish to become a murderer. Shufu Jingguang gazed at the girl with his warm and sincere eyes, his tone imbued with genuine affection. As we are neighbors, if Miss Sanguxi enjoys it, you are always welcome to visit. Really? Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with delight. Absolutely, Shufu Jingguang affirmed with a smile and a nod. Sanguxi, food provider 1, obtained. As a child who thrives on the generosity of others, Sanguxi feels exceedingly fortunate. Moreover, her food providers each possess their own culinary specialties. Xiaolan excels in Japanese cuisine, while Jingguang is skilled in stir-frying. Most importantly, all their dishes are simply delectable. Upon returning home, Sanguxi immediately received a message from Matsuda Jinpei. Officer Curly, the bomb suspect was apprehended at the police station today. I presume it was your handiwork, you little rascal? I saw him with quite the bruised visage. Your methods are rather ruthless. Sanguxi, TSK, Curly. Are you saying it was satisfying or not? Officer Curly, utterly satisfying. I've longed to do just that, though my position as a police officer has unfortunately restrained my actions. Sanguxi, well, that works out, as I consider this self-defense. Officer Curly, you make a valid point. Yet Inspector Muro has instructed me to convey that you should come in to provide a statement at your convenience. Sanguxi, one Officer Curly. Sanguxi, seen, not inclined to respond or attend. Officer Curly, when upon receiving the message, Sanguxi thought to himself, quite adept at learning and applying in real time. Upon finishing the message, Sanguxi promptly deleted it, harboring no further thoughts. It was akin to a futile attempt to deceive oneself. As long as she had not received any notification, there was no obligation to provide a statement. After all, fabricating a narrative on the spot could prove quite exhausting. The arrival of Shufu Jingguang rendered Sanguxi's situation increasingly intricate. Her surroundings felt utterly besieged by the opposing faction. Contemplating her responsibilities, Sanguxi let out a weary sigh. While she could, like Jingguang of yore, orchestrate an escape, her greater concern lay in the implications of such actions. If she were to proceed in that manner, it would inevitably strip Xiao AI of the ability to live openly and freely. Jingguang had acted out of necessity in a moment of crisis. Yet Shiri still retained her choices. Sanguxi is presented with two options, yet she finds herself uncertain about which path to pursue. The first option entails adhering to the original narrative's progression. She possesses the innate ability to navigate obstacles posed by the boss, thereby allowing Xiao AI to bask in the sunlight for an extended period. Moreover, this choice significantly influences the forthcoming storyline. After all, should Sherry temporarily withdraw like Sister Mingmei, the main plot may experience considerable repercussions akin to a butterfly effect. The second option, however, involves a strategic retreat, akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell. While this would necessitate Xiao AI's premature exit, it would also facilitate an earlier reunion with Sister Mingmei. Regarding the potential butterfly effect, Sanguxi remains relatively unperturbed, harboring a measure of confidence. She is certain that, regardless of the absence of narrative advantages, she will not return empty-handed from her calculations. Both methods possess their merits and drawbacks, and ultimately, Sanguxi resolves to entrust the decision to Xiao AI herself. After all, it is her life, and no one possesses the right to make choices on behalf of another. Chapter 47, A Century of Astonishment for Conan for Reasons Unknown. Sanguxi deliberately chose to avoid a certain elementary school student and sought out Hybera AI at the doctor's residence. Upon seeing the girl arrive unaccompanied, Hybera momentarily froze in surprise. S.G. Kiyoshi candidly remarked, "Akai, I have come to seek your counsel on a matter today." After discreetly dismissing Dr. Agasa, the two sat alone, face to face in the living room. In truth, upon witnessing S.G. Kiyoshi's unannounced visit, Akai had already begun to sense the impending discussion. Sanguxi gazed at the serious expression on the furrowed brow of Xiao AI and couldn't help but chuckle softly. This time, she refrained from diverting the conversation and stated directly, "You may have surmised that after your departure from the organization, I took over the ATX project. Hence the gentleman's intention to completely abandon you." Upon hearing this, although she had anticipated this day, Huiyuan AI's expression still darkened. Recalling the unjust accusation against Sherry for stealing data, Sanguxi rubbed her nose and continued, "Due to certain reasons, the boss assigned me the task of dealing with Sherry. However, now, apart from me, individuals within the organization have discovered your identity but have temporarily refrained from taking action." Noticing Xiao AI's pupils dilate in alarm, Sanguxi gently patted her head in a soothing manner. "You currently have two options. One is to remain here, and the other is to disappear from this place. Rest assured, regardless of your choice, I have ways to ensure your safety, so you need not worry. However, if you choose to stay, you can continue to maintain your current life and attend school with the young detective team." After a moment of stunned silence, Huiyuan AI finally spoke. "What about the second option?" Upon hearing this, Sanguxi reached into his pocket and produced a small medicine box, explaining, "This is the antidote for a TX 4869. You need to cooperate with me in staging a simulated death, and then I will take you to your sister." Huiyuan was already taken aback by the sight of the medicine box. She had not anticipated that Sanguxi would manage to develop the antidote so swiftly. However, her astonishment paled in comparison to the shock she felt upon hearing the final words. She widened her eyes, gazing intently at Sanguxi, as if seeking confirmation of something. Sanguxi nodded with a smile, saying, "Your sister has also managed to escape like a golden cicada shedding its shell. She is quite safe now. Both options possess their own merits and drawbacks, and it ultimately depends on your personal choice. After all, should you opt for the second plan, returning will not be an easy endeavor. At the very least, you would need to maintain a long-term disguise, making significant alterations to your appearance until the organization is dismantled." After a moment, Sanguxi added, "However, you need not worry about the safety issues regarding either option. I can ensure the safety of you and those around you, regardless of your choice." Perhaps the shock that Sanguxi imparted upon Huiyuan AI was too profound, as it took her a considerable time to fully digest these revelations. Yet, after a prolonged silence, AI suddenly lifted her gaze and spoke with conviction, "I choose the second option." Sanguxi was not particularly surprised, yet she inquired, "Is it because of Sister Mingmei?" Xiao AI nodded, then shook her head. With a serious tone, she stated, "It is not entirely that. Since Huiyuan's identity has already been targeted, even if you can protect me once, there will inevitably be another attempt as long as I remain here. Furthermore, even if you are the primary person responsible for the mission, safeguarding me in a legitimate manner would likely come at a significant cost. However, the second method could provide a lasting solution, and indeed, it has been quite some time since I last saw my sister." This choice undeniably reflected Xiao AI's character, rational and clear-headed, always considering those around her. Moreover, the first option would require a greater sacrifice from Sanguxi. Perhaps it simply necessitates a more fervent performance. After speaking, Xiao AI smiled at Sanguxi. Despite her childlike appearance, this smile exuded a maturity reminiscent of a more seasoned individual. In any case, it appeared far more composed than the smile of a certain creek. Xiao AI continued, "As long as I assume a different identity, I can return to my friends, which is certainly preferable to the witness protection program of the FB. At least, I would still have the opportunity to visit my friends occasionally, wouldn't I?" With Xiao AI having made her choice, Sanguxi's objective was accomplished. However, she suddenly recalled, "Oh, regarding the antidote, please keep it a secret from that elementary school student. Just say it's a temporary remedy." Sanguxi winked at Xiao AI. Not only did Huiyuan AI show no objections, but she even seemed somewhat pleased. After all, that person often urged her about the progress of the antidote. As Sanguxi prepared to depart, Huiyuan AI expressed her concern, saying, "You must also be cautious in the organization." The relationship between the two had been neither particularly good nor bad, despite sharing the same elder sister. This was their first earnest face-to-face conversation. Please call me Sister Xiaoxi, for I am a year older than you. Sanguxi, with an air of self-importance, chuckled as she affectionately ruffled Xiao Ai's hair. After being tousled, Xiao Ai straightened her disheveled locks and, with a resigned expression, replied, "All right, Sister Xiaoxi, thank you." Her gratitude was sincere and heartfelt. Sanguxi smiled lightly, speaking in a casual tone, "You're welcome. If it weren't for your parents sending me out of the organization, I would have met my demise long ago. However, Wu Yuan AI, upon hearing this, displayed a markedly different demeanor. She shook her head, her expression solemn. "No, I should be the one apologizing to you on their behalf." Sanguxi gazed into Xiao Ai's eyes, perceiving the guilt reflected within them. Her eyes sparkled with joy, yet she acknowledged, "It is indeed they who brought me into existence. Without them, I would not be here. Moreover, I hold a deep affection for this world and cherish the friends I have found within it. Thus, they owe me nothing." Upon meeting those sincere green eyes, Xiao Ai understood that Sanguxi's words were spoken from the depths of her heart. However, as if recalling something significant, she hesitated and asked, "So, are you aware of the origins of your genes?" Sanguxi smiled calmly, remarking, "It's precisely as you think. Isn't this hair color quite evident?" Observing the bewildered expression on the other's face, Sanguxi chuckled softly and playfully pinched Xiao Ai's cheek. "You needn't worry about me. My identity affords me a considerably safer position within the organization than yours. Please keep this a secret." Before turning to leave, Sanguxi added a gentle reminder. "Do remember to bid farewell to those little ones. It won't be long before you must part ways." Xiao Ai nodded in response. "Yes, you must also. Take care." "I know," Sanguxi replied cheerfully. Facing away from Xiao Ai, Sanguxi waved goodbye and departed from the doctor's residence. The next step was simply to await the opportune moment, patiently biding her time until her beloved Ma-Mo commenced her actions. During the weekend, the young detective corps planned a team-building outing to attend a circus performance. Xiao Ai, realizing that her time to accompany them was limited, decided to join them, and naturally, a certain elementary school student could not be an exception. Consequently, they found themselves entangled in a plot where FB's chief, James, was mistaken for a wealthy individual and kidnapped. However, at this juncture, Conan remained oblivious to James's true identity. This incident had no monetary ties to Sanguxi, yet misfortune struck as she ventured out that day. It is well known that Mi-Hua Town is a magical place where encounters are inevitable the moment one steps outside. Here is how the situation unfolded. Following the clues left by James, Conan discovered a panda pendant, Nanda A, and noted that Japanese police cars are black and white. Thus, he deduced that the perpetrator was driving a fake police vehicle. Just as he prepared to alert the authorities to block the intersection and rescue James, a Porsche 356A approached, bearing the license plate Shinjuku 4869. Confirmed, it was Jin's car, and the driver was neither Vodka nor anyone else. It was indeed Jin. Though a black hat obscured the upper half of the driver's face and a high-neck sweater concealed the lower half, the distinct white hair unmistakably identified him as Jin. The elementary school student's pupils constricted sharply, his body freezing in place, chilled to the bone. He was taken aback to see Jin's vehicle come to a halt right before him. It stopped. The window rolled down, and the occupants inside slowly lifted their gazes. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, the young boy's heart raced as he frantically recalled recent events. Could it be that his identity had been discovered, and Jin had come to eliminate him? Yet, upon recognizing the individual, he sighed in relief, momentarily stunned. Of course, Xiao Ai shared a similar tumultuous emotional journey. Her heart had nearly leaped from her chest. The young detective corps, however, displayed less tension, their focus evidently differing from that of the two seemingly young children. "Sister Xiaoxi, where's your super cool sports car? Is this your new vehicle? Why do you favor such a vintage model?" These questions mirrored those that had also crossed the minds of the two young ones, who had just experienced a near heart-stopping scare. After the initial shock had subsided, the elementary school student resumed his act of innocence, asking, "Sister Xiaoxi, why are you driving a Porsche?" Clearly, he omitted the name in between, for this car is a classic. You young ones surely wouldn't understand. Sanguxi first responded to the words of the young detective team, and then turned to the eternally youthful student, saying, "What do you think of my appearance? I witnessed someone so frightened that they stood frozen in place, unable to move. Is this not a classic? The iconic equipment of Jinjio." Sanguxi whimsically contemplated that she would undoubtedly drive this car in front of Conan every day, dancing on his nerves. However, what were you all doing here? If there were a remedy for regret, Sanguxi certainly would not have uttered a word of inquiry. Sister Xiaoxi, Mr. James has been abducted by someone in a fake police car. Could you kindly give us a ride? Upon hearing Conan's words, Sanguxi barely had time to refuse before several individuals had already squeezed into the vehicle. Consequently, a stunning spectacle graced the streets, a black Porsche in hot pursuit of a police car. This scene left Akai Shuichi, who had received news and rushed to rescue his superior, momentarily stunned. Only after catching up to the vehicle did he exhale in relief upon recognizing the driver. It must be said, Sanguxi's attire today exuded an unmistakable allure reminiscent of Jin. After catching up to the fake police car, Conan reported the location to Officer Magyar. And as the police vehicles commenced their performance, Sanguxi gracefully withdrew from the encirclement of the police cars. Akai Shuichi's vehicle hesitated briefly between rescuing his superior and pursuing the Porsche, ultimately opting to join the chase after the elegant sports car. Sangu Valley halted his vehicle by the roadside, allowing the youthful detective troupe to alight. Young AI's expression remained one of astonishment. She still could not fathom why. On that fateful day, she found herself in Jin's car, pursuing a police vehicle in a daring rescue. A particularly inquisitive elementary school student whispered, "Hey, Sangu, what is the story behind this car of yours?" Sanguxi spoke with an air of composure and unwavering confidence. That sports car accommodates only 2 seats. It cannot fit both Xiaolan and Yuanzi after school. Acquiring another vehicle would be an imprudent expenditure. After all, one must be prudent with their finances. Thus, I exchanged my car with Jinxiu, and this is now my mode of transportation. Upon hearing this, Conan momentarily wore a blank expression, casting a peculiar glance at Sanguxi. Hence, Sangu is set to pick up Xiaolan and Yuanji from school in a car driven by Jin. This scene seems rather peculiar. He feels compelled to express his confusion, yet he harbors no desire to show respect. He is genuinely perplexed, observing the teasing glimmer in Sangu's eyes. The young student is certain that it must be intentional. Chapter 48. The next victim emerges after dropping Conan off. Sangu prepared to head home. As for the Chevrolet trailing behind, who is that? In any case, she does not recognize them. Speaking of Sangu's car, it was a swab she discreetly arranged with vodka today. Since Jin typically operated solo on missions, that supercar was more than sufficient. As for whether Jin would seek retribution upon discovering this, it was entirely beyond Sangu's considerations. After all, who isn't a child at heart? If Jin dared to scold her, she would simply cry in front of him. Akai Shuichi followed closely in the direction of Sangu's vehicle. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Conan, who happened to glance back. The young student couldn't help but furrow his brow. Was this merely a coincidence? He felt as though he had encountered this man in the knit cap on numerous occasions recently, and each time, he appeared near Sangu. Conan suddenly turned to Hibara and asked, "Hey, Hibara, have you seen that person in the organization before?" Hibara shook her head. "No, and I haven't met everyone." Meanwhile, as Sangu approached her home, she found herself exasperated by the persistent following of Akai Shuichi. Wasn't he concerned about his abducted superior? Sanguxi turned the car around and parked it on a secluded road, swinging her feet from the front of the vehicle as she awaited the arrival of Akai Shuichi. She was curious to see what antics this young man would conjure up today. From a distance, Akai Shuichi spotted the girl, her face adorned with a look of melancholy as she sat at the front of the car, seemingly exuding an air of authority as if she were seated not in a vehicle, but upon a throne. A flicker of amusement danced in Akai's eyes as he parked behind her and leaned against the hood of his car. In this moment, they faced each other, one standing, the other seated. The elevation of Sanguxi's position counterbalanced their height difference, rendering them seemingly equal in stature. The girl glared at him indignantly, her voice brimming with defiance as she demanded, "Hey, why are you following me?" Akai raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, "How can you say I'm following you? I merely happen to be taking the same route home." Her disbelief was palpable, her expression conveying a sense of knowing as she retorted, "Why don't you go rescue your superior?" Unfazed, Akai responded, "I have already spoken to him, and the police are on their way. Soon, I shall simply pick him up from the station." He then locked eyes with her, a sudden intensity in his gaze, and continued, "But how did you come to know that he is the chief of the FB? You should not have encountered him before." Sanguxi remained unfazed. The girl proudly lifted her chin and declared with a hint of arrogance, "I know much more than you think. It would be best not to provoke me." Akai Shuichi chuckled softly, and then realized that since the girl was aware of his mother, she must possess some reliable sources of information. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it, instead surveying the vehicle she occupied, and inquired, How is it that you are driving Jin's car? Sanguxi shook her little head and earnestly corrected him, saying, from now on, this will be my vehicle. Moreover, you did not seek me out merely to inquire about that. Did you? Akai Shuichi observed the girl's subtle gestures, a flicker of amusement dancing in his eyes. I heard you visited Sherry yesterday. Are you two preparing to take action? The girl hesitated for a brief moment upon hearing this, on the verge of responding, when suddenly a thought struck her, prompting her to retort. Although we are collaborating, I am still a member of the organization. Are you really so brazen as to question our plans? Akai Shuichi sensed her fleeting hesitation and grasped the underlying meaning. He had formed a general hypothesis. It appears you are well prepared, so I shall patiently await your remarkable performance. TSK. Look at that. I have always said she dislikes conversing with intelligent individuals. Secrets simply cannot be kept. Although she feigned it, observing the girl's expression of vexation at being seen through, he reached out to touzle her hair playfully, teasingly saying, So, may I pass now? Esteemed member of the organization? I must go rescue my superior, who has been taken by the kidnappers. Sanguxi brushed off Akai Shuichi's hand, leaping down from the engine hood, leaving him with a defiant view of her back. Truth be told, it was rather uncomfortable, and had it not been for the desire to appear more imposing due to her height, she wouldn't have chosen to sit there at all. Humph, being tall is nothing to boast about. The girl's soft grumbling was carried by the wind, reaching Akai Shuichi's ears. She had just been reluctant to leave the engine hood, and now an explanation seemed to surface. Akai Shuichi let out a light chuckle, his deep laughter resonating as he observed the girl's retreating figure, deliberately remarking, indeed, quite remarkable. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just perfect for Sanguxi to hear. Sanguxi is utterly exasperated. This Akai Shuichi, why is he always so petty when it comes to dealing with children? Truly miserly. What a miser. After getting into the car, Sanguxi did not cast a single glance at Akai Shuichi. The only sounds accompanying her were the resounding slam of the door and the fumes of the exhaust, signaling the girl's slight irritation. Akai Shuichi couldn't help but chuckle at her little temper before turning away and departing. Upon returning home by car, Sanguxi fortuitously encountered Zhu Fujingguang, who was preparing to head out. Subsequently, following the pattern established by Conan, yet another victim emerged. Sanguxi clearly observed that upon sighting the vehicle, Zhu Fujingguang's expression instantly soured, rendering him rigid and immobile. Sanguxi observed the reaction of Jingguang Maomao and, belatedly, stroked his chin. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that Qinjiu's vehicle was indeed somewhat unsatisfactory. After all, the red team contestants seemed to harbor some reservations about Qinjiu's car. However, it was out of the question to consider a replacement. Regardless, they were all still young, and a bit of heart-pounding exercise was hardly a detriment. Sanguxi grew increasingly self-assured as his thoughts spiraled. However, Zhu Fujingguang was genuinely taken aback. For a fleeting moment, he truly believed that it was Qinjiu come to take his life. It was only upon seeing Sanguxi emerge from the vehicle that he finally exhaled in relief. After disembarking at Sanguxi in an effort to soothe the startled Jingguang Mao, the momentary expression of concern was replaced with a warm smile as she cheerfully greeted, Mr. Guanggu. Are you heading out? Zhu Fujingguang had already regained his composure and nodded with a smile. Indeed, I am off to the supermarket to procure ingredients for dinner. Upon hearing the mention of dinner, Sanguxi's eyes sparkled with delight, having yet to eat herself. Consequently, her smile widened with enthusiasm as she earnestly proposed, then, may I accompany Mr. Guanggu? Perhaps. I could join you for dinner, if that is permissible? After a brief moment of hesitation, as he met the girl's luminous gaze, Zhu Fujingguang nodded in agreement. That's certainly agreeable, but may I suggest we use my vehicle? I must admit, I find it somewhat difficult to accept the idea of riding in Qinjiu's car to buy groceries. Sanguxi smiled radiantly, exclaiming that it was no trouble at all. As long as she could join for a meal, everything else was trivial. The two of them had a smooth journey while grocery shopping. However, upon returning home, yet another serendipitous encounter occurred downstairs. Sanguxi let out a soft sigh, cursing the wretched Mihuan town. What was so wrong with her simply wanting to enjoy a meal? This time, she encountered Matsuda Ji-pei, who was returning home from work. This fellow was driving a Mazda RX-7, clad entirely in black, and sporting sunglasses. Upon recognizing her, he halted his vehicle and leaned against the window, greeting her. Hey there, little girl. Is this your new boyfriend? Hearing this, Sanguxi raised her eyebrows and turned to glance at the curly-haired individual beside her, gritting her teeth as she retorted, He is my neighbor. My neighbor. Zhufu Jingguang was taken aback when he heard that familiar voice. Zero hadn't he mentioned that Matsuda lived here as well? Oh, as long as he is not your boyfriend. That's good. You're still young. Getting into a relationship too early can lead to deception, you know? Sanguxi, a national-level instigator, was indeed a spirited individual weighing a mere 99 pounds. Upon hearing his words, her expression turned fierce as she shot back defiantly. I want to. Not only will I date, but I'll switch partners daily until I have a total of 108. Matsuda Jinpei couldn't suppress his laughter. Completely disregarding Sanguxi's words as mere jest while commending her. Not bad. Your ambitions are quite lofty. Sanguxi defiantly turned her head aside and scoffed. Humph. At least I'm not like some individuals, a 29-year-old who remains unwanted. Her remark not only slandered a certain curly-haired individual but also inadvertently struck a blow to the onlooker. Jufukage Mitsukatsu. Matsuda Jinpei immediately retorted, Hey, who do you think you are looking down on? There are plenty of female officers at the police department who admire me. Sanguxi harbored no belief in his words and boldly retorted, I might trust Officer Hajiwara's statements, but with that perpetually disdainful face of yours, how could anyone possibly like you? You must be deceiving children. In a fit of rage, Matsuda Jinpei abruptly exited the vehicle and began to vigorously pinch Sanguxi's cheeks. Seeing Sanguxi daring to pinch and squeeze her own face, Matsuda Jinpei's temper flared instantly. He promptly reached out and tugged at Matsuda's ear. That hurts, protested the curly-haired one. Let go quickly. You first. No more. Zhufu Jingguang, utterly bewildered by the unfolding scene, felt as though he were witnessing his own two mischievous children engaged in a playful scuffle. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his blue cat-like eyes, and he interjected with a calming tone, Sir, you are quite grown. Why engage in such childish disputes? Indeed, I shall not argue with a child. Matsuda Jinpei retorted, releasing Sanguxi's face at last. You are the one bullying children. How shameful. Zhufu Jingguang, observing the two immature beings still trading barbs even after the conflict had subsided, found himself in the role of a peacemaker. Ultimately, the resolution saw the three of them seated together at the same table for dinner. At the dining table, the two impertinent children vied for the same piece of meat, leaving Jingguang in a state of exasperation. He had no choice but to divide the dishes into 3 portions, ensuring that none were overlooked, which temporarily quelled their bickering. Though Matsuda Jinpei ceased his bullying of the child, he redirected his attention towards Zhufu Jingguang. Fixating on the vaguely familiar eyes of his counterpart, he suddenly inquired, Mr. Guanggu, have we met somewhere before? Chapter 49, The Masked Faces of Mihua Town. Upon hearing this, Sanguxi immediately entered a state of eager anticipation, her large eyes darting left and right. Oh my! What could possibly be the reason for the disappearance of a police academy friend for 5 long years? Can someone truly conceal their identity from a former companion? To uncover the unfolding tale, one must listen intently. Zhufu Jingguang, upon hearing these words, momentarily paused his meal, his gaze instinctively drifting toward the girl engrossed in her food. At present, Xiaoxi remained oblivious to her own identity, and he could not afford to reveal his own. Thus, with an air of calm, Zhufu Jingguang smiled and remarked, Perhaps I merely bear a resemblance to a friend of yours? His composed demeanor elicited a flicker of surprise in Matsuda Jinpei. Several years prior, when the news of Zhufu Jingguang's tragic demise was made public by the police, he, along with his classmates, made it a point to visit Jingguang's grave annually. However, as Jingguang's childhood friend, Ryuga Zero had never once been seen at the gravesite. This left them with lingering doubts, while they had considered the possibility that Zero's secret missions were perilous enough to keep him occupied. The absence over 3 years was hard to swallow, given their understanding of Zero's capabilities. They found it implausible that he would be unable to break away from his duties for such an extended period. When they learned from Zufu Gaoming that he too had never seen Jingguang's remains, and that the grave was merely a symbolic resting place, their suspicions regarding Jingguang's death deepened. Yet, the elusive Ryuga Zero remained a mystery they could not unravel. Now, in the presence of this Mr. Guanggu, Matsuda Jinpei felt an unmistakable sense of familiarity, particularly after savoring the sumptuous meal. Although many years had passed and Jingguang's culinary skills may have evolved, certain nuances remained unchanged. Matsuda Jinpei had always trusted his instincts, which had saved him on numerous occasions during bomb disposal missions. He found it hard to believe in such a series of coincidences, a striking resemblance, culinary talent, and even a similar disposition. However, Considering the possibility that Jingguang might still be engaged in some covert operation, Matsuda Jinpei refrained from pursuing the matter further. He resolved to consult with his classmates before drawing any conclusions. For the time being, he simply regarded Zhu Fu Jingguang with a knowing glance and replied in agreement, Mr. Guanggu does indeed bear some resemblance to a dear friend of mine, though that friend has passed away. Thus, seeing you evokes memories of my late companion. Sanguxi, sensing the unspoken tension between the two, was acutely aware that both were weaving tales. They were performing, and quite convincingly at that. Indeed, it seemed that the performers of Mihua Town were adept at their craft. Disappointed at missing out on the juicy details, Sanguxi's vibrant green eyes dimmed with discontent. Yet, channeling her frustration into appetite, she stealthily pilfered half of the dish meant for the two men while they were distracted. By the time they noticed, Sanguxi was munching away. Her cheeks puffed and her expression alarmingly innocent as she gazed at them. Zhu Fu Jingguang, who typically indulged her whims, merely smiled gently without reprimanding her. Matsuda Jinpei, on the other hand, intended to feign annoyance, but upon meeting her round, glimmering green eyes, his words faltered. He sighed, exasperated, and said, "Go ahead and eat. Am I truly to compete with a child for food?" Sanguxi, with her emerald eyes sparkling, instantly beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Curl, you are truly a good person." After saying this, she met Zhu Fu Jingguang's feline gaze and added, "However, Mr. Guang is the best." Matsuda Jinping felt a twinge of discontent at being overshadowed by a newly arrived neighbor in the eyes of this girl. Amused yet frustrated, he quipped, "You are quite easy to please, aren't you? A few meals and I've lost your favor." With her belly full and in high spirits, Sanguxi replied sincerely, "If you could cook deliciously, you might win me over too." Observing the exchange, Jingguang's eyes sparkled with amusement as he watched Matsuda choke on his words once more. After the meal concluded and Matsuda had taken his leave, Sanguxi prepared to return home, not forgetting to bestow another compliment. "Mr. Guang, you are truly a wonderful person." Zhu Fu Jingguang chuckled softly as he accepted another good person card. Once the two were gone, he called his childhood friend, who was still undercover. "Ling, why didn't you inform me sooner that Matsuda was here? With his instincts, he might already be suspecting me today." Zhu Fu Jingguang's tone was tinged with resignation. On the other end, Jianggu Ling chuckled lightly and reassured him, "Don't worry, Jing. Even if they suspect you, they will tread carefully. By the way, how has Luo been lately?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Fu Jingguang's expression turned serious as he replied, "I saw Kai Shuichi interacting with Xiaoxi today. Although I couldn't hear them from afar, it seemed they might have reached some form of cooperation." Jianggu Ling raised an eyebrow in surprise. "I didn't expect her to collaborate with the FBI first." Zhu Fu Jingguang's features revealed concern as he disapproved. "But Xiaoxi is still just a child. The FBI shouldn't involve her in their battle against the organization." It seems that Jingguang harbored an exceedingly protective lens towards Sanguxi, perhaps too thick a filter indeed. Jianggu Ling, unfazed by Jingguang's defense of Sanguxi, smiled and remarked, "This is probably a voluntary choice on Luo's part. Her personality doesn't align with the organization at all. Perhaps reminded of the task assigned to Sanguxi by their boss." Jianggu Ling continued, "However, it appears they may have actions planned soon. Jing, we should observe from a distance, and if possible, do remember to safeguard that adventurous little girl." "Of course, that goes without saying." Zhu Fu Jingguang replied, suddenly recalling a heart-stopping moment from earlier that day. He inquired, "By the way, why was Xiaoxi driving Jin's Porsche today?" With a hint of amusement in his voice, Jianggu Ling responded, "I just learned about that. She must have secretly swapped with vodka." Zhu Fu Jingguang, struck by this revelation, looked momentarily bewildered. She traded it for her previous pink supercar? On the other end, Jianggu Ling's voice was now laced with laughter, his eyes sparkling with mirth. "Indeed, Jin's expression has been dark all day." Zhu Fu Jingguang felt a mix of amusement and helplessness, pondering, is she truly unafraid of Jin's retribution? Jianggu Ling recalled Jin's protectiveness over the girl. His gaze deepening, yet his tone remained light. She should be fine. Luo's relationship with Jin is likely quite complex, and Jin is rather indulgent towards her. Meanwhile, on another front, Akai Shuichi returned to the police station and escorted his superior back to the hotel, where they sat across from each other. James spoke first. "Akai, was that black Porsche we pursued earlier, the one you mentioned, the girl you referred to?" Sanguxi had already removed her black hat, and after a moment of initial shock, James quickly discerned that the driver was a girl with white hair. Upon mentioning the girl, A warm hue gradually softened the coldness in Akai's stern gaze as he gently nodded. Indeed. And I have a premonition that she will be our greatest ally in dismantling the organization. Reflecting on the day's events, James couldn't help but exclaim. To have obtained Jin's vehicle, it seems she indeed enjoys the favor of those two. However, she appears quite young for this child to proactively seek our collaboration. She must possess considerable resolve. Akai chose not to respond, prompting James to continue. Yet, that individual is related to her by blood. She may betray the organization. But would she truly allow those two to face the full brunt of legal repercussions? At this, Akai couldn't help but recall the girl's repeated defense of Jin and Vermouth, falling into a contemplative silence. The answer eluded him as well. He believed the girl genuinely sought to confront the organization, yet how she would regard Jin and Vermouth remained uncertain. It seemed this night was destined to be one of insomnia for many. As Sanguxi returned home, she received a call from Jin. It was not regarding a mission. He was likely calling to demand accountability. Sagluo, return the car. Jin's tone was somewhat abrupt, revealing his genuine anger. He had been occupied with a mission throughout the day and had only now found the opportunity to address the matter. I refuse, and I don't wish to speak with you right now. The girl's resolute response left no room for hesitation. With that, she hung up on Jin. Beside her, Vodka observed his brother's fluctuating expression and quickly attempted to smooth things over. Brother, Xiaoxi is still in a cold war with you. Perhaps your earlier tone was too harsh. Which is why she hung up. Don't be angry. I'll call her back. Vodka acted swiftly, and within seconds, the call was answered. The girl sounded somewhat irritated. Her voice muffled. Uncle Vodka, don't speak on his behalf. Noting Jin's discontented demeanor, Vodka quickly urged, Xiaoxi, that car doesn't quite suit my brother's temperament. It would be best if you complied and returned it. I mentioned this to you in the morning. He certainly won't approve. The girl, still displeased, retorted. Is the color not appealing? It not only boasts speed but is also convenient for retreat during missions, and its deceptive hue, pink, barely resembles the style of the black organization. Such a choice would attract little attention. It was a carefully selected gift for him, far more expensive than his Porsche, yet he fails to appreciate my good intentions. Jin, overhearing her clever arguments, let out a scoff, his expression icy. To believe that girl's words would be sheer folly. The girl, perhaps sensing Jin's voice, fell silent. Vodka hurriedly interjected, Xiaoxi, but pink really doesn't suit my brother, and that color is rather conspicuous, making it easy to attract notice during missions. The girl seemed swayed by Vodka's reasoning, but still refused to concede on returning the car, muttering, even if he dislikes pink. He could simply wrap it in a black film. That car is expensive, and how can a gift be taken back? Sanguxi finished speaking without allowing the other party a moment to respond before abruptly ending the call. Vodka stared at the screen of his disconnected phone, then glanced at Jin. Brother, do you still want to switch? Ultimately, Vodka bore some responsibility in this matter as well. Jin shot him a cold glance. His demeanor icy. Vodka, I want it changed to black by the end of the day. Understood. Brother. Vodka hurriedly replied. After uttering his response, he observed Jin's expression. Pondering how his brother was truly tough on the outside yet tender-hearted within, upon hearing it was a gift, he feigned reluctance but ultimately accepted it. Just as Vodka was about to leave to get the film applied, Jin suddenly called out to stop him. Wait, on second thought. Let's just take the spare Porsche from now on. Forget about this car. Vodka was momentarily taken aback, only realizing the implication after receiving a piercing glare from Jin. Oh. All right. It wasn't until he had walked a considerable distance that Vodka dared to mutter to himself, indeed, Miss Xiaoxi is simply too charming and adorable. Even my brother has changed. Chapter 50. The ominous old man. The next day, the delightful weekend had already passed its midpoint. Sanguxi had originally intended to remain indoors all day, avoiding the outside world. However, it has become evident that certain individuals simply cannot be evaded by mere seclusion. For instance, a particular elementary school reaper. Is Sanguxi, along with Chris Wynyard, also a member of the organization? Observing his hurried demeanor, Sanguxi almost believed he was privy to some earth-shattering secret. Who would have thought he was merely inquiring about this? Sanguxi raised an eyebrow and inquired. Did you come all this way merely to ask that? Of course not. But first, you must answer my question. A certain elementary student urged eagerly. Indeed. She is a member of the organization, Sanguxi conceded without hesitation, recognizing there was no point in concealing the truth from Conan. Upon hearing this, Conan's expression darkened momentarily before he continued, that is precisely what I expected. At the memorial service for Pisco, Hybera later mentioned to me that she sensed the presence of another organization member in the venue. At first, I assumed she was referring to you, Sanguxi. But upon further reflection, I considered that she might have been alluding to Chris Wynyard, who was beside you at the time. Sanguxi curled up on the sofa, listening intently to his analysis, and inquired with curiosity, "So, what did you discover?" A certain elementary student, adopting an air of maturity, began to pace the living room. Engaging in a mental brainstorm, a year ago, I encountered her mother, Sharon Wynyard, in the United States. Sharon is a master of disguise, and she mentioned that she would impart this skill to her daughter, Chris. Thus, Chris is likely to be adept at disguise as well. Recently, I heard Officer Takagi mention that Uncle Mori's case files had been stolen but were returned a few days later by courier. The thief could have merely discarded them after reading, yet they chose not to. I surmised that the reason for their return was to relay information to someone, thereby drawing the snake out of its hole. Perhaps the fact that Shinichi Kudo is still alive has been exposed, prompting the organization to investigate his sudden reemergence in Uncle Mori's life. Consequently, I suspect that Chris may have already disguised herself and come among us. After articulating his reasoning, the elementary student turned his gaze towards the individual nestled on the sofa. Sanguxi immediately straightened up and exclaimed, "Bullfrog, bullfrog. A perfect score. Absolutely correct." A certain elementary school student shot a disdainful glance at the overly dramatic Sanguxi and replied, "It seems you've been aware of this matter for quite some time. I even heard from the professor that you secretly sought out Huiyuan, yet when I inquired, she refused to divulge anything." Upon hearing this, Sanguxi appeared to have a sudden epiphany, slapping her forehead in realization. That explains why I felt as though I was forgetting something lately. It's because I neglected to inform you of this." The student had long since dismissed such antics. He turned to Sanguxi with a skeptical gaze. "Don't play coy with me. You're doing this on purpose. I knew your return must be tied to some agenda. Is the organization targeting Huiyuan for a specific mission?" Sanguxi gazed at a certain elementary school student with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic, teasingly remarking, "Well, why not? However, children should embody the essence of childhood. Perhaps it's best for elementary school students to refrain from meddling in the affairs of adults." Sanguxi initially intended to tease the diminutive elementary student, but to her surprise, the young scholar nodded thoughtfully in response. In an unusual departure from his typical demeanor, he remarked, "Indeed, such matters are undeniably perilous. Therefore, I shall leave it to you, Sanguxi." This revelation left Sanguxi in disbelief, prompting her to adopt a dramatic flair. "You have changed. You are no longer the Kudo I once knew. Quickly, tell me where you have concealed the former Kudo. Hand him over." Conan shot her an exasperated glance, wearing an expression that suggested he had long seen through her antics. "Humph. You merely enjoy keeping me in suspense, but I have grown wise to your games." With that, he shrugged nonchalantly, adopting a relaxed posture, his tone casual. "Well, since you have already devised a plan, I shall simply await the outcome in comfort." As he spoke, Conan patted Sanguxi on the shoulder and encouraged her, "So, go forth. Sanguxi, I have faith in your abilities." Sanguxi emotionlessly brushed off the small student's hand resting on his shoulder, then stood up from the sofa, leaving behind an enigmatic silhouette. A sense of foreboding washed over him. The young student had evidently learned to counter his tactics. After a heavy sigh, Sanguxi turned to the student and inquired, "So, have you deduced who Chris is masquerading as?" Conan nodded, his tone composed. "I have a rough idea, though 3 individuals have recently emerged with suspicious behavior. Teacher Judy, the newly appointed doctor, and Natakai Shuichi. However, the one deserving the most scrutiny is undoubtedly the new doctor, who claims to be your boyfriend and has yet to be contradicted by you. I surmise your silence is due to the knowledge that, like you, she is also a woman." As Sanguxi listened to Conan's thorough analysis, she couldn't help but marvel inwardly at his impressive intellect, befitting of a protagonist. It was a pity he was on her side. Otherwise, she would have relished the opportunity to compete with him. Noticing Sanguxi's lack of dissent, Conan surmised that he had hit the mark, and continued, "By the way, Sanguxi, I've been frequently encountering Akai Shuichi in the vicinity since the bus hijacking incident. He seems to be either near you or around the office." Upon hearing this name, Sanguxi felt a surge of irritation. The cunning older man had a propensity for teasing her, resulting in a significant drop in his ranking on her personal list of attractive figures in the realm of Conan. He had been completely ousted from her rankings. The current top position was held by Jingguang Mao Mao, and he was the sole occupant. The others had been similarly dismissed due to personal grievances, including the sly Muro Turu, the gossiping Hattori Heiji, the drugging Kaido Kuroba, the hard-to-swindle Kudo Shinichi, the childish Rollhair, and the well-connected Hajiwara. Indeed, it was a matter of collateral damage. Sanguxi harbors a certain resentment and double standards. Thus when Conan inquired about Akai Shuichi, she merely replied in a nonchalant tone, "Oh, him? Just a sinister old man, nothing more." Observing the palpable animosity on Sanguxi's face, Conan raised an eyebrow, relishing in her vexation. "Oh dear, you seem quite upset. It appears this individual has wronged you, hasn't he? What is the matter? Do you have any objections?" In response, Sanguxi directed a death glare at the elementary school student. The young boy felt a chill run down his spine and hastily waved his hands. "No, I was just curious if that Akai Shuichi is also a member of the organization." Upon hearing this, Sanguxi's expression darkened immediately, and in a somber tone, she remarked, "Indeed. He is a formidable character. His codename is Bourbon, and Jin places immense trust in him, frequently assigning him clandestine missions. Perhaps this time it is Jin who has dispatched him to surveil me. It is also possible that he has begun to harbor suspicions regarding the agency, which explains his persistent presence here." Conan observed the sudden gloom on Sanguxi's face and found himself believing her words, growing increasingly wary of the organization member known as Bourbon. Sanguxi observed the earnest expression of the elementary school student and subtly curled her lips. TSK, TSK, TSK. She was certainly not the type to hold grudges. Typically, she would retaliate immediately if there were any animosity, and if none existed, she would concoct a grudge just to settle the score. What to do? She was already looking forward to the upcoming confrontation between the student and Akai Shuichi. As lunchtime approached, Sanguxi hastily urged, "Do you have any more questions? If not, please do not squander my delightful weekend. Hurry back and complete your homework." The elementary student shook his head and then advised, "No, Sanguxi, take care of yourself. If you need any assistance, remember to reach out to me." Hearing the student's concern, Sanguxi felt a fleeting pang of guilt for deceiving him. Nevertheless, she quickly reassured herself that it was all for the sake of fostering their acquaintance. Indeed, it was all for their benefit. She was already eagerly anticipating the moment when Conan would address Akai Shuichi as Bourbon. Sanguxi escorted the elementary school student to the door and was just about to close it when the child suddenly turned back and said, "Wait, Sangu, aren't you supposed to accompany me back to the office for a meal? Xiaolan mentioned that you haven't visited in several days." Upon hearing Xiaolan's name, Sanguxi was suddenly engulfed by an overwhelming sense of guilt, akin to a spouse engaging in infidelity. However, the truth could certainly not be disclosed. She feigned seriousness and replied, "But I cannot go every day. Recently, I've been learning to cook for myself, and, well, I must say, I'm doing rather well." "Really?" Conan pondered, recalling the peculiar dish of strawberry stir-fried potatoes, his skepticism evident. Can the meals prepared by Sangu truly be consumed? Sanguxi observed his expression, fully immersed in the role, and retorted with indignation, "Hurry up. I'm an excellent cook. Do you wish to stay and sample my culinary skills?" "No need. I'm leaving right now." Startled, the elementary school student dashed away, disappearing in an instant. Yet, despite having frightened the child away, Sanguxi felt no joy. Instead, an inexplicable sensation akin to an arrow piercing her heart lingered. Humph. The baby is upset. It appeared that, after all this time, her cooking was still met with disdain. As she wallowed in her melancholy, the door across from her swung open, revealing Jingguang, who peered out and called, "Xiaoxi, would you like to join us for dinner?" "Yes." In an instant, Sanguxi felt revitalized. Overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes brimmed with tears. Indeed, Jingguang was the best. He was even cooking for her. Her efforts to rescue him were not in vain. He was far superior to his brother, the rebellious Muro Turu, truly deserving of being called her mother's beloved second son. Chapter 51. Sang Taigong goes fishing in the world of Kishiue. The timeline adheres to no scientific rationale. Yesterday was merely a weekend, yet today had inexplicably transformed into Wednesday. However, this peculiar passage of time seemed to have little impact on Sanguxi, who daily assumed the guise of a societal drifter. Moreover, with Vermouth providing her cover, the boss had not pressed her for progress on her tasks. Being privy to the script, she cherished these dwindling days of leisure even more. Each day, she indulged in a frenzy of watching various animated series, recording those she could not finish for later organization. Of course, her pursuits were not limited solely to animation. Since the moment Sanguxi acquired a new vehicle, he frequently takes to the streets in his black Porsche, challenging the nerves of onlookers. Initially, the elementary school students would flinch at the sight, but now they have grown accustomed and can accept this reality with a stoic demeanor. In fact, during the time Sanguxi drives Xiaolan to school, he has shamelessly taken advantage of the ride. Perhaps it is the conspicuousness of Sanguxi's car. Or perhaps it is due to the proximity of the once-beloved teacher and the campus heartthrob, the new doctor, that draws attention. In any case, whenever Sanguxi arrives to pick up Xiaolan and her friends, a crowd of students gathers at the school gate to observe. This has become one of the most captivating sights at Tiden High School. Every day during meal times, Sanguxi indulges in a delightful routine of dining at different friends' houses. Notably, Matsuda, with his curly locks, is now vying for the position of his benefactor. Ever since their last encounter with the disguised Jubin Kagemitsu, this fellow has taken to frequenting the vicinity of Sanguxi's home. To be precise, he often lingers near the residence of Kagemitsu, and then he frequently coincidentally meets Jubin Kagemitsu under various pretexts. Moreover, he does not merely bump into him alone. He often brings along Hajiwara Kinji or Date K to join in these encounters. The reason he is seen as encroaching upon Sanguxi's benefactor status is that he frequently dines under the guise of reminiscing about their friendship. After a few meals, he has even begun to order dishes for himself. Since both he and Sanguxi are carnivorous by nature, he often finds himself snatching away Sanguxi's meat. The guiding principle of Sanguxi is that while one may endure hardship, one must never forsake the morsels that are within reach. Consequently, the two have engaged in numerous disputes over food. Of course, these altercations are not of a serious nature. They resemble the playful skirmishes of children, marked by light-hearted jabs and teasing. Moreover, since Guang Guchuan consistently favors Sanguxi, his resentment has only intensified. He has now come to realize that Guang Guchuan is indeed Zhufu Jingguang. However, due to various considerations, he, along with Hajiwara and the class monitor, has opted to maintain the current status quo. Nonetheless, this does not diminish his jealousy over Jingguang's apparent favoritism towards Sanguxi. Sanguxi once believed that the curly-haired lad must frequently be plagued by feelings of jealousy. On this particular day, due to his duty, only Sanguxi came to Jingguang to share a meal. Midway through their dining, she received a text message from a primary school student. Sangu, emergency. Upon reading those words, Sanguxi was momentarily bewildered. In the next instant, another message arrived. Investigate Ban Songzhua, encounter with Jin. Hide. Danger. A chuckle escaped her lips as she grasped the situation. The thought of a primary school student cowering in a cabinet, trembling while sending a plea for help, struck her as amusing. It was also due to her recent preoccupation with the movements of Belmod that she had momentarily overlooked this matter. As a supportive teammate, Sanguxi promptly transformed into a beacon of light to rescue her comrade. Observing the puzzled expression on Zhufu Jingguang's face, she quickly clarified, Mr. Guang. My apologies, I need to step out to make a phone call. All right. Although Zhufu Jingguang was curious, he did not press for further details. Once outside, Sanguxi did not return home. Instead, she boldly stood in the hallway to make her call. On the other end, Jin, accompanied by Vodka, was preparing to search through the cabinets one by one. Just then, Jin's phone vibrated in his pocket. Initially intending to dismiss the call with a cold demeanor, he hesitated upon seeing the name Sang Luo and ultimately decided to answer. The voice on the line was that of a girl. Laced with concern yet tinged with hesitation, Jin, today, I discovered traces of FB near Sherry. Akai Shuichi may have returned to Japan, so please, be careful. Sanguxi, whatever pot you push onto Akai Shuichi is just fine. After all, he is a character whom Jin despises yet cannot eliminate. Humph. It's not due to personal grudges. Upon receiving this unexpected call imbued with concern, Jin paused for a moment, his gaze deepening. Although the girl's words were intended to convey care, the timing of her call aroused suspicion in the inherently wary Jin. Sangluo, why did you choose to call at this moment? Has Vermouth or someone else said something to you? From within the cabinet, Conan couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Sanguxi upon hearing this. However, the girl merely paused, her voice tinged with confusion. Vermouth? Should she have said something to me? At this juncture, the girl seemed to have a sudden realization, her tone shifting to one of urgency. Jin, are you hiding something from me again? You must not harm my friends. They are innocent. Indeed, the art of turning the tables is a skill that only Sanguxi possesses. Jin, upon hearing the girl's inquiry, fell silent for a moment, his expression darkening as he coldly retorted, No, I have a mission, if there's nothing else. I will hang up. With that, Jin offered no opportunity for rebuttal and abruptly ended the call. Beside him, Vodka, curious after the call was terminated, inquired, "Brother, did Sanguxi call for a particular reason?" Jin's demeanor remained indifferent. He did not address Vodka's question, but instead commanded, "It's nothing. Hurry and find that rat." Vodka excelled at adhering to his brother's wishes, refraining from further inquiry. He glanced at the row of small cabinets, casually rifling through a few, perplexed. "Brother, no matter how small an adult may be, they cannot possibly hide in such cabinets." Jin seemed to find Vodka's point somewhat valid, but nonetheless fired a few shots at the row of cabinets. After witnessing no movement from them, he turned to leave with Vodka in search of other leads. Regarding this elusive individual, Jin instinctively believed they were the accomplice of Sherry, who had hidden on the rooftop that day. He was not overly anxious about not capturing the person this time. After all, once they apprehended Sherry, further questioning would inevitably unveil the truth. In truth, Sanguxi did not perceive her call as particularly useful, especially since in the original narrative, Jin had not discovered Conan. After all, how could the male protagonist encounter trouble at this juncture? Nevertheless, to express her concern, she symbolically made the call. Of course, her primary objective remained akin to Jiang Taigong fishing, waiting for those willing to take the bait. Sanguxi, with a meaningful smirk, turned around and returned to her meal. In the grand scheme of things, nothing surpasses the importance of dining. As the call with Qin Jiao concluded swiftly, lasting no more than 3 minutes, she rejoined the dining table, where Zhufu Jingguang remained in his original position. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of guilt in the depths of his feline eyes. In truth, Jingguang felt a twinge of shame for eavesdropping on Sanguxi's conversation, believing such actions were more befitting of Ling. Yet, his reluctance to refrain from listening stemmed from a concern that she might engage in perilous activities unbeknownst to him. He resembled an anxious mother, covertly watching over her daughter while fearing discovery. Interestingly, this shared sentiment of wanting to protect one another remains a secret known only to themselves. It is rather amusing how both individuals harbor a desire to assume the role of each other's guardian, though the source of this inclination remains a mystery. By the way, Mr. Guanggu, despite our long acquaintance, I find myself unaware of your profession. The gentle sound of Sanguxi awakened Zhufu Jingguang from his reverie. Upon hearing the question, he maintained his calm demeanor and replied with a warm smile, "I am merely an ordinary clerk at a small company." The girl paused momentarily, her expression shifting to one of guilt as she remarked, "Will my frequent visits for meals trouble Mr. Guanggu?" Acknowledging how arduous his workdays were, she felt a tinge of concern about being a burden. Zhufu Jingguang, taken aback by her reaction, quickly waved his hands in reassurance. "Not at all. I genuinely enjoy having Sanguxi over for meals." The girl, momentarily stunned, noticed his flustered explanation and, misunderstanding the intent, felt her cheeks flush crimson. Realizing the potential misinterpretation, Zhufu Jingguang felt compelled to clarify, No, please don't misunderstand. I have no other friends, and it brings me immense joy to share meals with you." After hearing his explanation, the girl appeared relieved, her tone infused with gratitude. "Mr. Guanggu, you are like a gentle elder brother to me. I truly appreciate your care during this time." However, Zhufu Jingguang was puzzled. "Sanguxi? Does this imply that you will no longer come by?" "Mr. Guanggu, that's not what I meant. I may have to move soon due to some family matters." A weight settled in Zhufu Jingguang's heart as he pressed on. "Why? Is something amiss?" "There are some issues at home," she replied, her voice tinged with unmasked sorrow. Suddenly, Zhufu Jingguang recalled what Jianggu Ling had previously mentioned about the girl possibly undertaking a mission soon. Could it be that after her task, she would return to the organization? Although he was concerned for her, he understood that he could not impede her decisions. Unaware of Sanguxi's mission specifics, he resolved to remain vigilant, ensuring her safety throughout her endeavors. Observing the sorrowful girl, Zhufu Jingguang could not help but comfort her. "Once you resolve your family matters, please return. I will prepare your favorite dishes every day in anticipation of your visit." Despite the shimmering tears in her beautiful green eyes, a glimmer of hope sparkled within them as she replied, Chapter 52. A chaotic medley since that meal with Zhufu Jingguang. Sanguxi had not visited his home for a meal. In fact, several days had passed without them exchanging words face to face, even when they occasionally crossed paths. Sanguxi appeared burdened with thoughts, her spirits seemingly diminished, merely offering a brief greeting before hastily departing. Zhufu Jingguang had been discreetly watching over her, but had noticed no peculiar behavior in her recent activities. She continued to frequent the detective agency, spending time with friends as usual, until the fateful day when the proverbial sword of Damocles finally descended. On that day, Uncle Maury and Conan simultaneously received an invitation to a Halloween party from an individual named Vermouth, which seemed out of sync with the current timeline. The invitation addressed to Shinichi Kudo, however, explicitly mentioned Idagawa Conan within the contents. Thus, Conan, intrigued by this Vermouth, enlisted Dr. Agasa to accompany him to the party. Naturally, Kagoro Mori also attended. However, Rand declined to join, fearing the supernatural, and AI stayed home due to a cold. When Judy knocked on Dr. Agasa's door, just as in the original plot, she was momentarily taken aback upon seeing who opened the door. Mayano Shiho, observing Judy's astonishment, calmly inquired, "Are you surprised to see me, Judy? But you came looking for me, didn't you?" Judy, incredulous, responded, how could you be before her true intentions to draw out Judy's real target could be revealed? Judy asked, "Could you please tell me your true identity?" Not wishing to converse in such a public space, the discussion ensued only after Judy had driven Mayano Shiho away. At which point she posed, "Are you AI?" Mayano Shiho replied with unwavering composure, "Indeed." Yet, Judy, visibly taken aback, pressed, "But why?" Mayano Shiho lowered her gaze and explained in a neutral tone, "I merely shrank due to a certain poison." Without waiting for Judy's response, she continued in a reflective manner, "Everyone has their own fate. Since I cannot resist, I must choose to comply. Perhaps tonight will be my last." Judy, having regained her composure from the shock, asked, "Are you the recent target of the organization's pursuit, the defector known as Shirley?" This was information Judy had just received from James. Initially puzzled by Vermouth's targeting of a mere girl, the pieces now fell into place. Mayano Shiho did not deny it. She merely nodded and inquired, "Can you now answer my earlier question, Judy? If you wish to use me to capture Vermouth, you should reveal your true identity." As Judy drove, she glanced at the car that had been trailing them, a smirk playing on her lips. "Are you familiar with the FB?" Realization dawned on Mayano Shiho, and she nodded, refraining from further comments. After a moment of silence enveloped them, Judy suddenly asked, "When did you begin to suspect me?" For every potential question Judy might pose, the two masterminds had scripted responses for Mayano Shiho. Thus, she recited, "It wasn't me. This was all conveyed to me by Idagawa. I was merely testing." And it appears he was correct. Judy raised an eyebrow, surprised. "So it was that cool guy. Is his situation similar to yours?" Mayano Shiho refrained from answering. And Judy did not press further but continued, "Have you heard of the Witness Protection Program?" Mayano Shiho appeared detached, as if she had long accepted her fate. "No need. I am utterly weary of this life, constantly pursued and living in fear." Judy, glancing at the girl beside her, who was enveloped in shadows of despair, felt at a loss for words to comfort her. It must be said that the lines she had been given were indeed quite effective. Just as she prepared to say something more, Mayano Shiho preempted her, despondently stating, "Judy, you need not try to console me. I have no family left in this world. Even if I survive, what would it matter?" This statement perhaps struck a chord deep within Judy's heart, evoking a profound empathy that reminded her of her younger self. After a moment of silence, she spoke earnestly, "Consider it a way to repay your parents and loved ones. You ought to live well, until you witness the organization's demise." Mayano Shiho turned her gaze toward the window, her eyes reflecting a profound stillness. "Will that day truly come?" Judy responded with unwavering conviction, "It certainly will." In truth, while the atmosphere inside the car appeared quite serious, Mayano Shiho's acting was commendable. No, it was beyond commendable. It had reached the realm of the divine. For as she delivered her lines, her ears were ensconced in the dialogue taking place within her earpiece, muffled by her hair. "Elementary student, I didn't see that coming. Sakatani, who would have thought you had such a talent?" This melancholic dialogue indeed captured Hybra's essence. One might mistakenly believe you were a parasite within her. "TSK, Kudu, we're in the same boat. I merely crafted some gloomy lines, unlike you, who schemes without a shred of mercy, polluting my innocent soul." Amidst the banter of the two elementary students, Mayano Shiho had to maintain her composure and deliver her lines correctly. Today, she realized that she possessed a latent talent for acting. Judy's vehicle eventually arrived at the harbor dock depicted in the original narrative. Shortly thereafter, another car trailed behind her and halted. However, upon seeing the individual who emerged, Judy instinctively furrowed her brow. How could it be her? Indeed, the person who stepped out was Sakatani Seiki, though not the true Sakatani, but rather a version crafted by Vermouth. Prior to today's operation, Vermouth had feared the girl would meddle, so she had laced the milk with a sedative, ensuring the girl remained home and asleep while she proceeded with her tasks. Vermouth understood the girl all too well. She knew the girl would hesitate to act. However, Shirley had to die. Otherwise, the girl would be in peril. The boss would not tolerate any hindrance from those he needed to serve him. There was no room for error in his eyes. Thus, today she would impersonate the girl and fulfill the mission on her behalf. Even if news of today's events reached that particular ear, it would only implicate Sakatani as the perpetrator. Vermouth had assumed countless identities in the past, yet this was the first time she had adopted the girl's appearance. However, when she casually glanced at the rearview mirror, she was momentarily taken aback, followed by a rueful smile. While she had mimicked the girl's exterior and behavior, those eyes were decidedly different. Upon exiting the car, Sakatani Seiki observed Judy, a flicker of struggle crossing her features. "Why are you here?" Judy furrowed her brow. According to plan, Vermouth should have been the one to arrive today. Sakatani Seiki offered a wry smile. "Who else would you expect, Teacher Judy?" Judy, maintaining her composure, probed. "I had anticipated it would be that doctor." Sakatani Seiki paused, then lowered her gaze. "So you have already discovered the truth." Chapter 53. The willing hook. Those circumstances had shifted. Judy had no choice but to proceed with the plan. Thus, she candidly admitted, "Yes, we protected him when Vermouth targeted that doctor." Sakatani Seiki kept her eyes downcast and merely sighed. "So it is." Judy, wishing to dissuade the girl without alarming her, urged, "Sakatani, you should abandon today's mission. You will not succeed." Sakatani Seiki disregarded her words, avoiding Judy's gaze, her tone imbued with inexplicable sorrow. "Teacher Judy, I, too, am left with no choice. Please hand over that girl." Judy sensed a deeper story behind the girl's expression and inquired, perplexed, "If you are being coerced, then why not escape the organization like Shirley?" Upon hearing this, Sakatani Seiki gazed at her with a sorrowful intensity, retorting, "Do you truly believe anyone can successfully flee the organization? If I were to escape, I would only become the next Shirley. I have my own inevitable burdens." At that moment, Mayano Shiho, who had been seated in the car, stepped out. She regarded Sakatani Seiki with a cold demeanor. "Vermouth, do not speak such words while wearing her guise." "What did you say?" Judy was taken aback by this revelation. Mayano Shiho continued, directing her words at the impostor. "Seiki would never harm her friends out of desperation. Your act is wholly unconvincing." Upon seeing Mayano Shiho, Vermouth narrowed her eyes. She had anticipated Shirley's return. However, this was fortuitous, as it meant the girl's friends would remain unharmed. Thus, upon realizing her disguise had been uncovered, Vermouth chose not to maintain her facade. Instead, she regarded Shirley with a mocking smile, speaking in her own voice. "Ah, you truly understand her." Then, her gaze turned icy as she addressed Mayano Shiho. "Then why not sacrifice yourself for her sake? If you do not perish, she will be abandoned by the organization, and you know well the fate that awaits those who are forsaken." This was a revelation Mayano Shiho had not anticipated. She found herself frowning, questioning, "How could that be? She has taken on that role. How could she be so easily discarded? You know her character. In order to protect you, her sister Mayano Akemi, she is not only engaged in a cold war with Jin, but has also deceived the boss, claiming you possess vital information, thus saving your life from the organization's grasp. Yet, her deception was feeble. It was swiftly unraveled by the boss, who then commanded her to eliminate you herself. However, she could not bring herself to do so. Last time on the rooftop, she defied Jin's orders to protect you. And you have witnessed the consequences of her actions when the boss discovered her insubordination. Her actions had already crossed the boss's threshold. So if you do not perish this time, you must understand that her fate will not be favorable." Mayano Shiho listened, stunned by Vermouth's words. Sensing the truth in them, she was only now coming to understand the complexities of the situation. Just as she began to waver in her resolve and consider yielding to Vermouth's intentions, a voice suddenly echoed through her earpiece. It was Sakatani Seiki, her voice earnest and resolute. "Shiho, our plan remains intact. Trust me. Moreover, do you think I could find peace if I harmed you? How could I face Akemi's sister afterward? Do not entertain thoughts of sacrificing yourself for my sake. Have you considered my feelings? Just as if I were to sacrifice myself today to allow you to survive. How would you feel about that? So Shiho, there is a way for us both to live well. Why abandon it?" The words of Sanguxi acted as a potent tonic, swiftly restoring calm to Mayano Shiho. One cannot deny that Vermouth possesses a remarkable talent for psychological manipulation. With merely a slight alteration in her phrasing, she succeeded in unsettling Hybera. However, upon regaining her composure, Mayano Shiho recognized this as a fortuitous opportunity. Just as her thoughts wandered, Vermouth suddenly launched an assault, firing a bullet aimed directly at Mayano Shiho's heart. Vermouth's marksmanship was indeed formidable. At such close range, striking a person's heart was a trivial feat for her. Concealed in the shadows, Akai Shuichi refrained from intervening. As the bullet struck true, in Judy's astonished gaze, Mayano Shiho gracefully succumbed to the ground. The act of murder before her eyes incensed Judy to the core, prompting her to immediately contact nearby operatives to close in and apprehend the assailant. Yet, reminiscent of the original narrative, the surrounding personnel had long been relocated by Vermouth in advance. Judy, unable to accept that the murderer of her father could escape her grasp, drew her weapon and fired, even as Vermouth swiftly retaliated. Nevertheless, she was a moment too late, and Judy's shot found its mark upon Vermouth's arm. Aware that her mission had been accomplished, Vermouth, unwilling to further entangle herself with Judy, turned to flee. Yet, a bullet impeded her retreat. This time, owing to Vermouth's disguise as Sanguxi to complete her task, she had not brought Calvados. Akai Shuichi's recent shot was not aimed at Vermouth. Instead, he had targeted the car's tire. Just as Vermouth found herself in a precarious situation, Sanguxi hastily arrived at the scene. The sedative had indeed been potent, and Sanguxi found it challenging to make any subtle moves under Vermouth's watchful gaze. She had only awakened so swiftly due to external assistance, directing Mayano Shiho's performance while rushing to the location. Meanwhile, another sniper, lying in ambush at a distance, was momentarily taken aback. To protect Sanguxi, Jifuku Kajiki had closely followed her, witnessing her enter the residence of the newly appointed doctor. However, Sanguxi emerged shortly thereafter, leaving Jifuku Kajiki positioned far away, completely unaware of any irregularity. At that moment, he was poised with his rifle, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, he observed the astonishing transformation before him, realizing that the Sanguxi he had been following for so long was not who she appeared to be. Chapter 54, Astonishment. Where's the protagonist's halo? When Sanguxi appeared near the harbor, the two snipers concealed in the shadows were the first to notice her from their elevated vantage point. However, several individuals at the harbor's Grand Theater failed to catch sight of the girl due to their obstructed view. Once Vermouth's car tire was rendered useless by Akai Shuichi, she sensed the presence of Judy's accomplices lurking nearby. Despite her wounded arm, it did not hinder her ability to retaliate. Seizing a fleeting moment of Judy's distraction, she swiftly retrieved a backup pistol from her boot, aiming it at Judy. The speed of the bullet was a gamble Judy dared not take, and none of the hidden snipers chose to intervene. Akai Shuichi refrained from firing because the girl's previous encounters with bullets had left him with a lingering dread. The mere sight of her hiding in the shadows made him hesitant to shoot. After all, who could predict whether she might once again leap into harm's way to shield herself from gunfire? It would not be an exaggeration to say that her speed during those past incidents had caused Akai Shuichi to question his very existence. How could anyone be faster than a bullet? He dared not risk such an uncertain possibility. As for Jifuku Kajiki, he did not take action simply because his gaze was fixed on the corner where Sanguxi was hiding. His sole mission was to protect her, and nothing else concerned him. Moreover, beside him was a golden-haired companion who merely observed through binoculars, embodying an attitude of "I'm just here to watch, not to intervene." While Akai Shuichi had concealed himself 200 meters away, these two had retreated a full 400 meters. As Judy and Vermouth faced off, Sanguxi removed her earpiece to eliminate any trace of her presence and prepared to make her entrance. The Kudo residence, adjacent to Dr. Agasa's home, served as the hidden command center for the young detective. Through a button camera carried by Hybera, he could observe the unfolding events live. However, when Hybera collapsed, the perspective shifted. The camera now pointed skyward, rendering the scene invisible, though the sounds remained clear, until the young detective glimpsed Sanguxi's silhouette on the camera aimed at Hybera. Shiho, how could this be? The girl cradled Sherry's lifeless body, her eyes filled with disbelief at the large pool of blood staining Sherry's chest. The unexpected scene left the young detective wide-eyed. He shouted into the earpiece, "Sanguxi." How did the girl finally lifted her gaze to the trio of gin, vodka, and vermouth across from her? In that fleeting moment when their eyes met her verdant orbs, all three were momentarily taken aback. How to describe it? Green, a hue typically brimming with vitality, now reflected only despair, lifelessness, and desolation within those emerald depths. It was akin to a prairie ravaged by fierce flames, shrouded in ash. devoid of any trace of brightness. She gently laid down the lifeless body cradled in her arms, her light-hued dress now stained with blood, a vision of chaos. Mechanically, she rose, moving toward the trio like a wraith. Vermouth placed a hand upon her shoulder, yearning to utter words of comfort, yet finding himself at a loss for how to begin. In the name of love and protection, they had inflicted harm upon her. And even she seemed unaware of what she could say in response. As she observed the trio's retreat, Judy hesitated for a moment but ultimately chose not to intervene. The shadows concealed the presence of Akai Shuichi, who refrained from firing a shot to halt the unfolding scene. His gaze lingered on the bloodied corpse lying on the ground, and a profound realization flickered in his dark green eyes. He pondered. Perhaps the girl had successfully executed her plan of aiding that individual in escaping unscathed. However, an unforeseen event transpired. Jin's Porsche was parked a short distance away, and just as the girl was about to enter the vehicle, she suddenly halted. She regarded the trio before her and took a step back. "I am so weary, I no longer wish to return." Caught off guard, the girl seized the gun from Vodka's grasp and fired towards Judy, who stood not far behind. Due to the fact that Vermouth had assumed the girl's appearance, both donned identical attire. Furthermore, Vermouth bore an injury, and both their garments were stained with blood. The intensity in the girl's eyes as she fired was so fierce that Judy instinctively believed it was Vermouth, prompting her to retaliate. Yet, in the aftermath of the gunfire, Judy was left bewildered, realizing that the figure before her was not Vermouth. The bullet, having merely grazed her hair, found its mark in the girl's heart. Aiming for the enemy's heart was a muscle memory honed through years of training. However, she had never intended to harm the girl. Everything unfolded at an astonishing pace, and in that fleeting moment when Akai Shuichi and Jufukakyuka relaxed, believing the girl to be retreating, tragedy struck. Yet, the girl, struck in the heart, bore a gentle smile upon her face as she silently mouthed an apology towards Judy. "I'm sorry." In her original plan, it was meant to be Akai Shuichi who would fire that shot. Sanguxi pondered that if Jingguang's cat were to strike her, she would likely be engulfed in guilt, unable to escape the shadows for a long time. However, the same could not be said for Akai Shuichi. This man, with a heart as dark as the night, would probably not feel much remorse, especially given his experience. Unexpectedly, after misfiring at her twice, Akai became cautious with his shots. Alas, Sanguxi had meticulously crafted her script, and with the audience already gathered, she could not withdraw from the performance. Ultimately, she was left with no choice but to select the innocent Judy as her target, for which she felt a profound sense of regret, hoping Judy would not be too hard on herself. As the gunshot echoed, the grand drama of Sanguxi unfolded. From Vermouth disguising herself as Sanguxi to assassinate Shirley, to the bloodstains on Vermouth's clothing after sustaining injuries. Though Akai underwent some minor changes, Sanguxi swiftly devised a substitute. Even the choice of Judy as her pawn, along with her muscle memory, was all part of her meticulous calculations. How could this be? Judy stared at the girl crumpled on the ground, disbelief etched in her pale blue eyes. This scene caught everyone off guard, including those hidden in the shadows. Vermouth's pupils dilated in shock as she rushed to support the collapsing girl, her face betraying a clear panic, her hands trembling slightly as she held the girl. "Don't be afraid, honey. I will take you to the hospital. You will be all right. Free from the theatrics." No one understood better than she did that the girl's heart resided on the left side. It was precisely this knowledge that sent her into a frenzy. Vermouth lifted the girl to leave, but was halted by the girl's feeble voice. "It's no use. I don't want to go." Chapter 55. Crimson memories. In the moment Judy pulled the trigger, Vermouth could only watch in horror as the bullet pierced the girl's heart. At that instant, her body froze. The world around her drowned in a deafening roar, leaving only the sound of the bullet striking flesh. Upon hearing the girl's weak response, tears streamed uncontrollably down Vermouth's face. In that moment of sorrow, she realized that even those like her were capable of shedding tears for another. Originally, Mayano Shiho lay still on the ground, playing the role of a corpse, until Sanguxi appeared and lifted her without a word. At that moment, Shiho's earpiece crackled with the voices of elementary school students. Sanguxi observed the rapid transformation of expressions on the faces of those around her, her lips perpetually adorned with a pallid smile. "Ms. Judy, please do not blame yourself. This is my doing," the girl stated, turning her gaze towards Belmode, who held her in her arms, her tone imbued with a pleading quality. Each utterance was accompanied by excruciating pain, rendering her voice intermittent. In these final moments, "I have but one wish, Belmode, Jin, Uncle Vodka, I implore you, spare Sherry." Miss Sakushi, Vodka gazed at the girl, his eyes reddened with emotion. He yearned to nod in agreement, yet he was merely a pawn. The decisive authority lay with Jin and Belmode. Under the weight of the girl's almost desperate gaze, Belmode ultimately wavered, silently nodding in acquiescence. The girl, witnessing her nod, smiled with joy before turning her attention to the reticent Jin. This man, known for his cold-heartedness, had merely flinched when the girl was shot, his pupils narrowing. Then he stood in silence, devoid of any further reaction. Initially, he had intended to shoot Judy, but the frail girl could not have stopped him. His bullet was intercepted by Akai Shuichi. Only when his gun was emptied did he cease his assault, subsequently remaining mute at the side. As the girl looked at him, Jin averted his gaze, his voice as monotonous as ever. Of course, I will not kill her, but I will not let her go either. Without you, the organization will require her to serve in your stead. Perhaps it was the first time Jin had spoken such lengthy words to the girl, yet she felt no disappointment upon hearing them. She turned to the swollen-eyed Mayano Shiho, her voice laced with hope. Shiho, promise me you will live well, even for the sake of our dear sister Akemi, all right? Upon hearing the girl mention her sister, Mayano Shiho recalled the recent phone call with her. Looking into the girl's eyes, she ultimately nodded in agreement to her request. Good, the girl replied, relief flooding her features, a smile gracing her lips. Yet, it was Belmode, who had remained silent until now, who suddenly spoke. Honey, why? You promised me you would live well. Taken aback by this question, the girl paused. Beneath the sparse starlit sky at the seaside port, she lifted her gaze to the heavens, a bittersweet smile lingering on her lips. I'm sorry, but I can't hold on any longer. I have never been anyone's steadfast and singular choice. Jin may care for me, but he is more loyal to the organization. Shiho harbors thoughts of her sister. Akemi loved me, yet she must prioritize her own sister. And Sonoko has her own family and friends apart from me. Even those representing justice, like Ms. Judy or the police, value their pursuit of righteousness more than a life as insignificant as mine. Stop it, honey. Each word she uttered sent tremors through her frail body. A realization that Belmode comprehended all too well. She began to regret posing that question. However, it seemed the girl did not hear her, for she turned her gaze back to Belmode. Enduring the agonizing pain, she managed a faint smile and softly said, Perhaps it is only you, Belmode, who truly cares for me, yet you too cannot defy the organization's orders. I do not wish to be the one abandoned. Upon uttering this, tears brimmed in the girl's eyes, yet her smile remained radiant. However, I do not hold any resentment towards you all. I am grateful for the concern shown to me. Even if it is but a modicum of sincerity, it brings me immense joy. Perhaps feeling the flow of her own life ebbing away, the girl's smile was short-lived, interrupted by a fit of painful coughing. After a series of harsh coughs, blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her eyes reflected regret and a long-lost sense of relief. I'm sorry, Belmode. I have broken my promise. This time, I truly must depart. Do not grieve too much for me. The worst outcome is merely that you must resume your lives as they were before my presence. I am grateful to have met you all, and I harbor no regrets. However, allow yourselves a brief moment of sorrow for me, but afterward, live well. I just want my mother, the girl murmured, casting a final lingering glance at the sky. As if she glimpsed someone, she extended her hand as if to caress something, only to withdraw it once more. Yet she whispered, I want to go home. Upon speaking these words, the girl closed her eyes, yet a smile remained upon her lips. Perhaps in her final moments, the one she longed in the organization's infirmary, the girl lay on the hospital bed, her skin pale to the point of translucence. Her beautiful eyes, reminiscent of emeralds, tightly shut. The only signs of life were the mist from the oxygen mask accompanying her breaths and the fluctuating heartbeat displayed on the monitor. A month had passed since the return from the port. The girl's survival was a rare stroke of fortune. The bullet had indeed missed her heart, yet her lung had been pierced. Her continued existence was owed to the life-sustaining serum she had invented and the modified TX 4869 she had enhanced. The life-sustaining serum maintained her vitality long enough to reach the medical center, while the modified TX 4869 augmented her body's recuperative abilities. Furthermore, the improved version of a TX counteracted the side effects of the life-sustaining serum. It was due to these two concoctions that the girl had survived. Thus, it could be said that Sanguxi's own invention had saved her life. However, despite being out of immediate danger, Sanguxi remained unresponsive. The doctors speculated that she had become unwilling to awaken, perhaps in resistance to the harshness of reality or perhaps because the dream world was too enchanting. Fresh flowers were replaced daily in the vase on the bedside table, and Belmont visited each day, yet the sleeping beauty seemed truly disinclined to awaken. Given the girl's condition, Sherry was spared from execution by the boss and returned to the laboratory. However, the lab was rife with surveillance. She was no longer trusted by the organization, every action scrutinized, leaving her devoid of freedom. Nevertheless, she had survived and would no longer be hunted by the organization. She had promised the girl to live well and had ceased her defiance against the experiments. The girl's prodigious talent in pharmaceutical research was undeniable. The drugs she modified were no longer instruments of death. Perhaps it was because these modified substances were her labor of love that, despite being compelled to spend 10 hours a day in the laboratory, Shiho Miyano complied dutifully, engaging earnestly in her experiments without resorting to subterfuge. Inside the organization, the girl's predicament stirred little commotion. It remained as cold, grim, and dark as ever. That night, Conan rushed to the scene upon witnessing Sanguxi being shot. Hearing her final words through Hybra's earpiece, he yearned to tell her that things were not as she believed. Yet, by the time he arrived at the port, it was deserted, the bloodstains meticulously cleaned. After that day, he fell into a prolonged silence. When Rand noticed his unusual behavior and questioned him, he found himself at a loss for words. It felt as though a colossal stone lodged in his chest, suffocating him. That day, he could no longer maintain his facade, thus revealing his transformation into a child and the incident involving Sanguxi to Rand. Subsequently, he learned from Rand that she had long been aware of his true identity, having been informed by Sanguxi of the truth in his struggles, which led her to understand his concealment and continue to help him hide his identity. Conan was reluctant to accept that Sanguxi was truly in peril. He believed that a person as intelligent and confident as her would never easily relinquish her life. Based on his understanding of Sanguxi, she was not the type to succumb so readily. However, performing for Belmont and Jin was an impossible ruse to maintain. A simple inquiry would unravel the deception. Even now, he and Rand clung to a glimmer of hope, unwilling to believe that Sanguxi was gone as long as no body had been found. Belmont continued her daily visits, bringing a different bouquet each time. Following this incident, she suddenly realized that she did not even know what flowers the girl cherished. She was unaware of the girl's favorite colors, her hobbies, or her true aspirations. There was an overwhelming void of knowledge. Sitting by the girl's bedside, Belmont gazed tenderly at her. "Darling, did you know? Your friend, the girl named Rand, has recently chosen to become an actress, even taking Yukiko as her mentor. She sang a song for you, although it wasn't released to the public. I managed to secretly copy it. You probably haven't heard it yet, have you?" Belmont adjusted the volume of the mobile phone and placed it near the girl's ear. A gentle melody imbued with longing began to resonate. "In the vast expanse of the starry sky, only your silhouette remains. The galaxy has turned to ice, and memories glide like tears. I imagine returning to the past, knowing that one day, it will reside within my heart. Though I flee, I have vanished into a dream. It is an illusion of dawn, yet I feel you anew. The wind carries your breath, and the moonlight reflects surprise. You have never truly departed. I am here, silently watching over you, following like a shadow without sound. I am no longer lost. Only my yearning remains as my burden. The sky is filled with stars, one of which may be your wish. The path ahead is no longer solitary and long. Beneath the sky, you and I no longer stand guard. I sing softly, wondering when you will return to my side." The tender song, laden with yearning, played repeatedly near the girl's ear as Belmont gazed at her unresponsive form, a flicker of disappointment stirring within him. Though she visited the girl daily to converse, there were no signs of awakening. The doctor had warned that if the girl remained unconscious for more than a month, her chances of recovery would diminish significantly. Belmont pondered whether the girl had truly lost faith in her, prompting the angel to wish for a return to heaven. After spending a considerable time by the girl's bedside, she finally turned to leave. Later that night, in the stillness of the ward, a familiar visitor arrived. In the enveloping darkness, only the monitor emitted a faint glow alongside the sounds of machinery. The girl lay there, her expression serene, a scene that Jin had witnessed countless times. Yet, each time, he would reach out to check her pulse and breath, needing to confirm her continued existence. The moment the girl had ceased to breathe in Belmont's embrace, something within him had snapped. The mere thought of never again gazing into her vibrant green eyes filled him with an inexplicable agitation. In that instant, he recalled the girl's invention, a gift she had insisted he carry, claiming it could save his life should he sustain grave injuries. Though he had initially scoffed at it, he had carried it faithfully every day. Now, he felt immense gratitude for having kept the girl's remedy, which had ultimately saved her life. As Jin observed the girl lying quietly in bed, adorned with a breathing mask, he impulsively pinched her cheek. Receiving Sanguxi attempted to move her fingers, yearning to lift her arms. Alas, her aching back, her sore backside, her weary limbs. After lying down for over a month, she felt as though her bones had begun to meld into the mattress. However, from the depths of despair can emerge a rebirth. This ordeal was not in vain. The affection she had cultivated was not for naught. Even a transformation from quantity to quality necessitates a pivotal moment. Why not create an opportunity if one does not exist? Sanguxi truly placed her bets this time. From the invention of the life continuation liquid to the enhancement of a TX, she had always proclaimed that her strategies aimed to kill two birds with one stone. These concoctions were not solely crafted for the immortal unknowingly. They were all designed for the strategic move she was about to make today. The loss of something once cherished does not imply a return to a time devoid of it. Some things must be genuinely relinquished to grasp their true significance. By wagering her own life, she was bound to retrieve some tangible gains. For instance, gin and vermouth. Henceforth, no one from the opposing faction would dare to take aim at her again. Who says there is no gray area between light and darkness? She would henceforth be the safest of all. No longer would she endure injuries or resort to feigned suffering. Chapter 56. The stubborn mule. The doctor informed that Sanguxi had been in slumber for over a month, yet in truth, she had awakened on the third day post-injury. Awakening too early posed its own challenges, compelling her to feign sleep through self-hypnosis. Thus, upon opening her eyes, the first act Sanguxi undertook was to remove her oxygen mask. After wearing it for over a month, her face felt painfully constricted. Her body, having been immobilized for so long, could only manage slight movements until she gradually adapted enough to sit up. Dislodging the cardiac monitor, Sanguxi stepped barefoot onto the floor. The machine beside her bed emitted a jarring alarm due to a dislodged wire, yet no one came to her aid. After all, this was not an external hospital. The medical center at the base lacked the constant vigil of doctors and nurses. In typical scenarios, if an organization member were declared unlikely to awaken, they would be abandoned. Sanguxi was an exception, aside from her connections with gin and vermouth. The boss had high hopes for her. Given the events of that fateful evening, it was evident that Sanguxi had indeed stopped breathing. And it was Jin's timely administration of medication that had revived her. The very medication that brought her back to life was her own invention. Moreover, as Sanguxi had consistently declined human trials following her own experimentation, she became the first to be tested on a living subject. Now, witnessing the tangible effects of the medication, unknowingly had elevated Sanguxi's value within the organization. This was why she continued to receive exceptional care during her month-long coma. After all, unknowingly anticipated her awakening to resume her research on pharmaceuticals. However, uncertainty lingered regarding whether she would truly awaken, which was why Mayano Shiho had been spared. If Sanguxi truly lived again, it would not only serve as the ultimate testament to the drug's efficacy, but also significantly bolster the ongoing research. After getting out of bed, Sanguxi merely engaged in some light movements within her hospital room. Having lain there for a month, her arms and legs had begun to feel foreign, almost as if they belonged to someone else. After half an hour of meandering about the room and reacquainting herself with her limbs, Sanguxi finally pressed the call bell beside her bed. This medical center housed only one intensive care unit, with her as the sole patient. Other members of the organization seldom visited. In serious cases, they would merely glance in before departing. At 3 a.m, the sudden ring of the call bell startled the doctor on duty, jolting him from his deep slumber. Once he regained his composure, he remembered that this was the only room in the entire center that could summon such an alarm. This was indeed serious. The doctor hurriedly donned his white coat and rushed out. Upon arriving at Sanguxi's room, he found the young girl obediently seated on her bed. Clad in the facility's unique patient gown, her large eyes fixated on him with an innocent curiosity. All the monitoring equipment had been disconnected, and had it not been for the sight of her sitting there in apparent health, the doctor might have been startled once again. Before he could utter a word, the girl looked up at him with a pitiful expression and said, "I'm hungry." The individuals within the organization were increasingly peculiar, and for the most part, this medical center functioned merely as a FAAD. The doctor had no experience interacting with patients, as this girl was his very first inpatient. Thus, upon hearing her plea, he fumbled in his pocket and eventually produced a small bag, offering it to her. I have some chocolate. Would you like to have a little?" The girl's eyes sparkled at the sight of the chocolate, but just as she prepared to reach out, her hand quickly withdrew. Sanguxi was somewhat bewildered by his actions. Could it be that even doctors enjoy teasing children? Noticing the little girl's accusatory gaze, the doctor awkwardly cleared his throat twice and said, "Ahem, I just remembered that you have recently awakened and cannot eat this." Sanguxi had not eaten her fill for an entire month, and in her desperate quest for sustenance, she even resorted to playful antics. The girl's round, glistening eyes fixated on the doctor, reflecting a singular emotion, hunger. "Uncle, could you help me buy some food?" Her pitiful tone, coupled with an expression of injustice, nearly swayed the doctor. The reason he refrained was that he suddenly remembered, at this hour of the night, there would likely be no food vendors available. What to do? Upon hearing this, the girl's bright eyes dimmed, her gaze pleadingly directed at the doctor, her mind consumed with thoughts of food. The doctor's intellect, which had temporarily abandoned him during this late-night escapade, returned with clarity. Observing the girl, who had just begun to recover from a severe illness but was exhibiting an oddly untroubled demeanor, he belatedly inquired, "Wait, do you know who I am?" The girl blinked, shaking her head. "No?" The doctor's head throbbed at her response, and he pressed his fingers against his forehead. "Oh no, you haven't lost your memory, have you?" The girl rolled her eyes at him, her tone laced with exasperation. "Have you been watching too many dramas?" "I didn't hit my head." The doctor remained skeptical. "What if you were traumatized?" Sanguxi's heart skipped a beat as she vehemently denied. "No. The reason I said I don't know you is entirely because of you. You never introduced yourself. Who are you?" The doctor, upon hearing this, scratched the back of his head and replied, "Ah, that seems to be true. But do you know who you are?" "Your ancestor." She retorted, "How could you speak to me in such a manner?" The doctor appeared as though he had been struck by some magical force, wearing a wounded expression as he lamented, "Do you have any idea that during the entirety of the month you've been asleep? I have worked an extra month of shifts because of you." In a moment of sharp retort, Sanguxi remarked, "When the monitor alarm rang just now, I did not see you make an appearance, did I? You were sleeping so soundly. Moreover, over the past month, Jean Jiu has tested the limits of her life countless times, and the alarm has sounded repeatedly, yet you have remained absent. Not only have you failed to show up, but you might not even be aware that Jean Jiu visited her at night. Thus, your so-called overtime is merely a change of scenery for your slumber. How dare you speak of it? This so-called overtime is of no value whatsoever. I'm hungry. Hurry and summon someone. Who do you expect me to call at this late hour? Jean Jiu, Belmode, vodka, anyone will do. I cannot, for fear of disturbing their dreams, lest I face dire consequences. How have you managed to survive within the organization with such timidity? It is rather embarrassing. I owe it all to the protection of my ancestors. Speak plainly. My grandfather was a doctor here in his youth. This is a hereditary position." Sanguxi was momentarily taken aback by this explanation, falling into a silence that lingered for some time before finally managing to utter, "All right, then lend me your phone, and I shall make the call. Will that suffice?" Upon hearing this, the doctor readily agreed, swiftly handing over the phone to Sanguxi. Sanguxi pressed the buttons decisively, and the call was swiftly initiated. Before long, a chilling voice laced with malice responded, "Bowles, you had better truly have a matter of urgency." Sanguxi blinked in confusion. Who was this Bowles? She did not recognize him. What business did Bowles's phone call have to do with her? Sanguxi exhibited no awareness of disturbing others' peaceful slumber in the dead of night, her expression remarkably assertive. However, the bold words that almost escaped her lips faltered slightly. "I'm hungry. Could you possibly bring me something to eat?" Upon hearing the familiar voice of the girl, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. Assuming her message had not been received, she reiterated her request, albeit this time with a more audacious tone. "Chinchio, I want a meal. I desire fried chicken, chicken wings, chicken legs, in short, the entire chicken family. Additionally, grilled fish, well-done steak, milk tea, ice cream, strawberries, and candied hawthorn. Just for now, that will suffice. Is that agreeable?" Yet, Chinchio remained unresponsive, prompting the doctor named Boris to interject hastily. "Wait, she cannot consume any of that. Please bring her a bowl of plain congee or a light, stomach-soothing chicken soup instead." Sanguxi widened her eyes and exclaimed, "I want to eat meat." The doctor calmly waved his hand. "You cannot eat it now." Stubborn as she was, Gushi insisted on having meat, defending herself with, "I am fine. Eating it won't hurt." The doctor replied, "It's not good for your stomach." Gushi retorted, "I want to die from it." The doctor, exasperated by this little mule, shouted into the phone, "Chinchio, you need to manage your unruly child." Chinchio had been silently listening to the lively voice of the girl and finally spoke up, "I'll be there shortly." An hour later, as Sanguxi nearly drifted off to sleep, Chinjio finally arrived, bringing with him white porridge, milk, and eggs. Sanguxi gazed at the food he had brought, feeling a profound sense of dismay. She would dare to call it a breakfast of death. It possessed not a hint of flavor. The girl looked at the 3 dishes with a grimace, declaring, "I have no desire to consume this." Chinjio stood by the bedside, and upon hearing her words, cast his eyes down, fixating on the girl. Sanguxi, resolute, locked eyes with him. Conveying a singular message, she had become defiant. She simply refused to comply. After a few seconds of silent confrontation, Chinjio suddenly turned to Dr. Bolus and said, "Then let us continue administering the nutrient solution to her." Upon hearing the mention of food, Sanguxi immediately lost her courage to protest, for she was indeed ravenous. Ultimately, she had no choice but to dutifully consume a bowl of plain porridge. After the meal, Jin observed the girl's restless eyes and inquired of Bors, "When may she depart?" Bors waved his hand dismissively, indicating that she could leave at any moment. "I have just examined her, and she is in excellent health," he remarked, followed by an astonished exclamation, "Remarkable! That medicine is truly effective. Such severe injuries, and in just a month, she shows no lingering effects whatsoever." As Sanguxi overheard others praising her medicine, she proudly lifted her chin, then couldn't resist mocking, "Well, they ought to consider who invented it. Otherwise, with a mediocre doctor like you, I would have perished long ago." Upon hearing this, Bowers widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "You see, her mind is perfectly intact. She possesses a remarkable talent for delivering barbed remarks, utterly contrary to someone who has lost all hope in life and seeks death." The girl scoffed dismissively, retorting, "That was merely a momentary lapse in judgment. I have since gained clarity. Then why have you remained unconscious for an entire month?" Without a moment's hesitation, the girl shot back, "How do you know I haven't awakened?" Only after uttering those words did she realize their implication, her eyes widening as she instinctively covered her mouth. Bowers suddenly adopted an expression of enlightenment. "Ah, that explains it. If all tests returned normal, yet you remained unresponsive, it seems you were merely feigning sleep, correct?" Chinjio had been closely observing the girl's expression since she uttered the phrase, "How do you know I haven't awakened?" Upon realizing the situation had been exposed, the girl inadvertently met Chinjio's gaze and quickly lowered her head in silence. Chinjio could not decipher the girl's expression. Only hearing her voice grow increasingly faint, "I wasn't pretending to be asleep. I was just lost in thought, contemplating life." Chapter 58. The Sherry Medical Center is located within the base, yet Chinjio's vehicle was parked outside, thus he did not arrive by car. After leaving the medical center, Sanguxi walked alongside Chinjio on their way back to the base dormitory. The girl trailed behind him, shivering as the cool night breeze swept over her. Chinjio, who had been walking ahead, paused and offered his coat to her. Hesitating for a moment, the girl ultimately accepted the garment. Chinjio's trench coat was long, and as she donned it, it almost reached her ankles, and she followed him in silence. Suddenly, she broke the tranquil atmosphere, asking, "Chinjio, why are you so slow?" Chinjio continued walking, his tone calm as he replied, "I was looking for the porridge made by vodka." The girl responded with an "oh," her gaze fixed on the ground. "So he is quite talented." Chinjio acknowledged with a noncommittal and silence enveloped them once more, only their footsteps echoing in the quiet. Upon reaching the base dormitory, Sanguxi remained on the floor above Chinjio's. As they ascended to his level, the girl halted and did not proceed further. Watching Chinjio open the door, her voice dipped with both melancholy and apprehension. "I've awakened. Aren't you happy?" Chinjio paused momentarily before succinctly responding, "No." The girl's expression dimmed at his answer, and lowering her gaze, she inquired softly, "Then, will you still want to kill me?" Chinjio turned to face the girl, who dared not meet his gaze, and asked, "You know?" She nodded, "Yes." Chinjio's eyes fixed on the top of her head, seemingly lost in thought, and then he queried, "Is your reluctance to wake up because of this?" The girl kept her head down, refraining from answering that question. Instead, she slowly recounted, "When I awoke that day, I found the room empty. Unsure why I was still alive. I drifted in and out of consciousness, and after a while, I heard Vermouth gently telling stories at my bedside. The 2 most important people in my life. One came every day to talk to me, hoping I would awaken. The other came every night to kill me. Many times, I thought I would truly be suffocated by you, and I even contemplated that perhaps dying that way would be better." Listening to her words, a flicker of emotion finally stirred in Chinjio's dark green eyes. Upon hearing her last statement, his pupils constricted, and he abruptly interrupted her, saying, "No, I will not do that again. Not ever." Those seemingly ordinary words resonated in the girl's ears as if they were music from the heavens. Instantly, she lifted her gaze to Jinjiu, her green eyes sparkling anew. With excitement, she stepped forward to embrace him, exclaiming, "I believe you. Good night." She then skipped up the stairs, leaving Jinjiu watching her cheerful figure until he heard the sound of a door opening above before he turned to enter his room. Even upon returning to the empty dormitory, Sanguxi's radiant smile never faded. With her life assured, it was time to attend to serious matters. The act she had staged with Miyano Shiho was not solely to persuade the organization to rescind the assassination order. That day, when Sanguxi had spoken with Shiho, she believed Shiho would indeed choose the option of feigned death. However, just as she was about to leave, Shiho suddenly inquired about a third option. Indeed, there was a third choice, but Sanguxi had not intended to reveal it. It was only after Shiho's insistence that she disclosed her originally prepared alternative. She needed Shiho to return to the organization to assist her with the task. Remembering Shiho's resolute gaze that day, Sanguxi smiled. She suddenly recalled the affectionate nickname Shiho's fans had given her, Aidian. Initially, Sanguxi had thought this title rather juvenile, but now she found it somewhat understandable. After all, why should she assume that Shiho, out of fear of the organization, would inevitably choose to evade it? The reality proved that Shiho was far more composed and courageous than anyone had imagined. The following day, Vermouth arrived at the hospital as usual, only to discover the girl's room empty. A sense of inexplicable dread washed over her, prompting her to hastily inquire with the doctor, who informed her that the girl had awakened the previous day and had already returned. Upon hearing that the girl had regained consciousness, Vermouth felt her heart momentarily stop. She hurried back to the base dormitory. Upon entering, Vermouth spotted the girl seated at the dining table, her cheeks puffed with food, radiating satisfaction. Upon hearing the sound at the entrance, the girl looked up, her green eyes blossoming with joy as she exclaimed, "Vermouth, I'm back." The vibrant side of the girl left Vermouth in disbelief. "Honey." The girl, like a small cannonball, dashed into Vermouth's embrace, replying, "Yes, it's me. I'm sorry. I won't leave again." Vermouth, somewhat dazed, absorbed the girl's exuberance, her thoughts racing through the revelations of the girl's early awakening and her connection with Jinjiu. However, Jinjiu had assured her that he would not kill her again. The girl's voice brimmed with unwavering trust. Vermouth, feeling a surge of protectiveness, pulled the girl into her arms, her voice tinged with ire toward Jinjiu. "Jinjiu, I thought he had changed, but he is still the same." The girl seemed eager to defend Jinjiu, yet Vermouth and Jinjiu's relationship resembled that of a couple in a contentious divorce. Mentioning one was akin to igniting a firecracker, leaving Sanguxi feeling like a child caught between feuding parents, trying to appease both sides. Initially, Vermouth had hoped the girl had reached a resolution, and after her awakening, she intended to spend more time with her. However, upon learning of the girl's recovery, the boss immediately ordered her to return to the laboratory to continue drug research and reinstated the tradition of conducting experiments on human subjects. Naturally, the girl opposed this. Karasuma Rinya was displeased with her resistance and half threatened, half intimidated her, saying, "Since you are unwilling, this organization does not harbor idlers. If you refuse to let them be test subjects, why not volunteer yourself instead?" Karasuma Rinya initially sought to coerce the girl into agreeing to the human experimentation. He was well aware of Vermouth and Jinjiu's loyalty but also understood their aversion to such experiments. His actions were motivated by a desire to disrupt the growing closeness between the girl, Jinjiu, and Vermouth, fearing they would become too invested in their roles. I agree. However, what he did not anticipate was that the girl agreed to become a subject for the experiment. The outcome of her resistance was her transformation into an experimental subject. When Belmont learned of this news, it felt as though she had plunged into a frozen abyss. No one understood the horrors of that laboratory better than she did. After all, she had emerged from that very place. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for it and yearned to obliterate it. Yet, this was the first time she felt such an intense desire to annihilate that place. Sanguxi was hastily brought to the laboratory without the chance to bid farewell to Belmont. Upon her return to the lab, her reunion with Shiho Miyano was devoid of the anticipated joy. This somber atmosphere was a result of Karasuma Rinya's threat to take Sanguxi's life as leverage against Shirley. He commanded that if results were not swiftly forthcoming, Sanguxi would be rendered utterly useless. His words were largely intended as intimidation, for both were integral to his pharmaceutical research, and he merely chose this method to exert control over them. The laboratory was replete with an array of surveillance equipment, meticulously designed to leave no blind spots. Neither individual exhibited any unusual reactions until the scenario of the human experiments unfolded, which, notably, lacked any surveillance. For Karasuma, Renya was wary of the potential for such evidence to implicate him. When Sanguxi was brought to the human experimentation lab by Sherry, she instantly collapsed onto the hospital bed like a pancake. "Sherry, does it excite you? Have you missed me?" Due to the presence of listening devices. This message was inscribed by Sanguxi on a piece of paper. Yet, her smile was so radiant that Gonya Zhihui could almost envision the tone in which the words were spoken. God knows how worried she had been over the past month without any news. This rascal still had the audacity to joke. Chapter 59, Transformation. Super Saiyan. Gonya Zhihui gazed at the flattened Sanguxi and sighed helplessly. Thus, the two commenced their note-passing mode during class. Gonya Zhihui wrote on the paper, "Are you certain? Do you really intend to experiment on yourself?" Upon seeing this, Sanguxi responded with a gesture that conveyed "You can trust me," and then resolutely replied, "Rest assured. I am well aware of my own medication." Gonya Zhihui frowned at those words and continued to pass notes. "Are you confident? This drug has not undergone genuine trials. Moreover, the suffering involved in human trials of such substances is beyond ordinary imagination." Sanguxi replied, "Sherry, now that you've embarked on this treacherous journey, your only choice is to trust me." Observing the series of wavy lines that Sanguxi had written, Gonya Zhihui could only face-bomb, for indeed, they had come too far to turn back now. People often say that the most unpredictable thing in the world is the human heart. Yet Gonya Zhihui felt that Sanguxi had an uncanny ability to decipher the thoughts of everyone around her. That night, even Gonya Zhihui, an onlooker, was drenched in cold sweat. Fearing that Sanguxi might never awaken, yet she dared to wager her life on it. Sanguxi could discern from the expressions of others what Shiho Mayano was contemplating. However, she was not truly gambling, for she had already devised comprehensive strategies to address any deviations. That evening, she monitored the mental fluctuations of everyone present with her psychic abilities, ensuring that the outcome would unfold according to her design. Though the public's perception of a human experimentation laboratory may be gruesome and terrifying, the organization's facility was far less macabre than anticipated. After all, the focus here was on pharmacological trials rather than dissection. There was no need for gory vivisection. Instead, the room was filled with machines, functioning similarly to dialysis devices for chemotherapy patients, alongside vital signs monitors. These instruments were akin to blood transfusions or intravenous therapy. They were connected to the subject's blood vessels through large needles, automatically extracting blood, integrating it with medicinal compounds, and then reintroducing it into the body. From the perspective of the experimental subject, Sanguxi perceived the experience as not excessively torturous. Initially, the loss of blood led to a chill throughout her body. However, once the medicated blood was reintroduced, her body's inherent rejection and counteraction responses caused every cell to enter a state of resistance. The sensation was akin to widespread agony, affecting every cell, organ, and inch of skin. The level of pain was comparable to the most severe gout attack, perhaps even surpassing the agony of childbirth. Moreover, the pain enveloped her entirely. This extreme discomfort could induce muscle spasms, leaving the girl curled up, connected to a series of infusion tubes. Typically, such experiments required the subject to endure until their body completely assimilated the blood components, pushing cellular functions beyond normal human limits. This meant the suffering could persist for a day, several days, or even longer. Since the inception of this experiment within the organization, few had survived the ordeal, and many subjects chose to take their own lives. Among the rare few who endured this suffering and achieved a perfect integration with the drug were gin and vermouth. However, they merged with the original ATX created by Sherry's parents, whereas Sanguxi integrated her own modified version of a TX with the life renewal liquid. In truth, the modified ATX was born from Sanguxi's prior understanding of the life renewal liquid's effects. These two substances were intended to be used in conjunction. Before Shiho Mayano returned to the organization, Sanguxi had shared the pharmaceutical data with her. Upon her return, Shiho assisted her by discreetly completing the fusion experiment of the two drugs without Karasuma Ryai's knowledge. With the laboratory firmly in her control, and the experimental drugs crafted by her own hands, this entire scheme constituted the first step of Sanguxi's grand design. This intricate plot could be viewed as a series of interlinked strategies, or perhaps as a game within a game. A single stone could strike numerous birds. Firstly, it served as a ploy to evoke sympathy from vermouth and gin, transforming their sentiments into a qualitative leap. Secondly, through Sanguxi's feigned comatose state. The organization would retract its pursuit of Sherry, returning her to the fold. Thirdly, upon Sherry's reintegration, the drug fusion experiment would commence, preparing for Sanguxi's eventual role as a test subject. Fourthly, Sanguxi's intentional descent into the role of an experimental subject aimed to touch upon the emotional vulnerabilities of Jin and Vermouth, laying the groundwork for their potential betrayal in the future. Moreover, even if they ultimately chose not to betray her, Sanguxi had a contingency plan. Because the drugs for this human experiment originated from her own expertise, their quality would undoubtedly be exceptional. Surviving the trials would elevate her to a status akin to a super scion in the realm of deduction. In summary, Sanguxi would never engage in a losing venture. She could not afford even a slight loss. Sanguxi has been preparing for this endeavor ever since she chose to major in biopharmaceuticals. Of course, this is not her sole objective. She has subsequent plans in mind. However, the pressing question now is whether she can truly endure the rigors of the experiments. Alas, Sanguxi felt an overwhelming sense of carelessness. This drug trial was truly unbearable for an ordinary person. The pain was excruciating, intensely so. At that moment, Sanguxi lay on the hospital bed in the laboratory, her mind consumed by these few words. Her lips were already bloodied from her own biting, as there were no towels available for her to clench. Mayano Shiho had resorted to hastily severing a large piece of her clothing to serve as a makeshift substitute. Mayano Shiho, witnessing Sanguxi's sweaty, contorted form, ached to look away. Unbeknownst to her, Mayano Shiho was unaware of the entirety of Sanguxi's scheme. She only knew that Sanguxi had anticipated becoming a test subject, cleverly orchestrating a switch of the medication beforehand. In the face of extreme pain, the human body often cannot articulate its suffering. Instinctively, it may succumb to unconsciousness. Yet, sometimes, reason triumphs over instinct, as in the case of Sanguxi. She maintained a state of wakefulness for an agonizing 6 hours. After several hours of torment, the machinery was temporarily halted. The human capacity for endurance is finite. Although Sanguxi felt she could persist a while longer, Mayano Shiho refused to continue. The brief experiment concluded, yet Sanguxi remained confined to the laboratory. This experiment was destined to extend over a considerable duration, necessitating the repetition of this process daily. Even if Sanguxi was able to endure indefinitely, it would take a minimum of a month to observe any results. Once the machines were silenced, Sanguxi was utterly drained. Mayano Shiho gently helped her relax her curled-up body, covered her with a blanket, and offered her water. Observing Sanguxi's pale and weakened visage, Mayano Shiho inscribed on a piece of paper, "Is this truly necessary?" Sanguxi found herself devoid of the strength to hold a pen, unable to respond to Gonya Zhihui's inquiry, merely gazing at her with a slight smile in her eyes. It is indeed worth it. One must not be overly greedy, desiring grand rewards without any willingness to invest effort. The pain she felt was but a trifle. Sanguxi deemed it insignificant. She was not so conceited as to believe that mere words could yield her desires without enduring any hardship. Should this experiment prove successful, she would ascend to the pinnacle of power within the realm of Kushui, a ceiling of excellence in every conceivable sense, from intellect to strength. The synergistic effects of these two substances were akin to Kai Wenji's passive ability or activating an automatic health regeneration feature. Upon the success of the experiment, Sanguxi would possess extraordinary recuperative capabilities. Her body would swiftly mend itself after injuries, ensuring she would never again suffer a fatal wound. Furthermore, the drug would maximally unleash the potential of human cells, enabling others to unwittingly act according to her designs, a skill in which Sanguxi excelled. While others pondered their initial moves, she had already contemplated all possible outcomes. In essence, every choice that Wu Yun Renai might consider lay within Sanguxi's grasp, and she would exploit this to propel her own agenda. Wu Yun Renai would unwittingly forge for himself a formidable opponent, one who remained hidden in the shadows, biding her time to strike. Days in the laboratory were devoid of sunlight. Sanguxi curled up in pain each day, feeling as though she were mastering the art of contraction. Nearly a month had passed by the time she emerged from the laboratory. Nonetheless, she had shattered the previous record for enduring such experiments, surpassing even the likes of Jin Jiao and Bayer Mode. Wu Yun Renai sought to attain immortality. Yet immortality itself is an enigma without resolution. It can only be substantiated through principles, as practice cannot validate it. No one could prove that this drug could indeed confer everlasting life, nor could anyone provide evidence to refute its potential. In any case, Sherry reported to Wu Yun Renai that Sanguxi had merely participated in an experimental trial of a modified version of a TX. This drug, when used in isolation, exhibited promising short-term effects, temporarily prolonging life and enhancing bodily repair capabilities. However, its long-term benefits were negligible. It might extend life duration but could not elevate its quality. After all, who would bestow genuine treasures upon that old miser? It was merely a ruse. Moreover, that individual was exceedingly cautious.